What are you doing? He isn't dead, yet you can't carry him away. A gentle feminine voice sounded, her tone quickly rising, laced with urgency. What do you think we're doing? One hit from that shovel, and his head is bleeding so much. He's as good as gone. We'd better hurry and bury him while his family's not around. These days plenty of people starve to death. They're all just dumped in the wasteland. Saves everyone a lot of trouble. An older male voice chimed in, sounding both nervous and flustered as he spoke. Chuang felt a pair of rough, calloused hands gripping his thigh, straining to lift him up. Immediately after, a small, soft hand pressed down on him with all its might. Beside his ear came a voice on the verge of tears. No, you can't. He's still alive. He saved me. I'm going to town to find a doctor. Yes, to town. As she spoke, the sound of rummaging through chests and boxes rang out. Then she staggered as she prepared to leave. With a heavy thud, a warm, soft body fell onto Chuang. Before he could make sense of it, a sharp pain pierced his forehead as though something had dropped and struck him. A tinkling sound accompanied it, and he felt blood sliding down from his brow. The next instant, his mind seemed to explode as a torrent of information surged into his head. Damn, what the hell is this? Did I transmigrate? I clearly remember drinking with a few business partners. Where's this place? It doesn't feel like my home at all. Right, it seems that on the way home I disappeared. I had just left the club when a speeding motorcycle suddenly came tearing down the roadside, and I went flying straight into the air. At that moment, I think I saw the perpetrator's face. It looked familiar. Who was it? Oh. His skull throbbed with agony. Chuang's body would not move at all. Only his mind received the flood of sudden information. I am still Chuang. The father, mother, and younger sister in my memories are all there, their faces exactly the same as on Blue Star, yet the circumstances are not entirely identical. Strictly speaking, the people are the same, but the development of this nation's history seems to have diverged. After the fall of the Great Qing, a republican era also began. Later, chaos erupted and warlords contended for supremacy. After many years of upheaval, a relatively stable political structure emerged. Each province and region had its own administrators in a system somewhat resembling a federation. Many provinces, both independent and unified, at once collectively known to the outside world as Longwa. Because there had been no invasion from a so-called Sakura nation, the transitions of power were not as violently abrupt. Even so, years of strife left the people's living conditions poor, and then came a great famine. 2 years of severe drought devastated the fields. An acre of land could yield only 183 gene of grain. At this time, families were frantically having children. Households with 5 or 6 siblings were exceedingly common. Sorting through this explosion of information, Chuang realized that this era roughly corresponded to the 1960s or 70s. Productivity was low, and many people still could not even fill their own stomachs. With so many mouths and so little grain, people dug wild vegetables and gnawed on tree bark. When those were exhausted, they went to other villages to steal just to survive. Tender shoots in the fields, wild grasses by the roadside. Any plant that looked even remotely alive had likely already suffered. Yet even so, countless people simply could not hold on. In the end, they starved to death, alive and aware to the very last. By contrast, in Lijiazi, the village where Chuang lived, life was somewhat better. With the Great Green Mountain at their backs, they had additional resources to draw upon, and their living conditions were already far superior to many other villages. On the outskirts of the forest, there were still wild creatures to stave off hunger. As for the depths, no one dared to venture there even in such times. Rumor had it that ferocious beasts lurked within. In the past, bold hunters had gone in, 9 out of 10 were never heard from again. Only one crawled back out, both legs lost. Those who saw him then said his appearance was so miserable it was unbearable to behold. Given this time period, he had returned to being 20 years old. So what exactly was happening now? With his eyes still closed, enduring the throbbing pain in his head, Chuang continued to ponder. Just now, he seemed to have heard the Zhang family next door quarreling, insisting that Zhang Yansha remarry the village's lazy Li. The man was offering 10 gene of millet. In a time when people could not even eat their fill, such grain was exceedingly precious. Keeping Zhang Yansha at home did the Zhang family little good. Their son had gone into the mountains to hunt with others 3 years prior. He was injured by accident, the wound became inflamed, and without timely treatment he died. That young widow had been left and used in the house for years, and with his wife watching him closely, the old man had never had the chance to help himself. As a result, the Zhang family's bloodline had not been passed on at all. Now, with the drought so severe and the household on the brink of running out of food, trading a useless woman for 10 gene of millet seemed to them perfectly reasonable. Bah! Chuang grunted inwardly. If it were a normal remarriage, so be it. But anyone who had ever met that lazy Li would never call this reasonable. His body was covered in scabies like a toad's, warts, his face pitted and lumpy enough to chill the heart at a glance. The man idled about all day, teasing cats and provoking dogs, truly despised by people and animals alike. To marry such a vibrant young woman, a charming widow, to a man like that, no one with a shred of decency could stomach. Chuang did not consider himself a good man. He had dropped out of school early and run with a gang of idle ruffians, never doing anything proper. Even so, a depravity like this, wasting such a woman, filled him with indignation. As the quarrel and scuffle next door grew more intense, mostly the husband and wife beating on Zhang Yansha, he had climbed onto his own courtyard wall and shouted, breaking up their grappling. Unexpectedly, he used too much force, toppled over the wall, and his head slammed into a shovel by the side. Blood spurted and he fainted on the spot. The old Zhang couple were terrified. A death in their own courtyard, no matter what the cause, would be impossible to explain away. And thus the scene at the very beginning had come to pass. Seeing that Chuang was barely breathing, the couple wanted to bury him straight away. Zhang Yangshi, however, refused. She had not interacted much with Li Chuang in the past. There had been times when her in-laws bullied her and refused to give her food. Back then Li Chuang had brought her wild vegetable cakes so she would not starve. He had treated her rather kindly, and now he lay injured because of her. No matter what she could not give in again. Thinking this far, feeling the blood trickling from his forehead, Li Chuang realized that his body was swiftly calming down, and he seemed to grow stronger by the moment. At the same time, a fragment of memory surfaced that shocked him. Whoa, an old man had appeared inside his head. With an immortal's bearing crane-white hair and clear eyes, he smiled at Li Chuang. Young man, you are impressive indeed. Your bones are extraordinary. You are a highly malleable talent. You and I are fated. I shall bestow upon you the culmination of my life's cultivation, the Hahuan medical canon. I believe your life will be exceptionally brilliant. Li Chuang was astonished. This was downright fantastical. He had been reborn, and now he had a resident old grandpa in his head. Could it be that the protagonist's talent had awakened and his life was about to be completely hacked? Just hearing the name Hahuan medical canon sounded promising, quite enticing indeed. May I ask, Immortal Master, your venerable name? And how is this medical canon to be used? Young man, I have sealed myself here for 800 years. My soul force will not last much longer. While I still have some strength, let me explain it to you. I was once a barefoot doctor wandering the world. Every village and town I passed through brought me no small amount of wealth. You could say I lived quite carefreely. When I occasionally made small mistakes, no one could find me, so I never stayed in one place for more than 3 days. One day I reached the foot of Tiandang Mountain. Perhaps fate had come. I was invited up the mountain and became entangled with a local cultivation sect. The sect master of the Hahuan sect was unwell, so I extended a helping hand. By sheer accident, I awakened the Hahuan sacred physique and helped the sect master through her ordeal. For the next 100-odd years, she became my one and only. During that time, I discovered that with every long conversation we shared, both of us benefited greatly, and so we abandoned sleep and food for the sake of our discussions. Unfortunately, the Hahuan sect was not a great sect, and throughout the entire Tianxian continent, there seemed to be no truly formidable cultivators. Though I reached the peak of foundation establishment long ago, limited by my cultivation method, I never formed a golden core. My lifespan was capped at 200 years, and I could advance no further. I harbored regrets, yet there was nothing I could do. In the end, while my cultivation still remained and my last breath had not yet faded, I preserved my sacred physique and sealed all my life's comprehension into this remnant soul, leaving it for a destined successor. In this way, I too return to the world in another form. Now that I have explained everything, I shall pass my life's learning and this sacred physique to you. Young man, I look forward to your marvelous life. Li Chuang watched as the immortal master transformed into a streak of rosy light that shot straight into his sea of consciousness. With this medical canon, it really does seem like the real deal. It'll be hard not to be amazing now. Damn, so the old immortal master actually didn't know any conventional medicine at all. No traditional acupuncture, no prescription writing. Yet ever since he awakened that sacred physique, he could still heal others almost without failure. How does that work? This is worth a good, thorough study. Li Chuang felt that his strength now was at least that of 2 grown men. His entire body thrummed with inexhaustible power. After resting with his eyes closed for a long while, he suddenly snapped them open. A flash of golden light crossed his vision, and in front of him appeared a swath of snow-white skin so dazzlingly bright that from his angle most of the scenery was laid bare. Ahem. Li Chuang hurriedly coughed twice, turned his head away, and said, "What's all the shouting about, Zhang Dashan? Are you trying to bury me alive?" The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. Old Zhang's eyes bulged, his whole body resembling a toad with swollen bumps, his face filled with disbelief. His wife recoiled in terror until she backed straight up against the wall. Zhang Yangshi was the first to cry out, then her eyes lit up with delight. She quickly sat up, her 2 slender hands darting over to feel him, a soft jingling ringing from one hand. "You're awake. How do you feel? Does your head hurt? Does your body feel uncomfortable? Maybe we should hurry to town and find a doctor to take a look. You just fell off the wall. You scared me half to death. It took so much effort to carry you back into the house, but you wouldn't wake up. I thought. Her voice unconsciously broke into sobs. Looking at the woman before him, her face streaked with tears like pear blossoms in the rain, Li Chuang felt a fierce impulse to pull her into his arms and ravage her. No, to hold her gently and cherish her with all his heart. Li Chuang instinctively touched his own head. It was sticky with blood. No one would believe him if he said he was fine. Though he himself sensed nothing seriously wrong, he gave his arms a small shake, flexed his thighs a little. Everything felt normal. But at this moment he had to be injured. Li Chuang lifted his bloodstained hands before old Zhang, his voice deliberately weakening. "It's all blood. I feel a bit dizzy," he murmured, then slowly let himself topple backward. Before his head touched the mat, he felt a soft warm cushion appear right where he was about to land. Li Chuang reveled. Squinting, he swept a glance at the little bell pinched between Zhang Yangshi's left fingers. The small golden bell was exquisitely crafted, about the size of an earring. Judging by the current market, it might fetch 10 yuan or so. That was a considerable sum of money. After all, the currency in circulation now was reckoned in fun. No matter how one looked at it, he was determined to claim this bell today. They had nearly caused a fatal accident. Taking some compensation was hardly unreasonable. Old Zhang finally managed to steady himself somewhat. Standing in the doorway of the main room, where he could move about easily, he looked at Li Chuang and asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want so that this matter can be settled? You know you fell by yourself, not because we hit you with a shovel. If you keep acting like this, I..." Before he could finish his rambling defense, Li Chuang let out a loud groan, cutting him off at once. The household was utterly destitute now. He was truly afraid that Li Chuang would open his lion's mouth and demand. Li Chuang did not bother with suspense and stated his terms outright. Give me that little bell, and we'll call this matter closed. Otherwise, I swear I'll make your lives miserable. What you did amounts to plotting murder for money. If this gets reported, you'll end up eating peanuts directly. Li Chuang continued to intimidate them, presenting the worst possible outcome. Old Zhang, after hearing him, barely hesitated before urging his daughter-in-law to hand the bell over. That bell, though seemingly the most valuable item in the household, did not belong to him. No matter how they scolded or beat her, Zhang Yangshi had never surrendered it to the couple. It was likely the last remaining piece of her dowry. Since he had no use for it himself, offering it as compensation did not pain him. It was not his property anyway. Hearing this, Zhang Yangshi did not hesitate. She handed the bell directly to Li Chuang, and in her heart, felt deeply grateful. Using her own bell to compensate Li Chuang was something she willingly accepted. Li Chuang took it into his hand, thoroughly satisfied. Only after savoring the comfort of the soft cushion beneath his head for a moment longer, did he reluctantly wobble to his feet. Walking to the doorway of the main room, he glanced back at old Zhang and spoke words that shattered the calm like a thunderclap. Elder sister-in-law doesn't need to marry that leperly. 10 gene of millet was it? I'll offer 12. From now on she'll live with me. After speaking, Li Chuang grinned at Zhang Yangshi. She instantly covered her mouth, her face full of astonishment. But Xiao Chuang, you already have a wife. Li Chuang staggered, almost falling flat on the floor. Damn, he had forgotten that part. About a month ago, he had spent all the family savings to marry a young woman from town about his age, and she was apparently very beautiful. Yet less than 3 days after she married in, he began beating and kicking her without the slightest restraint. What exactly had happened back then? Right. After drinking once, he had confided to a buddy that his wife was a natural baihu, and ended up believing his friend's claim that such a woman would bring misfortune and harm her husband. Convinced she was inauspicious and destined to ruin him, he never again gave that wife a kind look. Now Li Chuang sighed deeply. He had truly been ignorant. How could he treat such a precious resource that way? Yet it seemed that his former self had gone through almost the same sequence of events as now, climbing over the wall into the courtyard and getting injured, Zhang Yangshi selling belongings to pay for treatment, squandering all his savings to marry a wife, then bullying the new bride every day. In less than half a year, the wife had thrown herself into the deep river. A few months later, heavy rains came and the river refilled to the brim. After steadying his emotions, Li Chuang suddenly realized what was different in this life. Carefully analyzing it, he concluded that this must be a kind of parallel world. Here a man could marry multiple wives as long as he had the capability and status. Everything would be perfectly lawful and proper. After all, which great figure did not keep several charming wives? Of course, those who could take multiple wives were mostly people of status or the wealthiest households for miles around. Yet Li Chuang believed that with his medical skills alone, he could surely lead his family into a life of abundance. Supporting an extra wife or two would pose no burden at all. I know, he said. Elder sister-in-law will be fine. I can support you. Just wait and look forward to living a good life with. Looking at old Zhang, he made a promise. 3 days from now, I'll bring you grain, and we'll go to town to register the household. Elder sister-in-law will move in with me then. How about it? Old Zhang immediately beamed with delight. He had never imagined the price could be raised like this and naturally agreed at once. At the same time, he said to Li Chuang, fine, 3 days it is. If you don't have the grain, then she'll still marry that leperly, and you're not allowed to interfere. Either way, old Zhang would profit 2 extra gene of millet. Even if Li Chuang failed after all this fuss, the daughter-in-law would have no temper left to complain. Zhang Yangshi watched as Li Chuang nodded solemnly at her, and even gave her a small smile. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Gazing at Li Chuang's blood-smeared face, Zhang Yangshi could hardly call him handsome at the moment, yet she inexplicably felt much more at ease. She answered with a slight nod. Turning left as he stepped out the door, Li Chuang returned to his own home. The dilapidated courtyard held only 2 rooms in the main house and 2 in the west wing, all of them mud huts. Whenever the wind blew or the rain fell, basins and buckets had to be placed beneath the leaks to catch the water. Li Chuang let out a sigh. The family's conditions were truly abysmal. This was the environment he had grown up in. Then it struck him, where was everyone? Why was no one at home? Li Chuang's parents were both alive, and while only in their 40s, still quite young. However, over a decade ago, his father had broken his leg while helping a villager build a house, leaving the family without a major breadwinner and rendering his father unable to perform many tasks. It was his mother who bustled about managing everything. But as a rural woman with little education, unable even to write, though it said women hold up half the sky, how many ordinary women could truly achieve that? Life at home grew increasingly difficult. His father was the 3rd child, and typically the youngest son is the most favored, but not in his family. The youngest was the least loved. His father had 2 younger sisters, both more cherished than he. His grandparents were also terribly biased. The eldest son's family was the most favored, and indeed, he was more capable, learning everything quickly and skillfully mastering a craft early on, starting a family and career. The second son's family was relatively honest and steady, able to work and bear burdens, leading a good life with his own family. As for his own family, it was hardly worth mentioning. Without much ability, they still had to support the grandparents. According to his mother, when she was young, the grandmother would help care for the grandchildren, putting great effort into looking after the children of the eldest and second sons. But when her own child was born, even if the baby cried pitifully beside the grandmother, she didn't lend a hand. So the third son's wife, who held up half the sky, had to tend to the crops in the fields, care for the elderly at home, and look after the young child. Truly no easy task. Li Chuang sighed again. In his past life, how had he never cared for his parents? From now in just 4 or 5 years his parents would pass away one after another. The cause was deeply sorrowful. His sister was married off to a thuggish older friend of his, coerced into the union. 3 years into the marriage, she gave birth to a son, then died of a hemorrhage during her second pregnancy. His parents, overcome with grief, followed soon after. From then on, Li Chuang was alone with no one dear to him. Later he got an opportunity, made a fortune, climbed the social ladder, and lived a life of luxury and indulgence. But often in the dead of night, he felt an immense loneliness. Finally, on a very ordinary night, a motorcycle brought him. In this life, since he had a chance to make up for regrets, even if it wasn't the same world, the people were real, and love should be real too. With his golden finger, he would by any means lead his family to a good life here. A person's life, if said to be long, it is indeed long. Birth, aging, sickness, death, all are common in the world. Travel, romance, experiencing all the beauty of the world. A person's life, if said to be short, it is indeed short. 100,000 days passing in a blur, gone before you can sigh or lament, vanishing like smoke. The biggest problem now was survival. It's often said that being born is easy, living is easy, but life is not easy. Now just staying alive was no easy feat. Li Chuang, familiar with that period of history, knew clearly how many people starved to death during that time. But was it truly because there was no food? Yes and no. The total amount of food had decreased, but more so, it was a problem of unequal distribution. In other words, if you had no money or resources, you naturally couldn't get the life-saving rations. During those years of disaster, there were plenty of people with more food than they could eat. The rich wine and meat rot while the poor freeze to death on the streets. This existed in every era. By the way, his parents had taken his wife and sister to the outskirts of the Dacheng Mountains to dig for wild vegetables. They should be back soon, as it was getting dark. Why hadn't Li Chuang gone? A little thug. If he said no, he meant no. Li Chuang was sitting at the main hall door, watching the gate, pondering his situation, when he heard voices drifting into the yard. Father, we dug so many wild vegetables today. This will last us several days. Indeed, Father knows where to find them, and how. Yes, Father is truly amazing. Before we searched around and couldn't even dig enough for one bowl. With Father leading, one is worth 3. If only. As Li Chuang saw the 4 figures open the gate and enter the yard, the conversation stopped. The delicate girl in coarse cloth, with brows like distant mountains and an oval face, quickly lowered her head. She would probably be beaten again today. She only hoped it would be light, or else she wouldn't dare make big movements when digging wild vegetables. Her back was still bruised and purple, aching terribly. Li Chuang quickly rose and went to the gate, straightening his spirits, and called out softly, almost like a murmur, "Father, Mother, Xiao Qianqian, you're back." His father, as the head of the household, was the first to respond, replying cheerfully, "Yes, Xiao Chuang, we're back. You must be hungry. He'll make dinner right away, just wait a little longer." With that, he walked inside, followed closely by the other 3. As his sister Li Qian passed him, she glanced up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. What was wrong with her brother today? He seemed to have a hint of gentleness. Probably. He hadn't yelled or snapped at her as usual, nor had he glared at his sister-in-law with a condescending look. How strange. As Zhao Xiao passed by him, Li Chuang gently reached out and took her hand. The soft touch, along with the freshly formed calluses, was clearly perceptible. Her small hand trembled violently, as if she wanted to pull away but dared not. Li Chuang's heart tightened, filled with thoughts of cherishing and loving her, and inexplicably tears welled up. He spoke softly, his voice floating by her ear, the warm breath brushing against her small ear. "Xiao, don't be afraid. I won't hit you anymore. I was wrong before. Can you forgive me?" The oval-faced girl before Li Chuang slowly raised her head. A mist gathered in her eyes, the reddened corners revealing her turbulent emotions. Her once lively eyes flickered with light in the darkness, but then she quickly lowered her head again. Zhao Xiao feared this was a dream from which she would suddenly wake, so she chose not to indulge. No hope meant no disappointment. How many times had he beaten her mercilessly, then apologized, and she forgave him only for it to happen again? He hit her when drunk, hit her after a few words in normal conversation. In short, the man was impossible. This time, who knew what had set him off? Whatever, let it be. Perhaps this was her fate, Zhao Xiao's. Li Chuang knew his sudden change would be hard to accept, but that was fine. There was still time, and he believed his actions would give his family confidence. He released her hand, the corners of his mouth lifting. "Go on, get busy." With that, he turned and walked back to the main hall. The house of Li Laosan's family was at the easternmost end of the village. Originally, there was no homestead. The old couple hadn't left any for the third son, dividing everything between the eldest and second. So out of necessity for marriage, the family had negotiated with the village to build these 2 rooms at the far east. In the main hall, the east room was for Li Chuang, while the west room was reserved for the old couple, who rotated care among the 3 families 3 months at a time. In the west room, the north side was for his parents and the south side for his sister. Li Chuang took out the small golden bell and examined it closely. Though small, its ability to bear the sealing of a legacy indicated it was far from ordinary, not as simple as it seemed on the surface. That was why Li Chuang was determined to obtain it. The vast amount of information in his mind, including cultivation methods, the medical experience he had gained outright, and the cultivation techniques, had yet to be properly organized and utilized. His strength had doubled out of nowhere, which should be due to the activation of the sacred body. According to that immortal master, with the sacred body, cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. It had taken him a full month to enter the sect, and only then did he awaken the sacred body. After that, he advanced as swiftly as a rocket, reaching the peak of qi refinement in less than a year. That speed was absolutely explosive. Li Chuang, well-versed in the cultivation systems of web novels, knew that in the qi refinement stage for those with mediocre spiritual roots, it was not uncommon for each level to take 3 to 5 months. Some even spent decades unable to surpass the third layer. Yet that immortal master had managed to reach the foundation establishment stage in just a year, which was indeed formidable. Wouldn't he who had a head start be even more impressive? After studying for a while, without finding any clue, Li Chuang simply put it away, pocketing it for later reference at any time. From outside came his mother's voice calling him to dinner. Li Chuang walked out of the main room into the courtyard. On this early summer night, a breeze swept through the yard, bringing a sense of comfort. In the yard, 5 people were seated around an octagonal table on which lay only a plate of wild vegetables and a bowl of corn porridge for each. Scanning around, Li Chuang noticed that his bowl had a thicker porridge while the others were almost as thin as water with only a thin layer of solids on top. Seeing Li Chuang sit down quietly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but none made a move. Li Chuang knew they were waiting for him to start eating. Without a word, he picked up his chopsticks and began. He finished his bowl quickly, taking a few bites of the wild vegetables, which were bland and tasteless, likely without salt, let alone oil. "I'm done. Take your time," Li Chuang said, setting down his chopsticks before rising and returning to the main room. The others holding their chopsticks and bowls exchanged bewildered glances. Li Chuang was acting far too unusual today. No outbursts, no arguments. He had simply finished his meal quietly. Zhao Xiao's heart pounded uneasily. Could it be that he had truly changed, become better, and stopped hitting people? But the thought of sharing a room with him still made her fearful, though she showed no outward sign. After everyone finished eating, she helped Qianqian clean up before hesitantly shuffling back to the main room. She lifted the curtain to the eastern chamber and saw Li Chuang sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed's straw mat, eyes tightly shut, with his index fingers touching each other placed before his abdomen. Looking at his handsome face, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a high nose bridge, he was indescribably good-looking. When she had married him, a major factor was Li Chuang's striking appearance. Thus, ignoring her brother's objections, she had resolutely agreed to the marriage. But who would have thought that within 3 days of the honeymoon, everything would change? It had become a living hell, with daily abuse and beatings, making it hard to endure any longer. Her sister, a year younger, with whom she shared everything, was enraged upon hearing of her plight. She then told her brother Xiao to. A few days ago, her brother had charged over and beaten Li Chuang, warning that if he heard of Xiao being hit again, he wouldn't be lenient. But that only brought 1 day of peace, after which the abuse worsened, and she was beaten even more severely. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiao's heart ached. Back then, so many had pursued her, and Li Chuang's family had offered only 5 jin of millet and a pound of eggs, while others offered twice as much. Yet she had refused them all. But her family had ultimately respected her wishes and agreed to Li Chuang's proposal. With a sigh, she looked up and saw that Li Chuang had opened his eyes at some point. He was now quietly gazing at her with an expression she couldn't decipher. Was it pity? Just as Zhao Xiao was lost in thought, hiss. Her arm touched a sore spot on her back, and she let out a sound of pain. Li Chuang moved gently, as if handling a precious jewel. He helped Xiao sit on the edge of the bed, her face now flushed crimson, even her ears glowing red. "Chuang, brother Chuang, what are you doing? Don't speak. They'll help you heal." Li Chuang looked at the skin before him, covered in patches of purple and blue, some even black and blue, a testament to the severity of the blows. It was clear this wasn't the result of a single day. Li Chuang silently cursed himself for being such a wretch, treating his own wife so cruelly. With only that thin layer of clothing, Li Chuang had no lecherous thoughts. He had just attempted to cultivate here, and to his surprise broke through to the initiation stage within minutes. He suddenly felt an ethereal force in the world, drawing them together and orchestrating encounters and farewells. Through breathing, he absorbed some indescribable substance from the heavens and earth into his dantian, which then dispersed to his limbs and bones, flowing into his blood vessels. A surge of power blossomed forth. Li Chuang carefully guided this energy through his body. After 1 cycle, then 2, the energy expanded into a thread-like stream of power. This must be what the immortal master called true qi. Now, as the true qi coursed through him after another cycle, Li Chuang noticed it seemed to expand slightly. This was cultivation, wasn't it? When the true qi grew thick and strong enough, it would be time to break through to the next stage. So cultivation was about refining true qi, quantitative change leading to qualitative change, sharpening the senses and granting the strength to move mountains. And for a cultivator with medical knowledge, healing minor injuries and ailments was effortless. Simply channeling true qi to the affected area would bring swift recovery. Thus, Li Chuang, drawing on his newfound authority, had Zhao Xiao sit calmly on the wooden bed while he focused on guiding true qi for healing from behind. As the therapeutic effect of the true qi manifested, the originally black and blue patches on her back gradually turned purple, then blue, finally restoring the skin's fair original color. After about 3 minutes of this process, her entire back became flawless as white jade. In modern parlance, such a beautiful back would be a shame not to give a cupping treatment. Li Chuang grinned at his handiwork. Zhao Xiao, unaware of what was happening, only felt a cool sensation on her back, as refreshing as eating a large slice of ice-cold watermelon in summer, utterly comfortable with no pain at all. She only snapped back to reality when Li Chuang's voice sounded in her ear again. "My body really doesn't hurt at all anymore. Brother Chuang, your medical skills are amazing." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's, stirring an itch in Li Chuang's heart. Cursing himself again, inwardly Li Chuang worked diligently speeding up the treatment. Half an hour passed before he finished everything. Phew. Li Chuang let out a long-held breath, slowly exhaling as he looked at Zhao Xiao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He whispered softly to himself, "Now you should believe me, right? From now on I will treat you well, I swear." It was both a promise and a sweet shackle he placed upon himself. With a smile, Li Chuang lay down beside Zhao Xiao, pulling a thin blanket over them. A night of peaceful sleep. As the first rays of dawn emerged from the east, a beautiful girl who had just been smiling sweetly in her sleep abruptly sat up and swiftly grabbed the coarse cloth garments nearby, preparing to slip them on. The man beside her, observing her actions, gazed at her with eyes full of tenderness. His hand involuntarily reached out to caress her face gently. "Don't be afraid, Xiao. From now on you can sleep as late as you wish, waking naturally. I've told you I will never strike you again. They'll treat you well, giving you the best of everything. Trust me, all right." Zhao Xiao slowly lowered the clothes in her hands, covering her tear-streaked eyes, with both palms sobbing uncontrollably. Only when she rested her head against his warm chest did she finally feel a sense of peace. She hadn't expected this day to arrive so suddenly. Good fortune had crept in without a whisper. After a moment of tender intimacy, Zhao Xiao, her spirits lifted, headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. No matter how much grain the household had, whether plentiful or scarce, they always cooked 3 meals a day. It was a tradition in the Li family, and Xiao had long grown accustomed to it. Before long, the family of 5 gathered in the courtyard, finishing their breakfast under the rising sun before each went about their tasks. Of course, Li Chuang was an exception. Despite his change in attitude, no one bothered to ask about his plans for the day. After all, most of the time, he would go off on his own wild escapades. On good days, everything was calm. But when things turned sour, chaos would erupt, and the family would have to deal with all sorts of troubles. There was little farm work to be done in the village now, and most people could barely get enough to eat, and conserving energy meant prolonging life. So many villagers stayed idle at home, while some gathered under the old locust tree at the village entrance gossiping. A few ventured to the outskirts of the Dacheng Mountains in search of edible resources. Only a rare handful considered seeking opportunities beyond heading to the town to try their luck. These were usually former contractors or skilled craftsmen with confidence in their abilities. In this barren environment, every household had to fend for itself, each using its own ingenuity. Li Chuang had a primary school education, having graduated from the 6th grade, so he could read quite a few characters. A decent level for the era, as many hadn't even finished primary school. Today he was one of those heading to the town with no means of transport other than his own 2 legs. From Lijia village to Zhaozhuang town, at Li Chuang's current walking pace it took about an hour. An ordinary person would need an hour and a half to 2 hours. A town typically served all the surrounding villages, and Zhaozhuang town covered over a dozen villages, each with its own unique circumstances. Some, like Lijia village nestled against the Dacheng Mountains, had access to resources and would occasionally gather mountain goods to sell for daily necessities. Others relied solely on farming, and those dependent on the whims of weather had suffered the most, reaching the brink of starvation. There were also villages sustained by specialized industries. For instance, Zhangji, about 2 kilometers southwest of Lijia village, survived by weaving bamboo products. Another unique village, Liuji, operated fish ponds. Though the severe drought had drastically reduced their output, they still managed to scrape by. Li Chuang trudged step by step into the town, observing the bustling crowds. It hardly seemed like a year of great drought. Truly, human joys and sorrows are not shared. Following his memory, Li Chuang found the town's only traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. In normal years, many people came here to sell various mountain herbs, so the store stock was quite substantial. Before leaving home, Li Chuang had taken his last 6 cents. There might be some money left at home with his mother, probably just a few dimes, not much. Even if he brought it all, it wouldn't make a difference, so he figured he'd better find his own way to solve the problem. Millet was currently priced at about 15 cents per caddy. He had promised Zhang Dashan 12 caddies of millet, which would cost 1 yuan and 80 cents. There was hardly any food left at home. The cornmeal would last at most another week before running out completely, so he needed to replenish that as well. Fingering the 6 cents in his pocket, Li Chuang pondered for a long moment before stepping into the pharmacy. Although he could directly use his qi to heal people, that approach was inefficient and would severely undermine his credibility. After all, who would trust a stranger who claimed to cure ailments with bare hands and no tools? According to the medical texts given by the immortal master, using relatively mild Chinese herbs to make pills infused with qi would enhance their efficacy and produce rapid results. Thus, Li Chuang spent all his money on 4 ingredients: Poria cocos, licorice polygonatum, and goji berries. He had the shop assistant pack them, estimating that under normal preparation, this would yield 10 to 16 pills. In truth, the herbs served as a supplement. The real power came from the healing effect of qi, but the two complemented each other. This allowed him to make 2 types of pills, one for strengthening the spleen and promoting health, curing all minor ailments. The other was a specialized enhancement formula for men with no side effects. Li Chuang was confident that anyone who tried. After purchasing the items, Li Chuang wandered around, seeing many things he wanted to buy. But alas, his funds were limited. With empty hands, how could he win true affection? Fortunately, I don't need that for now, because I have sincerity and true feelings. So he decisively turned around and headed back the way he came. But just as he was about to leave the town, he saw a carriage speeding toward him, driven by a woman. Her ponytail flew freely in the wind, with a strand of hair stuck to her left forehead, nearly covering her eye. Her face was etched with anxiety as she repeatedly shouted, "Giddy up, giddy up." Li Chuang was puzzled. In these times few households owned livestock. Having an ox in a village was considered remarkable. As for carriages, even in town there were only a few. Judging by the carriage's elegance and the horse's robust beauty, this was certainly not from Zhaozhuang town. Driving with such urgency likely meant they were facing a serious problem, one that he might just be able to solve. So Li Chuang stopped and waited for the carriage to approach. As it slowed down, he raised one hand and waved it gently. A tall, upright man standing out in the crowd waving was naturally conspicuous. Though the woman's anxious expression didn't fade, she met Li Chuang's gaze and asked, "Comrade, is there something you need by waving?" Li Chuang glanced at the woman. She was lively and youthful, around 20 years old, the same age as him. Her figure was striking, dressed in fashionable clothes that clearly cost a fortune. Her upper body was curvaceous with an estimated cup, her eyes and brows were gentle and pleasing, and her speech was unhurried, soothing to the ear. "I saw you driving so fast, comrade, so you must be dealing with an urgent matter. I happen to know some medical skills and can lend a hand. May I ask what trouble you're facing? Sis, are we there yet? Have you found the hospital? It hurts so much. Ouch, ouch. Sis, I'm so cold." Before Li Chuang could finish, a little boy's voice came from inside the carriage, his distress palpable. The girl quickly sized up Li Chuang. To her, he was just an ordinary peasant with a slightly better appearance, holding clearly labeled Chinese medicine wrappers. Nothing special. He certainly didn't look like a doctor. A Western doctor wouldn't carry Chinese herbs, and a traditional Chinese physician couldn't be so young. She smiled gently and politely declined. "My brother has severe stomach pain. I'm sorry, but I need to get him to the hospital quickly. Excuse me." With that, she silently urged the horse a little faster, heading north toward the hospital. Li Chuang murmured to himself, "The voice lacks vitality. Likely a stomach issue. He's shivering all over, probably running a fever. It could be a chain reaction from spoiled food, or more likely acute appendicitis. If it's the latter, the town clinic won't be able to handle it." With that, he raised his voice toward the carriage. "Comrade, I'll wait here for a while. If the town hospital can't solve it, you can find me again. I told you I can help." Hearing no reply, Li Chuang wasn't in a hurry and began to stroll nearby. In less than 10 minutes, a breathless girl appeared before him. The same woman who had been driving the carriage. She was now panting heavily with her hands on her slender waist, having run directly from the hospital, since the carriage wouldn't have been much faster on this road. You said you can cure him. Is that true?" She gasped out the words, her eyes full of desperate hope as she awaited his answer. Without keeping her in suspense, Li Chuang quickly replied, "Of course. About the illness, I guess it started not long ago, accompanied by a high fever and possibly vomiting. Am I right?" Yes, exactly right. Let's go, hurry." The girl gained confidence, hearing him hit every point. She grabbed his free left hand and led the way through the crowd toward the hospital. Feeling her soft, boneless hand in his, Li Chuang couldn't help but enjoy the sensation. Unlike Zhang Yanshi next door, who had been married for years and done much labor, here her hands were calloused and long lost their youthful softness. And Zhao Xiao, married only a month ago, had just begun to develop rough skin. But even she, being a town girl, couldn't compare to the pampered young lady he was now holding hands with. As they ran, Li Chuang gently squeezed back. Only when they neared the hospital did the girl blush and pull her hand away. Seeing his gesture, she was at a loss for what to do. Thankfully, Li Chuang didn't press further and asked, "Which room?" Oh, emergency room too. Follow me." With the girl leading again, they soon found a plain room with a hospital bed. A 7 or 8-year-old boy lay there, frowning and gritting his teeth, clearly enduring great pain. The room was crowded. A nurse stood by the door, and 2 middle-aged men inside exuded a far stronger presence than the town hospital. Essentially a small clinic, had its director attending nearby, bowing and speaking. Several young doctors also stood by the bed. After briefly observing, Li Chuang silently circulated his true qi, channeling it to his eyes to activate the qi viewing art, the core technique of the medical canon. It allowed him to diagnose conditions by observing the patient's aura. This ability was only possible after reaching the initial stage of cultivation and having true qi to assist him. A normal person's aura has 4 colors: red, orange, yellow, and green. Red indicates a major problem, often fatal. Orange suggests a serious condition. Yellow means illness or discomfort, while green signifies normal health. Different body parts may show different colors, but they never exceed these 4. Li Chuang looked at the boy's abdomen. Most of his body glowed yellow, but the lower right area was darker with patches of red, exactly where the appendix lay. The answer was obvious: acute appendicitis. The town hospital could only handle minor ailments like headaches and fevers. Surgeries required a trip to the county hospital, as they lacked the necessary equipment. With the diagnosis confirmed, Li Chuang relaxed. In the immortal master's experience, such problems were easy to solve, and his current true qi was sufficient. Only then did he tune into the conversation around him. The square-faced middle-aged man shook his head with a pained expression, while the clinic director seized the opportunity to make a request. "Deanwei, look at our town's population. This is the 7th patient this month with the same condition. 2 had chronic appendicitis and made it to the county hospital, but acute cases like this never have time. Could you help us apply for more resources?" "Yes, Deanwei, solving this would be a great benefit to the people. A virtuous deed that brings good karma." A doctor around 26 years old chimed in. The girl told Li Chuang this was Zhao Duotai, the emergency room physician who had diagnosed her brother. Zhao Duokai turned and saw the girl, his expression shifting to one of impatience. "Hurry up and take your brother out. We need this bed for other patients." He gestured for the others to start moving the boy, ignoring the child, gritting his teeth in pain on the bed. Li Chuang finally understood the situation. The town clinic was using the opportunity to demand more equipment, and when faced with incurable cases, they quickly kicked them out to avoid deaths tarnishing their reputation. From their perspective, this approach was understandable, but now that he was involved with this patient, it was unacceptable. A sudden voice interrupted the men's actions. Wait, the boy's condition isn't that severe. He can still be saved. You can't move him out. Li Chuang pushed through the crowd to the bedside. He stared at Dean Wei and spoke earnestly. Dean Wei was surprised by the young man before him, but his calm demeanor and steady presence made him seem extraordinary, stirring an inexplicable desire to befriend him. Still, he needed to gauge the youth's abilities first. Oh, do you have a solution? Despite his doubts, a flicker of hope emerged as he awaited Li Chuang's answer. Hey, who are you? Who let you in? Stop causing trouble and get out. Zhao Duokai was displeased, eager to expel this intruder before a death brought more trouble to the clinic, a task the director had tacitly assigned him. I said this child can still be saved. I can cure him. Hi you. Zhao Duokai sneered, seeing his superiors didn't stop him, and grew bolder. How old are you? What can you do? He glanced at the pretty girl behind Li Chuang and raised his voice several notches, trying to play the hero in front of a girl. Do you have what it takes? Li Chuang calmly watched the man gesticulating and shouting, thinking this was a perfect chance to showcase his medical skills and build his reputation. After all, relying on word of mouth one case at a time wouldn't bring him such good fortune. How about a bet? Do you dare? If I cure this boy, from now on, whenever you see me, you'll bow and say I'm sorry, Dr. Li. You are a living bodhisattva who saves lives. Deal. Zhao Duokai snorted, and seeing no reaction from his superiors, boldly replied, why not? If you fail, you'll kneel and kowtow to me, and every time you see me, you'll say I'm sorry, Uncle Zhao, I was wrong. DLA. A few bystanders chimed in, chanting, Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao? Haha. A crowd had gathered outside, drawn by the commotion, and couldn't resist peeking in. I heard some young fellow inside is betting he can cure a serious illness. Even the leaders are here. Let's go see. Yeah, I heard it too. Even the county big shot said it's hopeless. Isn't this just setting him up? Why do you care? Has your daughter's fever broken yet? Go home and look after her instead of gawking here. The man shooed away the woman, but squeezed into the vacated spot himself. The boy on the bed thought bitterly, if I had the strength to speak, you bunch of bastards, I'd curse you for 7 days. I'm in agony here, and you're arguing right in front of me, even saying I'm beyond saving. Have you no consideration for the patient's feelings? Sensing the atmosphere had been properly set, Li Chuan knew he had to treat the boy on the bed quickly, lest he truly be finished. All of you leave now. I'm about to begin treatment. At most half an hour, I'll call you in when I'm done. Li Chuan gestured outward with his hand, guiding them. No, I can't leave, Zhao Duokai said, and the others halted, as well curious to see what this young man would do. If you stay and watch and the treatment fails, it'll be your fault for disturbing me. Are you sure? Li Chuan challenged them. Dean Wei coughed and declared, everyone out. Don't interfere with the treatment. We'll check the results in half an hour. He led the way out of the emergency room into the corridor. A perceptive doctor brought chairs for the leaders, and the crowd gathered outside the door. Now only Li Chuan and the boy. Li Chuan quickly entered a focused state. He took some poria and licorice, refined them with true qi into a pill, and placed it into the boy's mouth. Then he channeled his true qi into the index finger of his right hand, moving it to the appendix area. As the true qi was gradually infused and adjusted, the disease cells continuously decayed. Soon the redness faded. After about 10 minutes, most of the body had turned green, with only a bit of yellow remaining in the abdomen. With the pill's medicinal power gradually releasing, the remaining ailment could be completely resolved. Li Chuan then see this treatment was quite exhausting. It required complete immersion of mind and body to channel the true qi, focusing it on a single point to apply the skill, far more troublesome than treating widespread injuries the previous night. The boy had stopped moaning 5 minutes earlier, his abdominal pain subsiding. For the remaining time, he watched intently as the older brother treated him. His eyes sparkled as he let out soft, amazed exclamations. How miraculous! Was this legendary kung fu? How else could a single finger cure his illness? Li Chuan didn't have time to observe the boy's expression until near the end. He glanced at him, then raised a finger to his lips in a gentle, shushing gesture. Don't tell anyone how I cured you, or your stomach will hurt like today again. Got it? Li Chuan spoke to him with a mysterious air. The boy clamped both hands over his mouth, then shifted them slightly to ask cautiously, can't I even tell my sister? No, you can't. Otherwise, you know there's a mark inside you. If it hears your words, it'll erupt, making you suffer even more than today. The boy covered his mouth again, nodding solemnly. Li Chuan walked to the door and opened it. The girl stood closest. He tilted his head slightly, signaling she could enter. She took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, then rushed into the ward. Seeing her brother safe and his complexion restored, she cried out in excitement. Don't get so worked up. Your brother is fine, now don't startle him with your shouting. Li Chuan reminded her calmly from the side. Dean Wei, hearing the commotion, led the group in. Seeing the boy's rosy complexion on the bed, they were all amazed. Zhao Duokai shouted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This isn't a cure, it's a final rally. Hurry. His colleagues exchanged glances, but they remained neutral, uninvolved in the bet. Li Chuan smiled slightly, saying nothing. Facts speak louder than words. Since he had won the bet, would be honored, especially with the dean present. Dean Wei stepped forward excitedly, extending his hand to gently hold the boy's. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Though the boy appeared fine, the dean habitually inquired, while signaling a doctor to examine him. Zhao Duotsai, though indignant, conducted a thorough examination under the dean's direction. The results shocked him. Acute appendicitis without timely surgery had a 99% mortality rate. Yet without any equipment one man had cured the patient in under half an hour. It was utterly astonishing. Upon learning the results, Dean Wei gazed at Li Chuan with shining eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. Young man, your skill is remarkable. Are you interested in joining our county's first hospital? The compensation will be generous. Such a talented young man under his command could bring significant change, so he extended an olive branch. Li Chuan realized Dean Wei was the head of the county's best hospital. Honestly, he was tempted. A position at a major hospital offered both status and income, elevating him from a peasant to the upper middle class. But he had just returned and still had family matters to handle. Moreover, with his abilities, such opportunities would always be within reach. So he politely declined. I'm not planning to for now. Thank you for the invitation, Dean Wei. Perhaps another time. He cast a subtle glance at Zhao Duotsai, who with a grim expression reluctantly fulfilled his promise and walked out of the emergency room as if resolved. Ha, well, young and accomplished. Here is my card. If you need anything in the county, come find me. Generally, there's nothing I Wei Laoching can't handle here. Seeing Li Chuan take the card, Dean Wei led the group away. Only the siblings and Li Chuan remained. Now shall we discuss? Having handled the social niceties, Li Chuan turned to the girl. Everyone loves a pretty girl, but when doing a good deed, one shouldn't miss out on the due reward. The girl turned to face Li Chuan and introduced herself earnestly. Comrade, thank you so much. I'm Jiang Shiran, and this is my brother Jiang Shirtu. Hey, I'm not Jiang Shirtu. I'm Jiang Shirtao. The boy protested loudly from the bed. Though no longer in danger, he had been seriously ill and was still weak, unable to get up. But his vitality was mostly restored, evident from his spirited objection. Don't call me comrade either. I'm Li Chuan. You can call me Brother Chuan. Li Chuan introduced himself without any formality. Brother Chuan, we're passing through on our way to our grandfather's house in Ningqing, the next city over. We've already traveled through 3 cities, so we're almost out of money. Could you possibly? Jiang Shiran chose her words carefully, embarrassed. A young lady from the capital driving to her grandfather's in the early summer now found herself short of funds. Facing her brother's savior, she felt a mix of emotions, deeply awkward. Li Chuan's heart sank. After all his effort, the big client was telling him she had no money. His mood was a chaotic mess. Well, he was about to say forget it, just a good deed, but before he could finish, little Shirtao chimed in. Sis, how about we keep just 5 yuan and give him the rest? We'll be in Ning City by tomorrow anyway. Zhang Xiren's face was full of reluctance as she reached into her inner pocket, slowly pulling out the money. Li Chuan heard what Shirtu said about keeping 5 yuan and thought, how much could that leave for him? 1 yuan perhaps. He sighed inwardly, realizing he hadn't found a fat sheep after all, and abandoned any further expectations. No hope meant no disappointment. Whatever they gave he would accept. Finally, Jiang Shiran placed the money into Li Chuan's outstretched palm and murmured, I'm really sorry, this is all we have. He'll make it up to you next time I'm back. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through Li Chuan's mind, for the stack of money in his hand had a 10 yuan note on top, with mostly 1 yuan bills beneath, totaling a scattered 23 yuan. Li Chuan swallowed quietly. Though he had possessed millions in his past life, handling far more money, now he was back in time. His family didn't have a single whole 1 yuan bill, yet this sudden windfall felt like the start of a fortune. Li Chuan looked at the siblings, who showed no awareness of their wealth. It was hard to imagine how much money they had brought from home. This is enough. Helping you means we're fated to meet, and fate can't be measured by money. So don't mention making it up. If you pass by here or need help, just come to Li Village and ask for Brother Chuang. Jiang Shiran and Shirtu carefully studied Li Chuang's face, finding no displeasure, and gradually relaxed. Jiang Shiran couldn't help stealing another glance. He was surprisingly handsome indeed, far better than those childhood friends around her. He was a true hunk. Thinking they were on a trip and remembering Li Chuang was on foot, without transport, Jiang Shiran spoke. Brother Chuang, let us take you home later. That way we'll know where to find you next time. Little Shirtu had recovered and stepped down from the hospital bed, chiming in. Yeah, let's go together. Li Chuang thought for a moment and agreed. I need to buy some things first, so wait for me a bit. They had no objections. It was around 10 in the morning, and they were at the border of 2 cities. At most it would take 7 or 8 hours to reach their grandfather's home. Since it was summer and dark fell late, even stopping for lunch would leave plenty of time. They had no objections. It was around 10 in the morning, and they were at the border of 2 cities. At most it would take 7. It's him. He cured a serious illness. He's amazing. Your girl still has a fever, hurry over. Old Zhao, I saw it just now. Even the county bigwigs couldn't solve it, but that young man did. Your chronic back problem can definitely be fixed too. Hurry up and find him. Li Chuang watched the approaching crowd, surprised at how fast the news had spread. But he had been out for a long time, and using his true chi had tired him. He raised his voice. Neighbors and elders, I've used up all my pills for today and can't treat anyone else. He'll return around 8 tomorrow morning and see 3 families. Bring money, fees depend on the illness. With that he stepped onto the carriage. Fees? What fees? My wife is in her 70s. Don't you know respect for the elderly? He'll come tomorrow, and if you don't treat her, he'll make a scene. Young man, you're so tactless. An old woman shouted from behind, but Li Chuang could no longer hear her. At several shops in town, Li Chuang didn't hold back. He bought 20 jin of millet for 3 yuan, splitting it into 2 bags, one of 8 jin and one of 12. He purchased 20 jin of cornmeal for 6 yuan. White flour was more expensive at 18 yuan per jin, so he bought 10 jin costing 8 yuan. Then some meat, beef at 47 yuan per jin, lamb at 43, and pork at 69. Pork was pricier than beef. For protein, beef was best. He bought 10 jin for 4, 7 yuan, and some pork too, to render lard for cooking. 5 jin cost another 3, 45 yuan, totaling 15, 55 yuan spent. He bought some seasonings, losing another 3 yuan. Of his 23 yuan, only 4, 45 yuan remained. Li Chuang sighed. Money really didn't last. The carriage soon piled high with bags and bundles, and the three set off for Li village. Li Chuang and Jiang Shiran sat side by side in the driver's seat, the breeze carrying the faint scent of the girl. Li Chuang occasionally pointed the way, but mostly savored the moment. Her ponytail swayed gently in the warm afternoon light. The bumpy road caused them to brush against each other now and then, but in silent agreement neither spoke. When their eyes met, Jiang Shiran quickly looked away toward the road, a blush spreading across her cheeks. As they entered the village and passed the old locust tree, the gossipers were already deep in chatter. Hey, look, isn't that old third son Chuang? How's he riding in a carriage? Uncle, you must be mistaken. When did Chuang ever afford a carriage? He's always loafing around. It'd be a miracle if he wasn't being ridden himself. Ha, any second is right. But I'm sure it's Chuang. Look, the carriage is heading east. Li Chuang, once known as a near-dowel, didn't expect a good reputation in the village. He just wanted to take care of his own family. What use was a good name if you couldn't even survive? We're here. It's the easternmost courtyard. Li Chuang told Jiang Shiran to slow down, and just before reaching the gate, he leaped off, landing steadily on his feet. The gate was open. Li Chuang entered and saw smoke rising from the kitchen. Peeking in, he found Zhao Xiao and his sister busy. Without a word, he invited Jiang Shiran and Shirtu into the yard, offering them wooden stools. He unloaded the purchases, placing the food directly in the kitchen. Zhao Xiao was stunned at the sight of so much grain, and Li Qian was also speechless. Brother, where did all this come from? How can we have so much flour? What's this? I've never tasted it. She picked up a piece of spice. Wow, so much meat. Beef, pork. Brother, did you strike it rich? Without waiting for Li Chuang's reply, she kept asking questions in rapid succession. This morning her sister-in-law told her that her brother was now very kind to her, that he hadn't beaten her yesterday and had been gentle. Thus Li Qian also felt that her brother had indeed improved, and she gained some courage. Moreover, in just half a day the sudden abundance of food in the house was astonishing. Li Chuang coughed a couple of times, drawing the attention of Zhao Xiao and Li Qian, who then noticed two people in the courtyard, both wearing gentle smiles as they looked at them. Especially Li Qian, whose loud exclamations were particularly endearing. This is my wife Zhao Xiao and my sister Li Qian. These are Jiang Shiran and her younger brother Shirtu. Upon hearing his introduction, a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment passed through Jiang Xiran's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. She greeted them warmly. Hello. Thanks to Brother Chuang's help, Shitta's life was saved. That's why we came along to see where you live. Li Qian was very surprised. Her sharp, intelligent eyes darted back and forth between her brother and the two guests, as if judging the credibility of Jiang Xiran's words. It was nothing. All right, you all take a rest. They'll go help with the cooking. Stay for lunch before you leave, Li Chuang said before taking Zhao Xiao into the kitchen. Xiao, suddenly seeing a young woman in her home with a completely different style of dress and temperament, felt a twinge of unease, though she couldn't quite articulate why, and was led back to the kitchen by Li Chuang. He took out the pork, cut off a large portion of the fatty part, and had Xiao blanch it first. Then he rendered the fat, storing the oil in a special basin for later use. Next he took out the beef and paired it with some foraged wild greens to make a large plate of stir-fried wild greens with beef. The aroma was an irresistible temptation for Li Qian and Zhao Xiao, who hadn't seen any grease for months. The soup he made this time, following Li Chuang's instructions, was a simple white flour soup. In essence, it was just noodle soup. Boil water, mix flour, and add it, then bring to a boil again. He also used the pork and wild greens to make a pot of pan-fried dough cakes, adding seasonings, as if they cost nothing. When the dishes were finished, the fragrance filled the air. His parents, who had just returned, found it hard to move past the door, repeatedly checking the yard and the carriage parked at the front gate to make sure they hadn't come to the wrong place. Father, mother, you're back, just in time. Time to eat. Under the shade of the jujube tree in the courtyard, an 8 immortals table was set with 7 people sitting around it, filling it completely. After another round of introductions, Li Chuang distributed the flatbreads and took the lead with his chopsticks. Come on, dig in. Don't be polite. He gestured for everyone to start and began eating himself. The beef is still a bit undersalted. Not salty enough, and the stir-fry time was too short, making it a bit too tender. He'll need to pay more attention next time, Li Chuang muttered to himself. Sis, try this wild greens and beef. It's delicious. Much better than what we've eaten these past few days. Brother Chuang, you're amazing. You're a great cook too. Little Shirtu expressed his thoughts without reservation, immediately earning nods of agreement from everyone around. Indeed, it was too delicious. The flatbreads, the meat dishes, they couldn't stop eating. I wonder how much money he spent. He probably dug up all the family savings. Well, it's better for us to eat it ourselves than to lose it to someone else vanishing without a trace. After some thought, the mother sighed inwardly. She figured that Li Chuang must have taken all the money she had hidden away to buy the... Everyone ate their fill, and no one was dissatisfied. Li Chuang noticed his mother seemed to want to say something several times, but held back. However, with outsiders still present, he decided to wait until the family was alone to have a proper talk. With a reluctant look in little Shitta's eyes, Li Chuang watched the siblings drive their carriage away, gradually disappearing from sight as they left Lijia village and continued southwest toward Ning City. Everyone returned to the yard. Li Chuang recounted the day's events to his family. When he finished the whole story, the courtyard fell into dead silence. Hey, that's how it is. I'm keeping this money for a purpose, so I want hand it over to mother for now. I've set aside a portion of the millet in the kitchen, don't touch that. The rest is for eating. Only after Li Chuang finished speaking did the others react. You say you saved that little boy and they gave you 23 yuan, the mother asked, swallowing hard, her voice filled with doubt. Yes. You say the county hospital's leaders couldn't save him, but you could. That's right. You say you'll treat other people in the future and make money. Yes, mother. I should also be able to cure father's leg. Let's go to the room now for the treatment. The mother was overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Because of father's lame leg, the family had been living beyond their means. With such good skills, he could now only follow others into the mountains to dig for wild greens, or at best join work crews for odd jobs earning just a few cents a day. Life was bleak and hopeless. But unexpectedly, her son had made something of himself. He was no longer a good for nothing taking things from home. He was more accomplished than most capable villagers, even surpassing the county's leaders. It was a feeling of pride and honor. Her son had finally become someone they could rely on. Life suddenly held promise. Oh good. Old man, let's go inside. Father was taciturn and said nothing, but naturally he let mother help him back to the western room. Zhao Xiao, however, adapted the quickest. She took her sister-in-law to clean up the dishes and put away the purchased items. After all, she was the first to witness Li Chuang's miraculous abilities. With just a few rubs, her own pain had vanished. So treating and saving lives today shouldn't be too hard, and now treating her father-in-law would surely be no problem. She had blind faith in Li Chuang. Li Chuang hadn't yet told his family that he planned to bring over the neighbor's sister-in-law. He decided to wait a day, talk it over with Xiao first, and then bring it up. Li Chuang first took out the medicinal herbs, refined them into a pill, and fed it to his father. Then, channeling his true qi, he looked at the broken leg. The fractured area was orange with yellowish hues around it, and the lungs were also somewhat yellow. But for Li Chuang, this was a minor issue. He concentrated his true qi for a meticulous treatment. Healing an old injury was still quite laborious. The color changed very slowly. After a full hour, the broken leg finally turned a light yellow. With the nourishment of the medicinal true qi, the lungs had turned a healthy green. He was confident that with one more pill, his father's leg ailment would be completely cured. Father, you can try walking now, Li Chuang said encouragingly, watching his eager father after finishing his technique. Seeing his father carefully set both feet on the ground and practice walking like a toddler learning to take his first steps, Li Chuang felt a complex mix of emotions. It's okay. I was ignorant and didn't properly honor my parents before. That won't happen again. I will surely give them a... After 2 consecutive treatments, Li Chuang was somewhat fatigued, so he curled up in his room and slept for a while. Waking up around 3 in the afternoon, he sat cross-legged to cultivate. After 3 cycles of qi circulation, he took out the small golden bell again. Having now acquired true qi, he hadn't tested it yet. As soon as he infused a stream of true qi into it, he gasped in surprise. What a treasure! This is a spatial storage device. This is fantastic. Li Chuang carefully probed the bell's inner world with his true qi. It was empty inside with nothing, but the space was enormous. As vast as 100 football fields. Li Chuang picked up a discarded old book. With a thought, it vanished into the golden bell resting flat in a corner. With another mental command, the book materialized in his hand again. With this, things would be much more convenient. As long as he had money, he could stock up on food in large quantities without worrying about spoilage, because he could sense that this storage space was like a time freeze. Items placed inside would not decay. In other words, no matter how much food he had, he could store it all, making it effortless to survive this famine year. Li Chuang got off the bed feeling deeply satisfied. He looked at the empty wooden bed, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Tonight would surely be sleepless. After dinner, Li Chuang chatted with his family for a while, before learning why his younger sister had been staying at home instead. Li Qian was in the 2nd year of junior high school. It was early summer, only June, a time when students should normally be attending classes. Yet last month she came home one day and told her brother she would never go to school again. Back then her brother wasn't as irritable, nor did he lash out at those around him. Li Chuang asked for details and found out that Li Qian was being bullied and isolated by her classmates. He didn't bother to intervene further. At that time, Li Chuang was too busy drifting through his own aimless days to care about his sister. Now burdened with guilt toward his family, Li Chuang wished for his loved ones to live happily and comfortably. Naturally, he made resolving the bullying his sister faced one of his top priorities. Go to school tomorrow. As for those classmates who bully you and the 2 thugs outside school, leave them to me. Don't worry, your big brother is formidable now. After giving his sister instructions, Li Chuang took Xiao Xiao back to the main room. It was just past 7, the sun having only recently set. The purplish-red evening clouds still drifted across the sky. Li Chuang and Xiao Xiao sat by the bedside. He held her left hand in his right, gently stroking it, while she turned her head to look out the southern window, her face bathed in the hues of the sunset. Her coarse blue cotton clothes were a bit loose, not accentuating her figure when viewed from the side. The trousers were straight-legged and baggy, revealing a stretch of fair skin below her calves. Her well-proportioned frame was undeniably alluring. Having learned the cultivation technique, Li Chuang had yet to put it into practice. Excitement surged within him. Though they had been married for a month, their relationship had never been particularly close. Li Chuang leaned closer. It wasn't until 1 in the morning that he finally fell into a deep sleep. Waking with the sunlight just past 5, Li Chuang saw Xiao gazing at him. He smiled tenderly. Get up. How are you feeling? All right. Xiao's face flushed instantly. Parting her rosy lips, her voice rang clear. Fine, Chuang, go. You seem. Do you like it, eh? Li Chuang asked with a mischievous grin. Xiao arose to dress, her head bowed low as she murmured, Then she quickly slipped past the curtain of the eastern room and headed to the kitchen to begin the day's chores. Li Chuang took the moment to sense the changes within himself. As his true qi completed a full cycle through his meridians, he couldn't help but marvel. Truly, this efficiency is remarkable. A day of my own cultivation could never yield such results. In Li Chuang's perception, the true qi had thickened to more than double its previous size, now as coarse as 3 strands of hair. Feeling his own strength, he estimated he could now take on at least 5 opponents, assuming none of them knew combat techniques and relied solely on brute force. After breakfast, Li Chuang set out from home, with his sister heading toward the town. The school was located at the northernmost edge of the town, which was also conveniently near the town hospital. They parted ways at the hospital, and from there it was a 10-minute walk north to reach the junior high school gate. They arrived at the hospital entrance around 7:30. His sister continued north while Li Chuang repeatedly assured her not to worry. He would come over in the afternoon to resolve her troubles. He had barely taken a few steps inside the hospital gate when he saw several circles of people gathered around the emergency room from yesterday. Young and old alike, some were grumbling impatiently. Why hasn't that young man shown up yet? Is he deliberately tricking us? I should have let my old man take the pills the hospital prescribed yesterday. If his treatment is delayed, it'll make him pay. An old woman fumed angrily. He said yesterday he'd be here by 8. It should be about time. Let's just be patient a little longer. Mom, don't worry. When I came yesterday, I heard that a big brother is really amazing. He'll definitely cure you. Let's wait a bit more, okay? A little girl said in her childish voice. As Li Chuang stood still, someone with sharp eyes called out. The miracle doctor is here. Everyone stop arguing. Please come quickly. Miracle doctor, I beg you to take a look at me. My leg just won't cooperate. It's always weak and barely obeys me. The man speaking didn't look old, perhaps in his 20s, but his running gait was noticeably uncoordinated. Li Chuang observed his aura. It was orange with a tendency to shift toward crimson. This was a serious illness. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Li Chuang felt a stir of annoyance. He raised his voice and announced, "I'll only see 3 patients today. Those with minor ailments go get an injection or some medicine at the hospital. Don't crowd around here. Even if you come up to me, I won't treat you. Don't waste everyone's time." Hearing Li Chuang's words, several people quietly slipped away. Those who had hoped to take advantage of a free consultation realized it was impossible and resigned themselves to seeing a regular doctor. But the old woman pushed through the crowd, shoving a coughing old man right up to Li Chuang. Li Chuang glanced at the old man, who was coughing incessantly. It was just a minor yellow aura ailment, probably a common cold easily treated at the hospital. "Young man, how dare you speak like that? I've been waiting here since 6:30. My husband is coughing so painfully. Shouldn't you treat him first?" A few people who knew the old woman chimed in to support her, but most simply watched from the sidelines. In this era, though there were self-centered elderly people, moral blackmail was relatively rare, especially in towns and villages where it was almost non-existent. This wasn't moral blackmail. It was more like sheer unreasonableness, something only the thick-skinned would attempt. Li Chuang didn't indulge her. He shot back directly, "Step aside. Don't hold everyone up. For that illness of yours, a single injection will do. Coming to me, I'd charge you at least 10 yuan. Do you have that?" Hearing this, the old woman began to wail, 10 yuan. Are you trying to cheat an old lady like me? My husband has lived over 70 years and never seen a doctor like you. Isn't saving lives and healing the wounded your duty? How dare you demand money from us?" As she spoke, the old woman planted one hand on her hip and pointed forward with the other, the classic posture of a street. Li Chuang simply stopped paying attention, having realized that the old woman was like a sticky toffee. The more he responded, the more persistent she became. He turned to the young man who had first spotted him and asked, "How long has this been going on? Aside from your legs being unsteady, are there any other symptoms?" "To answer you, doctor, I was perfectly fine until a year ago when one day my left leg suddenly went numb. It came back to normal after half a day, so I didn't think much of it at first. But then it got worse day by day, and now it's almost unresponsive. My right leg is starting to do the same. I went to the county hospital, but after the checkup the doctor said there was nothing they could do and told me to try a big city hospital. But I'm just a country fellow. I've never been far from home, and on top of that we don't have much money. So, just yesterday I heard from little Nyo in our village that you'd cured a serious illness here. So I thought I'd come and see if maybe you—" As he finished speaking, his eyes fixed on Li Chuang, brimming with hope. After listening to the description and combining it with his own observations, Li Chuang suspected it was what later generations called ALS. Even in the 21st century, this disease hadn't been completely conquered, but for someone with his extraordinary abilities, it wasn't all that complicated. He had seen similar cases among those healed by the immortal masters in the past. After a moment's thought, Li Chuang asked directly, "Did you bring any money?" The man was overjoyed. He fumbled excitedly inside his lining for a good while before pulling out a pile of bills and coins of various sizes, which he respectfully placed in Li Chuang's hand. Most were 1 or 2 cent coins along with a few 5 mao notes, adding up to about 3 yuan. Li Chuang believed this was probably all the man had saved. Since their paths had crossed, it must be fate, so he said, "All right, you're in. Wait here a moment, I need to find 2 more people." With that, he stuffed the money into his left pants pocket. Seeing that one spot was already taken, the others immediately started. The old man and woman who had been at the front were now pushed aside. Though they kept shouting, no one paid them much attention. When interests were at stake, no one else's business mattered more than one's own. If you let someone else take a spot, it would only cost. Li Chuang looked at the crowd before him and felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected so many people. Scanning from left to right, he spotted 2 individuals whose auras were shifting from orange to crimson, an old man in his 60s and a woman around 25 or 6. She looked somewhat familiar though her face was pale, and she seemed listless. It didn't take long for Li Chuang to remember. This was Li Fugui's wife. Back when she first married into the Li family village he had seen her. Her alluring figure was simply irresistible. Li Fugui by seniority was his uncle. He lived close to his grandparents' home, practically a neighbor. Skilled with his hands, he had followed a distant relative into the iron door business. A few years ago, he opened a door and window shop in town, and word had it had even bought the storefront. Life was going well for him, though he hadn't been back to the village in 2 or 3 years. He wondered what had happened to his young aunt-in-law to leave her so gravely ill. As Li Chuang's thoughts wandered, someone shoved him. A gruff male voice shouted, "Get out of the way. My big brother is bleeding. Where's the doctor? Come quick." Li Chuang steadied himself and turned around. He saw a man with a dark blue-black tattoo on his left arm clearing the way, followed by 2 others carrying a stretcher. On it lay a burly man, one arm nearly severed, blood splattering everywhere. A gruesome sight. The gathered crowd, terrified, screamed and scrambled aside. Li Chuang also stepped aside to let them pass. As the stretcher reached him, he suddenly realized that this man was quite famous in his past life. A figure no one in Zhaozhuang town dared to cross. Legend had it that he had single-handedly routed the thugs from neighboring Liza town to rescue his own men. He was a fierce fighter and loyal to his brothers, though he later died in a massive brawl. Never mind. It's none of my business. Now that I have my own strength, I can handle most things myself. No need to get tangled. Besides, with my skill at making money, it's better to develop steadily. But reality had other plans. Soon shouts erupted from the emergency room inside. What do you mean you can't treat him? No way. My big brother can't make it to the county. You have to fix him today, or you'll all be in big trouble. Hurry up. It was the man who had been clearing the way, roaring so loudly that the entire hospital could hear him. The young nurse, terrified, stumbled out of the room. Spotting the crowd in the courtyard and the doctor who had performed miracles yesterday, she scurried back in and whispered something to the doctor. The result was that the man who had been clearing the way rushed out, grabbed Li Chuang's arm without a word, and shouted frantically, "Quick! Save my big brother! Save him!" Li Chuang frowned, stood still, and with a slight exertion easily freed his arm from the man's grip. The man was stunned for a moment, then continued, "I just heard the doctor say you can cure people. Please treat my big brother." Li Chuang squinted, weighing the situation. Since he couldn't avoid it, he wouldn't. In this era, the rule of law wasn't yet fully established, and knowing some influential people could help solve many problems. Consider it a good deed. Li Chuang shook his head slightly, extended his hand, and pressed downward slightly to signal the man to calm down. Then he walked straight over to his young aunt-in-law and said amidst the bewildered stares of the crowd, "Wait for me a moment. Once I've treated the man inside, he'll come out and find you." Then he announced loudly, "Today's 3 spots are filled. The rest of you go home. If you need help, come back tomorrow at 8. The crowd dispersed without much fuss as the bloodstains on the ground were still fresh and rather frightening. Li Chuang entered the emergency room. Seeing the pale-faced Zhao Yinglong on the hospital bed, he didn't waste words. He immediately used his aura sight. Due to excessive blood loss, most of his body was orange, while the heart area showed some irregularity in blood supply, and the severed arm had turned crimson. The injury was clearly severe. He wondered how Zhao Yinglong had survived in his past life without encountering him. "All of you leave. I'm starting the treatment. He'll call you when I'm done. He'll be fine." After giving them reassurance, Li Chuang silently began refining the pill. The 3 underlings said nothing and herded the doctors and nurses out of the emergency room. Once the pill was formed, he placed it into Zhao Yinglong's mouth. Then, channeling all his true qi, his entire demeanor shifted, exuding a profound sense of reassurance. Li Chuang carefully positioned the arm and bit by bit applied his true qi to the wound. The doctors and nurses hadn't been idle. They had already done the basics, sterilizing with alcohol and cleaning the wound. Under the influence of the true qi, the necrotic cells began to regain vitality, gradually adhering to one another, forming new tissue and rebuilding continuously. At that moment, the unconscious Zhao Yinglong's tightly furrowed brow began to relax. The healing with true qi was like a gentle spring rain, causing no pain, but instead a soothing sensation, much like the first time he had used true qi to treat Zhao Xiao's injuries. Half an hour later, the severed arm had been reconnected. Zhao Yinglong, who had awakened at some point, watched in silence as Li Chuang performed the miraculous technique from a distance. Though his hand hovered above the wound, a comforting energy continuously flowed into it. It was truly astonishing. The arm is now initially reattached. For the next month, avoid exerting force with this arm, especially any further injury. Otherwise, even I will find it difficult to restore it. After finishing, Li Chuang advised Zhao Yinglong. Snapping out of his amazement, Zhao Yinglong said excitedly, "Young brother, thank you for saving my life. Without your help, I wouldn't have made it through today. If there's anything in the future, just say the word, and I, old Zhao, will surely make it happen. My name is Zhao Yinglong. May I ask your name, brother?" Li Chuang looked at the man who seemed around 35 and replied straightforwardly, "My name is Li Chuang. Brother Long, you're too kind. It's all fate. Now that the injury is treated, I have other patients to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, he turned as if to go. Zhao Yinglong struggled to sit up and said, "Xiao Chong, don't leave yet. Let my brothers pay you for the medical treatment. Also, if you need to find me in the future, come to No. 36, East Street. It's a small restaurant. Zhuzi, come in." Those outside heard Zhao Yinglong's voice and quickly pushed the door open. They had been anxiously waiting, worried by the lack of activity, for over half an hour. "Brother, how are you? Don't be sad. Even without an arm, you're still my brother. I Zhuzi will follow you for life." He spoke with a hint of sobbing. Zhao Yinglong replied irritably, "Are you hoping I lose my arm, or what?" Enough, hurry up and pay Xiao Chong. The arm is saved. Oh, that's great. I've got 3 mao and 6 fun. Xiao Tang, Xiao Liang, how much money do you have? Hurry up and bring it out to pay the brother for the treatment. Zhu Zi scratched his head awkwardly with his tattooed arm, embarrassed as he addressed the 2 brothers who had carried the stretcher. They scraped together a total of 2 yuan and 4 mao. Li Chong didn't mind as something was better than nothing. He accepted it and left the emergency room after bidding farewell. From a distance in the outer room, he saw the patient suspected of having ALS sitting against the wall along with his aunt and her 5-year-old daughter, who were sitting nearby on small stools. Li Chong approached and quickly reached them. He first addressed the 2 on the right. Auntie and Li Chong. Do you remember me? Please wait a moment. He'll treat this brother first, then he'll come to help you. This aunt named Zhang Yuxiao was only 25. She found Li Chong familiar but hadn't dared to confirm it. Although he didn't return to the village often, he lived not far away and would visit during the new year. But in her memory, Li Chong was just a good-for-nothing troublemaker. When had he learned to heal people? Puzzled, yet recalling her daughter's description from yesterday and witnessing how the severely injured man with the broken arm had been cured, a glimmer of hope arose in her heart. Perhaps this strange illness of hers could truly be cured by him. She had visited the hospital several times, received injections, and even gone to the county hospital for a full examination, but no cause had been found. 3 years ago, her skin began to grow increasingly pale, an unhealthy, sickly white. Her strength had waned, though her appetite remained unchanged. She felt an inexplicable discomfort throughout her body, a persistent itch in her heart that she couldn't pinpoint, leaving her helpless. The symptoms had started that way and worsened over time. That day, she had to move step by step, relying on her stool to reach the hospital. Although she had arrived at the emergency room by 7:30 a.m., she had left home at 5 a.m., and her home was in the town itself, not far at all. This showed how difficult her life had become. Now, after hearing Li Chang's words, she forced a faint smile and waited quietly with her daughter. She had endured 3 years, what was a little more time. Li Chong first gave the man a refined pill, watched him swallow it, and then had him lie flat to begin treatment on the spot. The affected areas took more time, 20 minutes for the left leg, 10 for the right, and another hour to clear the energy channel. The man stood up, stomped his feet, and took a few steps, his face filled with disbelief. He said excitedly, "Incredible. The doctor has completely cured my illness. I, Jiang Sameo, will go back and make a banner to honor you. Thank you for saving me. And also..." Li Chong wiped the sweat from his brow and interrupted, "I've already received your payment. Don't stand on ceremony. Please take your leave. Hey, let me finish. I have a younger sister about your age. I'd like to introduce her to you. Trust me, she's very beautiful." In those days, even a simple headache could cost a life due to poor medical standards. His own illness had been no trivial matter, and the young man had solved it effortlessly, proving his skill. If Jiang Sameo could forge a connection, it would be a great boon for his family, so he was naturally enthusiastic. Li Chong wanted to decline, but reconsidered and asked, "Brother Jiang, where is your home?" "It's in Jianghe, renowned for its cherries and beauties. Everyone in the surrounding villages knows it." "Then he'll visit your village sometime and make the introduction then. I have other patients now, so let's end the conversation here." After confirming the village, Li Chang's heart stirred. He had known a couple of girls from there before. They were indeed lovely, but his own circumstances had prevented any romance, leaving him with regrets. Now that he had the means, perhaps he could explore that possibility. Setting aside those thoughts, Li Chong approached his aunt and began to examine her carefully. Her heart and spleen were fine, so why were her meridians blocked? The area around her kidneys was darker. Why did the discoloration start there? This was very strange. Seeing Li Chang's grave expression, his aunt dared not breathe loudly while her daughter sat obediently by her side, watching his movements curiously. At first she felt nothing from his scanning gaze, but when his eyes focused and became uncomfortably fixed, a blush quickly spread across her face. Though she knew he was diagnosing her, she couldn't suppress a strange feeling inside, and her whole body itched even more. Li Chong was deep in thought. He had roughly figured out the issue, and it was a case documented in the physician's treatment records from before his sacred body had been activated. To put it plainly, it wasn't exactly an illness, yet if left unnoticed and untreated, it could inexplicably claim one. This was an exceptionally rare condition affecting only a unique kind of woman. If left unaddressed, it would become... He intended to explain the situation first and see what Zhang Yuxiao decided. Of course, he also had his own thoughts on the matter. The presence of such an ailment indicated that her life had indeed encountered some troubles. "Yuxiao, are you feeling an itch all over your body right now, but scratching does nothing? And this has been going on for at least 2 or 3 years. Am I right or wrong?" After hearing Li Chuang's words, Zhang Yuxiao felt a wave of relief. Since he could accurately describe her condition, it was likely treatable. She nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's exactly it. Xiao Chuang, can you cure me?" "Well, that might be a bit inconvenient." Zhang Yuxiao grew anxious. Having finally glimpsed hope, she couldn't bear to see it slip away. "What's the inconvenience? Just tell me what to do, and he'll cooperate fully. Please, you have to help me, Xiao Chuang. I still have Xiao Hulu to raise. If I'm gone, who will she have to rely on?" As she spoke, tears welled in Zhang Yuxia's eyes. Li Chuang panicked slightly. "I didn't say I wouldn't treat you, Yuxia. It's just a bit inconvenient. How about we leave here first, find a suitable place, and discuss the treatment plan in detail?" Zhang Yuxiao looked around. They were in the hospital courtyard, bustling with people. Hardly the place for medical treatment. She figured that her 3-year ailment wouldn't be easy to cure. "How about my place? It's not far. Exit the hospital, turn left, and walk about 800 meters east. It's on the south side of the main road." Li Chuang nodded without hesitation. 800 meters was less than a 5-minute walk, but looking at the mother and daughter, he doubted they could manage on their own. Muttering an apology, he hoisted Zhang Yuxia onto his back. Her startled cry was cut short as he steadied her securely. He cradled the little girl in his arms while holding the 2 folding stools in his right hand. His left hand supported Zhang Yuxia. Under the gaze of onlookers, Li Chuang walked with an air of composure, but Zhang Yuxia behind him buried her face in his back, her cheeks flushed crimson. As they walked, Li Chuang voiced his curiosity. Why haven't I seen Uncle Fugue? It seems like you haven't been back to the village for... Zhang Yuxia remained silent at first. Li Chuang felt a cool dampness on his back and heard soft sobs. After a long pause, she finally answered, we don't know. 3 years ago, he went to the county town to stock up on goods and never returned. We reported it to the police, but there's been no news. We've been living off the savings Fugue left behind. Now, sigh. As she spoke, they arrived at the destination. An imposing iron gate faced north, leading to a courtyard of about an acre, bare and empty. The blue brick, green-tiled house was unremarkable in the neighborhood. Taking the key from Zhang Yuxia, he unlocked the gate. Following her directions, they entered the eastern room of the main house. The room was sparsely furnished, not much different from his own humble abode. Li Chuang silently lamented, never imagining how difficult life had become for the mother and daughter. According to Zhang Yuxia, she used to help Uncle Fugue with the accounts and manage the shop. But after he disappeared, she couldn't work and lost her income. The 2 of them lived off their savings, selling everything they could for food. Now they had just over a yuan left, and the only thing untouched was the shop. If things didn't improve, they would have to sell the shop to survive. Little Hulu was already helping with the cooking, a true testament to the adage that hardship breeds maturity. Li Chuang pulled up a stool and sat across from the bed. Xiao Hulu and Zhang Yuxia sat side by side on the edge. With no outsiders present, he began. Yuxia, you probably know that our bodies have a liver and meridians. When they are unobstructed, one enjoys health and longevity. But when blockages occur, problems arise. The liver corresponds to wood and governs the metal meridians. The kidneys belong to water and are the source of life. You can eat and drink normally, but you're always weak all over. This indicates a kidney dysfunction with blockages in the meridians, leading to your serious condition. Zhang Yuxia was bewildered by the jargon, but managed to grasp the key point. Her kidneys were the problem. Xiao Chuang, just tell me what to do. I don't understand all that. Ahem. Li Chuang coughed, tactically buying himself a moment. Actually, it's quite simple. If you were with Uncle Fugue, it would naturally resolve itself. But now there's an imbalance of yin and yang. Can you understand that, Yuxia? After hearing Li Chuang's explanation, Zhang Yuxia's face flushed scarlet. She turned away, murmuring, You mean it? This will really work. You're not lying to me, are you? Yuxia, what are you saying? Healing the sick is a virtuous act. I wouldn't lie about something like this. And from now on, you need to maintain a certain frequency of activity to ensure proper kidney function, so you won't be troubled by this ailment again. Li Chuang said everything that needed to be said. Of course, he had his own thoughts as well. Looking at the woman before him, aside from her slightly sickly complexion, her figure was no different from a healthy person. A mature woman had a charm all her own. Xiao Hulu sat nearby, her big eyes darting between the 2 as they spoke. She didn't fully understand the conversation, but knew it was about curing her mother, so she sat obediently, without moving. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuxia bit her lower lip as if she had made a decision. Her eyes fixed on Li Chuang as she said, You know your Uncle Fugue isn't here, so can you help me? Li Chuang replied with conviction, Healing the sick is a healer's duty. I will see this through to the end. Zhang Yuxia looked at her daughter, her cheeks flushed, and said, Xiao Hulu, your brother Chuang is going to treat me now. Go play in the western room for a while, and later remember to prepare some food for him. Xiao Hulu nodded, obediently got off the bed, and closed the door behind her as she left. Then he'll begin the treatment. Please cooperate. Li Chuang said with a meaningful smile. The effect was truly remarkable. On one hand, the treatment was precisely targeted. On the other, Li Chuang himself possessed a medical scripture that benefited both parties. Li Chuang tallied his post-battle gains. His true qi had expanded once more, and the newly added portion was exceptionally pure. He hadn't expected Zhang Yuxia to be so formidable. Truly an unexpected delight. He estimated that another round would allow him to break through from the initial qi refining stage to the second layer. The difference between the first and second layers was merely the volume of true qi, and the same applied to the third layer. However, advancing from the third to the fourth layer marked a transformation from quantity to quality. Some minor spells could be cast directly, and the art of qi observation could be used effortlessly at any time. These 2 hours had left everyone deeply satisfied. Xiao Hulu, busy in the kitchen, saw her mother walking step by step without any assistance and rushed over in tears, embracing her as they wept together. After the treatment, Li Chuang gave her a nourishing pill to take. He believed that with the nourishment of true qi, Zhang Yuxia would recover by tomorrow, able to earn money to support herself and care for Xiao Hulu. After the meal, Li Chuang took his leave, having promised his sister to help solve her problems that afternoon. Arriving at the middle school gate, Li Chuang gazed at the dilapidated campus and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. The school now housed both middle and high school students, but in a few years, as transportation improved, many would choose to buy homes in the county town, leading to the closure of the high school division. Eventually, the town's middle school would also decline as the student population dwindled and top students migrated elsewhere. Currently, the middle school section was still crowded, yet equally chaotic. Uncle, I'm looking for Li Qian from class 8, grade 2. I'm her brother. Please open the gate. Li Chuang stood outside the guardhouse, speaking through the open window. The students are in class now, outsiders are not allowed in. Wait until 5:30 when school lets out, and they'll come out. The diligent guard refused to open the gate. Li Chuang recalled what his sister had told him. 2 female classmates had been physically involved with one being the class ringleader, who then led others in isolating Li Qian. The reason Li Qian guessed was that she had stood up for a friend last time, drawing the ringleader's ire. Li Qian had average grades, but was pretty, so she had a few close female friends. When one of them was bullied by the ringleader and no one spoke up, Li Qian intervened. The bullied girl was left alone, but Li Qian was beaten and her friends were threatened into cutting ties with her. Li Qian had fought back, seizing an opportunity in the restroom to give the ringleader a good beating. That should have ended it, but the ringleader recruited some outside thugs. On Friday after school, they cornered Li Qian in a corner of the playground, assaulting and humiliating her, leaving clear palm prints on her face. Li Qian had reported it to the teacher, but middle school students were hard to manage, and she wasn't a student the teacher paid special attention to. Which students did teachers care about most? One category was the top performers. Regardless of personality or appearance, they were the teacher's darlings. Another was the worst performers, those who frequently caused trouble and fought, also receiving much attention. The average students, however, were the most easily overlooked. Such incidents were common on campus, often repeated despite discipline, and teachers were powerless. Eventually, she went home and told Li Chuang about the situation, but he didn't intervene. When she returned to school the next week, Li Qian became a regular target for the ringleader's torment, and she had no friends left. Thus, the turning point was the involvement of outside thugs. Since others could call in reinforcements, he, as a hidden master among the local ruffians, could certainly repay them in kind. Li Chuang never minded winning people through virtue. In his own domain, he would do what he could in the way he could to achieve. When school let out, Li Chuang saw the gate open and headed to the northeast corner of the playground, the spot he had agreed upon with. Before long, Li Qian approached, accompanied by 3 delinquent girls. The leading girl had a lock of hair covering half her face, a disdainful smirk on her lips, and a jacket tied around her waist. The 2 behind her were similarly dressed, though their hairstyles were more conventional. What, looking for another good time today? Don't say it, but my hands are itching. Haha, same here. The ringleader made no effort to lower her voice, shouting arrogantly. In her eyes, tormenting a pretty girl brought an indescribable thrill, especially seeing the victim bow her head in defeat, which filled her with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Lu Damei, are you done yet? Li Qian stood calmly beside Li Chuang, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the ringleader. Li Chuang spoke at the right moment. Just these few. Fine, go ahead and deal with Lu Damei. Whatever she did to you, pay. Lu Damei immediately retorted. Who do you think you are, so arrogant? Sisters, let's go. Teach Li Qian a lesson first. With that, she charged forward, the other 2 following suit, rolling up their sleeves. In a flash, Li Chuang closed the distance of several meters in one stride, appearing beside the 2 followers. Before they could react, each received a slap to the face and was sent tumbling to the ground. With 5 crimson finger marks on their faces, the 2 held in pain. It truly hurt. Lu Damei was startled, but before she could recover, Li Qian landed a straight punch to her nose, followed by a warm trickle of blood flowing down from her nostrils. Before she could wipe it away, Li Qian delivered a series of solid hooks to Lu Damei's face. Li Qian's fighting skills were evidently decent, as she had easily overwhelmed Lu Damei when fighting alone. As Lu Damei's head spun in a daze, Li Qian grabbed her by a tuft of hair, causing genuine pain. Lu Damei crouched, moving with Li Qian's hand, too afraid to pull away. Yet she was also scared. Having grown accustomed to dominance, she hadn't faced a challenge to her authority in a long time, feeling almost invincible. Now being knocked back to reality was unbearable. She couldn't lose face if she had to reclaim her ground. Li Qian, how dare you? Brother Zhao will be here next week. Just wait and see what he does to you. He'll make your life a living hell. If you know what's good for you, let me go now, or else. Oh, which Brother Zhao is so formidable? Let me hear his name. Don't you run. Dare to tell me your name. Brother Zhao will. Smack. A crisp slap echoed, leaving Lu Damei's head ringing. What he? My name is Li Chuang, Li Qian's brother. If you've got the guts, call your Brother Zhao here right now. He'll wait. Feeling the grip on her hair loosen, Lu Damei gritted her teeth in resentment. Fine, don't leave. Brother Zhao is right on this street. He'll call him over immediately. With that, she gestured to the 2 still covering their faces to crouch by the wall and help her climb over. Bro, that Zhao guy is really tough. Last time he beat me so badly, I couldn't even land a punch. Can you handle him? Li Qian looked at her brother with concern. She had never seen him fight, but based on the people in Li Chuang's circle, none were particularly fierce. This Brother Zhao, however, was a frequent brawler, clearly battle-hardened and immensely strong. Don't worry. Your brother's strength is beyond your imagination. Just wait here. By the way, how was school today? Same as always. Can't understand the lessons, can't learn, and no one to play with. Sigh. ITLL change after today, he. Seeing her brother's confidence, Li Qian felt a surge of reassurance. Within less than 10 minutes, the voices of several aggressive men could be heard from beyond the courtyard wall, and soon their heads appeared above it, their demeanor unmistakably menacing. Li Chuang stood leisurely to one side, watching as they leaped over the wall one by one. Lu Damei stood beside a bald man, pointing at Li Chuang and shouting loudly, Brother Zhao, it's him. He came to stand up for Li Qian. The handprint on my face is his doing. He even scoffed and told me to bring you here, clearly showing he has no respect for you, Brother Zhao. The bald man patted Lu Damei's hand, then glanced at Li Qian. The girl was indeed beautiful, and he had never managed to win her over, which had left him constantly yearning. This time, by summoning the person backing her, he believed that once he thoroughly crushed her support, he would soon get what he desired. He chuckled darkly to himself. Having made up his mind, the bald man pushed Lu Damei aside and stepped forward. Alright, I get it. What's your game, brother? Lu Damei is under my protection and this Li Qian, she refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, in the one who dealt with her. So name your terms. Li Chuang, observing the bald man's swagger, let out a light laugh. Let's make a bet. He'll take on all 6 of you, 1 against 6. If I win from now on, whenever you see my sister, you'll address her as big sister and bow in greeting. How about it? Do you dare? The bald man rubbed his shiny head, a smug and ostentatious grin spreading across his face. What a coincidence. I accept the wager. But if you lose, Li Qian will have to come with me. How's that? Huh. My boys here also have a fondness for Qian Qian. Huh. Brother Zhao is too generous. Yes, exactly. Brother Zhao, what about me? You promised I'd always be in charge of Class 8. Lu Damei interjected hastily. The bald man reached out and caressed Lu Damei's cheek, a lecherous grin on his face. Don't worry, you're my woman. That won't change. Just wait here. Li Chuang was stirred to anger by the bald man's arrogant words. He reassured his sister not to worry, then strode forward. Then his walk turned into a sprint. In an instant, he was beside the bald man, sidestepping the fist thrown at him. Continuing his charge, he launched a flying kick, sending 2 of the henchmen, who had been laughing moments before flying. Without pausing, he threw 2 more punches, striking their faces squarely, and 2 more men crumpled to the ground. Like a wolf among sheep, he mowed through them with brutal efficiency. The last henchman finally reacted, throwing a punch at Li Chuang's face with all his might. But Li Chuang shifted his stance, slightly dodging the blow, and returned a punch. With a thud, the final man collapsed. Having dispatched the 5 lackeys, Li Chuang looked at the trembling bald man, let out a chuckle, and assumed a hoarse stance. He extended his right hand, slightly curling his index finger, and said, "You, come here." Witnessing Li Chuang's prowess, the bald man had lost all will to resist. This was a completely different league. In all his years of brawling, he had never seen anyone dispatch opponents with such ease, as if cutting through vegetables. He hadn't even seen the movements clearly before all his men were down. Stumbling, he fell to his knees, his hands flat on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. I concede. From now on, whatever you say, well, obey. If I, Bald Zhao, ever cross you again, you can do with me as you please. Kill me, cut me up. I won't even frown. Li Qian stood frozen, her mouth agape in sheer astonishment. Was this really her brother, the one who used to waste his days? He was like a war god. Lu Damei's face turned pale. She never imagined that her ultimate backing would surrender and admit defeat. What was she supposed to do now? A wave of confusion washed over her. Li Chuang looked at the bald man's terrified expression, his own heart utterly unruffled. He knew that he had only prevailed through sheer strength. If he hadn't possessed such power, both he and his sister would have been in grave danger today. So Li Chuang delivered a direct slap to the bald man's face, using the same force he had used on the henchman, about 30% of his strength. He noticed that the bald man, true to his role as a leader, didn't pass out, but managed to kneel again. Li Chuang placed 1 foot on the bald man's left hand, which was still supporting him on the ground, and slowly increased. Watching the bald man's face contort in increasing agony, Li Chuang eased off the pressure and said calmly, "This is payback for your past mistreatment of my sister. Do you have any objections?" No. Whatever you say goes, the bald man replied hastily. Good. Now fulfill the bet. Go. Li Chuang took a step back, clearing the space. The bald man crawled on his knees to Li Qian and apologized loudly. Sister Qian, it was all my fault. I hope you'll be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Seeing that her brother had already beaten him severely, Li Qian felt no urge to resort to violence. She was satisfied just to have the problem resolved, so she nodded and turned to look at Li Chuang. Li Chuang was reasonably satisfied with the outcome. He had taught Lu Damei and her backer a lesson. But since he couldn't always be there to watch over his sister, he needed an extra layer of security. So he said to Bald Zhao, "All right, get up. As long as you don't cause trouble for us anymore, I don't care what else you do. If you ever need to find me, come to 36 East Street and tell Zhao Yinglong that you're looking for Li Chuang." Got it. Just as Li Chuang had anticipated, upon hearing these words, Bald Zhao secretly regretted ever crossing paths with someone connected to Boss Zhao. Everyone on the streets knew better than to mess with him. Brother Chuang, rest assured. Sister Qian is my own sister now. If anyone dares to trouble her, they'll have me to answer to. All right, take your men and get out of here. Bald Zhao quickly roused his useless henchman, shot a venomous glare at Lu Damei, and climbed back over the wall. Let's go. Time to head home, Li Chuang said without sparing another glance at Lu Damei, and he led his sister out of the schoolyard toward the school gate. He had about 10 yuan left from yesterday and 12 pills remaining. 6 of those were specifically for men, while the other 6 were universal. Li Chuang planned to visit the doctor the next morning, then find Zhao Yinglong to trade the specialty pills for money. With that money, he would buy more ingredients to make additional pills and sell them in the county town. There were too few people in this town willing to pay high prices for specialty pills. But the county was different. There were plenty of wealthy individuals. With a population of no less than 300, a good product would never lack buyers. He could enlist the help of Dean Wei from his last visit to promote the pills. With his reputation, sales would surely be guaranteed. Li Chuang and his sister walked back to Li family village, arriving home after dark. Not having proper transportation is really a hassle, Li Chuang muttered to himself. After dinner, Li Chuang and Xiao and newlyweds naturally busied themselves with amorous activities. Li Chuang gently brushed aside the strands of hair clinging to Xiao's face, damp with sweat, revealing her beautiful eyes. He asked tenderly, "Xiao, what do you think of Sister Zhang next door?" Xiao struggled to open her weary eyes, gazing dreamily at Li Chuang, and replied cautiously, "Sister is a good person, but she's so pitiful. Her in-laws treat her so harshly." When I hear about her life, my heart aches as if I can't breathe. Then let's invite her to live with us. That way you'll have company. Hearing Li Chuang's words, Xiao blushed deeply. Oh, you mean? Would sister agree? Of course I have no problem. Although she felt a slight twinge of discomfort, sister was quite familiar to her. Every time she was beaten, sister would come to visit, help apply medicine, and comfort her. Over the past month, Xiao felt sister treated her better than her own in-laws. If she could help sister escape her suffering, she would gladly offer support. And now with Li Chuang. She thought of something, her eyes growing misty again, her shy expression tempting one to reach out. Li Chuang acted swiftly, but first gave Xiao a heads up. Xiao, you know I love you deeply and will cherish you forever. But I've changed, as you must have sensed. There may be more women than just sister in my life, but you must know that no matter how many, you are my wife, my lawfully wedded spouse, the one I love most. With that, Li Chuang kissed her tender lips passionately. Lost in the moment, Xiao murmured in response. Half an hour later, Li Chuang looked at Xiao, who had fainted, and shook his head with a wry smile. Rest well, Xiao. When I return from town, I'll bring sister home. Breakfast was made by Li Qian. After eating, Li Chuang bid his family farewell and set off for town. Arriving at the hospital before 7:30, Li Chuang looked around and saw that there weren't many patients waiting for him. Thankfully, the troublesome old woman from yesterday wasn't there. Though her presence wouldn't affect his business, as the saying goes, a toad doesn't bite, but it's disgusting. It was better not to see her and avoid the annoyance. Today he decided to use up the common medicines and treated 6 relatively complex patients, earning a total of 7. In the town, this was a substantial income. But for Li Chuang, it was still too little. The drought was severe. If his memory served, a great flood would follow, ruining the crops entirely. There would be no harvest, making food even scarcer. With the little money he had, he couldn't buy much grain, let alone support the whole family. He also planned to use ample food supplies to find more cultivation partners. Food was life, and money represented how much food one could buy. With Jinling's spatial storage, his only task was to make money as quickly as possible. After finishing his treatments, Li Chuang announced he wouldn't return, telling everyone not to wait in line anymore. The crowd stirred, but Li Chuang ignored them. If he didn't want a treat, who could force him? Without payment, the effort was meaningless. Leaving the hospital, Li Chuang followed the street signs to No. 36 East Street. It was around 1030, and the restaurant was open. A waiter was cleaning tables, and the kitchen bustled with activity as the chef prepared dishes. Li Chuang approached and called a waiter. Please ask for Brother Long. Tell him Li Chuang needs to see him. Watching the waiter head inside, he stood quietly at the door, observing the restaurant. The worn sign read, Zhao Family Restaurant, looking quite aged. The door was an antique wooden one. The hall was spacious, with over a dozen rectangular tables capable of seating 70 to 80 people. A staircase led to the second floor, likely with private rooms. The waiter had gone straight through the hall to the back, suggesting a courtyard behind. The restaurant probably was run by Zhao Yinglong's family. Soon a hearty laugh echoed from the back, and a man appeared before Li Chuang. Zhao Yinglong. Xiao Chuang, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Come and sit down. Xiao Lu served tea. Li Chuang didn't stand on ceremony. He sat on a stool by the hall aisle and said, Brother Long, based on a secret family recipe, I spent a long time gathering herbs in the mountains. I've made 6 special pills tailored for men. The effect is remarkable. 1 pill restores a man's vigor for a night. You know what I mean. They have no side effects and can even nourish the body, curing minor ailments. Now I'm short on cash. I thought you might know someone in need and could help introduce me. Zhao Yinglong listened intently. He had no doubt about the efficacy, given the miraculous healing he witnessed yesterday. Such divine pills would be easy for Li Chuang to make. His heart burned with excitement. He knew that his powerful backer in the county, Brother Chung, the leader of the Deshang Society, had suffered an injury in youth that left him with mobility issues. Despite having a beautiful wife, he couldn't enjoy her, often lamenting drunkenly about having no heir. Brother Chung had consulted many doctors, but to no avail, and had only recently given up. If this pill worked, Zhao Yinglong would have rendered a great service, perhaps even earning a place beside Brother Chung to carve out his own territory. Suppressing the tremor in his voice, he asked quietly, would this pill work for dysfunction caused by psychological trauma from injury with no physical damage? Li Chuang thought for a moment and answered earnestly, no problem. Repairing damage and stimulating organs to achieve the desired effect is its basic function. For the case you mentioned, I guarantee it. His tone was firm and sincere. What price are you thinking? Li Chuang had considered this carefully. In this era, the poor wouldn't spend on such pills, they were meant for the wealthy. But they couldn't be too expensive, as 1 pill only lasted a day. The time needed to directly stimulate the organs. The nourishing effect would last much longer. He planned to sell each pill for 3 yuan, making more to sell through Zhao Yinglong or direct way for a good income. He didn't care about the final selling price, suggesting 510 yuan. Not too high so everyone could profit and the rich could buy more. Li Chuang explained this honestly. Zhao Yinglong immediately took out 18 yuan, buying all the pills, and said he would welcome more in the future. Li Chuang successfully cashed in and went to the herbal medicine shop to purchase the required herbs, mostly Solomon's seal and wolfberries. After packaging them separately, he left the shop, found a secluded corner, and stored them away in the Golden Bell. He then went to the grain and oil store to buy 2 small buckets of soybean oil priced at 0.78 yuan per caddy each bucket, holding 5 caddies costing a total of 7.8 yuan. He put away 1 bucket of oil to take back home for his own family's consumption. He purchased 5 caddies each of millet and cornmeal costing 7 mao and 5 fun and 6 mao and 5 fun respectively. At the vegetable market, Li Chuang bought several caddies of potatoes and 2 caddies of beef, and then went to a grocery store to get a handful of hard fruit candies. Carrying all these items, he hurried towards the tiled house that haunted his dreams. Having noticed yesterday that her household was nearly out of food, he brought some provisions today. Zhang Yuxia, answering the knock on the door, saw the handsome man laden with bags at the entrance, and the delighted surprise in her eyes was unmistakable. She swiftly invited Li Chuang and secured the gate from inside, and then quickly caught up with him. "Little gourd, look who's here." The little girl dashed out from the main hall, throwing herself at Li Chuang's legs, causing him to halt and hand all his bundles. He then bent down, scooped up little gourd, and quickly tore the wrapper off a fruit candy. "Here, little gourd, this is for you." Little gourd accepted it joyfully, popped it into her mouth, and began to savor it, pausing only to murmur a "thank you, brother." It was just past 11, so Zhang Yuxia went to the kitchen to light the fire and prepare the meal. In the main hall, the big and little ones were amusing each other. Watching this scene, tears welled up in her eyes. How long had it been since she had experienced such a life? If only days could go on like this forever. After her brief reverie, she dared not dwell on it, and continued cooking with renewed effort. Soon as Li Chuang savored Zhang Yuxia's culinary skills, he couldn't help praising, "With cooking like this, it's a shame you don't run a restaurant." After a hearty meal, little gourd grew drowsy and was put to bed in the eastern room. Li Chuang naturally was not one to miss an opportunity. Yesterday, Zhang Yuxia had still been convalescing in poor health, and Xiao had not allowed him to unleash his full primordial vigor during the night. Now, with the situation vastly improved, he swiftly swept Yuxiao into his arms and carried her to the western chamber. Li Chuang licked his lips in satisfaction. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Li Chuang returned to his home at the eastern end of the village. First, he retrieved the household register of which he was the head from Xiao. Then he set aside the prepared 12 caddies of millet, carrying it in one hand, while knocking on Old Man Zhang's door with the other. "Who is it? Coming." Old Man Zhang, hearing the commotion, hurried towards the gate. "It's me, Li Chuang. I brought them," Li Chuang replied with a robust voice. Upon hearing this, Old Man Zhang's pace quickened noticeably. Soon the gate swung open, and seeing the grain in Li Chuang's hands, he grew even more excited. "Ah, Xiao Chuang, come in. Is this enough weight?" he said, reaching out to take the load from Li Chuang. "Go get a scale to weigh it to avoid any disputes later." Knowing well what Old Man Zhang meant, Li Chuang directly told him to fetch the scale for a face-to-face handover. Zhang Yangshi, hearing the noise, also came out of the house. Seeing Li Chuang, a complex feeling stirred within her. Li Chuang, observing her exceptionally well-proportioned figure, felt a surge of heat within. With a slender, graceful build, an oval face, arched brows like willow leaves, and peach blossom eyes that seemed on the verge of tears as they gazed at him, she possessed an indescribable allure. Li Chuang smiled faintly and spoke softly, "Wait a moment. After we weigh the grain, we'll go to the town to handle the procedures. You can move in today." Old Madame Zhang produced an old-fashioned steelyard scale, while Old Man Zhang held the counterweight. Together they hooked the bag of millet, shifting the weight until it balanced at 12 caddies with the tail end rising high. Both of them grinned contentedly. "Well, is 12 caddies enough? Now get the household register, and let's go handle the formality." All right. Old Man Zhang carried the millet into the main hall, instructing Old Madame Zhang to keep an eye on it. He then went inside to retrieve the register, and followed Li Chuang and Zhang Yangshi out. Looking at the pairing of an old man and a woman, Li Chuang thought it utterly inappropriate to walk all the way to town. Push a flatbed cart. That would be even more absurd. He simply led the two to the home of village chief Li Daio, who, along with old man Li Qingtian from the western end, was one of only 2 people in Li family stockade to own an ox cart. Li Chuang explained his request to borrow the ox cart to take them to town. After agreeing on a round-trip price of 1 mao, he had the chief's eldest son drive the cart out of the village. An ox cart, it probably wouldn't last much longer. When people could barely feed themselves, how could they afford to keep an old ox? Moreover, with the current meager yields from the fields, all things considered, raising an ox just wasn't worth it. Li Chuang didn't hear the chief's lament. The group smoothly completed the procedures, and from then on, Li Chuang's household register gained an additional name, Yang Zuolian. As dusk fell, 2 figures appeared in the western chamber of the main hall. When Li Chuang woke in the morning, he found a mass of true qi the size of a fist in his dantian. Previously, he had to painstakingly guide a thread-thin wisp through several cycles before the true qi would flow smoothly throughout his body. Now it was as if he had a primer, a source, making the mobilization of true qi for combat or healing twice as effective with half the effort. This presumably was the mark of breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement. Li Chuang now felt terrifyingly powerful, capable of taking on 10 grown men single-handedly. As for the actual casting of spells, according to the records in his memory, immortal masters seemed to know only 2, the most basic gravity art and the fireball art, which could be practiced and unleashed at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Feeling the surging power in his dantian, Li Chuang felt it would be a terrible waste not to use this precious time for practice and growth. So he quickly dressed, got out of bed, and went to the courtyard. In the kitchen, Xiao was preparing breakfast for the family. His parents had already left, likely for a stroll up the mountain or a look at the fields. His little sister was probably still conversing with the Duke of Zhou. Li Chuang considered practicing the gravity art. Drawing from his experience of reading countless novels, he knew it was best to start with a small Izido control object. So what should he begin with? His eyes scanned the surroundings and finally settled on the kitchen. He strode straight in and saw Xiao bustling about. The morning sun had yet to climb high, yet a beam of light pierced through the window, casting its glow upon her. A single wooden hairpin secured her coiled long hair, fully revealing her delicate and exquisite features. Her figure was slender and graceful. Chuang couldn't help but rest his head on her shoulder, whispering softly, "Xiao, you are truly beautiful. Thank you for your hard work." He mischievously patted her, then reached for a wooden chopstick from the nearby bamboo holder, turned, and walked out of the kitchen. Chuang sat on the stone block in the courtyard with the target for practice placed before him. He first tried gathering a wisp of true qi to his index finger, then focused his mind and pointed at the chopstick, slowly moving his finger upward. The chopstick only stirred at the very beginning, then remained motionless. After numerous attempts, there was still no result. What was wrong? Could it be that it wasn't controlled by true qi? How exactly was this gravitational art supposed to work? Chuang was utterly perplexed and truly at a loss. The immortal master hadn't provided any cultivation method for this minor spell. Chuang could only see the master's memory, simply using his hand to point wherever he wanted, and objects would move accordingly following his gestures. But as for how it was done, that remained unknown. With no shortcut available, Chuang had no choice but to keep practicing. If one attempt failed, he would try again. After all, he had plenty of true qi now. Practicing this technique consumed hard. After the meal, he continued. Everyone watched Chuang murmuring mysteriously in the courtyard with a solemn expression, and they dared not disturb him. Thus, each person busied themselves with their own affairs, while Chuang, amidst constant failure, merely increased the count of his defeats. As for mastering the gravitational art, there was no progress whatsoever. Chuang couldn't help but wonder, perhaps the medium wasn't his finger, or maybe it wasn't about using true qi. A thought experiment. What if he tried using the legendary power of telekinesis? So Chuang stopped gesticulating and sat still, concentrating his mental will. Using the psychic force that seemed to converge in his mind, he emitted endless brainwaves toward the chopstick. The chopstick. It remained utterly still. The morning's attempts ended in failure. Chuang felt somewhat disheartened. After a whole morning's work, he had achieved nothing. Where exactly was the problem? How frustrating. This was the sorrow of having no guide. Everything had to be figured out. In the matter of cultivation, he might be the only one on the entire planet. Finding someone to lead the way was impossible. Of course, from another perspective, this could also be an advantage. Only by achieving what ordinary people could not would his abilities be deemed precious. Otherwise, if the methods of immortal cultivation became commonplace, it would be hard for him to make a living. Chuang composed himself, returned to the main hall, and rested for a while. He quietly contemplated his current situation. As long as his family had enough food, there would be no issue. In the short term, Li family village should not see a massive famine. Thus, the overall social order would not fall into chaos. Now, after purchasing various items, he had little money left, barely over $6 in total. As for the medicinal herbs, if he processed all of them, he could probably produce around 40 to 50 specialized pills and 7 to 8 universal ones. These could be exchanged for over $100 in the county town. From what he saw yesterday at the grain shop, their stock seemed low. Perhaps it would be better to go to the county town and buy a large batch to bring back, so as not to strain the town's resources. Having made up his mind, Chuang had nothing else to do, so he went out for a stroll in the village. After growing up and leaving the village, he had never taken a good look at the place where he was raised. Now back for 3 days, he decided to wander around, reminiscing about the happy times of his childhood. The trees by the roadside drooped their branches listlessly. Once lush, they had suffered from the prolonged drought, and the bark stripped by people, leaving them starved of nutrients. Everywhere were earthen houses, some with collapsed courtyard walls that the owners had not bothered to repair. So this was how difficult life was for everyone back then. Chuang felt a deep pang of emotion. In those days, he had been too busy running with the wrong crowd, causing trouble in town with his friends, never truly seeing or understanding the plight of those around him. How had his parents managed to get through those years? Lost in thought, he kept walking until he unconsciously arrived at the home of a childhood playmate. This person was a few years older, but because he was resourceful and handsome, he had always been the village's child king. But unfortunately, in the year he graduated from middle school, just as he was about to head south to earn money, a tumor was discovered in his brain. Due to poor medical conditions, the surgery failed to properly address the compressed optic nerve. Though the tumor was removed, he lost his sight completely. Years had passed, and he remained blind. His parents often wept and sighed. Later, other village children of similar age married and started their own families while he remained alone, becoming a burden. It was truly a pity. Thinking this, Chuang stepped inside. "Auntie, is my brother home? I've come to see him." Chuang greeted Sinyu's mother as he entered. "All right, come in. Your brother is in the main hall." "Sinyu, look who's come to see." The aunt entered the hall first and said to Sinyu, who was sitting on the bed, "Xiao Chuang, I recognized your voice. You've really made something of yourself. Come sit down quickly." Mom, pour him a glass of water. Chuang marveled inwardly. He hadn't seen him for a while, yet he was still recognized. He had always heard that although Sinyu was blind, he could now walk the village roads smoothly without assistance, and even go to town alone to shop. "Annie, let me chat with my brother. You go ahead with your work." With that, Chuang sat down beside Sinyu and quietly observed. Sinyu's mother said nothing more and left the two brothers to talk. "There's some orange in the brain area and occasional yellow in other parts, but overall his body is quite healthy." Chuang felt relieved after his assessment. The procedure wouldn't be difficult. Now that he had the ability, he would help make up for this childhood brother's regret. "Brother, I'm going to run a test for you in a moment. If everything goes smoothly, your eyesight can be restored. But you must promise me one thing: if it succeeds, you cannot tell anyone it was me. Do you agree?" "Xiao Chuang, what are you talking about? Stop joking with me," Sinyu said with a bitter smile. Li Chuang directly took out a universal pill and placed it into Li Sinyu's mouth. Brother, eat this and you'll know what I mean. The pill was slightly cool upon entry, then a warmth spread through his limbs and bones, bringing comfort to both body and mind. Li Sinyu sat on the bed utterly astonished. Li Chuang immediately began the treatment process. A quarter of an hour later, Li Chuang spoke. Brother, try opening your eyes in about 2 hours. They should be fine by evening. They'll be going now. Remember to keep it a secret and tell Annie too. Ignoring Li Sinyu's protests, he left the house. His heart was light and joyful. Although he hadn't earned a single cent, and had even expended his energy in a pill, being able to clearly see that through his own actions he had accomplished what he once could not. This too was a solid accumulated happiness. Li Chuang returned home in high spirits. As he opened the gate, he saw Zilian and Xiao sitting under the shade of the tree at the entrance of the main hall, each holding a small basket of sewing supplies, mending clothes. Meanwhile, Li Qian, unable to sit still, would chat with Zilian for a moment, fiddling with the needles and thread, then asked Xiao about the small clothes she was sewing and how to use the needles. Li Chuang then looked at the clothes he was wearing. All loose-fitting garments common in the countryside. However, due to prolonged wear, some were inevitably damaged, so they had a few patches sewn on. Moreover, this kind of attire completely concealed the women's charms. Li Chuang resolved that besides buying some grain in the county town, it was also necessary to get his family some new fashionable clothes. For ordinary styles, a new piece of clothing cost 5 to 10 yuan, while a new style cost at least 15 yuan per set. Buying new clothes for his parents at 10 yuan per set, 2 sets each, would cost 40 yuan. For Zilian, Xiao and his younger sister, 3 people, in total 2 new sets each would cost 90 yuan. He himself needed at least 2 sets, also calculated at 30 yuan. Having bought for the family, he couldn't forget his aunt in the town, plus the children, which would cost at least 50 yuan. With this calculation, 225 yuan was gone. He had thought earning over 100 yuan from a trip to the county town was a lot of money, but now that he counted, it was far from enough. Making money was a major issue. At any time, one must not be without funds. This strengthened Li Chuang's determination to earn money quickly. Now the main hall had 2 rooms. The east room was Xiao's, and the west room was Quillian's. After dinner that evening, Li Chuang returned to the east room. The morning's events were still fresh in his memory. Xiao had adapted to Li Chuang's changes over the past few days and no longer felt any fear. Lying in bed, Li Chuang couldn't help but ponder that Zilian and Xiao were already very familiar, so he would wait a while longer. After breakfast the next morning, Li Chuang and his sister set out from home. It was Monday, and his sister had to go to school while he headed to the county town. From Lijiazi, walking at his own pace, it took an hour to reach the town. From the town to Lifeng County Town in this era, there was no public transportation, so he had to walk the distance of over 30 li, which took about 4 hours. If he had a bicycle, the time could be reduced to an hour and a half. Some people pushed flatbed carts to the county town, which was faster than walking alone, taking 3 hours to get there. For now, there was no choice but to rely on physical strength. With his current ability, walking from home to the town was effortless. Going to the county town was just a matter of time. Walking on the early gravel road, Li Chuang looked at the lush trees on both sides, his heart filled with a myriad of emotion. In later times, there were few old locust trees of such age on both sides of the road. Instead, there were many poplar trees, as they grew quickly and were better cash crops. But poplar trees also had drawbacks, especially during this season, when the catkins floated in the air like snowflakes, causing considerable trouble for people. Some people even suffered from poplar catkin allergies and respiratory issues. However, such a situation would obviously... There weren't many people on this road to the county town, one might encounter 1 or 2 every half hour. Generally, unless necessary, no one traveled, so far as most things one wanted to buy were available in the town shops. Near the county town, there were more people. Most villagers from the surrounding areas came directly to the county town to go to market, buy and sell goods, or work. At this time, the county town didn't seem very large, with a relatively concentrated population, and the buildings were mostly... Following his memory, Li Chuang arrived at the once most prosperous Lisan Square, where the county's tallest department store building stood, a 4-story structure. The first floor sold gold, silver, and jewelry. Above were furniture, appliances, clothing, and everything else. 100 meters north was the county second hospital, 200 meters south was the county first hospital, and 50 meters west was a row of small restaurants. 100 meters east was the county's conference center, and another 500 meters east was a snack street, where naturally more residents lived. About 300 meters south, there was also a park in the city, a popular place for people to stroll and relax. After a brief walk around, Li Chuang headed toward the county first hospital. He always remembered that the core purpose of his trip to the county town was to promote his special pills and secure a partnership. The hospital entrance was bustling with people coming and going, even livelier than a market, though the expressions on people's faces. Li Chuang noticed that the clothing and attire of the county townspeople were very different from those in the countryside. Standing there, he felt out of place and could easily be taken for a country bumpkin. The clothes worn by the county people were different from what he remembered. Shouldn't these colors and patterns have come from the south only after the 1970s and 1980s? Looking at the colorful clothes before him, Li Chuang, filled with deep questions, entered the hospital. He asked several doctors and nurses along the way, and after many twists and turns he finally arrived at the door of the director's office, where a sign clearly read Director's Office. Li Chuang stepped forward and knocked on the door. After 3 knocks, a deep male voice came from inside. "Come in." When the door opened, Director Wei, sitting at his desk without lifting his head, pointed to the corner of the table and said, "Put the report there, and you can leave." After saying that, he continued reading the newspaper in front of him, muttering something. Ahem, Director Wei, it's me. Li Chuang reminded him, realizing he had mistaken him for someone else. Director Wei looked up in surprise and saw Li Chuang standing awkwardly in front of his desk. With an exclamation of surprise, he came around from the side of the desk. Dr. Li, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Come, I have some fine Longjing tea, please try it. Saying this, he busily led Li Chuang to the tea table and sat down in the seat for brewing tea. Li Chuang could see that Director Wei's welcoming smile was genuine. Director Wei, there's no need to be so polite. I came here to discuss a partnership with you. A partnership? Good. May I ask in what area, Dr. Li? Or perhaps you'd like to take a position as a chief physician at our county hospital. With your medical skills, I'm sure you'd be in high demand. As he spoke, Director Wei continued his movements, brewing and pouring tea with a smooth, fluid motion. To be honest, I have a secret family recipe that I've recently developed. After testing it with a few friends, the results have been excellent, and there are no side effects. I thought that since you are a leader at the county hospital, you could help promote it more easily, and also help those in need, which would be a good deed for the people. Oh, by the way, it's a special remedy for male vitality. Li Chuang suddenly heard a sharp intake of breath from across the room. The man's hand holding the teacup slowly stopped, and he looked at the excited Director Wei. Director Wei unconsciously licked his lips, stared at Li Chuang, and asked word by word, Brother Li, are you serious? Is there really such a medicine? Of course. Dean Wei heaved a sigh of relief, explaining to Li Chuang with a burden lifted. You see, I'm 48 now. 2 years ago, my wife passed away from illness, leaving behind a 20-year-old daughter who's now in the imperial capital for university. I was alone, and by chance I met my current wife. We hit it off and started a family. The only regret is not having a child with her. Though my desires are strong, when it comes to the critical moment, I lack the strength. To be honest with you, this has been the case since I was 30. So, do you think your medicine could work? Li Chuang, after hearing Dean Weiss' account, replied with certainty, of course. 1 pill, and you'll see results tonight. Take it today, and you'll be full of vigor. Li Chuang had immense confidence in his medicine. He knew the Dean had no physiological defects, as he had fathered a daughter. As long as the organs were intact, the medicine would take effect. Brother, if your medicine works and helps me out, I swear I'll sell as much of it as you can produce. Dean Wei vowed earnestly. Hey, good. Oh, look at me just talking away. It's already mealtime. Come, brother, let me take you to eat. Dean Wei patted Li Chuang on the shoulder with a familiar, natural gesture, as if they were old friends. Dean Wei opened the door and called over a nurse passing by in the corridor, instructing her to notify several people to dine at the Statron restaurant at noon, as there was an honored guest. After arranging everything, he led Li Chuang out of the hospital gate. Turning left, they walked along the road for a few minutes, until they reached the street lined with restaurants. At the center stood the Statron restaurant. Li Chuang noticed its imposing appearance. A 2-story building towering over the low shop fronts, standing out like a crane among chickens. This doesn't seem right, Li Chuang mused. In the normal 1960s, there were hardly any private restaurants, and Statron ones were just simple eateries, shabby and not nearly as grand as this. This parallel world is off. Of course, after the meal, Li Chuang discovered more anomalies. As Li Chuang followed Dean Wei into the lobby of the Statron restaurant, he saw neatly arranged tables. 2 tables were already occupied by people eating, and their attire was quite luxurious. It seemed that only the wealthy and influential could dine here. Without pausing, Dean Wei led Li Chuang up the stairs to the 2nd floor, which featured multiple private rooms much like modern restaurants. Walking to the end of the corridor, Dean Wei pushed open the last door on the right and stepped inside. Li Chuang glanced at the nameplate. It read Peony Hall. Soon after they sat down, Dean Wei handed the menu to Li Chuang, who ordered 3 dishes without hesitation: cumin lamb chicken with potatoes and scrambled eggs with chives. He left the rest to the Dean. Dean Wei took the order slip and scribbled down dishes, filling an entire page and preparing to flip to the next. Li Chuang quickly stopped him. That's too much, brother. It's enough for us. Wasting food is no good. No worries, brother. Since you're here, I want you to eat well. There are more people coming, so rest assured. Li Chuang let it go and looked around. The private room was nicely arranged, clean and tidy, with 2 long sofas against the wall, enough to seat 8 to 10 people. In the corner, there were potted plants, albeit common pothoes. Just as the order was placed, footsteps thudded outside, followed. Come in, Dean Wei said directly. Li Chuang saw several people enter the room. The first was a woman around 34 or 35, wearing a modified qipao that revealed her slender, fair legs. She stood out from the others. Li Chuang guessed she might be Dean Wei's new wife. The woman smiled before speaking. Dean Wei, you're so busy. It's not easy to invite you to dinner. I happened to see these friends coming to see you, so I took the liberty to join. Please don't mind. Her smile was bright and natural, with 2 lovely dimples appearing, making her indescribably beautiful and charming. From her words, Li Chuang realized she was an unexpected guest, not who he had assumed. The woman's delicate beauty and fiery figure, accentuated by the form-fitting qipao, added an extra layer of allure. Li Chuang inexplicably felt relieved. Director He, you're being too formal. Come, please sit here. Today I have a friend to introduce to you. Everyone take a seat. Dean Wei gestured for the others to find their places. Li Chuang observed the 3 who entered later, all in white lab coats, likely hospital staff in their 20s. The first was slightly over 1.6 meters, cute and petite, with a gentle smile, delicate features, and fair skin. A classic girl next door type. Her upper assets weren't abundant, at most AB. The second was tall, around 1.72 meters, with slender eyebrows, deep bright eyes, and a straight nose, giving off a sharp, capable vibe. Looking further down, the top 2 buttons of her lab coat were undone, revealing a snowy, voluptuous chest that seemed ready to burst forth. Even from several meters away, Chuang could sense their grandeur. The third had a cool, aloof demeanor, unsmiling, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, an oval face, and willow leaf eyebrows. She was beautiful, but gave off a keep-away vibe. She was around 168 meters with a slender figure, and narrow waist, and curvaceous hips, the kind that would feel wonderful to touch. Once everyone was seated, Dean Wei continued the introductions. I called you all here at noon because we have an honored guest. Brother, let me introduce you. Chuang stood up and said generously, hello ladies. I'm Chuang, also a physician. They'll likely need your help in the future. Please take care of me. Done. Oh brother, you're too modest. Let me say it for him. Remember when I told you about someone who instantly cured an acute appendicitis patient in Zhaozhuang town? That was my brother here. In less than half an hour, without any equipment, he diagnosed and cured the patient, who got up and walked right away. After this introduction, the gazes of the doctors and nurses toward Chuang shifted. Indescribable light flickered in there. The kippa-clad beauty looked at Chuang thoughtfully, continuing to listen to Dean Wei's introduction. Oh, by the way, director, regarding that friend you mentioned last time with those symptoms, I've looked through a lot of information since then, but haven't found any solutions. Now that young Li is here, he's quite skilled in this area, so you two can chat more later. It's not that I'm unwilling to dine with you, but I'm simply not up to it. My abilities just don't allow it. Director, he took over the conversation and asked, may I ask Dr. Li, besides appendectomy, what other treatments are you skilled in? Generally speaking, doctors have their own areas of expertise. Each has their specialty. Some excel at treating external injuries, some are adept at internal surgeries, some perform craniotomies, and others focus on the urinary system. The list goes on. Chuang pondered for a moment. Based on his treatment methods, was there really anything he wasn't skilled at? But saying it outright like that, given his young age, would only make him seem less credible. So he adjusted his words and said, I'm quite proficient in internal medicine, especially concerning the functions of sexual organs. I've done a lot of research in that area. Chuang had been thinking about surgeries and injuries, things that with current medical conditions weren't too hard to treat. So he planned to leave those aside and focus on the tougher cases where he could seize the opportunity to make a name for himself. That would be more than enough. Little did he know, after he said that the kippa-clad beauty director, he began to breathe a bit faster. Then my friend might have hope. Please stay, Dr. Li, and let me ask you a few questions privately, if that's all right. Chuang naturally didn't refuse. The phrase a friend was truly amusing. How many days do you plan to stay in the county, Dr. Li? I heard from the director that you just arrived today. It must have been a tiring journey. The demure young woman asked with a sweet smile. Probably just 2 or 3 days. I have other matters to attend to back in. Before coming, Chuang had told his family he'd be away for 3 days. If the collaboration with the director didn't work out, he'd need time to find new partners, so had reserved 2 days. Hearing Chuang's answer, she happily responded, that's great, Dr. Li. My name is Xiaowei Wang Xiaowei. If you have time later, I can show you around the county. There's lots of good food and fun things to do. I'm a nurse, and I'm very good at a lot of nursing tasks. Chuang gave Wang Xiaowei a meaningful glance and smiled with a nod. You're wrong. I live nearby. You're welcome to come find me for fun, Dr. Li. Chuang glanced again. Aptly named indeed, she had ample presence. Then turned to the third woman. She seemed reluctantly to stand and introduced herself, Lu Shui, in turn, doctor. Pleased to meet you. Chuang nodded calmly. By the way, director, I heard your garment factory isn't doing so well. Many new fabrics and patterns from Shanghai are selling like hotcakes in some shops. Maybe you should consider a transition. Dean Wei was well-versed in the county's various industries and naturally knew the current state of the garment factory. We've thought about it plenty. But transitioning isn't that easy. Would need to replace machinery and equipment, hire specialized trainers. The cost would be too high, and there's no guarantee would turn things around. It's too difficult. Rail transport is so developed now. It only takes a day from Shanghai. Many shops go straight to Shanghai for supplies. The cloth we produce here is selling less and less. Exactly. Last week, my eldest brother came back from Shanghai with these beautiful stockings. You pull them up from your feet, all the way to your waist. I heard this kind of clothing is very popular in Shanghai, Wang Xiaowei replied cheerfully. Chuang was stunned. Trains. Were they already around in the 1960s? It sounded like traveling from Shanghai to here was very convenient. He had a question and asked directly, are trains convenient? Where do they go? This time it was Lu Shui who responded. Trains are very convenient and fast. You can go directly from Shanghai to our Lifeng County in just 15 hours. Of course, from here you can also reach most places across the country. If there's no direct route, you can transfer. What? We have a station here. Chuang was astonished. In his memory, Lifeng County in his past life also had a station, but it was never put into use after construction, lying vacant for over 30 years. Some people waited their whole lives, but never saw a train pass through the county. But in this world, not only had trains become a mode of transport earlier, but a nationwide transportation network had already been established. This was incredible. As the old saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. With roads open, information exchange speeds up and many things become easier to promote. Chuang thought to himself, if trains were already running, did that mean cars, motorcycles, and the like would soon become popular? It was quite possible. So when he had time, he would go see if bicycles were being sold. Running everywhere on foot was too much of it. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable for all. Chuang absorbed a great deal of new information, boosting his confidence in making. Dean Wei left with the 3 hospital staff. Now only Chuang and director, he remained in the private room. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. Director, he broke the silence first. They were sitting on chairs with an empty seat between them, the table a mess of dishes. So she suggested, how about we move to the sofa and chat? Li Chuang nodded and walked over to the sofa. The two sofas were against different walls, so sitting apart was clearly not suitable. They both ended up on the sofa by the entrance, still keeping about a person's width between them. As they spoke, they both turned sideways to face each other. Director, he cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment. It's like this, Dr. Lee. This friend of mine. Well, she's about my age, 35. She's never had a formal boyfriend. It's not that she's unpopular. She has many suitors, but... She paused as if searching for the right words. Li Chuang didn't rush her, quietly listening to her fabricate this friend. After a long pause, she continued, carefully choosing her words. She told me that whenever a man touches her body, she feels an inexplicable resistance, a kind of disgust. I don't know why, but as long as they keep a bit of distance to him, she returns to normal. She tried dating several people, but nothing ever progressed. She told me she's never felt that urge. At this point, Director, he looked earnestly at Li Chuang and asked with effort, does she? Is this condition considered an... How should it be resolved? She said she's been to several hospitals, taken medication, and tried psychological therapy, but she doesn't know what to do anymore. She's over 30 now. If this problem can't be solved, her whole life will be ruined. Li Chuan contemplated, realizing that this was precisely the so-called name. In his past life, such ailments were not uncommon, often caused by psychological factors, likely triggered by similar past traumas manifesting in such a state. But in truth, regardless of one's inner thoughts, a person remains a person, and a woman remains a woman. There is no... The key lies in breaking through one's own barriers, allowing oneself to develop feelings for a man, gradually reshaping the psychological state, so that in time one can naturally accept and even relish such sensations. Thus, Li Chuan swiftly activated his art of observation, scrutinizing her with an imperceptible gaze. Most of the body glowed green, indicating health and no issues. The internal organs showed a slight yellow tint, likely due to fatigue, not a disease. No other anomalies were detected. So this problem can be resolved with proper guidance. Li Chuan silently concluded, then pondered the best way to articulate it. He grasped the essence of this classic saying. As for your situation, I think. It's not me, it's my friend. Director, he interrupted, indignantly emphasizing the correction. Oh, my apologies, a slip of the tongue. Your friend, her condition is medically known as this name, with finer classifications based on severity. Then please tell me, how would your friend react in the following scenarios? When kissed by the opposite sex. She would push away, sometimes even feeling a physiological disgust. When did your friend first witness this, and what happened? The earliest was in middle school. Two thugs cornered me and another female classmate in a dead-end alley. The classmate kept screaming, refusing to let them succeed, until the police arrived 10 minutes later. She was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely from the struggle. I was horrified, trembling with fear, grateful it wasn't me. But since then, I felt no interest in such matters. Even now, I don't know what to do. My parents keep urging me to find someone to marry, but I can't woo-woo. Li Chuan listened to her confession, feeling somewhat relieved. This was part of the treatment, psychological counseling. Now it was time for his trump card. He moved closer imperceptibly. The sobs gradually subsided. The Chuang Sam-clad beauty opened her bright, sparkling eyes, gazing dazedly at Li Chuan sitting so near. Why does it seem not so repulsive? Li Chuan closely monitored her emotional shifts. Sensing no resistance and interpreting her demeanor as encouragement, he maintained his silent composure. Li Chuan relaxed, continuously channeling true energy from his right hand. The Chuang Sam beauty felt an overwhelming comfort during the treatment, an utterly addictive sensation. Under Li Chuan's ministrations, she slowly closed her eyes. Li Chuan was baffled. Lady, do you realize what closing your eyes in front of an interested member of the opposite sex implies? Oh, they had only just met, and Li Chuan knew she was someone of status in the county, so he dared not overstep. He settled for a minor advantage. 2 hours later, Li Chuan learned that Director He's full name was He Wanqing, and he unreservedly praised the beauty. Li Chuan was astonished by this extraordinary result. He received a triple critical hit of true energy return. The cultivation gained in one session equaled threefold. Li Chuan concluded that this was the most potent cultivation effect he had encountered so far. At this moment, Li Chuang reclined sideways on the sofa while the rosy-cheeked He Wanqing rested her head upon his chest, her eyes closed, as if she had yet to recover, occasionally opening them to steal a glance at his handsome face before returning to her feigned slumber. He Wanqing could not fathom why, after over 3 decades of keeping her body untouched by any man, she had been so easily conquered today, willingly surrendering herself to someone she had only just met. Yet at the moment of his touch, the sensation overwhelmed her, leaving her utterly incapable of any thought of resistance. Perhaps this was fate. As she gazed at him now, everything about him seemed pleasing to the eye. Truly he was striking. Just as her mind wandered, a questioning voice sounded in her ear. Wanqing, as the director of the county garment factory, what products do you currently have? You mentioned considering a transformation. Share your thoughts, and perhaps I can offer you some valuable advice. After guiding his spiritual energy through a minor cycle, Li Chuang recalled the topics discussed during the banquet. In their recent intimacy, he had noticed that even the most fashionable women in the county wore only simple cloth wraps on their upper bodies and plain cotton triangle underwear beneath their cheongsams, all pure white and devoid of any craftsmanship. Given the relatively low level of productivity, life in the 60s was such that any product found a market as supply fell short of demand. So long as one could produce and sell, business naturally thrived. Yet here signs of competition had already emerged, and improved transportation could only exacerbate this situation. Seizing the chance to understand the true market in the county, Li Chuang contemplated moving his entire family to town as life in the countryside was too inconvenient and resources were far scarcer. He Wanqing blinked, her voice soft and sweet, exuding an indescribable tenderness. We currently produce everyday wear, blue shirts, trousers, women's blouses, coats, underwear, cotton stockings, and even shoes. In short, we manufacture nearly every type of clothing available on the market. Li Chuang could detect both confidence and uncertainty in her tone as her voice trailed off toward the end. You've likely realized that producing such a wide range of products dilutes your core competitiveness. Gazing at the woman in his arms, whose expression grew serious, he continued, when everyone lacks clothes and other essentials, doing everything makes it easy to grow your business. Sell as much as you produce. But when better products appear on the market, the more you produce, the more inventory you'll accumulate, driving up costs and stifling. Hearing his words, He Wanqing sat up. She sensed he had struck at the core issue, a problem she had anticipated but never managed to solve. If Li Chuang could identify it, might he have a viable solution? Full of hope, she looked at him and asked, Yes, it's a real problem. What do you think we should do? Li Chuang shared his thoughts directly. My advice is to cut all production lines that produce goods similar to those of other small garment factories and replace them with new products. I have an idea for what those new products could be, but I'm not entirely certain yet. How about we go to the market together and do some research? That way I'll have a clearer picture and can tell you what products would be most suitable. Initially, He Wanqing had little faith. After all, Li Chuang was a physician. How could he possibly understand the garment business? But his reasoning was sound, and his composed demeanor instilled an unexpected confidence in her. All right, let's go now and explore the market. With that, she quickly stood up, straightening her disheveled clothes. Li Chuang admired her decisive attitude and rose to follow her out of the private room. The bill had long been settled by Dean Wei. Exiting the state-run restaurant, they stepped onto the street, walking side by side at a distance of 10 to 15 centimeters, neither too intimate nor too distant. As they chatted, they learned much about each other. He Wanqing discovered that Li Chuang was married with 2 children. Considering his extraordinary medical skills and certain other abilities, she felt a sense of acceptance. After all, what capable man didn't have a few close confidants? Li Chuang in turn learned that He Wanqing came from a family where both parents worked. After graduating from high school, she joined the workforce and quickly rose to a managerial position at the garment factory due to her outstanding performance. With the support and mentorship of a female leader, she gradually ascended to the position of director, a journey that had been far from easy. She also had an older sister, He Wanqing, also a high school graduate, who was a year older. Her son was nearly as old as Li Chuang. Unfortunately, her husband had died of alcohol poisoning the previous year after excessive drinking at a social engagement. The 2 sisters frequently kept in touch and shared a close bond. Laughing and talking, they arrived at Li Xian Square, the county's most central commercial hub, where the clothing on sale represented the latest trends. On the second floor, Li Chuang noticed numerous shops, each with its own sign. Names like Li Family Apparel, Xiao Wan Shop, and Wang Family Hats, all imbued with a strong personal touch. Glancing inside, he saw that the clothing displays were largely similar, rows of garments on 2 walls and a large table in the center, showcasing various styles. There were quite a few shoppers, men and women, young and old, whose attire and demeanor were noticeably more refined than those in the villages and towns. Li Chuang and He Wanqing casually entered a women's clothing store run by a sharp, capable woman in her 40s with short ear-length hair. She smiled before speaking. Dear customers, what would you like to buy? We have all styles here, guaranteed to satisfy. He Wanqing replied indifferently, just browsing. She then stayed close to Li Chuang, deferring to his lead. Li Chuang noticed that everyday local attire accounted for only a small portion of the stock. There were several dresses, embroidered skirts, and patterned blouses, though these were priced higher, around 25 yuan each. Full-length stockings covering the calves came in many colors along with short socks. He even spotted the silk stockings mentioned during the meal, though they came in only one style, waist-high, and their texture left something to be desired. The other items were unremarkable. Li Chuang bought a pair of silk stockings in He Wanqing's size for 10 yuan. They browsed a few more stores, and the 3rd and 4th floors were similar, with no novel clothing to be found. After concluding their research, they left the mall. Once outside, He Wanqing couldn't help asking, So Li Chuang, what advice do you have for the products? Seeing him remain silent, she grew impatient. Is there a way or not? Speak up. Wanqing, you're about to get rich. Huh? He Wanqing was baffled. Based on our investigation, I believe there's great potential here. But first, let me ask, is the county garment factory yours personally, or does it belong to the county? The factory is mine now. Before I took over, its ownership belonged to my predecessor. She later moved to a bigger city and entrusted the factory to me, as I was reliable. Ownership was transferred to me through a loan. Business was good for several years, and I paid off the loan around this time last year. So now the factory is entirely mine. But competition intensified at the start of this year, and profits have dwindled. That's why I've been anxious, seeking advice and exploring options, but I haven't been able to decide how to turn things around. Tell me what to do next. If your plan makes sense, I'll follow it to the letter. Li Chuang felt relieved to learn the factory was hers, as it saved the trouble of finding a new location and starting from scratch. But he had no intention of offering guidance for free. He knew the market they were about to tap into would be enormous and highly profitable, so he wanted a share of the pie. Wanqing, don't be so impatient. Do you want to discuss this here? Li Chuang gestured at the bustling crowd around them. He Wanqing's face flushed as she awkwardly spoke. Sorry, let's go to Li Feng Hotel. The environment there is better, and they have private rooms. She then led the way, heading east. Feng Hotel was the largest hotel in the county, situated right across from the convention center and adjacent to the city park. Once inside the private room, they ordered 2 cups of coffee and asked the waiter to bring several sheets of A4 paper. Chuang began his explanation. Now that we've seen the women's clothing currently on the market, what are your impressions? Yuanqing rested her chin on her right hand, pondering before replying. The styles are a bit limited with severe homogenization. Most people around here wear similar clothes. I didn't notice much else. What do you think? Chuang didn't keep her in suspense and directly shared his thoughts. Personally, I believe the variety of clothing styles is insufficient, as you've observed. Moreover, the quality of these garments is unremarkable and no true brand has been established. They are merely distributed and sold across different stores. And from what we've seen, women's underwear is hardly sold as a specialty. Yet this sector holds immense potential for the future. Bras which enhance and accentuate feminine features, panties, and even lingerie designed to foster intimacy between couples represent a vast market. So for the products to be competitive, we should pursue 2 directions. First, traditional clothing, increase variety, improve fabric quality, and build a brand. Second, the underwear market, strike early, refine the products, and seize the market share. Given the advanced transportation networks, we can radiate from Feng County to the entire nation and aim for a leading position in the short term. Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she listened to Chuang. I never imagined you had so many brilliant ideas, but as well as you've described it, how do we actually create the products? I can assist with that. Designing clothing styles, selecting fabrics, conceptualizing underwear, planning the brand strategy, and deciding whether to open direct sales stores or focus solely on product output. Pausing, Chuang looked at Yuanqing and nodded meaningfully. As a seasoned individual, she immediately understood and silently chided herself. How could I forget? No one works without profit. We need to discuss cooperation first. After a moment of reflection, she straightened her posture, showcasing her elegant figure, and spoke earnestly. I apologize for my excitement. The garment factory still yields some profit, but it's on the decline. Hearing your plan, I believe the future market is promising, and it will undoubtedly require our full collaboration. How about this? You provide the plans and strategies, and I'll supply the manpower. Well, split the profits 50-50. Chuang considered it carefully. In truth, he hadn't expected much, knowing the market's potential. Billions in annual revenue seemed effortless. This counted as a technical investment for him. Originally, he would have been satisfied with 20. Given Yuanqing's offer, he readily agreed. All right, let's draft an agreement to finalize this. Let me first sketch a bra design for you so you can gauge whether such products will be well received. Chuang decided to offer a sweetener, giving Yuanqing confidence in the product's potential and fueling her motivation. Taking the A4 paper, he drew a detailed diagram of a bra based on his memory, marking the hook, straps, rings, center gore, underwire, and cups, explaining how to achieve support and comfort. As he explained, Yuanqing's eyes lit up. She had never realized a bra could involve so much intricacy and yearned to thrilled by the mere concept, she imagined the market's response to a real product. Overwhelmed with excitement, she embraced Chuang, burying him in her embrace. After 5 seconds, she released him and went to the front desk to print the agreement, returning shortly to sign it. Afterward, she booked a room for Chuang and hurried back to the garment factory, determined to make a fresh start. She wouldn't have reached her position without ambition. Now, with new hope on the horizon, she was brimming with energy. Chuang, with nothing else to do, decided to rest in his room. It was 5:30 p.m., and the afternoon's physical and mental exertion had drained him. He planned to eat later. At 6:30 p.m., he stepped out to find the sun still hanging in the sky, casting its final rays. Unhurried, he decided to take a stroll in the nearby park. The park was modest, taking less than half an hour to circle. Yet the setting was pleasant, featuring a large lake with blooming lotuses and weeping willows along the shore, their lush greenery exuding vitality. After walking halfway around the lake, he reached a row of corridors on the south side, where stone benches offered resting. A crowd had gathered, mostly elderly, with some playing musical instruments while onlookers watched. Chuang strolled slowly, observing the city dwellers enjoying a peaceful, prosperous life. Who would imagine this era would later be known as the Great Famine? If not for his sudden return, his parents would still be foraging in the Daqing Mountains, struggling to survive. The lives many take for granted are the unattainable dreams of countless others. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome, but some are born there. After a moment of reflection, Chuang let the thoughts go. His life had changed irrevocably from the moment he returned. From now on, he would become the dream others could only aspire to. Time to eat. Leaving the park, he walked less than 500 meters east to a row of food stalls. He casually chose one, and glancing at the menu, he found the prices reasonable. Braised pork ribs for 5 Mao peanuts, an edamame, a plate of pig head meat, a small bottle of liquor, a clay pot chicken, and stir-fried beef. Done. Finding the indoors stuffy, he sat at a small table by the roadside. Soon cold dishes arrived along with a plain bottle of local liquor, which surprisingly had a good taste. He savored the food and drink, enjoying the summer breeze. Chuang ate contentedly, oblivious to the curious stare. Evenings were typically spent with friends. Dining alone with multiple dishes was unusual. Though city dwellers eating out, this meal likely cost 2 or 3 yuan. With monthly wages around 35 yuan, that was just over a yuan. Few would splurge 2 or 3 days' wages on a single meal. However, when it came to women, they were willing to spend over half a month's salary on a beautiful dress. Truly, the food here is really good. The braised chicken is incredibly flavorful, and the flatbread dipped in the sauce with its slightly hard and crispy edge tastes even better. Chuang muttered while eating, his animated expression showing his satisfaction. Suddenly, a noisy commotion came from the next table. He looked over and saw quite a crowd. 5 burly men in flashy short-sleeved shirts, their arms covered in various tattoos, and their hair in crew cuts were gathered around a man in his late 20s with slicked back hair. Beside him stood 2 women, one around 34 or 35, the other about 18 or 19. Both women had striking figures. Even in their loose blue shirt suits, their impressive physiques were undeniable. They were both about 168 centimeters tall and bore a resemblance to each other. They stood with their heads bowed, trembling in fear, not daring to speak. The slick-haired man poured a large glass of wine under the gaze of the crowd. He raised it and placed it before the younger woman, smirking maliciously. Xiaoyu, if you drink this, well, call it, even for bumping into me. Otherwise, I'm afraid neither of you will be leaving today, ha. The older woman gathered her courage, lifted her face, and looked at the slick-haired man. Brother Dayu, I'm sorry we bumped into you, but Xiaoyu can't drink. Could you please let her off? She's still a child. How about I drink it instead? As Li Chuang saw this woman's face, his heart inexplicably stirred. She was exactly his type. She had an oval face, fair and radiant skin, delicate brows like a painting, and large bright eyes that now glistened with unshed tears, making anyone want to step forward and protect her. Her upper body was full and rounded, her backside pert and shapely, and her long legs were straight and proportionate, incredibly eye-catching. Fine, you drink 2 glasses, and this matter is settled. Brother Dai's eyes were fixed on her, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The woman looked at the full glass in her hand, bit her lip, and clenched her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. Tipping her head back, she downed it all in one gulp. The glass held about 150 milliliters. Drinking it straight on an empty stomach was the limit for many grown men. Shortly after drinking, a flush of red spread across the woman's face. Mom, stop drinking. If you have more, you'll get drunk, and he still won't let us go. Mom. Woo-woo, the girl beside her sobbed, seeing clearly that Brother Dayu had no intention of letting them leave. Brother Dayu, you promised to let us go. 1 more glass, and I'll drink it. Without giving him a chance to respond, the woman refilled the glass and downed it again. Fighting the discomfort in her body, she struggled to stay clear-headed and whispered, Brother Dayu, I've finished. Can we? Ha ha ha. The men nearby burst into raucous laughter, their faces smug. When has Brother Dayu ever let a woman? He set his sights on getaway. You 2 behave tonight, and you'll be well taken care of, ha. A crew-cut man laughed arrogantly. Brother Dayu was all smiles. I've been chasing Xiaoyu for so long, sending flowers and gifts. Today I should get something in return, shouldn't I, Xiaoyu? I never accepted your gifts. I didn't take the flowers or the hair tie. Brother Dayu, please let us go. Bang. A loud crash echoed as a bottle shattered on the floor, sending shards of glass and liquid flying. What are you saying, Xiaoyu? I gave you those things. Whether you took them or not is irrelevant. Now tonight you're coming with me. Alright, Daqiang, help me with my mother-in-law. Let's head to the hotel. Tisk tisk, you really are beautiful. As he spoke, Brother Dai's hand reached out to touch Xiaoyu's face, then slid down her chin to her neck. The girl named Xiaoyu seemed to summon all her courage, shoving Brother Dayu away. She rushed to her mother's side, struggling to support the woman, who was now completely drunk, dragging her toward the exit while sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Dayu stumbled, nearly falling. He quickly regained his footing, and a sharp slap echoed through the room, leaving a distinct red mark on Xiaoyu's face. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Take them both away. Tonight, brothers, we're all going to have a taste of seafood. His underlings immediately started shouting excitedly. The onlookers nearby dared not step forward to stop them, retreating far away for fear of getting involved. Li Chuang noticed an old man had left early, heading toward the police station. However, the nearest station was a 10-minute walk away, and by the time he returned it would be too late. With no other choice, he shook his head and stood up, raising his voice. Hey, how about doing me a favor and letting them go? Brother Dayu, who was about to turn and leave, wore a pained expression. He looked at Li Chuang incredulously, sizing him up. TCH, he thought the guy reeked of a rural bumpkin. What did you say? Do you a favor? Who the hell do you think you are? Haha, yeah, is this kid out of his mind messing with Brother Dayu? Brother Dayu, go ahead and handle your business. He'll take care of this one, haha. A guy with a butterfly tattoo on his arm cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound as he slowly approached. Alright, Mingguang, just break his legs. Don't kill anyone. Brothers, let's go. Brother Dayu shook his head and turned. With a loud thud, a figure slid across the floor and came to a stop right in front of Brother Dayu. Brother Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. His man Mingguang had been taken down in a single move. Mingguang had fought in no fewer than 30 gang brawls and was known for being fierce and formidable. Brother Dayu turned around with difficulty, only to see Li Chuang standing casually 5 meters in front of him, exuding an air of effortless grace. Is that enough face for you now? Damn it, brothers, attack together. This guy's not right. Let's finish this quickly. Daqiang, who had been holding the drunk woman, quickly set her down and charged forward. The other 3 snapped out of their shock and joined in shouting as they rushed ahead. Li Chuang shook his head helplessly. Brother Dayu watched as his men charged in one by one, only to be sent flying back, all landing not far from him. He hadn't even seen how Li Chuang did it. One leg moved, and someone went flying. The movements were incredibly fast and powerful, otherwise they wouldn't have been thrown so far. What the hell was the point of fighting? They weren't even in the same league. He swallowed his arrogance and asked cautiously, May I ask which turf you're from, and what should I call you? I do you have some reputation in the eastern part of the city. If you like, consider these 2 as a gift from me. I hope you won't refuse. Though his eyes were filled with reluctance, Brother Dayu made up his mind to offer them up to avert disaster. As long as nothing goes wrong today, they'll find a chance later to settle the score properly. Li Chuang tested his skills and found fighting effortless. Their movements seemed like slow motion to him, every action transparent at a glance, so it was easy to land a kick directly on their weak spots, rendering them incapacitated with a single blow. My name is Li Chuang. I just arrived in the county town. You've misunderstood. Just let these two go as you normally would. I don't care about anything else. Big brother Dayu was on the verge of tears. You came here purely to do a good deed, then why did you ruin my business? Just as he was about to leave, two police officers walked straight over. Big brother Dayu recognized them. Both were officers from the East City Police Station. The man around 30 was Officer Young, a veteran of the area. The woman beside him in her early 20s had been there less than 3 months. Her name was Mu Ziqing, stern and efficient in her work. He was dumbfounded. Why so many obstacles today? It seemed he should check the almanac before going out in the future. Li Chuang watched the two officers arrive, thinking it had nothing to do with him anymore, and prepared to slip away, only to be called out by the young female officer. Comrade, please cooperate. These people on the ground. You subdued them, right? We need you to come to the station to give a statement. Li Chuang shook his head inwardly. All right, let's go then. He settled the bill first, and then accompanied them to the police station. Not bad, this police beauty has quite a figure. Once she's in that uniform, the charm really comes through, doesn't it? Li Chuang sized her up with interest from behind. She was over 170 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure. Those long legs were longer than his own life. He really wanted to go over and feel how soft they were. Perhaps due to long-term exercise, her upper body was full, but without any sway, and below the waist she was firm. At the police station, there was another flurry of activity. Li Chuang sat quietly waiting, and soon he was called into a room. The facilities were sparse, a table and 3 chairs, 2 of which were behind the table, where 2 officers were already seated. A male officer held a notebook, and the other was the police beauty, watching him take his seat. As he passed by her, Li Chuang deliberately glanced at her name tag. Oh, so her name was Mu Ziqing. Comrade Li Chuang, tell us what happened. Li Chuang didn't hide anything and recounted the whole story. After confirming it was correct, he signed and left. As for the mother and daughter, since the police had taken over, whatever happened next was none of his concern. By the time he returned to the hotel room, it was already past 9. Li Chuang sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate his cultivation technique, sending his true energy through a full cycle, instantly feeling all fatigue melt away. He casually picked up a small object from the table and toyed with it, pondering the use of his gravitational technique. He tried to move chopsticks with his true energy, but failed. What could be the reason? In his hand was a pen holder, a tool for holding pens. Right, let's try a pen. A pen is shorter than chopsticks. After several fruitless attempts, Li Chuang didn't give up. After much thought, he realized the object was too large. Since he was a physician, it would be perfectly reasonable to carry a set of silver needles, wouldn't it? According to cultivators, to resonate with an object, the best way is to refine a life-bound treasure. Silver needles are small enough to start with. Li Chuang felt he had found the key and decided to buy a set to practice tomorrow. That settled it. After making up his mind, he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Li Chuang woke in the dawn light, washed up, and went out to find breakfast. Not far away, he spotted a pan-fried bun shop with a long line of people waiting. Li Chuang quickened his pace and arrived. After a brief look at the shop, he noticed its unique feature. There were no signs at all, only the owner making buns right at the entrance. The golden, perfectly cooked pan-fried buns were the best advertisement, looking incredibly appetizing. With so many people queuing, the taste must be good. Shops like this are usually long-established, built on reputation, and most customers are regulars. Over 10 minutes later, Li Chuang sat in the shop sipping smooth white porridge and eating beef pan-fried buns, letting out satisfaction. After breakfast, it was still early, so he strolled through the nearby park, breathing in the fresh air. By then, more morning exercisers were gradually appearing. There were few young people, mostly elderly. On the southern corridor, several musicians had already set up their instruments, and Li Chuang watched for a while, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This was the warmth of mortal life. How long had it been since he last woke up early to watch the sunrise, stroll in the park, and admire the scenery? In the past, those so-called decadent days were nothing but pointless round-the-clock indulgence, all at the cost of his health. From now on, he had to pay attention to this irregular routine, and physical and mental health came first. Health is the foundation of everything. After wandering for a while, Li Chuang returned to the hotel to rest, constantly pondering his plans for the day. Dean Wei must have conducted the trial yesterday. The remaining pills should be easy to handle. Once he had money, he would go to the herbal medicine shop to buy herbs and continue refining pills. He still had 45 special pills and 10 universal pills made at a cost of 6 yuan. At 3 yuan per pill, he could sell them for 135 yuan, giving him a profit margin of about 20 times. Li Chuang was quite satisfied. After cashing in, he would buy more herbs, make more pills, and supply them to Dean Wei. That way, roughly calculating, he could earn over 300 yuan today. While that would mean financial freedom, he wondered if Dean Wei had the capacity to take all these pills at once. If the deal went through, buying grain and clothes would be no problem at all. Just thinking about it made Li Chuang a little excited. Li Chuang, deeming the time about right, left the hotel and headed toward the county's primary hospital. He took his time on the road, walking leisurely, and watched with some amusement as the townsfolk bustled about. After a walk of about 5 minutes, he arrived at the hospital's director's office. He knocked, and from within came Dean Weiss, noticeably more resonant voice. Come in. Dean Wei dashed over to Li Chuang the moment he saw him, embracing him tightly. Brother, you've saved my life, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. You wouldn't believe it. After taking that medicine you gave me yesterday, I've regained my vigor. I feel even more robust than in my youth. Your sister-in-law is still sound asleep in bed. His face was already beaming with self-satisfaction. Li Chuan felt the fervor of Dean Weiss's embrace. His ribs were nearly crushed, a testament to the elder brother's overwhelming elation. Elder brother, I understand you're indeed quite vigorous now, but isn't this a bit too intense? Ahem. Li Chuan feigned a cough and joked. My fault. I got carried away. Dean Wei chuckled, releasing his grip on Li Chuan. He gestured toward the tea set and invited Li Chuan to sit. Younger brother, your medicine is truly effective. I have a group of old comrades, and as you know, at our age we all face this issue. So how much do you have left? Give it all to me. As I said yesterday, as long as it works, I'll take as much as you have. Seeing that Dean Wei had personally tested the remedy and now served as a living testament, Li Chuan knew that with his connection, sales would be no problem. He said, I have 45 pills on me now. They'll give them to you at a discounted price of 3 yuan each. As for how much you sell them for, that's your business. I trust you can judge the value of these pills. They'll come back at noon to deliver another batch, about 1,000 pills. What do you think, elder brother? Dean Wei grew even more excited upon hearing this. Such excellent pills for only 3 yuan. He had spent thousands on treatments at major hospitals and tried countless folk remedies and herbal concoctions, all to no avail. The money was wasted and the suffering was for nothing. Now for 3 yuan he could rediscover the joy of being a man. After a long night, he still felt remarkably well, both physically and mentally refreshed. As Li Chuan had said, there were no side effects and it nourished the body. This was truly an exceptional medicine. A single pill could easily sell for several dozen yuan. But since the cost was only 3 yuan, he decided to sell them for 10 yuan each. Once people tried them and saw the results, repeat customers would flood in. He would play the long game. Having made up his mind, Dean Wei promptly took out his money, counted out 150 yuan, and handed it to Li Chuan. The latter produced the pills and passed them over. After sharing a pot of tea and some casual conversation, Li Chuan took his leave. Dean Wei quickly contacted several of his old friends selling the pills at a special price of 10 yuan each. He also called a young nurse to inform his wife to bring money later. 3,000 yuan was no small sum, and he didn't carry that much on him. He hadn't thought about it before, but many patients with similar ailments had visited the hospital. Now he could pull up the records, and Dean Wei summoned his trusted subordinate Dr. Bai Siping, who had accompanied him to Zhaozhuang town last time. He assigned Bai to handle this matter exclusively. This was a massive opportunity, and it had to be managed by someone reliable. Bai Siping had met Li Chuan once before, so he was the perfect person to oversee the collaboration. Leaving the hospital, Li Chuan hurried to a nearby Chinese herbal medicine shop. He spent all 150 yuan on polygonatum and wolfberries. Under the clerk's astonished gaze, he left with 2 large bags of herbs and returned to his hotel. After another hour of labor, he finished making the pills, feeling somewhat exhausted. Refining medicine was draining, and his true qi had been largely consumed by the intense work. Yet as Li Chuan gazed at the pile of finished pills, a profound sense of accomplishment washed over him. These were all money. He packed the pills into several small plastic bottles, 50 pills per bottle. In total, he filled 24 bottles with 13 pills left over. He stored the 13 pills in his gold bell, placed the 24 bottles into a plastic bag that had once held herbs, and when he arrived at Dean Weiss's door, he didn't need to knock. He could see the dean inside, gesticulating wildly, his face radiant. Several old comrades of similar age surrounded him, their eyes gleaming as they watched his performance. Li Chuan entered, found a seat, and also took an interest in the show. After more than 10 minutes, Dean Wei seemed to tire of talking. He caught sight of Li Chuan out of the corner of his eye and sheepishly composed himself. Li Chuan silently summarized the dean's spiel: miraculous medicine, personally tested, potent effects, use with confidence. Not effective. Full refund. Silently, Li Chuan gave Dean Wei a thumbs up. Personal testimony made all the difference. Soon Li Chuan watched as money and pills exchanged hands. The old comrades hurried off, vanishing in an instant. They were clearly eager to test the medicine's efficacy. Younger brother, sorry for the spectacle, Dean Wei said as he leisurely stashed the cash into his drawer. The drawer was now piled high with banknotes, stacks upon stacks of them, an impressive sight. Li Chuan had naturally observed the transactions: 1 pill for 10 yuan. It was far more than he earned, but it was the dean's due. Without such connections, Li Chuan would have struggled to find a market. They had agreed from the start that the dean could set his own price. So Li Chuan felt no envy. Selling at 10 yuan was the elder brother. Here are 1200 pills. 50 per bottle. You can count them. Li Chuan gestured and oh, no need to count. Wait, you'll get your money, Dean Wei said, opening the drawer. He took out 3 thick stacks of banknotes, placed them before Li Chuan, then counted out 60 more bills one by one. Li Chuan picked up 1 stack and counted exactly 100 bills. The other 2 stacks were of similar thickness, so he didn't bother counting. With 360 yuan in hand, a sense of relief washed over him, and his face unconsciously lit up with joy. Someone else came in to see the dean, so Li Chuan didn't linger. He said he would return to town tomorrow, and that if more stock was needed, someone could come to fetch it. If it wasn't urgent, he would bring another delivery to the county in a week. Leaving the director's office, Li Chuan let out a long breath. He patted the thick paper-wrapped money in his bag, feeling a surge of contentment, and instinctively straightened his posture. As the old saying goes, poverty stifles ambition. Without money in hand, one lacks confidence. Even if he had many ways to make a fortune and the skills to match. But without cash, he would still seem petty. Now, however, with over 3,000 yuan in his pocket, he was a bona fide rich. Li Chuan puffed out his chest and walked with a swagger that acknowledged no one. He made another trip to the Chinese herbal medicine store, purchasing 150 yuan worth of polygonatum and wolfberries, along with a set of acupuncture needles, 12 gold and 12 silver needles, for 25 yuan. The so-called gold needles were not made of pure gold, but of red copper presenting an orange-yellow hue with a relatively soft texture and good thermal conductivity. The silver needles, on the other hand, were crafted from high-purity metallic silver, displaying a silvery white luster, firm in texture, and with comparatively poor thermal conductivity. Each had its own function, yet both were fairly lightweight. Li Chuang exited the pharmacy, found a secluded corner, and stored all the items into the golden bell. Then he headed to the grain and oil store where the posted price showed cornmeal at 0.12 yuan per caddy, a cent cheaper than in the town, while white flour was only 0.16 yuan per caddy, a full 2 cents cheaper per caddy. Boss, if I buy more of this white flour, can you lower the price? The shopkeeper, a man in his 40s with slightly thinning hair and a notably rotund figure, a clear sign of a comfortable life, glanced at Li Chuang's attire and replied with some impatience, "Small business, no bargaining." Li Chuang said nothing more, pulling out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. He lightly tapped the money against his left palm and said nonchalantly, "What about 6,000 caddies?" "How much?" The shopkeeper's voice involuntarily rose several pitches as he stared at the money in Li Chuang's hand. What kind of family was this? Ordinary folks buying grain came for a dozen caddies at most, yet this guy directly asked for 6,000. Wasn't that a bit too bold? But his heart burned at the sight of that stack of cash. "All right, for cornmeal I can reduce it by another cent per caddy, and for white flour, at most 2 cents. How does that sound?" Li Chuang pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Fine. They'll take 1,000 caddies of cornmeal, and the rest white flour, totaling 1,000 yuan. They'll pay 100 yuan deposit now. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., deliver the flour to the intersection northwest of the county town, leading to Zhaozhuang village, and he'll settle the remaining balance." How about that? With so much grain, handling the transaction here would be cumbersome, but at that intersection with fewer people, he could simply collect it directly. The shopkeeper readily agreed, noting that the store didn't have enough stock and would need to procure from the grain station. Although he had conceded on the price, he could still make a cent per caddy, earning over 70 yuan from this single deal. Far better than accumulating through small orders. A daily income exceeding 70 yuan meant over 2,000 a month. What kind of family was this so prosperous? The shopkeeper was overjoyed, hastily agreeing and reaching out to take the money. "Don't worry, I'll deliver the full weight on time." Li Chuang nodded, then purchased 5 barrels of soybean oil, 2 barrels of rapeseed oil, and 1 barrel of cottonseed oil at the store, along with some spices like Sichuan pepper and star anise. He paid in advance and arranged for everything to be delivered together tomorrow. After buying food, Li Chuang went to a clothing store, purchasing 2 new outfits for each family member. Over 200 yuan, a mere trifle. Oh, and shoes needed replacing 2, spending another 60 yuan for 1 new pair per person. He also spruced himself up, following the current urban style, a white shirt and black trousers, looking especially sharp with a new pair of leather shoes on his feet. Li Chuang admired himself in the mirror, indeed quite handsome. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a straight posture, and a height of 183 centimeters, he felt that just this appearance alone could captivate countless young maidens. Satisfied, Li Chuang packed away his old clothes without discarding them. In the countryside, old clothes still had many uses, and besides, they were merely worn, not damaged. If his parents found out he had thrown away old clothes, they would surely lecture him endlessly. After finishing his purchases, he found a small eatery nearby for a quick meal, then headed toward the county garment factory. The garment factory was located in the southeast of the county town, which, according to his memory of the future, would become the new urban district. The main roads were uneven, not yet fully paved with asphalt, many still being gravel paths. Li Chuang was in no hurry, strolling slowly along the road. Suddenly, the roar of an engine sounded from behind. Startled, he turned to see a motorcycle speeding toward him. The rider, judging by the silhouette, was a woman with a slender figure clad in sportswear, her long shapely legs wrapped in black trousers. Beneath a textured helmet, her long hair flowed freely, exuding a carefree elegance. Li Chuang was amazed. Since arriving in the county town, this was the first time he had seen anyone riding a vehicle on the road, let alone a motorcycle, and piloted by a woman no less. His mouth hung wide open as he watched the woman whiz by without even a chance to stop and greet her. Never mind. He would ask Wanqing later. She probably had connections to find out where to get a motorcycle. It would make traveling much more convenient. Everyone was still relying on walking, and he hadn't felt much difference, but seeing someone else using advanced tools while he still lived a primitive life, that feeling was different. Especially since he had experienced the good life before and now had the financial means, the discomfort was doubled. Sighing as he walked, it wasn't long before Li Chuang arrived at the county garment factory gate. The 2 large iron gates gleamed green with 2 characters on each side, county on the left and garment on the right, though oddly split. The left read county gar, and the right meant factory. It really had a vintage feel. The gate was wide open with 2 elderly guards standing on either side. Li Chuang approached and said, "I'm here to see factory director he." "Is she in?" The guard on the right, who seemed talkative, replied cheerfully. "You're looking for factory director he? What a coincidence, someone else came to see her just now, and she's receiving them. Why don't you register first, and he'll go in and announce you." "What's your surname?" Li Chuang smiled back. "My surname is Li, no need for formalities. Just say Dr. Li is here to visit. Thank you for the trouble." Following the left guard's guidance, he picked up a pen at the wooden table by the gate and wrote his information in the book. Before long, the guard returned and invited Li Chuang inside, leading the way. Walking along the factory path, Li Chuang surveyed his surroundings. The area was indeed vast. It took a while before he spotted a large workshop. Entering, he saw many workers busy on the left side. The guard led him to the right, where the office area was, with several small doors in a row. They walked all the way to the end where the director's office stood. Here it is. Please go in. With that the guard withdrew. Li Chuang knocked, and a clear, gentle voice from inside said, "Please come in." Li Chuang pushed open the door and saw a beautiful woman smiling and sitting directly opposite the entrance. Who else could it be but He Wanqing? On the left side of the door there was a long sofa where a woman in sportswear sat. She appeared to be about the same age as He Wanqing, in her early 30s, with somewhat similar features and flowing long hair. Undoubtedly the motorcyclist from the road. Li Chuang silently marveled at the coincidence, then greeted with a smile. "Wanqing, are you busy now? I came to check on the factory situation." Turning to the motorcyclist he inquired, "And who might this beautiful lady be?" He marveled inwardly. Truly fortune comes without effort, and greeted with a smile. "Wanqing, are you busy now? I came to see how things are at the factory." Turning to the motorcyclist he asked, "And who is this beautiful lady?" "And this beautiful lady is a..." Before He Wanqing could respond, the motorcycling beauty replied, "Hello there, I'm Wanqing's elder sister He Wanqing. She was just talking about you, and I never thought I'd meet you in person so soon. What a coincidence." Her voice was sweet and alluring, and now her face was adorned with a smile. Her eyes were bright and spirited, her eyebrows like distant Sian hills, her nose delicate, and her lips a dark red. She was simply pleasing to the eye. Li Chuang stepped forward and extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss He Wanqing." After shaking hands, He Wanqing and Li Chuang sat on opposite ends of the sofa. He Wanqing then walked in front of them and asked He Wanqing, "Sis, you haven't told me why you came to see me today. You've never been to the garment factory before." "It's like this, the old man is celebrating his birthday next month, so he asked me to invite you to the banquet." "Hey, race the invitation." With that, He Wanqing handed over a gold embossed invitation card. Then she leaned back on the sofa, gracefully awaiting her sister. Their parents were no longer alive, and this old man was her father-in-law. This year marked his 60th birthday, so the family had prepared this banquet, inviting relatives and friends to join in the celebration. "It's on the 10th of next month. I'm not sure yet. If nothing else comes up, I'll definitely go. Is that okay?" "Fine. Dr. Li, I heard you two are partners now. When you have new products, remember to save one for me." "Sure, no problem. Yesterday, we only talked about the bra design. There's still a lot to discuss. How about we talk now?" Li Chuang responded quickly and explained his purpose to He Wanqing. He Wanqing casually picked up the electric kettle, which contained boiled water. She took out a box of green tea and 3 teacups from the side cabinet and brewed a simple cup of tea while speaking incessantly. "We really need to talk properly. I still have some things about the bra from yesterday that I haven't figured out. For instance, should we produce the materials ourselves or buy them wholesale? What brand name should we use? I can't decide." Li Chuang pondered for a moment and replied, "How about this? Let's start with the brand name. For our clothing, we'll continue with the low-end products as they are without a brand strategy. They provide cash flow and are still profitable, so we'll leave them untouched for now. As for more styles and high-end products, what do you think of Le Chuang for our premium line with the English name Lejoie? Underwear should have its own brand. For bras, the brand could be Enfin with Anfer, meaning safety, stability, and fragrance. For underpants, the brand could be Amur with Amir. Having both Chinese and English names will make it easier to build a reputation and enter the international market. As long as our products are good, orders will never be in short supply." He Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I'll do as you say. We'll adjust the production content for the existing line. But we're short on staff, especially for high-end products. Without design capability, we can't innovate. We can start recruiting designers now. As for the brand names and logo design, you'll need to draw them for me, so I can register them." Meanwhile, He Wanqing, sitting nearby, noticed her sister's arm was pressed against Li Chuang's as she spoke, completely unaware. Her eyes widened in shock. And why were they partners? Her sister hadn't explained that at all. This doctor seemed to know everything about clothing, which was also quite unusual, wasn't it? He Wanqing sat there unsure of her role. Should she join the discussion or raise questions for clarification? In the end, she sat silently without uttering a word, not disturbing their conversation. Finally, after they had settled matters of materials recruitment and even the direct sales strategy for brand stores, they ended their exchange. As if discovering something astonishing, He Wanqing exclaimed loudly, "Oh sis, you're still here." He Wanqing looked at her workaholic sister with a helpless expression and said blandly, "I've been here all along. Listening to your discussion has been quite enlightening." This wasn't entirely false. She also managed some businesses, and hearing Li Chuang's modern management insights was indeed. Li Chuang took another sip of tea, then looked at He Wanqing and asked, "Wanqing, may I call you that? Can I ask where you bought? I think I saw it on your way here." "Oh, that. I had it shipped from the capital. My family has connections there." She paused, a playful expression rising on her beautiful face. "What do you want, one?" Li Chuang immediately nodded. Having a motorcycle would make things so much more convenient. It would only take half an hour to travel from home to the county town, greatly reducing travel time. Skipping the bicycle stage and going straight to a motorcycle. How great. This bike is an imported brand Lemieux. It cost over 3,000 to get it on the road. Can you afford it? He Wanqing knew he was from a small town. Despite his decent attire today, that price was too much for an average family, especially someone from the countryside. Before Li Chuang could respond, He Wanqing interjected, "Sis, please order another one. They'll pay for it." He Wanqing was utterly stunned. What was going on? Was her sister bewitched? This was the first time she had ever offered to buy something for a man, and a big-ticket item at that. He Wanqing avoided her sister's probing gaze, looking instead at the side cabinet with a feigned air of indifference. Little did she know a faint blush was creeping across her cheeks. Li Chuang quickly took over the conversation. Over 3,000 was indeed a lot, but for him, it was just the cost of a single dose of medicine. "No need, Wanqing. I have my own money. I just want to know if I place an order now how long until I get the new bike. This was a matter of concern for Li Chuang. He Weiniang thought for a moment and said, I happen to be going to the capital in a couple of days. I can help you with this. If all goes well, the new bike should arrive in about a week. Li Chuang was delighted. That's great. Thank you, Weiniang. How about I give you a deposit first? Is 1000 enough? He'll pay the balance when the bike arrives. He Weiniang nodded. She watched as Li Chuang pulled out a stack of cash, and she was taken aback. Who carried that much cash on them? But her surprise was fleeting. She calmly accepted the money. After settling the matter of the bike, Li Chuang saw that the sisters seemed to have more to discuss, so he excused himself. Hey Qingqing, what's going on? You just met him yesterday, and today you're willing to buy him a bike. Are you sure he's not scamming you? As soon as Li Chuang left, He Weiniang couldn't hold back her questions. The sisters were close and met often to chat. Her sister had been indifferent to men for years, which had always been a headache for He Weiniang. He Wanqing gently pushed her sister's shoulder, a shy smile on her face. What are you saying, sis? He's my business partner. Helping him get a bike makes it easier for business, doesn't it? Don't play dumb. I saw the way your arms were pressed together just now. If you say there's nothing between you two, who would believe? Realizing she couldn't hide it, He Wanqing confessed everything. After hearing the whole story, He Weiniang's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. Did you really get together with him on the very first meeting? Do you know anything about his family, what his parents do, how many houses they own in the county? Are you clear about all that? He Weiniang fired off questions like a string of firecrackers. Oh sis, what are you saying? I'm after him as a person. You have no idea how I feel when I'm with him. It's something I've never experienced before. It makes me feel like a real woman. If you weren't here, maybe tonight wed he. Few little minx, now that you have a man you forget your sister. What? You mean how long did it last? He Weiniang was shocked again with a hint of sympathy. What a bastard. Didn't he care about your feelings at all? He Wanqing looked at her sister with a strange expression and asked, No, he always took care of me. After the first time it got, by the way sis, you and my brother-in-law, how was it for you? He Weiniang's face turned awkward as she murmured, Well, your brother-in-law is quite considerate. We usually rest after half an hour. In truth, even the longest time was less than 15 minutes, she added silently to herself. At the same time she was curious. Was Li Chuang really that impressive? From what her girlfriends told her, they all lasted much longer. Sis, have you ever thought about remarrying? It's been almost a year. Can you really manage without a man? He Wanqing finished her question and got a light slap on the shoulder. Mind your own business. Just take care of yourself. He Weiniang put on her sisterly scolding face again, pretending to be stern. Hey, race your invitation. Don't forget the time. He'll remind you again when I deliver the car next week. And remember to save me 2 sets when the new collection comes out. Okay, I know sis. You're so naggy. He Wanqing complained helplessly to her older sister. After everyone left, she continued refining the plan she had discussed that afternoon, then called her subordinates to implement it promptly. She was now brimming with confidence about the future of the clothing market. Meanwhile, Li Chuang left the county garment factory around 5 in the afternoon. The area was still mostly barren farmland, so there weren't many people on the way back to the hotel. He strolled leisurely and arrived near the hotel close to 6. He ate a hearty meal at the same food stall as yesterday, and then returned to his room to rest. Sitting on the bed, he took out the newly purchased acupuncture set and pulled out 1 gold needle and 1 silver needle. Li Chuang tried using his true qi, first concentrating it on his right index finger, then focusing it toward the silver needle. The needle trembled slightly, moving more than it had with the chopsticks, but then it fell still again. He tried the gold needle alone with similar results. No good. He tried again and again, each attempt ending in failure. On the nth attempt, as Li Chuang channeled his true qi, he began to ponder what was hindering his control over these objects. His hands kept moving, but this time, he simply pointed at the silver needle, without commanding it, until his true qi fully enveloped it. An image of the needle formed in his mind, and he mobilized his sea of consciousness to guide its movement. To his surprise, the true qi actually lifted the needle and began moving it slowly. Though the speed was sluggish, the result was undeniably a success. Li Chuang had achieved a major breakthrough. It turned out that the interaction between his true qi and sea of consciousness had always been present, but the two had never fully integrated. With this successful experience, Li Chuang's practice became smoother. Soon he could cover the silver needle with his true qi instantly upon pointing at it, then control it to fly around the room. Li Chuang checked the time. It was already 9:30 p.m. 3.5 hours had slipped by unnoticed. He decided to practice a little longer before resting. He calmed his mind and continued guiding the silver needle's path. The room remained utterly silent until a scream came from outside. Li Chuang recognized it was not far from his own room. He quickly left his room and walked toward the source of the sound. It was indeed close, just 1 room away. As Li Chuang approached the door, it opened from the inside. He glanced in and immediately turned his face away. Miss, please put on some clothes. Can you tell me what happened? Li Chuang saw a beautiful woman around 20 years old with a stunning figure, and she was barely dressed. Her upper body was scarcely covered as she frantically opened the door to rush out. Inside, a half-naked young man lay convulsing on the floor, his face turned outward, revealing his mouth opening and closing unconsciously. Seeing this, Li Chuang rushed in. He recognized the condition. A former client had suffered from it. The illness was epilepsy, and without timely treatment, it could be fatal. No wonder the young woman was terrified. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I can treat this. As he spoke, Li Chuang's hands moved swiftly. He grabbed the clothes the man had taken off, folded them into several layers, and stuffed them into the man's mouth. In such seizures, the patient could easily bite off their tongue unconsciously, so it was crucial to block the mouth first. Then he channeled his true chi to examine the man's condition. It was quite severe. It seemed the man had been suffering for a while as some parts of his body had already turned red. Normally, epilepsy isn't so dangerous at the onset of a seizure. As Li Chuang worked, he didn't notice the woman's expression turning somewhat unnatural. Fortunately, after administering a pill and true chi treatment, the man recovered. Li Chuang didn't expect the man's first words upon waking to be calling for a hotel employee to report the incident to the police. What the heck was going on? So as the people present at the scene, Li Chuang, the man, and the young woman all stayed put waiting for the police to arrive. Before long, Li Chuang saw the policewoman Mu Ziqing appear before him again. He noticed a flicker of surprise on her face. "Officer Mu, we meet again." Li Chuang greeted her helplessly. She didn't reply but quickly surveyed the scene. It was a normal hotel room with only signs of two people's activities. Nothing else seemed unusual. The policewoman asked the man, "What's your name and why did you call the police?" Li Chuang was also puzzled. "If you're sick, call an ambulance. Why call the cops? Wasn't he just meddling in something that didn't concern him?" The man looked young, about Li Chuang's age, in his early 20s. His face was still pale as he sat on the edge of the white bed and said to the officer, "My name is Huang Jiahao, the eldest grandson of the Huang family in the south of the city. I suspect someone tried to harm me. Don't rush, hear me out. I haven't had an epilepsy attack in over 10 years. Suddenly having one today makes me think someone used some method to cause this. Please investigate." Li Chuang had been observing everyone in the room and noticed a trace of panic on the woman's face. He guessed she might indeed be in, but it was none of his business. He was just a doctor, treat the patient and mind his own affairs. Mu Ziqing, true to her training as a professional police officer, calmly observed everyone involved and then asked steadily, "Do you have any suspects? And what is your basis?" Just that the illness suddenly recurred. When it came to professional matters, Li Chuang unexpectedly spoke without hesitation. "There are many triggers for epileptic seizures, such as sleep deprivation, emotional fluctuations, light stimulation, improper medication, use alcohol consumption, hormonal changes, and so on." He instinctively wanted to help the girl who might be involved, perhaps simply because she was beautiful. He himself was not sure. "Oh, I'm a doctor. I was the one who saved him just now," Li Chuang added. "Don't think that just because you help me you can confuse right and wrong. I was definitely set up." Unexpectedly, the young Master Huang, who had just calmed down, flew into a rage and shouted furiously, "They'll repay your kindness with enmity, you ungrateful brat." Li Chuang did not back down. As a doctor, what was wrong with educating everyone with relevant knowledge? What was the problem? "I have a suspect. I suspect it was a setup by the second branch of the family, but I have no evidence." Mu Ziqing looked at the girl and asked, "And you? What's your name? What's your relationship? Do you have anything to say?" "Your Honor, my name is Su He. Young Master Huang brought me here. We were just getting to know each other normally. Before anything really started, he just collapsed. Woo, it scared me to death." Before she finished speaking, the girl started crying again. Li Chuang was unsure whether the girl was acting or genuinely panicked. He pondered the scene, noting 3 suspicious points. First, after the seizure, it was clear the girl did not immediately run out or even scream. She only started screaming 4 or 5 minutes after the seizure began. The result of such a delay was that it would be difficult to save the patient. Running from here to the hospital and having a doctor arrive would take at least 10 minutes. However, the optimal time for treatment is the first 3 minutes of the seizure. If effective measures are taken like Li Chuang did by securing the mouth, it can be extended by 5 to 10 minutes. Therefore, there was reason to suspect the girl was not eager to save young Master Huang. Second, there was the expression of panic. If it were not her fault, she should not have reacted this way. Only if she were an insider would she feel guilty and panicked. Third, it is rare for epilepsy to have no attacks for many years and then suddenly occur. Such cases are more often due to external stimuli. Emotional turmoil from romantic affairs alone is also difficult to induce a seizure, so the most likely cause is medication. This part was difficult to deduce as no one knew what he had eaten or drunk today. The drug could have been administered at any time. Since young Master Huang had reported the case, Li Chuang inevitably had to go to the police station again to give a statement. Having entered the police station twice in 2 days was a rather unique experience. On the way to the police station, young Master Huang and Mu Ziqing walked ahead, while Li Chuang and Sui followed behind. Taking advantage of the lack of attention from those in front, Li Chuang leaned close to Sui's ear and whispered his prepared words. "It was the drug, wasn't it? Where did you put it?" "No. What are you talking about?" Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but her body visibly trembled, confirming Li Chuang's guess. So it was indeed a drug-induced seizure. He said nothing more, but Sui's heart was pounding. "Oh my God, I've been exposed. What do I do? Will he report me directly? He knows everything. What about my sister? If we are both caught, how will we deal with the debt our pay?" The more she thought, the more terrified she became, but she dared not make a sound. As they drew closer to the police station, the two in front walked on, without paying much attention to them. Summoning her courage, Sui leaned close to Li Chuang's ear and whispered, "Can you help me? We didn't want to do this. We were forced. Otherwise my sister and I would be finished." Her warm breath enveloped Li Chuang's ear, bringing him a sense of comfort. Upon hearing her words, his thoughts suddenly became clear. So that was it. No wonder. Seeing the girl's panicked expression, it seemed this was her first time doing such a thing. He could later learn why she had been coerced into harming someone and decide what to do based on the circumstances. If there were extenuating circumstances, there was no need for him to ruin their lives. Having made up his mind, Li Chuang gently nodded, calming the girl's heart. At the police station, the same procedure was repeated, yielding no new clues, so the matter had to be dropped. The group parted ways at the station. A few minutes later, Li Chuang and Su He arrived at a nearby night market food stall. They found a table a bit farther from the others at the entrance, ordered 2 dishes and 2 bottles of cold drinks, and then Su He began to recount the whole story. I was coerced by the second branch of the family into doing this. If I didn't, my parents would be ruined. They still owe tens of thousands. Huang Jiasong told us that if we just went to the hotel and did as instructed, we would be safe. Once it was done, our debt would be cleared and we wouldn't have to repay it. But now, because of you, Wu, I don't know what to do. Li Chuang stopped her from crying incessantly. Tell me how you met Huang Jiahao, why he brought you to the hotel, and why he had... Through sobs, Su He spoke intermittently. Huang Jiasong told my sister to wait at the mahjong parlor. When young Master Huang went there to play cards, she just had to walk past him. Then he would invite her to the hotel. After the seizure started, I would switch in. I had to wait 5 minutes and then scream loudly. That would complete the task. This way, even if young Master Huang died, it wouldn't be considered murder on my part since I called for help while he was still alive. I just didn't expect you to show up. Li Chuang sorted through the information he had gathered. First Su He's sister, then she switched in. No wonder. 2 questions and answer truthfully. First, does young Master Huang have any particular habits that led you to do this? Second, do you and your sister look very alike? Ah, you already know. Su He exclaimed in surprise, then covered her mouth. Young Master Huang likes to. Beforehand. That's what Huang Jiasong said. My sister and I are twins. We look. Now Li Chuang fully understood the course of events. All the mysteries were unraveled, and he let out a sigh of relief. The sister went in first because she had applied the juice of a fruit called the butterfly love fruit in many places. This fruit is quite rare, usually found only deep in the mountains and grows wild. Its juice is colorless and odorless, but can greatly stimulate the botus hormones, thereby triggering epilepsy. Following his usual routine, young Master Huang would inevitably have a seizure. Then the sister would switch with the younger one. Since the younger sister had no residue of the substance on her, she would not be at risk of being caught. She only needed to disguise her clothes to look as they were before the seizure. No wonder he had not noticed any characteristics earlier. Normally, once the butterfly love fruit is applied, the stimulated area would be easily identifiable to an insider for at least an hour. This explained why the younger sister showed no distinctive features at the time. Otherwise, he would have guessed earlier that another person. Li Chuang asked softly. Then what about the money your family owes the Huang family? Why must you be involved in such a... At this question, Su He couldn't help but weep again. Our family is in the countryside south of the city, not far from the Huang. Previously, when mother fell ill, we spent all our savings. Later, we heard the Huang family was lending money, so father went to them and borrowed 15 yuan to cure her. But when we tried to repay, we had already paid over 20 yuan in total, yet the Huang family claimed we still owed 48 yuan. I don't know how they calculated it, but at this rate, we'll never be able to pay it off in this lifetime. Alas. Later, second young Master Huang Song offered my sister and me a way out. If we followed his instructions, he would cancel. We thought about not paying, but when the repayment period came, they would send people to the village to collect, terrifying our family. We had no choice but to agree. That's all. We've never done anything else wrong. Please have mercy and let my sister... After hearing Su He's explanation, Li Chuang was inclined to believe her. 15 yuan was indeed no small sum for an ordinary farming family. When he first returned home, his own family had less than 5 yuan. Moreover, the underworld was formidable in those days and ordinary people could hardly withstand it. So what do you and your sister plan to do now? Since things haven't gone as planned, and from what you've said, second young Master Huang clearly wants first young Master Huang dead. If you failed the task, what about your family's debt? Well, I don't know either. Li Chuang cast a meaningful glance at Su He, his undisguised look making her heart tremble once more. How about this, Su He? Since you've done no other wrong, I won't expose you. Moreover, I have a way to completely resolve your difficulties. Would you like to hear it? Hearing his words, Su He understood his implication. She looked at Li Chuang's appearance. It wasn't a loss. But did he? Why don't you tell me first, okay? Su He asked tentatively. Li Chuang was straightforward, adhering to his principle. If it's suitable, we're together. If not, so be it. He never forced anyone unwillingly. Stay at the hotel tonight. As for your difficulties, is this enough? Saying this, he took out 50 yuan and showed it to Su He. From now on, you'll be with me. If you're willing, come to room 305 later. If not, our fate ends here, and we want cross. Su He lowered her head and nodded slightly. She finished the hot dishes brought to her, drank all the cold beverages, and then left the place first. Li Chuang naturally paid the bill and returned to his hotel room. Meanwhile, Su He arrived at the meeting point with her sister Su Yin. Su Yin was already frantic. According to the original plan, her sister should have returned long ago, but it was nearly an hour and a half past the agreed time. Seeing her sister arrive, Su Yan's eyes reddened as she hurried over. How are you, sister? Are you alright? Did things... Not smoothly, sister. That first young Master Huang was rescued, and later we went to the police station to give statements. Since there was no evidence, we were naturally released. For some reason, Su Yin felt relieved to hear that first young Master Huang was safe. She asked Su He to recount the events and learned how convoluted the situation had been. Wait, you said you came to find me to ask me to go? Su Yan's voice involuntarily rose, trembling as she asked. Su He nodded resignedly and said softly, yes, sister. I couldn't make up my mind, so I came to discuss it with you. Because Dr. Li is truly very capable. If we don't do this, we can't handle the debt at home or the Huang family's retaliation afterward. So sister, what should we do? Alas. A long sigh. At room 305 of the hotel, after 2 knocks, Li Chuang opened the door from inside. Upon seeing Li Chuang, Su Yin felt a surge of excitement. He was even more handsome than her sister had described, half a head taller than the two sisters, with deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, exuding an indescribable mystery. If she had to be with someone, this was not a compromise, but a true opportunity. Suhi briefly introduced the two to each other. Suhi then closed the door. Li Chuang nodded, seeing a face identical to Suhi's with perfect features and a tall figure, truly identical twins. No wonder that first young Master Huang had taken an interest upon seeing her at the chess parlor. He spoke calmly, gesturing for them to sit. I presume Suhi has explained the situation to you. I can help you escape your current predicament. Are you willing? Her presence indicated a decision had been made, but Li Chuang still wanted to go through the motions to make everything proceed smoothly and naturally. By the way, is there any butterfly love fruit left? Li Chuang called out to the person inside. There's half left in my pocket, Su Yin replied softly, not knowing why he asked but answering truthfully. The voice barely carried through the bathroom. Li Chuang chuckled and instructed, remember to apply the juice. Li Chuang decided to fully experience the effects of this legendary fruit. They only fell into a deep slumber when the first rays of dawn appeared in the east. A slight smile curled at the corner of Li Chuang's mouth. He sat cross-legged, sensing the true qi within him. The accumulation of true qi in his dantian astonished him, hinting at an impending breakthrough. The true qi he obtained this time was exceptionally pure. Li Chuang looked at the woman lying on the bed. Li Chuang focused his mind, circulating the true qi through his meridians for one full cycle. His entire body swelled with qi as if it were about to burst forth. He ran another cycle to nourish his meridians and smooth the flow of true qi. Suddenly a sound like glass shattering emanated from within him. With a series of crackling noises, Li Chuang felt his body become much lighter. The true qi in his dantian swelled further, now more obedient, and the flow through his meridians quickened. Li Chuang let out a long breath. He had reached the third layer of qi refinement. Sensing his newfound strength, he smiled at the clearly defined six-pack abs on his abdomen. Now I can take on 20 men at once. The medical classic is truly formidable. Seeing that the person was still asleep in bed, Li Chuang took out his set of acupuncture needles. Drawing on the successful experience from yesterday and the newly acquired pure true qi, he quickly mastered the technique with extraordinary skill. True qi could instantly envelop the silver needles, allowing him to strike wherever he aimed. With mere mental focus, he could send a needle flying swiftly through the air toward its target. The silver needle was now as effective as a hidden weapon, and wrapped in true qi, it moved silently. In fact, if an enemy stood before him, Li Chuang could stealthily produce a silver needle, have it circle around unnoticed, and strike a vital acupoint, securing victory in battle. A perfect tool for assassination or ambush. After practicing thoroughly, Li Chuang attempted telekinesis on objects in the room, and the results delighted him. The pencil on the table floated toward him with a gesture. Even the chair in the room levitated, drifting behind him for him to sit down steadily. If an ordinary person witnessed this scene, they would be utterly astounded. It was simply miraculous. Li Chuang estimated that his telekinesis could at most support him in pulling or pushing objects weighing up to 30 g nearby. Anything heavier would be beyond his strength. Still, this was remarkable. Li Chuang was thoroughly satisfied with his newly acquired skill. By the time noon rolled around, Li Chuang roused the sleeping lady and asked, shall we go out for a bite? And about the money, should I hand it directly to you for your parents to repay, or should I accompany you there? Su Yin pondered for a moment before replying. We'll repay it ourselves. Aren't you heading back to the town today? When will you come again? I'm already starting to miss you. Li Chuang chuckled and rubbed his head. Probably in a week. You two go freshen up first, and then we'll head out for a meal. Before leaving, he ordered 5 large flatbreads for the two women. Then at the hotel lobby, he asked for the restaurant's location. With time tight, they decided to dine at the hotel itself. When it came time to pay, the front desk informed Li Chuang that the bill was already covered under the garment factory's account, an arrangement he Wanxing had made when checking in. Li Chuang shook his head with a wry smile, not insisting. It seemed he too was living off someone else's generosity. The three parted ways outside the hotel. The sisters headed straight for their home, while Li Chuang made his way to the intersection leading back to the town in the northwest. He arrived at around 1:40 p.m. Before he even reached the spot, he spotted the owner of the grain and oil shop waiting in the shade with a few workers. Li Chuang quickened his pace and called out, "Thank you, boss, for delivering this personally. I appreciate your hard work." After shaking hands with the owner, the boss had the workers weigh each bag, meticulously ensuring the grain was full weight. Once satisfied, Li Chuang had them unload the bags by the roadside, stacking them neatly one atop another. Li Chuang took out the remaining money and handed it to the shop owner. The man accepted it with both hands, counted out 900 yuan without a single yuan missing, and a broad grin spread across his face. "All right, you all head back. I won't see you off. A friend will come by later to help me haul this away," Li Chuang said after the handover, dismissing them. To be honest, it was still quite hot outside, summer after all, with the sun blazing at over 30 degrees Celsius. The streets were even more deserted than usual. Once they were out of sight around the corner, and he was sure no one was watching, Li Chuang focused his mind, and with a mere thought stored the thousands of pounds of grain and various ingredients into the little golden bell space. Setting off back to the village, Li Chuang reflected on his fruitful trip to the county. First, his strength had advanced from the second layer of qi refining to the third. Second, his gravitational pull technique was now highly proficient, adding a new means of attack and control. Third, a new venture had begun with He Wanqing as a partner, promising a steady stream of wealth. Fourth, his specialty medicine had carved out a market guaranteeing a baseline income of 30 yuan per week. an absolute lifeline until the garment factory dividends kicked in. He had also ordered a motorcycle for transportation, making future trips more convenient. With roughly 1,000 yuan still in his pocket, Li Chuang couldn't help but smile. The future looked bright. With a light heart, Li Chuang embarked on his journey home. The road was lined with shade from trees on both sides, and though the gravel path was uneven in many places, the overall experience was bearable. In Lulo village, about a kilometer east of Zhaozhuang town, the people relied solely on farming for their livelihood. Amidst a series of natural disasters, many families had already run out of food. The elderly, lacking any marketable skills, had no way to earn money, while the younger ones were so undernourished they were gaunt and frail. Old man Sun, 45, was a skilled farmer. In his youth, he was considered a fine young man across the surrounding villages and married a beautiful wife. Unfortunately, a few years ago, she fell ill suddenly and without timely treatment passed away. In a way, she was fortunate to have been spared the suffering of the subsequent calamities. But her death left behind a son's family and 2 daughters, all struggling to get by. His eldest son, Sun Ping, 26, had married a woman of similar age and now had an 8-year-old son and a 6-year-old daughter, a complete family with both a son and a daughter. He had inherited his father's farming skills and was an excellent tiller of the land. But times were harsh. Grain yields were abysmally low. Even with the best techniques, a single mu of land produced only a little over 400 jin of grain per season. In these years of famine, it barely yielded 100 jin. After deducting costs, the land yielded almost nothing. Yet the entire family depended on the 2 men for survival. Food, clothing, and daily expenses. Where could the money come from? Life was on the verge of collapse. The 2 daughters, however, had inherited their mother's genes and were remarkably beautiful. One was 19, the other 18. Many matchmakers had come to propose marriages, but the current economic climate was bleak. The bride price was only 10 jin of millet. Old man Sun thought of the many mouths at home, waiting to be fed. If a decent family came along, he would have to let them go. Marrying them off would mean one less mouth to feed and more grain to sustain the rest. He just wished the bride price could be a little higher, for his daughters were indeed far more beautiful than most. But this waiting led to trouble. In Lulo village, there was a man named Sun Xiaogang. His second uncle was quite capable, working in a big city and regularly sending money to support the family. As a result, Sun Xiaogang's household was considered well off in the village. With grain from their own land and the monthly remittance from his uncle, they lived quite comfortably. Sun Xiaogang was young, the same age as old man Sun's eldest daughter, and they had been classmates in primary school. However, his reputation was poor. Being much wealthier than most in the area, he, like many young men of his age, liked to stir up trouble, calling it running with the crowd or being the boss. He thought himself cool and unique. With his father having passed away 2 or 3 years ago, he lived alone in the countryside with no one to rein him in and grew increasingly lawless. He had his eye on this delicate flower for a long time, but repeated rejections had only fueled his frustration and anger. In the past, when everyone was busy tilling the fields and living in peace, order prevailed. Sun Xiaogang naturally followed the rules, only occasionally making lewd remarks, never daring to go too far. But these past 2 years were different. Many families were struggling, desperately unable to fill their stomachs. Some who were neither diligent nor resourceful had already starved to death in their homes. By now there was nothing edible left around the village. Wild herbs and crops from others' fields had long vanished without a trace. When survival itself became a problem, order easily crumbled. This sent a signal to many. In these times, deaths were common, and a death in the countryside was even more so. Under these circumstances, Sun Xiaogang decided to take her home by force regardless of her consent, though he wouldn't skimp on the bride price. But the eldest daughter, Sun Xiaoxiang, was stubborn. She simply didn't fancy him and would rather starve than live with a hooligan. So she fought back fiercely. During the scuffle in old man Sun's yard, Xiaoxiang, exhausted from the struggle, managed to shove Sun Xiaogang. Staggering backward, while still holding her, he tripped and fell, landing right on a shovel. Blood immediately gushed from the back of his head. The Sun family was terrified. The neighbors had witnessed Sun Xiaogang causing trouble at their home, so they couldn't just bury him in the fields and pretend nothing happened. With the wound bleeding profusely and the injury to his head, he needed urgent medical attention. Any delay could cost. It must be said Sun Xiaogang was just as unlucky as Li Chuang. But the difference was that he wasn't the protagonist, so he simply passed out cold. Sun Xiaogang had chosen his timing carefully, waiting until Sun Ping and his family were out before confronting old man Sun and the sisters in their home, targeting the weak and defenseless. But luck was not on his side, and he was about to meet his end. Xiaoxiang was paralyzed with fear, her mind blank. It was old man Sun who urged her to find a doctor, and she bolted out the door, racing toward the town. As Li Chuang walked along the path, he noticed a girl running toward him from the northern trail. Her clothes were slightly disheveled, but her appearance was remarkably striking. Her pace was far from swift. She stumbled forward unsteadily, and her eyes seemed misty with tears. That was the first thought that crossed Li Chuang's mind. He immediately raised his hand to stop the girl as she reached him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Has something happened?" Hearing someone address her, son Xiaoxiang, now slightly more composed, felt a wave of grievance wash over her. She wanted to pour out her troubles, but feared delaying treatment, so she shook her head and prepared to turn right and continue running. Li Chuang grabbed Sun Xiaoxiang's arm, only to find it startlingly thin. It felt almost boneless. So slender, hardly any flesh, he mused inwardly. "I'm a doctor, and I also know some self-defense techniques. You can tell me what happened. I might be able to help." Li Chuang patiently urged her. Had she not been a beauty, he wouldn't have bothered to stop and offer assistance, for he was no longer lacking in income from treating patients. "Doctor, you're a doctor. Sun Xiaoxiang exclaimed, grabbing Li Chuang's arm and tugging him toward the northern path. Quick, come with me. Someone's life is in danger. Sensing the urgency in Sun Xiaoxiang's eyes, Li Chuang said no more and followed her as she ran toward the village. Seeing her slow pace, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist. You guide the way. Once we reach the village, which direction? Xiaoxiang, though anxious, struggled briefly before giving in and focusing on directing him. Li Chuang, carrying the astonishingly light girl, dashed into the village and into Old Man Sun's yard. There he saw Sun Xiaogong, the man whose life hung in the balance. A crowd of villagers had gathered nearby. Even in times of scarcity, their love for gossip and spectacle remained undiminished. After setting Xiaoxiang down, Li Chuang channeled his true qi to examine the patient. The situation was dire. A severe head wound had turned a deep crimson, indicating life-threatening danger, while numerous other injuries glowed orange, signaling poor overall health. Stepping closer, Li Chuang quickly spotted the large gash at the back of the head, still oozing blood that had yet to clot. Lucky you ran into me. Even the town doctor couldn't have saved you, Li Chuang remarked before beginning treatment. He first administered a universal pill to Sun Xiaogong, then focused his energy on the head wound. Outside, the crowd swelled, buzzing with chatter. Look, isn't that Xiaogang? Did Old Man Sun beat him to death? A young man in his 20s blurted out. Nonsense. This is Old Man Sun's home. If he got beaten here, he must have done something wrong. Serves him right, an older man said sternly. Still, he got beaten badly. Am not lying, the first youth retorted. Say, does Xiaoxiang have a lover? Why else would she refuse Xiaogang? His family's so wealthy. A woman in her 40s chimed in smugly. If his family's so rich, why don't you go live with him? Your man's useless anyway, so you might as well. A leering man added, drawing laughter from the crowd, which left the woman too embarrassed to stay. Li Chuang paid no heed to the commotion outside. His true qi was abundant, and he could continue treatment for hours. As he channeled his energy, the crimson on Sun Xiaogang's head gradually faded, and his body shifted to a predominantly orange hue, indicating he was out of immediate danger. Just as Li Chuang raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his brow, a small hand, holding a white towel, reached up and dabbed it. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered. Li Chuang exhaled softly before speaking. He's been saved, no longer in critical danger. But he lost a lot of blood and needs rest to recover fully. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoxiang, Old Man Sun, and her younger sister Sun Minxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Life was so hard, so unbearably hard. Li Chuang found a stone bench in the yard and sat down, turning to the Sun family. Now can you tell me what happened? The three exchanged glances, then looked at the onlookers outside. Sun Xiaoxiang raised her voice slightly. Uncles, aunties, everyone knows Sun Xiaogang and I were classmates in elementary school. But after I went to middle school and he dropped out, we had no contact. He approached me a few times afterward wanting to, date me, but I always refused outright. This happened several times. I don't know what got into him today. While my brother was away, he barged into our home and tried to drag me to his place, saying he wanted to consummate a marriage. At this, Sun Xiaoxiang's face flushed crimson. Of course I refused, but he relied on his strength and attacked me. During the struggle, I was too weak and he used too much force. I stumbled and fell onto a shovel, injuring him badly. Then everyone saw me find a doctor to save his life. I beg all of you to bear witness. It's not my family bullying him, he came to harass us. At this, the pent-up grievance burst forth, and she sobbed uncontrollably. That Sun Xiaogang is despicable. Bullying our Xiaoxiang. Don't worry, we elders will stand by you. Exactly. It's not your fault. You should demand compensation from Sun Xiaogang. Emotional distress damages. An elderly woman, having picked up the term somewhere, used it with surprising accuracy. Just then, a young man with hair as messy as a chicken coop stepped forward and said something entirely different. Setting aside the facts, Xiaoxiang, aren't you at fault too? Why did Xiaogang come to your house and not to the Zhangs or Wangs? You knew he liked you. Why couldn't you just go along with him? Instead, you played hard to get, wanting it both ways. Is that fair? Damn it, Xiaoming. Only a scumbag like you, raised alongside Sun Xiaogong, could say such things. Are you suggesting Xiaoxiang should be with him so you can all have fun together? You disgust me. A young man stepped forward and rebutted him with righteous indignation. So what? Brothers are like limbs, so women are like clothes. We're reviving the old ways. Why not let your wife join us too, huh? Xiaoming brazenly spewed nonsense. He and Sun Xiaogang were the village's two notorious ruffians with no filter. An old man in his 60s could no longer bear it. Xiaoming, what kind of talk is that? Shut your mouth. Huh. Third grandpa, you old reprobate, you have the nerve to scold me. Everyone in the village knows what you did with your daughter-in-law. After your son died, you stepped in yourself, keeping it in the family, huh? Quite a trick. I should learn from you. Laughter erupted again, and the crowd descended into chaos. Li Chuang had no time to listen to their idle chatter. The sun was nearly setting, and if he didn't make it back before dark, his family would surely worry. He raised his voice, his tone resounding through the air. Stop all this nonsense, and settle Sun Xiaogang's matter properly. The thunderous sound echoed in everyone's ears, instantly silencing them all, thoroughly startled. Li Chuang then composed himself and glanced calmly at Sun Xiaoxiang before asking, "What are your plans? You can tell me." "Actually, we don't have much of a plan. Just to marry into a decent family and bring some betrothal gifts to our parents," Sun Xiaoxiang replied swiftly. "As for Sun Xiaogong, well, send him back home, and after that it's none of our concern. He fell on his own, we didn't harm him intentionally." "Oh, how much betrothal gift are you expecting? And what kind of family do you consider decent?" Li Chuang, intrigued, pressed. "My father said 10 jean of millet would suffice. I hope to marry someone capable of supporting himself and his family." Oh, and my father said that after marriage, I need to support my original family. After speaking, Xiang cast a few more glances at Li Chuang. Actually, you're not bad, she added in her heart. He could heal, he had skills, and he could surely earn money to support a family. Li Chuang intended to settle things quickly. He held a large stash of grain waiting for the crucial moment to use it. Li Chuang then looked at her younger sister Sun Minxiang. Her exquisite features were equally captivating, making it hard to look away. Though like Xiang, she was far too thin. And your sister? Does she feel the same, or does she have other plans? Old Sun also discerned the physician's intent. Allowing both sisters to follow the same capable man would be a good arrangement. At least they could look after each other. He nudged his younger daughter forward a few steps. Old Sun spoke up, the terms are the same. Minxiang will turn 18 in March. Li Chuang understood their meaning and said, all right, wait a moment. I just bought some grain from the county seat, but I left it by the roadside since I was in a hurry. Give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back. Li Chuang then walked out of Old Sun's courtyard, passing through the crowd of villagers. At that moment, someone caught on. Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, this guy is going straight for a pair of sisters. He's even bolder than us. Damn, that's impressive. What are you jealous? Even if you offered that much millet, they wouldn't want you. What skills do you have? Besides stealing chickens and dogs, what else can you do? Xiaoming's face flushed red with anger. Who the hell are you calling a thief? I steal chickens and dogs. You can't do anything at all, and you have the nerve to talk about me. You Xiaozhou, I'm telling you, you're nothing but a farmer. You're even worse than me. At this, even the murmurs died down. Everyone looked dejected. They were all just farmers skilled in nothing else. In the ensuing silence, Li Chuang walked in carrying 2 small bags of grain. Here, this is cornmeal, and this is white flour. Each bag is about 20 jin. This is my betrothal gift for the 2 of them. Is it acceptable? Before Old Sun could respond, the crowd erupted. Xiaoming rushed forward intent on snatching the bag of white flour. Several others also charged forward. In these times, who was so well off as to have not only cornmeal, but white flour as well? This was incredibly generous. But before Xiaoming could grab the bag, and before the shock had even faded from Old Sun's face, Li Chuang threw a punch, sweeping the bent-over Xiaoming aside. The impact sent him crashing into the others who had followed, and with a series of thuds, they tumbled backward a good 4 or 5 meters before stopping. Xiaoming leaned forward, coughing painfully, struggling to breathe. The others behind him writhed in agony, groaning incessantly. This thoroughly intimidated anyone else who had thought of making a move. Who could have imagined that this young man in a white shirt and black trousers possessed such formidable martial prowess, taking down a group with a single blow, and so spectacularly at that? Old Sun and his 2 daughters, however, felt differently. Watching Li Chuang display his might, their eyes seemed to sparkle with the light of 1,000 stars. That was so cool. If we're with someone like that, we'll never have to worry about being bullied again. Li Chuang had anticipated such a situation, which was why he had brought only about 40 jin of grain. He hadn't expected even that to incite a rush. It seemed he had underestimated the value of grain in these times. He raised his voice to the stunned crowd outside, saying, this grain is my betrothal gift to my future father-in-law. If anyone dares to take it by force, don't blame me, Li Chuang, for showing no mercy. I guarantee it'll make your life a living hell. As he spoke, Li Chuang's gaze turned icy cold, causing those who met his eyes to instantly lower their heads, unable to look him in the eye. Having established his authority, Li Chuang's demeanor softened, and he bowed respectfully to Old Sun. Father-in-law, it's getting late, and my family is waiting for me. I'm afraid they'll worry, so we'll take my leave now. They'll come back in a couple of days to take them to their new home. Old Sun hastily agreed, a smile spreading across his face for the first time in a long while. Remember to eat well and nourish yourselves. If you stay this thin, your husband will worry. With that, Li Chuang reached out and gently touched their beautiful faces, causing both women to blush deeply, their eyes glistening with emotion. Oh, and father-in-law, whatever your daughters have eaten at home these past few days, I'll make up for it next time I come. From now on, they're my wife, Li Chuang added before leaving. Under the reluctant gazes of the 2 women, he turned and walked away. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon him, his silhouette exuding an unparalleled grace. Before Li Chuang left, Sun Xiaogong, who was still lying in the yard, was carried back by Xiaoming and some other villagers. Aren't you 2 best buddies? Well, now you can share the suffering. Both were in equally miserable states. Old Sun's family joyfully stored away the grain, placing it in a relatively hidden spot under the bed. They laid down a plastic sheet first to protect it from moisture. When the eldest son, Sun Ping, returned with his wife and children, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of cooking wafting from the yard. The 2 little ones drooled with anticipation. After asking what had happened, Sun Xiaoxiang vividly recounted the entire story of how she met Li Chuang and everything that followed. The family alternated between gasps of amazement and bursts of laughter, the atmosphere growing warmer and more intimate. Looking at such a beautiful family, Sun Xiaoxiang felt an indescribable joy welling up inside her. Is this fate that we should meet? How else could you have come to me at my time of greatest need, vowing to stay with me through life and death? Li Chuang finally made it back to the village before dark. When he was still several dozen meters away, he saw his sister-in-law and Xiaoa anxiously peering toward the town from the village entrance. A wave of warmth surged through his entire body. It feels so good to have someone who cares and waits. Li Chuang quickened his pace and embraced them both tightly. Don't wait for me at the village entrance next time. It'll be fine. What if I got delayed and couldn't come back? Would you stand here? If that happened, I'd be heartbroken. He gently tapped each of their noses with his finger. No. We were worried about you. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaoa had learned to act coy. Her sweet, coquettish tone made Li Chuang's heart melt. Li Chuang extended a mischievous hand. With an arm around each of them, he returned home. His parents, hearing them arrive, went into the kitchen and brought out dinner. Li Chuang knew they had kept the food warm in the pot. Once again, his heart was filled with emotion. After dinner, Li Chuang went to his room and took out all the new clothes he had bought. He set aside 2 outfits each for his parents and 2 each for Xiao and his sister-in-law. After sorting them, he called the whole family over. "Come in and see the gifts I brought you." Li Chuang's eyes sparkled with affection as he looked at his beloved family, his words brimming with happiness. What other gifts did you buy for us? Why didn't I see them earlier?" Xiao was now somewhat accustomed to her role as a wife, speaking to Li Chuang with increasing naturalness. She was the first to rush in, and when she saw the new clothes laid out on the bed, tears welled up in her eyes. "Chuang, how can you be so good to us?" These words were spoken with such profound emotion that Li Chuang nearly lost his composure. He gently nudged her. "The 2 sets on the right are for you, dresses in your size." Seeing Yang Zuelian enter behind her, he spoke up. "The clothes on the right are for you, Zuelian. Also dresses meant to enhance your beauty. Go see if you like them." The joyful expression on Yang Quillian's face revealed just how happy she was. She ran over with the lightness of a child. Who doesn't enjoy being cherished and cared for? The parents followed slowly behind. Li Chuang understood their thoughts, but he took the new clothes from the bed and handed them to each of them. "Mom, Dad, these are for you. Just everyday clothes. Qianqian's are over there. She can have them when she gets back. Take them back and try them on. If they don't fit, I can exchange them for the right size." The parents took the clothes, stunned and speechless for a long moment. Zuelian and Xiao looked over as well. Xiao set down her new clothes and quietly walked over to her in-laws. "Mom, Dad, Chuang has truly become better. This is his heartfelt gesture. You must accept it. Go try them on now. If they don't fit, there's no need to return them, Zuelian, and I can alter them." Comforted by Xiao, the parents slowly walked out. It wasn't until they had left the main hall that Li Chuang heard a sigh filled with boundless contentment. Xiao Chuang has really grown up. He knows how to be filial now. Li Chuang's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. "Dear Mom and Dad, in the past, I was thoughtless, causing you a lifetime of hardship and shame. I brought misery to my sister's suffering, to Xiao, and ruin to our family. In this life, I will not live that way again. I will give my beloved family a better living environment and do everything in my power to make each of my loved ones happier and freer. Never again will I let tragedy strike." He washed off the dust with hot water, feeling much more comfortable. But the journey had been arduous and he could do nothing more before drifting into slumber. Li Chuang woke the next morning because he couldn't breathe properly. Zuelian laughed softly, her calm expression almost fooling Li Chuang under his direct gaze. But her crimson ears betrayed her true composure. Since Yang Zuelian had moved in, Xiao often indulged in sleeping a little later. Yang Zuelian had always been kind to her, and she continued to show her care and affection. The two got along harmoniously. Li Chuang sat on a stone block in the yard watching Yang Zuelian busying herself in the kitchen, contemplating how to discuss his plans with the family. He had wanted to help with the cooking, but Zuelian pushed him out, insisting that cooking was a woman's job and telling him to wait patiently. It wasn't long before the meal was ready. Li Chuang went inside to wake the family, and together they enjoyed a warm breakfast. "Don't clear the table just yet. Everyone stop and listen. I have something to say." Seeing that everyone had put down their chopsticks, Li Chuang quickly spoke about his plans. "Do you notice any change in me now, eh?" Li Chuang posed a question, waiting for his family's answers. Xiao was the first to speak. She now adored Li Chuang and had grown accustomed to his transformation. "I think Chuang Guest's temper has improved. He treats us better and knows how to care for others." As she spoke, Xiao winked at Yang Zuelian, urging her to add more. The latter obliged. "Xiao Chuang has also become more Zuelian said with a sweet laugh. "Ahem, Mom, Dad, what do you think?" After their son reached adulthood, the parents had become more reticent. But whenever Li Chuang caused trouble that needed fixing, they silently worked behind the scenes to make amends without complaint. Now Li Chuang watched them quietly, patiently waiting for their answers. He needed to guide the conversation and steer the family meeting toward his goals. His father's authority had long since faded at home, but under the gaze of the four, he seemed to regain some of that feeling. "Xiao Chuang has grown up. He was once a child needing our care, but now he can stand on his own and shoulder the family's burdens. Even an old bones like me can enjoy the fruits of his labor. Your mother has also remarked these past days that our son has matured. As the old saying goes, as a man grows, so does his heart. As a tree grows, it straightens on its own. Your mother and I are both proud to have you as our son." With that, his father cast a tender glance at his mother. Li Chuang, seeing that everyone had spoken, knew he had to steer the conversation further. He deliberately lowered his voice and glanced cautiously at the courtyard gate before addressing them. "Actually, I have a secret I haven't shared with you, though you may have sensed it. One is my medical skill, and the other." He paused, meaningfully looking at his family, then continued. "Is my strength. Aren't you curious about how I changed so dramatically?" Naturally, everyone was astonished, craning their necks and leaning in to hear Li Chuang's explanation. Li Chuang understood and didn't keep them in suspense any longer. He spoke the words he had prepared. "It all began with that accident. The time I nearly died from a spade." Yang Quillian's face turned pale at his words, her heart uneasy. But thinking that Li Chuang had become better, now she felt a wave of relief. What spade? What near death? His parents and Xiao had come home late that day, missing the commotion next door, and Li Chuang hadn't told them about it. Now that he brought it up again, Li Chuang recounted the incident, though he omitted any mention of the golden bell. "What I mean is, it all stems from that day. As I lay gravely injured, an old immortal master appeared in my mind and imparted to me medical knowledge and a few minor techniques. This gave me great skill in healing and made my body much stronger. Let me show you something. Cover your mouths and don't scream. Li Chuang first instructed everyone to stay calm. He pulled out his acupuncture kit, took out a golden needle, and casually tossed it into the air. Their eyes went wide and their breaths hitched. The golden needle simply hovered there without any warning. Xiao curiously waved her hand around it, but found no strings or anything controlling it. Then the golden needle danced and spun before their eyes, moving freely like a circus act. Everyone was stunned. Li Chuang withdrew the golden needle at the opportune moment. This is a minor spell, and there's more. With that, he gestured toward the chopsticks and bowl farthest from him on the table, and in an instant they flew into his hand. It was nothing short of miraculous. Li Chuang gently set down the bowl and chopsticks, then spoke slowly. Moreover, if I were to fight ordinary men, now even 10 of them attacking me at once would be no match for me. His confident demeanor left no room for doubt. With the ability to retrieve objects from thin air, wielding the means of an immortal, beating a few men was as effortless as child's play. Sensing the groundwork was sufficiently laid, Li Chuang continued, when I first acquired this power, it wasn't nearly this formidable. It grew stronger over time, especially after Zuelian married into the family. I know you may have understood, or perhaps not entirely. What I'm about to say is of utmost importance, and you must never divulge it. This is the greatest secret of our Li family. Can you keep it and never speak of it? Li Chuang swept his gaze over each of them, waiting until they nodded solemnly before continuing. These were his closest kin, his parents whose love was unconditional and selfless, and Xiao and Zuelian who knew him inside out and were utterly trusted. If even they could not be trusted, then there was truly nothing left to cherish in this world. The way I enhance my strength is by exploring the primal secrets of humanity together with more beautiful high quality. Seeing his parents' lingering confusion, Li Chuang put it more bluntly. Simply put, the more women there are, the stronger I become, the higher my income, the better our lives, and the greater my power to ensure the safety of our family. Does that make sense? Moreover, Xiao and Zuelian must have noticed. Isn't your health much better than before? Tell them yourselves. Yes, I've felt more energetic lately, and less prone to fatigue. Is this all thanks to Brother Chuang? Wow. Xiao chimed in swiftly. She had thought her feelings were mistaken, but now hearing Li Chuang's words, she understood the truth. Li Chuang affirmed with a hum. So for a better life ahead, I need to continuously boost my power. By the way, this is the money I earned on my last trip to the county town. From now on, I'll go at least once a week, and each time I'll earn no less than this amount. With that, Li Chuang tossed a thick stack of banknotes onto the table. Exactly 1000 yuan. Xiao gasped, then quickly clamped her hands over her mouth, murmuring excitedly, Brother Chuang, so much money. His parents remained silent, tears streaming silently down their cheeks. These were tears of relief and pride. Their son had achieved so much, and their family would truly grow better and better. Li Chuang pulled out 10 notes and handed them to his mother. Mom, hey, race 100 yuan for daily household expenses. Use it as you see fit, and tell me when it's gone. Oh, and don't buy any grain. I've stockpiled several thousand caddies of flour here. Saying this, he reached into the void behind him and pulled out a 50-caddy bag of flour, leaving the 4 of them utterly stunned. Yet they quickly accepted it. If flying needles were possible, conjuring grain was no surprise. His mother took the money with trembling hands, her heart surging with emotion. Never before had the family possessed such wealth. Dad, Mom, Xiao, Zuelian, hey, race my plan. In these times, life is hard for everyone, and the countryside is rife with gossip and envy. It's hard to avoid those who covet what you have. And when such issues pile up, safety becomes a concern. An environment of familiar faces can be more dangerous than one. Li Chuang paused before continuing. Besides, the fields can't yield good harvests anymore. We might as well move to the town. Life there is more convenient, and well, leave the troubles behind. We have money now. We can live well anywhere. What do you think? To his surprise, his father was the first to agree. Xiao Chuang is right. In these past years, I've come to see clearly. So-called relatives and friends. When you're down, no one lifts a finger. But once you're well off, plenty come to fawn over you. But is that still family affection? It's all gone sour. Because of his leg injury, his father had endured much scorn and bullying in the village, with even his elder and second uncles keeping their distance. His father had deep insights into the ways of the world. I agree. Xiao raised her hand excitedly. Moving to town meant being much closer to her own family, making visits to her parents' home far easier. Zuelian had no objections either. Her own family had treated her like water spilled from a basin since her marriage. No matter how miserably she fared in her husband's home, no one ever came to care. So she followed her own heart, and her heart now aligned with Li Chuang's. His happiness was her joy, and she gave him her full. His mother needed no further persuasion. Thus the decision to move to town passed unanimously. As for his younger sister, she wasn't present, so her approval was assumed. Good. That's the first matter settled. The second is about my strength. To improve it, I need more suitable people to join our family. But no matter how many join Xiao and Zuelian, you will always be my closest ones. This is reflected even in the household registry, and it will never change. As for the newcomers, I'll need your help to guide and arrange things. Can you do that? Though a twinge of discomfort stirred within them, they soon let it go, considering Li Chuang's situation. Without his power, they might have starved in such harsh times. And if he had enough strength to support many wives, it was a common reality in this land. Which capable man didn't have multiple spouses? Both nodded in unison, indicating their agreement. In that case, hey, race the plan. I have plenty of grain now, and in these times finding suitable people is cheap enough. Once we're in town, well, start recruiting, widely screening candidates, and keeping those who fit. Well, offer betrothal gifts. At current rates, 10 caddies of millet will do. Of course, for those of higher quality, we can give more. We'll decide case by case. Oh Xiao, I recall your elder brother is only 3 years older than me and quite capable. We can ask him to help out. And Xiao suddenly slapped her forehead. Right? I have a younger sister too. My family's grain is scarce and my parents are considering finding her a match for the betrothal gift to fund my brother's marriage. Why not bring her to you instead, eh? Li Chuang, hearing Xiao's words, recalled the memory of that day when his brother-in-law had brought his sister to confront him. That sister with her commanding presence and bold demeanor was indeed quite alluring, her ample curves even surpassing Xiao's, and her long fair legs stirring even more fantasies. Li Chuang unconsciously licked his lips, his voice growing hoarse as he spoke. All right, for Xiaonuan, since she's one of us, we should offer a higher bride price. That way it'll be easier for brother to find a wife later. What about Quillian's side? Her family? Sualian quickly interjected. No need. My parents are gone and I've long since cut ties with my uncles and aunts. We haven't spoken in years. Li Chuang nodded, indicating his understanding. All right, let's arrange it this way. He'll head to town shortly to look for a suitable house and get things settled. You two can start packing whatever you need to bring. We'll move tomorrow morning. With that, Li Chuang rose and walked toward the courtyard gate. An hour later, he arrived at the town's central roundabout. 200 meters east lay a residential area where his aunt-in-law lived. On his way, he stopped at a shop to buy a pack of soft candy for little Gord. Upon reaching the iron gate, he also set down 50 jean of white flour on the ground. He knocked 3 times, thump, 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 and heard a pleasant voice from inside. Coming. Who is it? Through the crack in the gate, Li Chuang caught sight of his aunt-in-law's full curvaceous figure. Her fair skin was dazzling, and the firmness that swayed with her movements was even more eye-catching. You Xiao, it's me. Li Chuang responded in a low voice as she approached the gate. Ah Xiao Chuang, you're here. Come in quickly. You must be exhausted, right? Zhang Yuxiao, upon hearing his voice, hurriedly opened the door wide and stepped aside to let. As Li Chuang brushed past her with his things, her alluring scent wafted over him, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. You didn't need to bring anything. We still haven't finished what you gave us last time. His aunt-in-law couldn't help but complain as she saw the flour he carried. Mom, is Brother Chuang here? Ah, Brother Chuang. Just as they entered, little Gord came running from around the corner, calling out. As she drew near, she leaped into the air, throwing herself at Li Chuang. Li Chuang deftly caught her, his left arm encircling her before shifting to support her securely. Little Gord, did you miss me? Here, this is soft candy for you. Have a taste. As he spoke, he placed the small bag of candy into little Gord's arms. Wow, Brother Chuang, you're the best. I think about you every day. Mom was talking about you this morning, saying you haven't been around for days. Then little Gord leaned in mysteriously and whispered, Mom talks in her sleep at night. She says when you don't come, her whole body feels uncomfortable and she can't fall asleep. Li Chuang chuckled and looked at Zhang Yuxia, whose face flushed crimson. Oh, little Gord, stop your nonsense. Just eat one piece of candy or you'll get cavities. She shut the gate and hurried over, taking the soft candy from little Gord's hands. Little Gord pinched the skin on her cheeks, pulling it outward, and made a funny face at her mother with a hee sound. Once they were seated in the main hall, Li Chuang held little Gord and asked Zhang Yuxia, Aunt-in-law, do you know if there are any houses for sale around here? Preferably 2 adjacent ones. I'd like to buy 2 properties. Zhang Yuxia's face lit up with delight as she replied, You've come to the right person. Now that I'm feeling better, I've been taking little Gord around the neighborhood, reconnecting with the neighbors. The day before yesterday, while chatting with a few ladies, I heard that old Zhou's second son has made it big. He bought a house in Ningxing and has a city job earning over 100 yuan a month. So he's planning to move the whole family there. The Zhou family has always been well off around here. Old Master Zhou had 5 sons, and they've never split up. They're very united. Now that the second son has succeeded, he's taking everyone to enjoy the wealth and comfort. Word is they're leaving in a couple of days, and the house will just sit empty. They might as well sell it cheap to someone interested. The place is really nice. There are over a dozen tiled rooms like this main hall, and the courtyard is much grander than ours. If you're interested, you can go ask. There's also a family named Tang that's been wanting to sell their house for a while, but the courtyard is about the same size as mine, and they're asking for a higher price. As for others, need to ask around more. Li Chuang was thrilled by the news. It was like a godsend when he needed it most. He had planned to buy 2 courtyards and knock down the walls to connect them, but if the Zhou family could vacate theirs, it would save him the trouble of demolition. It was just past 9 in the morning, so Li Chuang carried little Gord and followed Zhang Yuxia to the Zhou residence. From the gate, they stepped onto the street and walked east for 50 meters. At the first intersection, they turned right and continued straight for about 200 meters until they reached a large pit roughly the size of a football field. It was barren now, the drought having long drained it of water. Turning right again, they walked along the pit's edge. The Zhou residence faced the pit to the west with the gate about 50 meters. Li Chuang observed that the gate was modest, a traditional wide wooden door, but the buildings behind it were quite striking. Except for the gate area, the other 3 sides featured 2-story structures. The northern main hall in particular had a roof adorned with green tiles, giving it an imposing look. The western and southern sides were single-story flat-roofed buildings with the top floor used for drying grain. From the outside, Li Chuang was already impressed. The courtyard was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 20 or 30 people. He handed little Gord back to Zhang Yuxia and stepped forward to knock on the gate. Soon a man who appeared to be in his 30s, he looked at Li Chuang and the others with some confusion and asked, Who are you? Who are you looking for? Li Chuang stated his purpose directly. Hello, I'm Li Chuang. I heard this house is for sale, so I came to take a look. If it's suitable, I'll take it off your hands. Who's in charge? Upon hearing this, the man's face broke into a smile. I see. Please come in, all three of you. I'm the third son of the Zhou family. Wait a moment. They'll go fetch our eldest brother. He's the head of the household now. With that, Zhou III led them into the main hall. After a short wait, a series of footsteps sounded from outside. A man in his 40s with a square face and no beard strode in first. He smiled before speaking, his voice booming. Welcome, honored guests. I'm Zhou Guangren, the eldest of the Zhou family. Brother Li, are you looking to buy this house? He gave Li Chuang a quick once-over. The young man was dressed neatly and cleanly, giving off an air of status. But if his life was so comfortable, why would he think of buying a house in town? Zhou Guangren harbored a silent doubt. Yes, I want to buy a house. This one looks quite spacious, perfect for living. What price are you planning to sell it for? Well, since you found your way here, you must know the situation. We need to move away soon to another place, so we're in a bit of a hurry. I've looked into the local housing prices. In the county, a house costs about 3,000 yuan. Here in the town, it's cheaper. A normal brick courtyard would be worth over 300 yuan now. But as you can see, this one is 5.5 times bigger. I won't ask for too much, 1,500 yuan, and this small building and courtyard are yours. What do you think? Zhang Yuxia gasped upon hearing this. That was far too much money. She tugged at Li Chuang. The ordinary courtyard she had mentioned earlier, which she considered expensive, was only 280 yuan, less than 300. How dare they ask for so much for this one? But Li Chuang had taken a liking to the courtyard. As for the price, the seller could ask for the sky, but the buyer would bargain down to earth. Li Chuang gently patted Zhang Yuxia's hand, signaling that he understood. Then with a calm expression he replied, this price is too high. With just a bit more I could buy a house in the county. Why would I buy one in the town? Since I came to ask, him genuinely interested in buying, and am here because the prices are lower. If this is your final offer, there's no need to continue the discussion. With that, Li Chuang made as if to stand up and leave. Hey brotherly, don't be hasty. This is just the initial offer. If you don't think it's fair, we can still negotiate. Zhou Guangren quickly interjected to calm things down. You say my price is too high. What price are you thinking? Well, I'm from Li family village. I'm not exactly wealthy. I recently started a small business and have some money saved up, so I'm considering a new place. If you can accept it, I'll offer 700 yuan for this courtyard. Think about it. Once you leave, this house will just sit empty. It's better to have the cash in hand. When you get to Ning City, it'll come in handy for emergencies. Zhou Guangren chuckled. Brother, you must be joking. A fine courtyard like this for 700 yuan. I really can't sell. This is the ancestral home of the Zhou family. We've lived here for generations. The feng shui is excellent. That price simply won't do. Li Chuang smiled in return. If this were 2 years ago and you'd asked for 100 yuan, I reckon many would have been willing to take it. But what times are these? Everyone is struggling to get enough to eat. Survival itself is a problem. Who has spare cash to buy a house? Even if someone did have money, wouldn't it be better to buy in the county? Since you put the word out that you're selling, how many people have come to inquire? You know the answer well. These words struck a nerve with Zhou Guangren. Indeed, after announcing the sale a few days ago, not a single person had come to ask about the price. Li Chuang was the first. Times were hard for everyone. Anyone who could scrape together 100 yuan at home would be considered well off. Even with help from his younger brother, Zhou Guangren didn't have 800 yuan in cash. Zhou Guangren frowned and said to Li Chuang, 700 is too little. Add a bit more, and if it's reasonable, well, sell. Consider it making a friend. Li Chuang also furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before speaking. When do you plan to move? Also, could you show me around? Zhou Guangren immediately took the lead, showing Li Chuang and the others through the house from the inside out, front to back. Finally, they returned to the main hall. Li Chuang sat down on a stool and said, the house looks solid. There's a lot of stuff inside. Are you taking it all, or leaving some behind? We'll only take the daily necessities. The furniture, tables, chairs, stools, cabinets. Well, leave behind. Alright, since we've come this far, I'll take it for 800 yuan. If that works, I'd like to move in tomorrow morning. Zhou Guangren seemed to ponder it for a moment, then nodded in agreement. 800 it is. But I'll need the full payment today. We'll handle the paperwork, and then we'll pack up and leave. Li Chuang replied without hesitation, no problem. Count it. Hey, race exactly 800 yuan. He pulled out the money and handed it to Zhou Guangren. The latter was naturally astonished. This man is indeed extraordinary. He carries over 800 yuan on him. Zhou Guangren marveled inwardly. He called for someone to bring writing materials, went to the bedroom to retrieve the homestead documents, and wrote out the transfer agreement on the spot. They both pressed their fingerprints. Together they went to the village head and had him issue a certificate. Since the Zhou family property was essentially a rural self-built house, the transfer process wasn't overly complicated. For Li Chuang, if he were to rebuild a house in Li family village, the cost of materials and labor would be considerable, and finding a place to stay during construction would also be a problem. By spending a bit more now, he could get a better place in one go, improve his living environment, and make it convenient for his sister. So buying all this for 800 yuan was a great deal. Once the formalities were done, the Zhou family moved quickly. They packed up their belongings, and after the transfer agreement was signed, they handed the keys over to Li Chuang. With matters settled, Li Chuang returned home with Zhang Yuxia. Now that they were closer, it would be much more convenient to do whatever they wanted. Zhang Yuxia happily held Xiao Hulu's hand as they walked slowly ahead. Li Chuang didn't plan to have Yuxia and her child move in with him. Although his parents knew he needed a woman, bringing a child along would inevitably create some unease, even if Xiao Hulu was quite lovable. After careful consideration, it was better for Yuxia to live separately. When he missed her, the separate courtyard offered more privacy. As for material support, since he was well off, he would continue to help her as needed, ensuring she never went hungry. It was nap time again. Xiao Hulu slept alone, and the two naturally came together. After a few days apart, Yuxiao seemed to have practiced something new on her own. Her legs felt even stronger. 2 hours later, Yuxiao watched Li Chuang leave the bedroom, reluctantly bidding him farewell. Li Chuang went to the iron gate, reached through the gap to hook it from the inside, and then locked it from the outside. This way no outsider could sneak into the yard and threaten the safety of mother and child. It was still early, so Li Chuang strolled along the street until he reached Zhao Yinglong's restaurant. The waiter who had served him before recognized Li Chuang and ushered him inside to a vacant seat. In the main hall, only one table of people was still eating. They were shouting and laughing, clearly enjoying their drinks. Li Chuang paid them no mind and sat down to wait. Before long, Zhao Yinglong's voice came from the back. "Xiao Chuang, if you hadn't come, I was about to go to your village to find you." Soon he appeared before Li Chuang. Seeing his arm loop around his neck and his hand on his shoulder, Li Chuang knew there was no ill intent and remained still. "Brother Long, what's the matter? Anything important?" "Oh, of course. Remember those pills you sold me last time? They worked. My boss wants to buy them all. He said whatever you have, I'll take it. So do you have more?" On his first visit, Li Chuang had sold him 6 pills at the same price as Dean Weiss, 3 yuan each. Now Li Chuang found it easy to make the special pills. With abundant true qi, it was effortless. He had already prepared a batch in his spare time and stored them in the Golden Bell space. "Since Brother Long is asking, of course I have some. You know, last time I went back, I spent a long time in the mountains and finally found that hard-to-get ingredient. Now I can produce a lot of these special pills. Brother Long, how many can you take?" Upon hearing Li Chuang's words, Zhao Yinglong estimated that he had a substantial stock. Without boasting, he instructed a trusted assistant to check the cash register for the day's revenue, then excused himself to retrieve his hidden savings from the backyard. Counting the money, he found he had 658 yuan, kept 58 yuan, took out 600 yuan, and returned to Li Chuang. The assistant reported in a low voice that the current turnover was 343 yuan, the earnings from the past 4 days. Zhao Yinglong had the assistant withdraw 270 yuan, making a total of 870 yuan, which he counted and handed over to Li Chuang. "Xiao Chuang, get me these goods." "All right, wait a moment." Li Chuang took the money, reached into his trouser pocket, and pulled out 6 bottles of special medicine, each containing 50 pills. "Brother Long, here are 300 pills, 50 per bottle. The extra 10 pills, you can settle with me next time." "Deal, Xiao Chuang. They'll pay you next time. By the way, I gave the last batch of medicine to my boss in the county town, Brother Meng. It was he who asked me to order from you and suggested I introduce you to him. Just a heads up. Brother Meng values loyalty and commands over 100 men. In every town below, there are people like me working for him. Because of your medicine, Brother Meng now holds me in high regard and plans to promote me. This is all thanks to your help. How about staying today? Let's have a drink and a meal here." Zhao Yinglong was about to instruct the assistant to have the chef prepare dishes. No, Brother Long, I really can't today. There will be time later. Our family is moving to town tomorrow, so I need to go back and pack up. He'll need your care in the future." "Haha, great brother. That means you'll be closer. All right, whenever you want to eat or drink, just come to Zhao family restaurant. It's on me. They'll make sure you're well fed and satisfied." Li Chuang quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Long. He'll surely trouble you often. He'll head back now, please." With that, Li Chuang rose and walked out of Zhao family restaurant. Outside, the sun blazed high and white clouds drifted across the blue sky, though faintly. Li Chuang let out a long breath. A new life was about to begin. Upon returning home, he told everyone that he had bought a courtyard located about 300 meters from the central hospital, a large brick and tile house. They could move in early the next morning, so everything had to be packed today. His parents sighed with mixed emotions. After decades of living in this place, leaving suddenly felt bittersweet. But looking at the dilapidated mud house and recalling the scenes of using buckets and basins to catch water during rainy days, their desire to leave quickened. Xiao and Sulian were especially thrilled. They had never lived in a tile-roofed house in their lives. Such homes were only for— When asked about the cost of the house, Li Chuang didn't tell them, only saying to rest assured. They were well off now, and as long as they followed him, life would only get better. Everyone began packing. Li Chuang went to his parents' room and saw them sorting through many old items: hand crank fans, a manual spinning wheel, clothes he and his sister wore as children, toys like slingshots and glass marbles. Among the pile, he even spotted a certificate, a 3 good student award from 1st grade bearing his name. Such distant memories. He had only received that one award in 1st grade. Afterward, he became known as a bad kid, unruly, idle, and never brought home another honor. He hadn't expected his parents to keep these items for so many years. He initially wanted to say that all these old things would be too much trouble to move, but then he thought better of it. His parents had their own feelings, and he should respect that. However, when he saw his father putting a battered nightstand into the pile to be moved, he couldn't stay silent. "Dad, let's leave this behind. The new place has furniture that's much better than ours. We should just bring daily necessities and things we'll actually use. Don't take too much. We only have 1 cart. We can take whatever fits in one trip." Li Chuang paused, then looked at the tattered clothes in his mother's hands, and said, "And Mom, just bring 2 sets of clothes each." "Fine, bring them all." Seeing the reluctance in his mother's eyes, he changed his mind and let her pack more of those worn-out garments. Watching his mother's reluctance, he relented and allowed her to bring more of those outdated clothes. Once in town, Li Chuang planned to take them shopping for new clothes. He believed that once they saw the Zhou family's mansion, they would realize how unsuitable their current attire was. "By the way, Mom, have Xiao help pack Qianqian's room. You just focus on your own things." After saying this, Li Chuang went to the main hall. Meanwhile, Xiao and Sulian were also busy. Including newly bought ones, each had only 4 or 5 sets of clothes, but they had many hair ties and hairpins. They stuffed undergarments and bodices into a large bundle. Li Chuang noticed Xiao's hairband, which was frayed with a faded lace trim, heavily worn and dull. He walked over, picked it up from the bundle, and examined it closely, his heart growing heavier. Fighting back the bitterness in his chest, he said softly to Xiao, "I'm sorry, Xiao. I never paid enough attention to your accessories. Don't keep this. Tomorrow in town I'll buy each of you several new pieces you like." Xiao stared at Li Chuang, tears welling up in her eyes. She pressed her lips together and responded with a soft, "You two seem almost done here. Go help Qianqian pack. Just her personal items, nothing else. Oh, and there's a loose brick under her bed. Lift it, and you'll find an iron box inside. Make sure to bring it. It's her treasure." Li Chuang had little to pack himself, so he went to the west room, sat on the bed, and began to cultivate. At the third layer of qi, refining his true qi was already formidable. Li Chuang estimated that after dual cultivation with a few more new partners, he could break through to the 4th layer and enter the mid-stage. Then he would be able to practice and use the lethal fireball technique. It would take about a week. He focused on circulating the true qi within him, feeling its abundant power. Wherever the qi flowed, a warm sensation accompanied it, making him feel utterly comfortable. In his cultivation, Li Chuang gradually strengthened his true qi. After completing one cycle, he paused to ponder in the future he would take many concubines, thus gaining many in-laws. Should he involve himself in the affairs of their families? Although there were those who simply sold off their daughters in exchange for grain and nothing more, there were also families like Xiao's where the girl was deeply cherished by her kin. If a woman had a close relationship with her family and had reliable brothers, then it was worth considering lending a hand. But what if she only had her parents left? Would that mean no support was given? It felt emotionally inappropriate as well. Oh, what a headache. Perhaps those who could be of use would be employed, and the rest would be left for the women to arrange on their own. After all, each woman would have a monthly allowance of 5 yuan to spend freely. Of course, those with special skills like financial or managerial acumen who could help generate income would be treated differently. Li Chuang was also contemplating which industries were suitable to venture into at present and would allow his wives to get involved. Undoubtedly, the manufacturing sector was the easiest way to profit now, as the market still had supply falling short of demand. Items like bicycles and motorcycles, if they could be produced independently, would surely capture the market and yield massive profits. However, starting from scratch was no easy feat. As for clothing, with Yuanking's help, he had already entered that field and was earning considerable income. Starting another team to continue in apparel felt somewhat redundant. Among the 4 necessities, clothing, food, housing, and transportation, food came next. A milk tea shop would be a surefire profit, especially for the pioneer. Yet given the current economic climate, it was still too early to consider. What about combining food and housing? The hotel industry, driven by the growth of public transportation, held immense potential for tourism and business travel in the future, a direction worth exploring. Of course, on a larger scale, there was the shopping mall model, which still had decades of dividends. If it could be established, it would quickly fill his coffers. It wasn't just about profitability, he also had to consider the personnel at hand and the complexity of the venture before making a final decision on which path was most suitable. The principle was that it shouldn't demand too much of his own attention. Li Chuang planned to amass a substantial amount of capital, then head to key cities. Before the large-scale development and demolition projects began, he would hoard a batch of land. Whether he developed it himself or flipped it, he could make a killing. Enough, he decided not to dwell on it for now. Enhancing his own strength should remain the constant priority. As long as he was formidable enough, everything else could be managed. He then resumed his cultivation, completing 3 more cycles before hearing Xiao's call for dinner. Li Chuang rose from the bed feeling refreshed and walked to the main hall. There on the 8 immortals' table were several plates of meat, beef, mutton, and pork. He hadn't expected that after all these days the family still hadn't finished the meat. Li Chuang couldn't help but speak up. From now on, our family meals should be both filling and satisfying. Leave the money matters to me. Eat without worry. Don't hold back like this anymore. Besides, in this weather, food spoils easily. The others remained silent until Xiao broke the stillness. Brother Chuang, we understand. Since we're moving tomorrow, we took out half the meat for a good meal today. Would you like to start? Li Chuang shook his head helplessly. You all. Come on, let's begin. With that, he picked up a piece of beef closest to him and placed it in his mouth. The flavor was excellent, neither too salty nor too bland, just right. Li Chuang's eyes lit up. Quillian's cooking had improved remarkably. He decided to find time to give her some private guidance. After all, he had tasted many famous cuisines before. Though he couldn't cook himself, he could offer reasonable suggestions. That way he could enjoy an extraordinary culinary feast at home. After dinner, Li Chuang returned to the eastern room, using cultivation to digest the food. His parents, meanwhile, went together for a walk through the village. They greeted acquaintances, naturally exchanging the customary. After the replies, they would part ways. This was the village they had lived in for years. After tomorrow, they would no longer be here. They had to take one last look. Xiao and Suelian didn't share such sentiments. After cleaning the dishes and scrubbing the pots, they came to the eastern room together. Li Chuang opened his eyes at the right moment, waving them over. 2 hours later, when the parents returned home, the main hall was already dark. It was an early night for everyone, all in preparation for the move to the new house tomorrow. Waking up at dawn, Li Chuang went to the yard to casually stretch his limbs. Seeing Xiao and Suelian heading to the kitchen to cook, he returned to his room and stored all the packed belongings into the golden bell. The flatbed cart couldn't hold much, the spinning wheel alone took up considerable space. So he collected the smaller scattered items himself. Why push the cart at all if everything could be stored in the golden bell? That wouldn't do. A move without the appearance of moving. If no one saw the belongings being taken away, yet they were gone, it would raise suspicions. Thus, pushing the cart with the 5 family members heading to town together was the most logical approach. After the meal, Li Chuang also stored the items that wouldn't fit on his parents' cart. Li Chuang slung the rope strap over one shoulder, gripped the cart handles tightly, gently pressed down to lift the rear wheels off the ground, and then with a slight exertion of force began moving forward. He felt incredibly at ease. The fully loaded cart didn't seem heavy at all. After his father locked the front door, he joined Xiao and the other 2 walking behind the cart. Occasionally villagers they met would ask in surprise, "Third brother, are you moving? Where to?" His father grinned broadly, his voice unusually loud and cheerful. "Xiao Chuang bought a courtyard in town. We're moving today. Good morning, second uncle. Come visit when you have time." Although his father was usually taciturn today, he seemed transformed, greeting everyone with unparalleled enthusiasm. "Xiao and Yo, we're heading to town. Xiao Chuang bought us a courtyard. Yes, we're moving there. Come by for a visit sometime." Despite repeating the same words many times, his father showed no sign of annoyance. His mother walked beside him, a constant smile on her face. The villagers couldn't help but gossip. After the flat cart passed, word spread from house to house. "Did you hear? Xiao Chuang has made a fortune. He bought a house in town, and the whole family is moving there. So old Li and his wife aren't farming anymore. By the way, Li Lao, your third brother's family has made it big. They just passed by heading to town saying they're moving. Do you know about this?" Li Lao, the shortest of the 3 brothers at just over 1.6 meters with a fairly square face, spoke with confusion. "I don't know. They didn't tell us." "Is it really third brother's family?" The man who had spoken earlier raised his voice. "How could it be false? They pushed the cart right past me." The 2 young wives were following behind. "They're almost out of the village by now." Hearing this, Li Lauer grew anxious. He quickened his pace and chased after them, needing to ask what was going on. At the village entrance, he saw third brother's family surrounded by early rising elders in conversation. Drawing closer, he could make out the topic. It was indeed about moving to town. An old man in his 60s, addressed as 6th uncle by seniority, was speaking to third brother. "Moving to town is good. Xiao Chuang is capable. You'll enjoy a comfortable life. Has 6th uncle, your eldest son, is capable too. I hear he's coming back soon. Maybe you'll move straight to the county seat one day." Li Lauer arrived breathlessly before third brother hunched over with hands on his knees. Looking up, he asked, "So you're really going to town? Why didn't you tell us? Next month, it's your turn to take care of mom and dad. Are you coming to pick them up, or should we send them over?" "There's no plan." His tone was urgent, almost accusatory. Of course, Li Lauer had always looked down on third brother, so even though he was physically looking up, his attitude remained condescending. Li Chuang interjected directly, "Second uncle, we won't shirk our filial duties. Next month, we'll come to pick up grandfather and grandmother. 2 months later, we'll send them back. Is that acceptable?" No matter how harshly grandfather and grandmother had treated them in the past, the duty of support was unavoidable. So they would do what needed to be done. It was merely a matter of adding 2 pairs of chopsticks. Li Lauer let out an "ah" and fell silent. After exchanging farewells with the village elders, Li Chuang and his group set off on the road to town. Li Chuang pulled the flat cart ahead, his strides still swift and steady. Even on the uneven path, he made no delays. He constantly checked if the others could keep up. If he sensed they were struggling, he would gradually slow his pace. Along the way, no one needed to lend a hand. He handled the entire task himself. They journeyed on like this. Leaving the village at around 7 o'clock, they arrived outside the Zhou family estate at roughly. Standing before the magnificent mansion, everyone was astonished. Despite having mentally prepared himself, even the old father hadn't expected it to be so splendid. Following Li Chuang through the main gate and onto the smooth cement floor, Li Lauer couldn't help but secretly pinch his own thigh. "Hiss. It hurts. So this isn't a dream." His mother laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Of course it's not a dream. Xiao Chuang has made us proud." Her eyes Brother Chuang, where do we stay?" Xiao asked excitedly as she entered, her voice bubbling with joy at the sight of the imposing brick house. "Mom, Dad, you're older, and climbing stairs would be inconvenient. You'll stay in the east room on the first floor of the main hall. We'll take the second floor. The stairs are on the outside. The west room will be kept for grandfather and grandmother. What do you think?" This time Li Chuang specifically asked his parents, showing them the respect they deserved. He believed that after these past few days together, they would have noticed the change in him. "Xiao Chuang, maybe we should just stay in the western building. It's close by, and we're used to it," his father replied hesitantly, his voice lacking confidence. Li Chuang looked into his father's eyes, then turned to his mother, speaking earnestly. "Dad, Mom, you can see for yourselves. This main hall in the north is the finest part of the estate. Living here symbolizes being at the heart of the family, a mark of status. As the elders of our family, my parents, if you don't stay here, none of us would dare to. The 3 small buildings to the west and the ones to the south are for your daughters-in-law. Would it be appropriate for you to stay there?" Seeing his parents nod silently, Li Chuang continued. "So let's do it my way. You stay in the east room. Go in and take a look first. If anything's missing, let me know. We'll tidy up later and head to the market to buy supplies. Also, you can choose a room in one of the buildings to use as a storage area for things we don't use often or only occasionally. They'll take them upstairs now." With that, Li Chuang led the way up the stairs to the second floor. He remembered from yesterday's inspection that there were 4 rooms upstairs, 3 bedrooms, and a study. "Do you 2 want separate rooms, or share one?" he asked with a mischievous grin. Xiao looked thoughtful, then replied seriously, "I think separate rooms are better. Didn't you say where we live symbolizes status? So I think separate is good. Sister Tsuelian, what do you think?" Xiao looked thoughtful, then replied seriously, I think separate rooms are better. Didn't you say where we live symbolizes status? So I think separate is good. Li Chuang wore a helpless expression, gestured for them to do as they pleased, and entered the study. The study now held only bookshelves. The Zhou family had taken all the books to Ningqing. But that didn't matter to Li Chuang. He wasn't one for reading, and he saw no need to feign refinement. Whether the room had books or not made little difference to him. After looking around, he was about to sit in the sole chair at the desk when he heard the two women calling him. Li Chuang stepped out to find them standing at different doorways, one at the easternmost and the other at the westernmost. Xiao wore a triumphant smile. Li Chuang walked toward Suilian in the west. She smiled too, though it carried a hint of resignation, clearly showing this. What do you think, Suilian? Are you satisfied with the room? Quillian's reply was filled with joy, more than satisfied. I've never seen such a beautiful room. The cabinets are gorgeous, and there's a huge mirror. So clear. Come take a look. She gestured for him to enter. Indeed, such mirrors held a special allure for women. And the bed. It's much sturdier than ours with carved patterns. I absolutely love it. Then tonight we'll test just how sturdy that bed really is, shall we? Li Chuang whispered into Quillian's ear, his gaze drifting to the visible cleavage. 2 buttons on her blouse were undone, having been left open during the walk to let in some air. Quillian's ears flushed crimson. She murmured a soft, okay. Li Chuang mischievously reached out, earning a playful slap, before he stepped back and headed toward Xiao's room. Brother Chuang, you're so good to me. Now I'll have a beautiful room too. Yay. Xiao leaped with joy upon seeing Li Chuang approach, showing no sign of fatigue from their 2-hour journey. Li Chuang gently stroked Xiao's hair and said softly, I'm glad you like it. Rest for a while now. We'll have lunch first, then go shopping on the street. In the meantime, think about what you'd like to buy. Li Chuang repeated the same words to Zuilian and instructed them to prepare lunch for 4, as he wouldn't be eating at home. Then he left the house and went to Zhao's restaurant to order a feast for pickup at 7 p.m. Next, Li Chuang visited a general store to purchase cleaning supplies, then stopped by a bookstore to buy several comic books, his personal favorites from the past which he could enjoy even without knowing the words. Carrying these items, he walked east along the street, past the roundabout. When he was sure no one was around, he stowed away the cleaning tools, keeping only the comic books in his hands. Knocking on Zhang Yuxia's door, Li Chuang locked it behind him and couldn't help but notice her curvaceous figure, which seemed even more alluring than before. Following Zhang Yuxiao inside, the air was filled with a faint, delightful fragrance, and his heart burned with intense desire. Li Chuang quickly captivated Xiao Hulu with the comic books and placed him in the west room. Then in a rush, he lifted the curtain to the east room and saw Zhang Yuxiao. It was nearly noon when Li Chuang finally took his leave. Before leaving, he specially invited Zhang Yuxiao and Xiao Hulu to dinner at his new home that evening. Since they would be neighbors so close, he thought a housewarming meal would be a perfect opportunity for everyone to get better acquainted. After leaving Yuxia's house, Li Chuang headed north to the entrance of the middle school. Since day students went home for lunch, Li Chuang asked a student for Li Qian's classroom and made his way there. Before reaching the door, he saw Li Qian surrounded by a group of chattering girls. Sister Qian, where should we eat lunch? The rice noodles we had last time are pretty good. Want to go again? Hearing the address and seeing how she got along with her classmates, Li Chuang felt relieved that Li Qian seemed to be doing well. Standing in the hallway, he smiled and said, Sister Qian, what do you want to eat? My treat. Who are you daring to talk to our Sister Qian like that? Looking for trouble? A fierce-looking little girl shouted at Li Chuang, drawing the attention of many nearby. Before she could say more, she was stunned by the sight before her. Their dearest Sister Qian actually ran over, jumped up, and wrapped her arms around the stranger's neck in an intimate gesture. Brother, how come you're here? Her voice trembled with excitement. This week had been utterly transformative for her. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen Sister Qian act this way toward anyone. This week, Li Qian had been remarkably impressive. Even her usual adversaries followed her words as if they were decrees. She had been so cautious lately, unlike her usual self. Now their queen, their Sister Qian, was making such a bold public display for a man. It completely shattered their worldview. Hey, you're scaring your friends. Li Chuang patted Li Qian's back and nodded toward Li Qian showed no intention of letting go, but she said loudly, as if explaining to others, This is my brother Li Chuang. My real brother. Without turning her head, she kept hugging him, grinning foolishly. Li Chuang had no choice but to carry her like a human doll down the stairs and out of the school. What do you want to eat? Li Chuang asked as they arrived at the snack street near the school. Only then did she hop down. Pointing at the various stalls, she counted them off with her finger, paused for a few seconds, and said, This one, mixed soup. It's amazing. Li Chuang didn't bother questioning her choice and led her into the stall. Several small tables were set up in front, all occupied by middle school students in uniform. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, Li Chuang stood out among the crowd. Boss, 2 bowls of mixed soup, please, he said, handing over a yuan. The boss quickly gave back 40 cents. Coming right up. Li Chuang looked around. At this hour, the snack street was mostly filled with students. At 3 cents a bowl, the mixed soup wasn't cheap, proving that students' money was always easy to earn. He thought of the future where countless college students would bear the label of clear-eyed yet naive. Li Chuang shook his head, pulling himself back from his wandering thoughts. After just 2 minutes, the boss called him to pick up the bowls. Li Chuang saw that the soup contained homemade fried meatballs, handmade egg rolls, and colorful noodles, an appetizing sight. Carrying a bowl in each hand, Li Chuang quickly found an empty table where Li Qian had sat. He set down the soup, bought 2 rolled pancakes, and joined her for a hearty meal. By the way, Qian, after school today, don't go back to Lijia village. We've moved. Our new home is 150 meters east of the big roundabout. Turn right at the intersection to the end near a big pit. The house on the right side of the pit is ours. If you can't find it, ask someone for directions to the Zhou family house. During the meal, Li Chuang explained the purpose of his visit. Really, brother? Then I won't have to board at school. I can commute. Li Qian slapped the table in excitement, waving her hands and shouting before she even finished her pancake. Ahem, keep it down, Li Chuang said, exasperated. He had never realized his sister was so outgoing. It was a bit overwhelming. Even someone as thick-skinned as him felt embarrassed. I'm taking the family shopping this afternoon. Do you want anything? I can pick it up for you, Li Chuang asked casually. So many things. Boxing gloves, badminton rackets, colorful hair ties, floral dresses, a go set. Do you think I'm a wishing well? Do you honestly think our town has all that? Li Chuang wiped imaginary sweat off his brow. Hee, brother, just buy whatever you think is right. Or just give me the money and let me shop myself. Li Chuang chuckled. The fox's tail is showing. You just want the money, don't you? Brother, how can you say that? I'm just trying to make it easier for you. Give me the money and I'll buy it myself. Li Qian tried her best to act cute, but it didn't seem very effective. Forget it. I won't buy you anything today. Tomorrow, since you have the day off, you can go shopping with your sister-in-law. Li Qian wilted like a frosted flower. Fine. After sending Li Qian back to school, Li Chuang returned to his new home. In the afternoon, a spree of shopping cost Li Chuang 327 yuan. Goods in this town were even cheaper than in the county seat. Each person added 2 more sets of clothes. The sleeping mats were replaced with new ones, and several bolts of fabric were purchased to make sheets and bedding. During the stroll, they also bought many trinkets, small mirrors, lipsticks, fine-tooth combs, and distinctive belly bands. Whenever someone wanted something, Li Chuang simply paid. The whole afternoon, they wandered with great enthusiasm. Watching their satisfied expressions, Li Chuang felt a profound sense of happiness in his heart. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, his parents and Xiao returned home, laden with bags and bundles. Li Chuang told them to remember to wait at the gate around 6:30 for his younger sister. Middle school let out at 6, so she would arrive home around that time. Li Chuang still had matters to attend to, so he did not go home with them. During the shopping trip, he had spotted a familiar face, one of his former roguish companions. Not long ago, they had been thick as thieves, spending every day together idling about and causing mischief. After he had voluntarily cut ties, he had forgotten these once close friends. There was a reason this face seemed so. Li Huang, also from the Li family village, was 2 years younger than Li Chuang, now 19. He had always followed at Li Chuang's heels, and Li Chuang had often looked out for him. Later, when Li Chuang stumbled upon fortune and amassed great wealth, he had gradually guided Li Huang onto the path. Yet the truth is, it is often those closest to us who bring us harm. The ones who wound us deepest are those we hold dearest. We give others ample opportunity to approach and injure us, leaving ourselves unguarded. So when the backstab comes, it strikes with devastating force. That night, the motorcycle that suddenly appeared, the familiar silhouette, it was none other than Li Huang. It all came rushing back to Li Chuang in an instant. Just moments ago, when he had seen him, Li Chuang had been dazed. He had spotted several of his usual cronies gathered outside a shop with no signboard, seemingly up to something. Without Li Chuang around, Li Huang was merely a peripheral figure lingering at the edge of the crowd, servilely attending to a few thuggish bosses. To be honest, Li Huang was decent-looking, standing about 175 centimeters tall, hardly someone you'd suspect of being a turncoat. So when Li Chuang first returned, he simply couldn't recall who that familiar figure was. Later in the village, Li Chuang rarely visited others, so he never ran into Li Huang again. This encounter was the first since his return, and unfortunately, as the pieces of information fell into place, everything became crystal clear. Though Li Huang no longer had a chance to harm Li Chuang in this life, did past deeds not demand a price? Should such a despicable scoundrel not receive his due punishment? Li Chuang observed silently from a distance, already to go up and greet them, rekindle ties. Forget it. They were nothing but a pack of worthless loafers living off others with. Li Chuang bought a bowl of cold noodles at a snack stall and sat there patiently, occasionally lifting a bite with his chopsticks, while keeping an eye on the group's movements from the corner of his eye. Half an hour later, they departed. Li Chuang set down his barely touched noodles and trailed far behind them. Walking north for a stretch, they turned into an alley to the west. Li Chuang noticed that Li Huang was always at the back, either last or second to last. He lowered his head slightly, quickened his pace, and moved toward them. He had no idea where they were headed. They wound through twists and turns, pressing on without pause. It looked like a village near the town, mostly brick and tile houses. Perhaps it was someone's home. Li Chuang mused, but it didn't. Soon he was less than 3 meters from the group. Walking silently with his head down, he drew no attention. As the next corner approached, and the crowd turned, leaving only 2, Li Chuang bent his right leg, stamped hard on the ground, and surged forward. His arm arced through the air, hooking around Li Huang's neck, while his hand swiftly covered the mouth that was about to cry out. With a forceful pull backward, the speed was so great that Li Huang's feet were lifted off the ground as he floated toward Li Chuang. Panicked Li Huang recognized Li Chuang, and obeying his gesture to be quiet, fell completely silent. Li Chuang pointed in the opposite direction, keeping his grip firm and positioning Li Huang to his right, front pressed close to his body. Li Huang thought Brother Chuang had some special task to assign him, so he cooperated fully and walked along. Though it seemed like a long time, only a few seconds had passed. Those ahead had no idea someone was missing. Li Chuang led Li Huang to a dilapidated courtyard that appeared uninhabited for ages. Pushing open the old wooden door, he released his hold and let Li Huang enter on his own. Brother Chuang, do you have something planned? I heard you moved to town, but I haven't had a chance to celebrate. If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. I'll get it done for you. Li Huang looked at Li Chuang with a fawning, sycophantic smile. Yes, there is something. Something good, something big. Li Chuang finished speaking and simply stared at Li Huawang, patiently drawing out the game. Hearing this, Li Huawang's face lit up with excitement. The big brother is still the big brother. You've made it big and still remember to take me along. Don't worry, I Huawang will never let you down. Oh, how will you prove you have the ability and that you're obedient? Li Chuang said with a sly teasing tone. Li Huawang had gone through the usual motions of pledging loyalty. By the standard script, the next step was for the big brother to assign tasks and everyone to make money. Why did he need to prove himself further? Though puzzled, he was an ambitious man. Big brother, tell me how to prove it, and he'll do it. If I so much as frown am not worthy to be your younger brother, Li Huawang declared with righteous fervor, thumping his chest. All right then. What I'm about to do is huge, difficult, and extremely profitable. If done well, one person can earn at least 30 yuan a day. So I need capable and trustworthy people. Brother Chuang, what did you say? 30 yuan a day. You're not kidding me, are you? Li Huawang's eyes burned with greed, his breath quickening. The news was staggering. Li Chuang intended to dangle the prospect of wealth to keep him hooked, facilitating his plan. So he explained, why would I lie? You know how much my new house in town cost? 800 yuan. Think about it. How long has it been since I stopped hanging out with you guys? If I weren't making good money, could I afford a house? And look at the clothes I'm wearing then at yours. Get it? Indeed, Li Chuang's words carried undeniable weight. Brother Chuang, tell me the test. He'll pass it for sure, Li Huawang said with brimming confidence. Li Chuang nodded, pointed to the inner room, and motioned for Li Huawang to follow him inside. Lie down. He'll tie you up here and tape your mouth shut. This is to see if you can handle the situation. Once you pass this test, you'll be ready for the job. Li Chuang laid out the requirements. If Li Huawang complied, the plan would proceed. If anything went wrong, he would finish it quickly. Everything was within manageable limits. Perhaps Li Huawang's craving for money was so intense that he lay down on the bed without the slightest suspicion, not even brushing off the dust that had settled on it. Li Chuang let out a sly chuckle, then pulled out several coils of thin rope from his golden bell, which he had bought earlier at the general store. With swift movements, he tied Li Huawang's limbs to the four corners of the bed, forcing him into a perfect spread eagle position. Next, he took out some tape and sealed Li Huawang's mouth directly. What comes next might hurt a bit, but if you can endure it for just one day, he'll come back tomorrow to set you free. Do you think you can hold on, eh? Li Chuang continued to coax him gently. He had contemplated many forms of punishment, like making Li Huawang suffer the agony of 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, cutting wounds on his body, and sprinkling sugar on them, then letting him die in torment, or simply stabbing him 3 times through the body, letting him perish in pain, and many other ideas. In the end, he thought that although Li Huawang was indeed a despicable person, he was still the reason he had the chance to come here and make up for past regrets, so he decided to let him die in hope. Of course, if he didn't die within a day, he would give him a quick end tomorrow. If you think you can hold on, nod. If not, shake your head. This is your last chance. Are you sure? Li Chuang continued to inquire. Seeing Li Huawang nod, he let out a wicked laugh, took out a small knife about 2 fingers long from his golden bell, and said, the countdown begins. Then amid Li Huawang's pained expression, a spurting line of blood appeared on his wrist. Li Chuang had slashed his artery. At that moment, Li Huawang couldn't see what was happening to his hand. He only felt an unbearable agony, his body writhing involuntarily. Don't twist around too much. IDLL only make the pain worse, and you might not make it to tomorrow. Enjoy it. With that, Li Chuang walked out, closing the door to the main hall, leaving Li Huawang in a state of utter panic. Li Huawang couldn't fathom why Li Chuang would treat him this way, persecuting him so ruthlessly for no apparent reason. As for making money, he had completely given up any hope now. All he wished for was to hold on until tomorrow, hoping Li Chuang would keep his word and set him free. How dare you betray me? After all the kindness I showed you, you'll never have the chance to hurt anyone again in this life. Li Chuang muttered to himself, then quickly walked out of the courtyard, pulling the door shut behind him. The abandoned courtyard remained as if nothing had happened. Having finished his business and noticing it was getting late, Li Chuang headed toward Zhao Family Restaurant on East Street. As soon as he entered the restaurant's main hall, a waiter greeted him. Li Chuang recognized the man as one of Zhao Yinglong's followers. Last time, he had been the one sent to count the cash at the register. Are the dishes I ordered ready? Li Chuang asked loudly. The chef is working on them now. As you requested, pick up at 7, we're timing it, so they're done just in time, otherwise they'd get cold and lose their flavor by the time you arrive. It's 6:50 now, and there's still one dish, the boiled fish, being prepared. The rest are ready. Please wait a moment. The waiter explained the situation in detail with sound reasoning and clear logic. Li Chuang silently praised him and felt a desire to befriend him. All right, thanks. What's your name, brother? Just call me Xiao Chuan, Brother Chuang. My full name is Zhao Buochuan. Oh, I've been following Brother Long since I was a kid. Let's grab a drink together sometime. Keep an eye on the dishes for me. They'll sit and wait. Saying this, Li Chuang found an empty seat, sat down on a stool, and began observing the restaurant's business. It was peak dining time. In the brief moment he had been greeting, another group of people entered, and a waiter quickly greeted them familiarly before leading them directly upstairs. In the main hall there were about a dozen tables, and apart from the empty one where Li Chuang sat, only 2 tables were unoccupied. Business was indeed thriving. People had to speak loudly to be heard over the constant clamor. Li Chuang guessed that one reason for the crowd was that it was Friday, and since the next day was Saturday, a day off, more people were out dining together. But looking at the bustling scene, Li Chuang could see no hint of the famine years whatsoever. A table of dishes for 7 or 8 people cost about 10 yuan, which was unaffordable for most rural folks. Only those with steady incomes, office workers or shop owners, could manage it. Judging by the dining situation on a Friday, it was clear that the small town had no shortage of wealthy people. The restaurant's business was indeed excellent, with high profit margins making it a promising avenue for making money. As Li Chuang pondered, the waiter, Xiao Chuan, came to his table and placed the packed dishes in front of him. The portions were generous and substantial. How much for all this? Li Chuang asked casually. Brother Long said that since it's your first time ordering here, the meal is on us. Next time we'll charge you. Brother Chuang, just take it. Li Chuang quickly waved his hand. That won't do. How can I eat without paying? Otherwise I wouldn't dare come again. Please figure out the total. Xiao Chuan looked at Li Chuang with a troubled expression, not moving. Tisk, don't worry, Xiao Chuan. Just charge what's due. As for Brother Long, tell him what I said. Li Chuang smiled reassuringly at him. All right then. These are the 11 dishes you ordered, totaling 12.6 yuan. They'll just take 12 yuan. Also, we're giving you a complimentary dish from our signature menu, braised eggplant. You can try it, it's quite distinctive. If you like it, you can order it next time. Xiao Chuan quickly tallied the bill and informed Li Chuang. It smells delicious. Thanks. Hey Race, 12 yuan. Li Chuang handed over the money. On his way back, he first passed by his aunt's house. He packed away the ordered dishes, then knocked on the door and called out twice. Inside, everything was already tidied up. Zhang Yuxiao was wearing a blue outfit, a short-sleeved shirt on top, with the top 2 buttons undone. Her white camisole could barely contain the majestic weight, and the 3rd button was taut, perfectly accentuating her full figure. Below, she wore a long skirt, and her snowy ankles occasionally peeked out as she moved, adding to her allure. Zhang Yuxiao, holding Xiao Hulu by the hand, walked gracefully toward Li Chuang with a joyful expression on her face. Xiao Hulu also called out happily, Brother Chuang. Li Chuang naturally crouched down to catch the pouncing Xiao Hulu, supporting the little one's bottom with his left arm, turning her sideways to face his right side. Let's go. The two had an unspoken agreement to address each other by their generational titles, except in specific situations. Of course, in certain settings, calling her Yuxiao, or even having her lower a generation, was acceptable. When feelings were deep enough, anything was fine. They could truly be said to know each other inside out. When they entered the gate of the new home, the 5 people sitting around the octagonal table in the courtyard saw Li Chuang carrying a child with a stunningly curvaceous woman smiling at him by his side. Brother, who is this? Li Qian was the first to run over, asking with a cheerful bounce. This is our village's young aunt-in-law. She lives not far from Grandpa's house, and is a member of Uncle Fugua's family. Mom, Dad, do you still recognize her? As he spoke, Li Chuang introduced Zhang Yuxia's identity to his family. She looked familiar just now, but I didn't dare to be sure. Oh, it really is Yuxiao. It's been such a long time since you last returned. Mother looked at the kind-faced Zhang Yuxiao and picked up the conversation. Third sister-in-law, hello. It's been 2 years since I last came back. Fugaway went to the county town to stock up 3 years ago, and then he vanished. The police couldn't find him either, and then we. She had said these words to Li Chuang before, but speaking them again, Zhang Yuxiao couldn't help but feel heartbroken and wept once more. The women in the house also sighed with regret. Especially after hearing how she had struggled to even make ends meet in the early years, they were filled with deep sympathy. Xiao and Mother both shed tears along with her. Luckily, I ran into Xiao Chuang. He helped cure my illness. Now Xiao Hulu and I are living much better. As Zhang Yuxiao spoke, she stole a glance at Li Chuang, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, the sky was beginning to dim, and one would have to look very closely to notice it. Back then, the electricity supply wasn't very stable, so most households lit candles at night. After lighting a white candle, they would tilt it to let the melted wax drip onto the table, then press the base of the candle onto the wax to fix it in place. Li Chuang went to the kitchen himself and returned carrying a pile of food. He asked his younger sister and the others to fetch a few more bowls from the kitchen, placing one in front of each person for easier serving. The takeaway dishes were packed in containers similar to modern lunchboxes, but made of tin. After the meal, these containers could be returned without any extra charge. In a flash, the table was laden with dishes, 7 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, and a bowl of spicy soup. A truly lavish spread. Xiao Hulu's mouth watered at the sight of the feast. The adults were not much better off. Who else could afford such a bountiful meal during these years of famine? Don't just stand there, have something to eat. You must be hungry, right? Li Chuang picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks first, celery stir-fried, with beef, full of flavor. After the introductions, Zhang Yuxiao had begun to feel part of the group. She first served some food to Xiao Hulu's bowl, before tending to her own meal. Li Chuang waited for 2 minutes until everyone had eaten around. Then pausing briefly, he stood up to speak. Today marks our official move into the new house. This is the Li family's new courtyard. This meal is our housewarming banquet, so eat and drink to your heart's content. Let's celebrate our successful relocation. At the same time, I want to thank Comrade Zhang Yuxiao for bringing Xiao Hulu here to liven up the place. Since none of us drink, let's use soup as a substitute for wine. Raise your bowls and bottoms up. Li Chuang laughed as he spoke. The others were infected by his mood and stood up with a cheer, raising their bowls. Gulp, gulp. They drained their bowls of soup. By the time everyone had finished eating, nearly half the dishes remained on the table. Xiao and Solian cleaned up diligently, taking the leftover dishes to the kitchen to be saved for the next morning's breakfast. During the meal, plans for Saturday were also discussed. His parents were relatively older, and Li Chuang suggested they take it easy at home. But the old couple were not the type to sit idle. They proposed reclaiming some wasteland closer to home for convenience, so they could at least supplement their food supply. Xiao planned to visit her own family now that it was much closer, making it convenient. She also wanted to discuss future matters with her younger sister and brother. As for Zuelian, she would tidy up the new house and take Li Qian to the market to buy some new clothes. Li Chuang would give her the money. Li Chuang, meanwhile, would continue exploring the town market to see what business he could start and to arrange jobs for the people under his care. He believed that having everyone occupied with work made it easier to foster a sense of well-being. Just giving money and letting people idle about all day wasn't a pleasant feeling. Li Chuang knew this from his own experience. With the plan clear, everyone went about their own tasks. Li Chuang escorted Zhang Yuxiao and her daughter home. They agreed to visit each other often whenever they had time. After seeing Zhang Yuxiao safely home, Li Chuang lured Xiao Hulu to the west room with a soft candy. Then he had some private words with Yuxiao. Although Xiao Hulu was young, there were certain matters better left unheard by her. Li Chuang had been longing for Zhang Yuxiao all day, but given the time constraints and the fact that they were neighbors living not too far away, taking an hour or two just to see someone home would have been hard to explain. Before leaving, Li Chuang took out 5 yuan. This is for your expenses. From now on, each of my women will receive 5 yuan in allowance every month. Even though you don't live with us, you're no exception. Don't refuse. Zhang Yuxiao obediently took the money and planted a kiss on Li Chuang's cheek. Be careful on your way back. When Li Chuang reached the pit area, he took out a bottle of water from the golden bell and poured a little to wipe away the traces on his face. Only after confirming there was nothing unusual did he leisurely return to the new house. Tonight was a night of romance meant solely for Zuelian. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that the room fell silent. Having just moved to a new environment, Xiao was also excited. Listening to the commotion from the room upstairs, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She didn't know when she finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Li Chuang was the first to wake, naturally feeling refreshed and invigorated. A gleam of excitement shone in his eyes. With a bit more effort, he would soon be able to reach the next level. He got up and went to the kitchen, taking out a bag of cornmeal, a bag of wheat flour, a bucket of soybean oil, and various seasonings from the golden bell, ensuring they would have enough supplies for a while. It was better to keep the rest in the golden bell. It prevented spoilage, and the preservation was simply perfect. Li Chuang returned to Quillian's bedside, and seeing the beauty still fast asleep, he couldn't bear to wake her. He took a piece of white paper from the study and left a message: make your own breakfast. He'll eat out and be back in the evening. Li Chuang. He used a square block of wood to weigh down one corner of the paper, placing it on the small table near the head of the bed, ensuring Zuelian would see it as soon as she woke up. It was just getting light, probably a little past 5 o'clock, and the sun hadn't even shown itself yet. However, a few people were already beginning to stir on the streets. The large roundabout, being close to the hospital and a landmark of the town, had a relatively developed commercial area. There were 2 breakfast shops, one on the east and one on the west side of the roundabout. Li Chuang went to the shop on the east side, which he remembered had very tasty steamed buns. He ordered 1 mao's worth of pan-fried buns, 7 in total, not too large, along with a bowl of plain congee, which was free. A large batch of freshly made buns came out of the steamer, both sides fried to a golden crisp. The presentation alone was enough to whet one's appetite, and the texture was simply the best. The filling was made from beef, generous in quantity, with thin wrappers and ample stuffing. Each bite was delightfully chewy. After polishing them off in one go, Li Chuang felt the urge to order another serving. Forget it. He wasn't really that hungry anyway. Last night's dinner had been too sumptuous, so just a taste for breakfast. Leaving the breakfast shop, Li Chuang thought of heading towards the hospital first. He couldn't explain why, but he had a premonition that today would be different, as if something was about to happen. Li Chuang ambled forward leisurely, his steps unhurried. He entered the hospital and found it exceptionally quiet. This was only natural. It was barely 6 in the morning, and most people were still asleep. Doctors typically started their shifts after 8, and this was a small-town hospital, so foot traffic was naturally sparse. In a city hospital, people would be coming and going around the clock. Li Chuang found an inconspicuous spot against the wall and sat down, curious about what would happen next. He silently cultivated his technique for a while, the circulation of true qi filling his body with strength. His mind drifted back to the games he had played with Zuelian the previous night, which had marked a breakthrough of sorts. Quillian's fragrant tongue was becoming increasingly nimble, and biting it was full of charm. Right now I feel the urge to go back and exchange further with her. Li Chuang muttered to himself, then noticed the surroundings growing noisier. He opened his eyes slightly and saw that the place had indeed become crowded. Suddenly someone shouted, "Dr. Li is here." And Li Chuang found himself surrounded. "Dr. Li, you finally come. I've been waiting for you here for a week. Every day when the hospital opened I came and waited, sometimes half a day at a time. I heard you only see patients in the mornings, so I thought I'd run into you sooner or later. Heaven has eyes. I really did meet you." An old man in his 60s was visibly agitated, occasionally patting his chest as he spoke, seemingly short of breath. Li Chuang channeled his true qi into his eyes for a brief examination. He didn't detect any particularly serious issues with the old man. His entire body was suffused with a yellow hue, indicating minor ailments here and there. A normal phenomenon for someone of advanced age, as organs naturally decline. If a 60-year-old were perfectly healthy and glowing entirely green, that would be truly anomalous. "Old sir, you don't seem to have any major problems. Why are you waiting for me here? Or is it your wife who needs treatment?" Li Chuang asked directly. The old man's face was etched with sorrow, his voice tinged with bitterness. "My wife passed away just last week. While I was inquiring about treatments, I heard of your remarkable medical skills, so I've been waiting here for you." Li Chuang noted that the old man was neatly dressed, and despite his age, clear-headed and respectful in his speech, which instantly won him over. Still, he couldn't grasp the old man's intent. "I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Please accept my condolences. But I still don't understand. Your wife has passed, and you're not ill yourself. Are you here for your child? Li Chuang thought it over. This seemed the only possibility. At around 60, the man likely had children and grandchildren. The old man wiped away his tears and explained, yes, Dr. Li. I have a daughter who has been frail since birth and falls ill often. But after her mother passed, she was so grief-stricken that she collapsed. She won't eat or drink. Her face is pale, and nothing I say helps. On Tuesday, I brought her to the hospital. The doctors examined her, but found nothing wrong. They just gave her a shot, but it was completely useless. She's still bedridden. Now she's only kept alive by the saline drips, which provide the energy to sustain her. Alas, I'm at my wit's end. My wife is gone, and now my only daughter might leave me too. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became, wiping away tears silently. Li Chuang had to interrupt his lament. All right, is your daughter in the hospital or elsewhere? The old man quickly replied, at home, not far from here, in the village across from the hospital. Very well. Wait a moment. They'll treat 2 more patients, then we'll go. We'll be at your place before noon. With that, Li Chuang gestured to the crowd and selected 2 family members of patients who had offered higher fees, then followed them to the ward to provide treatment. These medical challenges were nothing for Li Chuang. His true chi possessed remarkable healing power. The first patient suffered from severe pneumonia, and the second had a tumor in their brain. Both were cured with ease. No unusual incidents occurred. It seemed the premonition he had felt this morning would manifest through this old man. Li Chuang scrutinized the old man once more. He wore standard modern attire, a full suit of dark green with a crisp collar. When he wasn't weeping, he stood tall with his back straight, looking quite spry. This must be a man with a story, Li Chuang concluded. As they left the hospital, Li Chuang asked, old sir, what should I call you? My surname is Huang. Just call me Old Huang. Yes, this is my hometown. I'm a native of Zhaozhuang town. Old Huang replied promptly and continued leading the way. Li Chuang noticed that Old Huang walked at a brisk pace. From behind, he didn't look like a man in his 60s at all. They entered the village, and Li Chuang realized it was the same village where the kidnapping had occurred the day before. But the area was large, and after following Old Huang through a series of twists and turns, they were far from the dilapidated courtyard. Old Huang stopped before an unremarkable wooden door and pulled out a key from his pocket. Dr. Li, this is the place. With a click, the lock opened, revealing a large jujube tree with a canopy as broad as an umbrella. It was lush and green, brimming with vitality. The courtyard was shaded by the tree, and a gentle breeze made Li Chuang feel very comfortable. They crossed the courtyard and entered the western room of the main house. Li Chuang saw a woman lying on the bed. Since Old Huang had met Li Chuang right at the hospital that morning, the doctor hadn't yet come to administer in. At the sight of her, Li Chuang was somewhat surprised. The woman appeared young, around 20 years old. After a week without proper meals, her cheeks were slightly sunken, leaving her looking listless. But judging by her facial structure and features, if she hadn't fallen so ill, her striking beauty would undoubtedly surpass 95% of women. How to describe it? Li Chuang thought the word exquisite fit best. 20 years old, 60 years old. This was clearly a child born in old age. Having a daughter in his 40s was quite something. Li Chuang noticed some bruising on the woman's arm from the foreneedle. Then his gaze inadvertently swept over her snow-white neck. What's that she's wearing? He saw a deep purple jade pendant hanging around her neck. It was shaped like a key, but not the modern electronic kind. It had a single short protrusion at the top, forming a T shape. The pendant was strung on a red cord and rested just above her cleavage, standing out vividly against the pale background. Old Huang noticed Li Chuang's attention to the purple jade pendant and explained, this is a purple key-shaped jade pendant that has been with Jinjin since she was a child. He then lowered his voice and said to Li Chuang, Jinjin is our adopted child. My wife has a peculiar condition and cannot bear children. 20 years ago, we were fleeing disaster in the Daqing Mountains when we stumbled upon her. In the swaddling clothes, there was only this item and a piece of cloth bearing her name, Huang Jinjin, and her birth date. We bought a red string, threaded it through the pendant, and hung it around her neck. It has never left her since. In fact, the whole village knows about this. Jinjin knows it too, but she is a filial child and is very close to both my. Just then, Huang Jinjin on the bed groggily opened her eyes. She stared at Li Chuang for a moment, and upon realizing he was a stranger, a flicker of panic crossed her face. But when she saw Old Huang beside her, she calmed down. Huang Jinjin quickly understood. This must be the doctor Dad brought. She forced a faint smile, her voice hoarse as she spoke. Dad, you're back. I'm sorry for making you go through all this trouble. I've been such a worry. Old Huang swiftly moved around Li Chuang to the bedside, gently stroking the bruised skin where the needle had been inserted. His heart was heavy, but his voice trembled with a mix of sorrow and hope. Jinjin, don't be afraid. I brought Dr. Li today. He will surely cure you. Rest assured. Huang Jinjin, understanding, gave Li Chuang a polite smile and a slight nod, saying nothing. She had a feeling that this time it's just a pity for my old father. He'll be left all alone with both loved ones gone. If only I could turn back time. I would have started exercising as a child to build a stronger body. I would have cared for my parents sooner, paid attention to their health, and urged them to see a doctor at the first sign of illness. Then there would be no such sudden regrets. I haven't even had a chance to repay them, and now my life is about to end. How unwilling I am. Despite the cries and sobs in her heart, all that showed on Huang Jinjin's face was a pale complexion and tears in her eyes that could not be ignored. While Huang Jinjin was lost in thought, Li Chuang activated his art of qi observation, and the scene before his eyes instantly transformed. Huang Jinjin's entire body was a vivid orange, rapidly turning red. If Li Chuang hadn't come today, she would likely not survive another week, even with saline drips. The color around her heart and lungs was particularly deep, indicating that the disease had already affected the most vital. This condition was not particularly difficult for Li Chuang. As long as it wasn't a case of instant death with no time for treatment, his medical arts, or rather immortal arts, could easily take effect. After finishing his examination, Li Chuang looked at the two of them with a relaxed expression. I can cure her. But how much can you afford as consultation fees? Huang Jinjin was clearly skeptical, her eyes full of doubt. Old Huang, however, was different. He had witnessed Li Chuang treating 2 severely ill patients that morning and knew his skills were nothing short of miraculous. Thus old Huang had absolute faith in Li Chuang's words. He hurried to his bedroom, pulled the cabinet away from the wall, and felt around until he found a slightly protruding brick. He pulled it out, placed it on the floor, and reached inside again. When his hand reappeared, it held a small cloth bag. The irregular bulges suggested it contained coins and paper money, though the exact amount was unclear. Without hesitation, old Huang brought the bag to Li Chuang. This is all the cash our family has. There's 15 yuan, 6 jiao, and 7 fun inside. He'll give it all to you. Dr. Li, can you cure Jinjin with this? Li Chuang saw old Huang take out a piece of cloth with gold thread patterns from the bag before handing it over. 15 yuan was a generous fee. The previous 2 patients had only paid less than 10 yuan combined. Instead of taking the money, Li Chuang focused on old Huang's other hand, specifically the cloth in it. His instincts told him it was far from ordinary. May I take a look? Li Chuang gestured toward the cloth, wanting to see what was written on it. That's the cloth from the swaddling clothes. Of course, here you go. Old Huang handed it over. Li Chuang unfolded it and saw that the cloth was not large, about the size of 4 palms spread out, but it was exquisitely made and clearly valuable. The cloth was a pure light pink with bright yellow borders. The characters were not written with a brush, but embroidered with bright yellow thread that from a distance could easily be mistaken for gold silk. The characters were in traditional script, and Li Chuang slowly deciphered the message: Huang Jinjin, born on the 16th day of June at the hour of Yin. The handwriting was graceful, suggesting that the person who made it had a deep bond with Huang Jinjin. Overall, Huang Jinjin might have a significant background. Who knew what that jade pendant was for? It could even be a magical artifact like his own golden bell. Of course, it was only a possibility, and a slim one at that. Li Chuang unconsciously rubbed the cloth while his gaze fell on Huang Jinjin, lying in bed. He activated his art of qi observation again. A spot of red amidst a sea of yellow, unchanged. Something's off? Is there something hidden beneath? Li Chuang frowned at the scene before him, deep in thought. There's a faint purple within the orange, only visible on the periphery. I've never seen anything like this before. Normally there are only 4 colors, red, orange, yellow, and green, that fully display a person's health. If a person shows no color at all, it means they have no vital signs and are completely dead. No false death can fool me. But this Huang Jinjin has an additional color, purple, which signifies nobility and extraordinariness. What does it mean? I think I've seen something about it in the immortal master's memories. It's true that when you need knowledge, you regret not having enough. I can't instantly extract the useful information. Wait, let me think carefully. Li Chuang stood there muttering to himself. Seeing him suddenly frown with a pained expression, old Huang held his breath, afraid to make a sound lest he disrupt the doctor's thoughts and affect his daughter's treatment. Fortunately, it didn't take long before old Huang saw Li Chuang's brows relax, his pained expression replaced by delight. I knew I'd seen it before. So that's what it is. The immortal master had recorded it back then, including the method of treatment and the potential opportunities that might arise. All of it now surfaced in Li Chuang's mind. Li Chuang felt that the purpose of this visit might need a slight adjustment. Not only would he cure Huang Jinjin, but he would also arrange a marriage between their families, making her his exclusive woman. Before you fell ill, you were already quite frail, often feeling cold in your hands and feet with aches all over your body. Nod if I'm right, shake your head if not. No need to speak. After pondering his strategy, Li Chuang inquired about Huang Jinjin's condition. The person on the bed nodded. On rainy days, do your knees feel a stabbing pain coming in waves? Huang Jinjin nodded more quickly. Li Chuang had described her symptoms with uncanny accuracy without even examining her, things even doctors had failed to pinpoint. Even her parents were unaware of the full extent of her discomfort, let alone having informed Li Chuang in such precise detail. Li Chuang gave his diagnosis. Strictly speaking, this isn't an illness, but a constitutional issue inherited from birth. Age 25 is a critical threshold. If you pass it, your health will flourish. If not, please, Dr. Li, save my daughter. She has suffered so much in her life. I never knew she endured such pain. Old Huang spoke with deep sorrow. Seeing his daughter suffer, he wished he could take her place in that bed. Don't fret. Let me first do what I can to ease her pain and restore basic health. But curing the root cause won't be. This isn't an excuse. My current abilities are insufficient, and likely no one else can do it either. Li Chuang spoke truthfully. To fully resolve Huang Jinjin's constitutional issue, he would need to reach the foundation establishment stage. He hadn't even reached the mid-qi refining stage, so he truly lacked the power. However, using his self-made true qi nourishing pill to maintain her body and allow her to live comfortably until 25 was well within reach. Without another word, Li Chuang returned the cloth to old Huang, took a pill from his pocket, and gently placed it into Huang's and hold it in your mouth and let it dissolve, slowly releasing its full potency. Li Chuang channeled his own true qi, starting from Huang Jinjin's head and working downward, using it to clear the blockages in her meridians from a distance. The process was painful, but once the meridians were unblocked, she let out a comfortable cry, her hoarse voice growing clearer with the treatment. After unblocking all 361 acupoints, Li Chuang was drenched in sweat. This was truly laborious. Chronic ailments of years past were not so easily cured, especially since it involved a special constitution. But when he finished and looked at Huang Xinjin, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Huang Xinjin's body now radiated a healthy green with faint traces of purple seeping through, more pronounced. This further convinced Li Chuang that she possessed that unique constitution. But with his current limitations, her body would continue releasing harmful substances. Medication would be needed to nurture and regulate her system. How do you feel? Much better, Li Chuang asked the visibly improved Huang Xinjin. Her cheeks now held a rosy hue, and despite her thinness, she exuded the vitality of a healthy person. She carefully sensed the changes in her body. A warmth she had never known enveloped her. When she tried moving her limbs, they responded, no longer refusing the commands of her mind. It's best if you wait half an hour before getting out of bed. Let your body adjust to the changes. Based on my assessment, harmful substances will accumulate in about a week and affect your daily life. So you need to take the pill I gave you at least once a week. That way I can ensure you live peacefully until 25. 25. That's enough. Huang Xinjin raised her head, gazing at the ceiling with a soft sigh. Nonsense, child. Didn't you hear Dr. Li? He said it can't be cured now, but not that it's incurable. Don't worry. No matter the cost, your father will make sure you live a full life. Old Huang leaned by the bed, stroking his daughter's hand. Hey, raise the consultation fee. Thank you, Dr. Li. I'm sure we'll need to trouble you again. Old Huang turned and handed over the money from his cloth bag. Li Chuang poured it into his pocket without counting. Just a rough estimate. Then returned the empty bag. Dr. Li, may I ask the price of the nourishing pill you mentioned? I need to prepare for Xinjin. Oh, the wholesale price is 3 yuan per pill. It's my special formula. If sold on the market, it wouldn't be less than 10 yuan. By the way, from your speech, you don't seem like a typical villager. What do you do? Li Chuang had been curious. How could such a refined man live in the village? And if he had given all his cash to Li Chuang, how would he support himself and afford the pills? I'm a teacher, Dr. Li. I used to wear a long gown and teach children to read and write. I retired 2 years ago, so I have a monthly pension of 6 yuan. So, I should be able to afford the medicine at your price. Of course, old Huang didn't mention that life would be tighter, but he thought once his daughter recovered and found work the household. Li Chuang nodded in understanding, then decided to be direct. Mr. Huang, we just met today. May I ask how you and your daughter feel about me? Do you think well of me? He gestured for them not to interrupt. Forgive my boldness, but you've seen my medical skills. I could easily make a good living from them. I also have a factory running in the county town. What I'm saying is I have ample means to support a family. Second, I plan to start looking for suitable women in the town to build a new family. In other words, to marry, and perhaps more than one. Given the current circumstances, many struggle to survive. My plan is to offer 10 jin of millet as a bride price similar to others. Today, fate brought me to Xinjin. Her situation is unique. My proposal is this: it'll cover the nourishing pills, and I promise to resolve her root issue as soon as my abilities allow. The bride price will be the same, 10 jin of millet. This way she can stay with me, allowing me to monitor her condition closely and avoid any delays in treatment that could cause. On the other hand, I guarantee she won't suffer. She can visit you anytime. My home is about 200 meters southeast of the roundabout, very close. That's the gist of it. If there's anything unclear, or if you have questions, please speak up. Having said his piece, Li Chuang stepped aside, waiting for the father and daughter's response. Huang Xinjin had stolen several glances at him while he spoke. From her perspective, marrying Li Chuang offered clear benefits. It would ease her father's burden, control her illness, and give her a capable, reliable partner. She admitted that the last point held particular allure for a 20-year-old woman. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she listened to Li Chuang's account. Gazing at his handsome and refined appearance, a peculiar feeling began to stir within Huang Xinjin's heart. She lowered her head bashfully and said to old Huang, "Father, I have no objections. I leave it all to your judgment." Seeing his daughter's demeanor, old Huang naturally understood the weight of the saying, "A daughter is no match for a son-in-law." In truth, spending money on medical treatment and pills caused him little distress. However, the resulting chain reaction meant he lacked the funds to adorn his beautiful daughter with pretty clothes and fine jewelry, a failure that weighed heavily on a father's heart. "Dr. Li, though we haven't known each other long, you strike me as far more reliable than other young men your age. I feel at ease in trusting my daughter to you. But could we delay a little? You can see how thin Xinjin is now. Let me nourish her for a few days. Come pick her up this time next week. How does that sound? Father-in-law, you're too kind. Just call me Xiao Chuang. You're right. Seeing Xinjin so frail breaks my heart. Hey race, 20 yuan, please don't refuse. Buy whatever you like to help her recover. Consider it a small token from your son-in-law." Li Chuang pulled 2 10 yuan notes and a loose universal pill from his pocket. "Have Xinjin take this pill around next Wednesday. She can swallow it directly, it will ease her discomfort." A rare smile spread across old Huang's face. His daughter's illness was finally cured, and a happy marriage had been arranged. Truly a double blessing. It's just a pity that her mother won't get to see this. Good'll take these. Xiao Chuang, stay for lunch and taste your father-in-law's. Not today, father-in-law. I have matters to attend to later. Next time I come for Xinjin, I'll be sure to sample your skills. Take care of yourself, Xinjin. Don't overwork these days. He'll be off now. After bidding them farewell, Li Chuang went to settle the unfinished business from yesterday. Rounding several corners, he arrived at the dilapidated courtyard. Everything was as he had left it the day before. As he opened the gate and approached the main hall, the strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Opening the door, the odor hit him full force. The floor was covered in a layer of dark red blood, now seeping into. Li Chuang stepped onto it and lifted his foot to check the sole. No blood stained it, but a clear footprint of size 45 remained on the floor. Entering the inner room, he used his gazing technique and couldn't help but sigh. You're lucky to have died in hope. If I had shattered your illusions and made you suffer before sending you off, it would have better suited my desire for revenge. With that, another burden was lifted from his mind. Li Chuang walked to the yard, found a sturdy stick, and returned to the main hall. He used it to erase all traces of his presence, leaving only the corpse of Li Huang, who appeared to have slit his own wrists. Judging by the sun's height, it was around 10:30, still early. He strolled to the marketplace. Since it was the weekend, the place was bustling with activity. The cross-shaped street usually had horizontal stalls for vendors and vertical shops lining the road. But the weekend market had spawned an extra vertical lane, doubling the number of vendors at least. Seeing the thronging crowds, Li Chuang was secretly astonished. What day is it? Why is the market so packed? Where there are people, there is strife. Oh, where crowds gather, trouble brews. Pushing slowly through the sea of people, Li Chuang kept an eye on the stalls, buying whatever caught his fancy or seemed suitable. In just 10 minutes, he had purchased dozens of hair ornaments, daily necessities, fresh wild mushrooms, and ginseng gathered from the mountains. Carrying these items in his left hand, he felt a sense of abundant harvest. Ahead, a distinct commotion arose. A woman's loud scolding mingled with the unbridled jeers of several men. Such scenes were all too common in this era. Young ruffians loved to show off, flaunting their supposed prowess. The old Li Chuang had been one of them. Soon he noticed the path ahead was less congested. He could even see the situation clearly. The crowd had instinctively parted around the conflict, afraid to get involved. Well, what a coincidence, Li Chuang muttered. The men confronting the woman were none other than the idlers Li Huang had followed yet. He observed with interest. There were 7 of them, forming a semicircle, all facing a neatly dressed woman. She had shoulder-length hair tied into a simple ponytail with a red string, exuding youthful vitality. Her face was strikingly beautiful, with large sparkling eyes, a straight nose, and tempting cherry-red lips. Her slender, graceful figure, paired with slightly heroic eyebrows, gave her an unexpectedly captivating presence. Before her on the ground lay a white square cloth about 80 centimeters on each side, piled with bright, alluring pink cherries that looked delicious. Her face showed a mix of impatience and anxiety, and she seemed flustered by the group before her. Jiang Yuning had learned some self-defense from her father and brother since childhood. She was fairly skilled. The village boys and girls had often borne the brunt of her fists. In her village, she was something of a queen bee, having never suffered a loss in her 19 years. But now, on her first trip to town to sell cherries behind her brother's back, hoping to ease the family's burdens, she had caught the attention. Hey, beautiful, those cherries look good. Well, buy them all. Why not come have some fun with us? He, the one in the middle who seemed to be the leader, leered. A considerable crowd had gathered instinctively, clearing a wide space around them, making the 8 individuals in the middle particularly conspicuous. Everyone loves watching a spectacle, especially the thrilling drama of a beautiful woman being harassed by ruffians. But they knew the difference between enjoying a spectacle and becoming one themselves. Thus, to ensure their own safety, while not missing the excitement, they positioned themselves at what they deemed a safe distance. It was then that Li Chuang heard the woman's resolute voice. I'm only selling cherries, I'm not going anywhere with you. If you want to buy, I'll weigh them for you. If not, please leave. Jiang Yuning frowned as she replied, her mind racing for an escape. She already regretted coming out. Her brother had warned her that the outside world was different from their village and that she needed to be more cautious, but she hadn't listened. She had thought her reputation as a little tyrant would command respect wherever she went. Yet in her first real encounter, she found herself outnumbered 7-1. While the 7 didn't seem particularly formidable, their numbers were overwhelming. Maybe this approach would work, she thought, which was why she put on a facade of seasoned composure. A man beside the leader, also in his early 20s and about 175 centimeters tall, stepped forward with a lecherous gaze and a mocking tone. Little lady, my big brother is giving you face, isn't he? Without pausing, he walked up to the cherry pile, stopping just a foot away from Jiang Yuning. Just be a good girl, and... The man's tone shifted instantly. Li Chuang saw him reach out to pinch the woman's cheek, trying to take a small liberty. Unexpectedly, the woman was agile. She grabbed his hand and twisted his wrist back with force, causing him to cry out in pain. Damn it, you reject a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Brothers, get her. The leader, seeing his subordinate humiliated, pointed at 3 of his men, ordering them to attack en masse. He realized this girl was a tough nut to crack, so a numbers game was the safer bet. But a fiery woman like this would be more exciting to play with, and he couldn't help but imagine what he would do next. Seeing 3 men charging at her, Jiang Yuning cast a worried glance at her cherries. Then with a decisive shove, she threw the first man to the ground and leaped 2 steps to the right, putting some distance between herself and her stall. If she could sell all the cherries she brought, it would cover her family's food expenses for a week. She couldn't let them be damaged. The 3 men closed in quickly, throwing wild, uncoordinated punches and kicks. Jiang Yuning soon found herself struggling. Soon a sweeping kick landed on her right calf. The grown man's strength was considerable, and the pain made her wince. But she gritted her teeth and fought back, finally, finding an opening to deliver a solid haymaker to the man on her right. He staggered back several steps before stopping. She wanted to follow up with a kick, but the other 2 blocked her path. Jiang Yuning inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. After a round of blocking and striking, her strength was flagging, but she clenched her jaw and held on desperately. She knew that once she collapsed, nothing that happened next would be surprising. Watching from the sidelines, the leader seized the moment. In a few quick strides he was upon her, throwing a straight punch that landed squarely on Jiang Yuning's chest. The force was so great that she stumbled back 1-2-3 steps before falling to the ground, lying on her back. Now she was filled with regret for not heeding her brother's advice and coming out alone today. The leader grinned as he crouched before her, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of her anguished expression. Don't be afraid, beauty. Big brother will be good to you. Just be obedient. He cooed, his hand already pressing against her chest and moving. Jiang Yuning was overwhelmed with shame and anger. She clenched her right fist ready to throw another punch, but he easily caught her wrist. The sensation on her chest intensified, and the pain drained her strength, forcing her to lie still. Seeing the situation settled, Chuang thought the girl had put up a decent fight, but her martial arts were merely superficial. He sighed. Oh well, it's this young master's duty to right the world's wrongs and punish the wicked. Seeing your fate entwined with mine, I shall come to rescue you from this sea of suffering. Wait for me, my lady. Let her go. In broad daylight, you're kidnapping a woman. You're lawless. Release her, and well, pretend this never happened. Otherwise you'll regret it. Just as Chuang was about to act, a fair-skinned young man stepped out from the crowd. He was handsome enough, dressed in a standard blue. Hearing someone stand up for her, Jiang Yuning's eyes flickered with hope. She turned her head with effort to look at the newcomer. Then she exclaimed in astonishment, Lu Feng, is that you? But before she could say more, the light in her eyes died out. A sharp slap rang out. Lu Feng's face was struck hard by the man whose wrist Jiang Yuning had injured earlier. Feeling humiliated, he was looking for a way to save face when this young man appeared, trying to play the hero. Who the hell are you? I'm in a bad mood, and you just happened to show up. Without a word, he approached, and in front of the crowd delivered a slap that left Lu Feng's head ringing. The latter collapsed immediately, whether truly unconscious or faking it. In any case, he didn't get up again. From the moment Jiang Yuning recognized him to the extinguishing of her hope, yes, this was reality. How could a beautiful woman in distress always be saved by an invincibly handsome and righteous? These were nothing more than the tales of old storybooks. Jiang Yuning endured the humiliation of being violated, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry, brother. I'm leaving today. I'm sorry, mom and dad. Forgive your unfilial daughter. Her thoughts swirled as she turned her head toward the crowd, wanting to take one last look at the indifferent onlookers. Suddenly her eyes widened in shock. A tall, handsome man stepped out from the crowd, his bearing transcendent and ethereal. Under the sun, he seemed to radiate a golden light. A voice thundered in her ears, halt. Release that girl. Let me take over. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, he cleared his throat twice. My mistake, let me try again. Release that girl, or I'll count to 3 and you'll bear the consequences. The one who emerged was naturally Chuang. He stood tall before the crowd, his eyes fixed sternly on the leader of the thugs across from him, and softly uttered a single number, 1. Haha, where did this brat come from? Eager to die, are you? Let your grandpa here help you out. The first man who had been injured, emboldened after knocking Lu Feng down with a single palm strike, leaped forward and swung a lethal blow at Chuang. His palm traced an elegant arc through the air, seemingly about to strike Chuang's face, but a crisp smack interrupted the motion. The arcing hand recoiled even faster than it had struck. Now that hand was pressed against the man's own face, and he wore an expression of utter disbelief. How is this possible? I struck you first, how did you slap my face? He was shocked, bewildered. Chuang cast him a disdainful glance, then fixed his gaze back on the thug leader, counting 2. The thug leader now sensed something different about the man before him. From that gaze akin to a predator eyeing its prey, a chill ran down his spine. His intuition told him that if he didn't do as Chuang said, he might truly meet his end. This man genuinely had the ability to kill him. Instinctively, he released his grip on the soft spot, stepped back silently, and stood up. Just as he was about to order his underlings to retreat, several of them charged forward with loud shouts. The thug leader's heart filled with bitter remorse. This is disastrous. These blind fools have truly ruined me. Chuang watched the men rushing at him, his expression unchanged, and softly uttered the final number, 3. The thug leader's pupils dilated as he saw Chuang move. He lifted his left foot slightly, then hurled his entire body into the first underling who reached him. The momentum of the collision did not wane, and the underling was sent flying, landing 4 or 5 meters away in front of the crowd. Fortunately, the onlookers reacted quickly and stepped aside, or they would have been hit directly. Then, before anyone could even discern his movements, a series of thuds rang out. This newly arrived man moved swiftly, knocking down each of the underlings one by one. Now the only one of his own left standing in the center was the man covering his face. Just moments ago, this man had spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 large white teeth. Now his face was frozen in terror, his courage utterly shattered. Chuang's presence was formidable. In an instant, he had taken control of the situation. He turned his gaze back to the thug leader, his intimidation palpable. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me this time. The thug leader reacted, quickly dropping to his knees. After all, the most important thing for a person is to know when to bend and when to stand. It was clear he couldn't win this fight. Charging in now would be the act of a fool. Yet as he raised his head, a flicker of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. He resolved to punish this troublemaker severely later. He had nearly had a beautiful woman in his grasp, only to have everything disrupted, causing him heavy losses. His authority as the boss had been completely eroded. Who could feel comfortable after such an incident? Seeing the thug's submission, Chuang considered the matter settled and did not pursue it further. However, he would not allow such a rotten apple to run amok in Zhaozhuang town, especially with his family living there. For his own sake, and for the sake of the many potential victims, he would have to carry out some acts of justice on behalf of heaven later that evening. You're quite sensible, as befits a boss. Alright, this matter is over. You can leave now. Oh, and pay the medical expenses. Li Chuang pointed at Jiang Yuning, who was curled up into a ball, and said to the thug leader. The thug leader, who had already turned and taken 2 steps, immediately stopped. Hurry up, take out all your money to pay for the medical expenses. Move it. He was the first to pull out over 10 yuan from his pocket, then went around collecting money from his 6 underlings. Afterward, he scurried over and handed it to Li Chuang. Give it to her, not me. Li Chuang said irritably. Yes, yes, miss. Hey, race the medical expense. Please take it. I'm sorry for today. It was all my fault. The thug leader held out the money with one hand, while slapping his own face repeatedly with the other, without waiting for a reply. Jiang Yuning stared blankly at the absurd scene before her, making no move to take the money. The thug leader felt like crying. Dear lady, please, just take the money. You can space out later. Li Chuang cleared his throat softly as a reminder, and only then did Jiang Yuning reach out and accept the money. The thug leader glanced at Li Chuang. Seeing no further instructions, he quickly led his men away. Seeing that the commotion was over, the onlookers went back to their own business. Soon the market returned to its usual state, bustling with crowds, a lively scene in its own right. Yet as if by unspoken agreement, everyone kept a certain distance from the site of the incident, like water encountering an obstruction in its flow. You? Jiang Yuning started to speak, but Li Chuang interrupted her. Wait a moment. Let me heal him first, then I'll talk to you. Li Chuang quickly walked over to Lu Feng, who was still lying on the ground. He lightly patted the man's shoulder. Brother, it's over. Time to go. Lu Feng seemed to wake from a deep dream, opening his bleary eyes and asking the heavens in confusion. What happened to me? How Yuning, are you alright? Jiang Yuning didn't know what to say. After all, he had genuinely intended to be a hero, but his abilities had failed him. Li Chuang didn't expose him. Seeing that Jiang Yuning didn't reply, he answered on her behalf. Oh, those guys have been chased away by me. She's a bit injured, but I'll treat her in a moment. It's nothing serious. You're fine, you can go now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuning nodded slightly and said to him in a trembling voice, thank you. It was clear that Punch had hurt badly if she hadn't recovered yet. Lu Feng quickly got to his feet, gave an awkward smile. Let's go. Find a place to treat your injuries. How much for these cherries? I was planning to buy some for my family anyway. With that, Li Chuang swiftly packed all the cherries into the basket, which was originally Jiang Yuning's. Seeing the girl still curled up in pain, Li Chuang first used his qi observation technique to examine her. To his surprise, an orange hue appeared, indicating a serious injury, likely a broken rib. It seemed the thug leader had considerable strength. I'm going to carry you to a more convenient place for treatment now. Your silence means consent. Noticing the sweat on the girl's forehead, Li Chuang wasted no more time. He crouched down, slipped his left arm under her knees, placed his right hand behind her back, and lifted her up. Then bending down slightly, he grabbed the basket with his left hand and strode out of the market. The streets were bustling with people, yet no one bumped into Jiang Yuning. Li Chuang kept his hands slightly apart, using them to create a barrier before anyone could get too close, repeatedly murmuring, "Excuse me, coming through." Jiang Yuning, feeling the unusual steadiness of her own state, opened her eyes to see a finely chiseled jaw and a prominent nose bridge. She had to admit Li Chuang was indeed handsome. Though the pain in her chest was still unbearable, a different thought had already taken root in Jiang Yuning's mind. Being shielded in front of him, their postures and mannerisms were far too intimate. If she listened closely, she could even hear the beating of his heart. Walking along the street, Li Chuang moved with effortless grace, as if strolling leisurely, advancing without hesitation. Once they had left the noisy marketplace behind, the surroundings fell silent. Only then did Jiang Yuning suddenly wonder. Since this man was so skilled, did he actually know how to treat injuries? The hospital wasn't far from here. Maybe she should ask him to take her there. With this doubt in mind, Jiang Yuning couldn't help but voice, brotherly, I see the hospital isn't far. My injury isn't serious, so could you please take me there to get it looked at? Don't worry. Your ribs are most likely broken. The town doctors can't fix that. But I can. By the way, I'm Li Chuang. What's your name? Seeing that she could speak without much difficulty, Li Chuang began to chat, yet his steps never faltered, maintaining a steady and unhurried pace. Brotherly, my name is Jiang Yuning. I'm truly grateful to you today. If you hadn't shown up, I might have. She couldn't finish her sentence, tears streaming down her face. Had no one come to her rescue, she would likely have been tormented, then either killed or driven to take her own life. She would not have survived in this world. Hearing her words, a spark of insight flashed through Li Chuang's mind, and he spoke. Your surname Jiang, and selling cherries. Are you from Jiangha? Do you know Jiang Sameo? Sameo? Ah, he's my brother, my own brother. You wouldn't be the Dr. Li who cured him, would you? When Li Chuang nodded, Jiang Yuning was so excited she nearly toppled over, letting out a sharp cry as she accidentally After my brother returned, he was so much more spirited, and his physical condition was even better than before. His martial skills are now very solid. He often talks about you, saying he'll come to visit when he has time. But he's been here a few times and never found you. Li Chuang guessed that Jiang Sameo had likely come looking for him a few days ago when he wasn't around. Jiang Sameo was an ALS patient Li Chuang had met during his first treatment session at the hospital. He had even mentioned introducing his sister to Li Chuang, but Li Chuang had always been surrounded by beautiful women and had other matters to attend to, so he never made it to Jiangha. Now seeing Jiang Yuning, Li Chuang felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't he gone to Jiangha village sooner to bring this sister over? The woman in his arms had long, fair, and shapely legs, sleek and straight, truly a sight to behold. As Li Chuang walked, he inadvertently brushed against her injured area. With delicate features, large and bright eyes, and a pair of spirited brows, she was remarkably beautiful. Initially, Jiang Yuning had been anxious, but learning that this man was the miraculous doctor her brother spoke of put her completely at ease. As her tension melted away, the pain in her chest resurfaced. Yet the thought that Dr. Li would soon examine her, meaning he would see her wound, left her both nervous and expectant. After walking a bit further, Jiang Yuning felt Li Chuang slow down, then come to a full stop. Two metallic clangs echoed as an iron door opened, and she heard a soft, warm voice. "Who is it? Coming." The iron door swung open, and Li Chuang strode in. Jiang Yuning turned her head to see an enchanting woman around 25, with a stunning figure and an especially ample bust. "It's me, Yu Xiao. Let me borrow your room for a bit. Take little gourd to the west room, please. Here are some fresh cherries. Help yourself to as many as you like. I need to treat an injury now." Without pausing, Li Chuang hurried into the east room of the main hall and spoke to Zhang Yuxia, who had rushed over and closed the door behind him. "All right, come on, little gourd. Let's go to the west room. Your brother Chuang has things to do. Well, play over there." With that, Zhang Yuxia took the cherry basket, set it aside, and picked up little gourd, who was sitting on the bed reading a comic before heading to the west room. Once in the west room, little gourd continued flipping through the comic, but Zhang Yuxia was distracted, wondering if this treatment. In the east room, Li Chuang carefully laid Jiang Yuning flat on the bed. Her eyes shimmered, but Li Chuang clearly had no time to savor the moment. "Yuning, since your ribs are likely broken, I need to first realign the bones, then alleviate the pain and treat the injury. To facilitate the subsequent treatment, do you understand?" Jiang Yuning tried to speak as naturally as possible. "Li, brother Chuang, I understand. I know. Please help me." Mustering all her strength to say those words, she closed her eyes. Li Chuang infused his palm with true qi, using it to probe the rib injury, and carefully set the bones for Jiang Yuning. With the true qi treatment, Jiang Yuning felt her body grow warm, and the pain quickly vanished. After another 10 minutes or so, Li Chuang felt embarrassed to continue, as it had already taken too long. Jiang Yuning was momentarily dazed before snapping to attention, sitting up abruptly. Blushing, she glanced at Li Chuang and spoke softly. "Brother Chuang, thank you so much." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Jiang Yuning looked at Li Chuang with seductive eyes, her earlier spiritedness completely gone. In his eyes, she was nothing but a pair of affectionate, bright, and moving orbs. "Yuning, take a moment to feel. Are you still uncomfortable anywhere?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuning sat on the bed and focused, finding that her chest no longer hurt, and there was no discomfort at all. She stole a glance at Li Chuang. How could someone be so handsome? Why was it that her brother, equally tall and sturdy, didn't strike her as imposing or majestic? This must be what they call love at first sight, meeting someone you truly like. Jiang Yuning sat frozen on the bed, observing Li Chuang's every move. The more she watched, the more she felt he embodied every fantasy she had of a Prince Charming. Before she knew it, for some inexplicable reason, Li Chuang saw Jiang Yuning's face turn red. "Brother Chuang, it doesn't hurt anymore. I think I'm fine." Li Chuang let out a light sigh and shared his plans with her. Since they had met, and there were so many connections between them, a private, in-depth conversation wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? "It's like this, Yuning. I plan to start rescuing more girls from troubled families this week to give suitable women a home. Someone like you I think would be perfect. The bride price is 10 jin of millet, but for you I could add more." "No need, Brother Chuang. I agree. I believe my brother will agree too." Jiang Yuning's voice was urgent, as if afraid to miss the opportunity. At home, her brother had often praised how wonderful Dr. Li was. She hadn't expected the real person to be several times better than her brother described. How much hope life would hold following such a man. "You agree, eh?" Li Chuang was about to add more incentives. After all, the people of Jianghe village had decent incomes, so 10 jin of millet held little appeal. He had thought it would take more persuasion to succeed, yet here it was settled with just a few unexpected words. Still, this was a pleasant surprise, and Li Chuang was more than willing to accept it. He wouldn't stand on ceremony. Naturally, he sat beside Jiang Yuning on the bed, his arm encircling her waist. At his touch, Jiang Yuning braced herself. Just as she was about to continue speaking, a warm breath brushed her ear. "All right, then, Yuning, it's settled. Will you return to the village tonight, or stay here?" A tingling numbness spread through her, most unsettling. Jiang Yuning's voice trembled as she strove to make her words clear. "I didn't tell my family I was leaving today. If I don't go back tonight, they'll worry. I'd better go back." Though her heart yearned to stay, she knew which mattered more. "All right, I have things to do this afternoon, so I might not be able to see you off. Be careful on the road. They'll come to Jianghe to pick you up tomorrow. And remind your brother. I have something to discuss with him, so tell him not to go out." Li Chuang decided that tomorrow he would fully claim this beauty who had already given her heart. "I understand. Then, he'll be going." Jiang Yuning spoke with reluctance. "It's almost noon. Don't rush. Have lunch first. Come with me, I'll introduce you to someone." With that, Li Chuang took Jiang Yuning's small hand and led her out of the eastern room. "You shall let me introduce you. This is Jiang Yuning. You can call her little sister. Yuning, this is Zhang Yuxia. By seniority, you should call her aunt. But that's only in front of my parents. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiang Yuning looked at Zhang Yuxia's graceful figure, understanding in her heart. She was also touched that Li Chuang had been so forthright, a sign of his trust in her. "Hello, Sister Yuxiao. Just call me Yuning. This must be little gourd. I heard you calling her name when I arrived. She's adorable." Jiang Yuning warmly greeted the mother and daughter, quickly slipping into her new role. Zhang Yuxiao was truly moved. She hadn't expected Li Chuang to be so open about their relationship. She had thought she would only ever be a secret lover, but now she was being acknowledged openly. Her gaze at Li Chuang was now so intense it seemed to pull at him, as if she wished to subdue him completely. "Yuxia, Yuning will be eating here at noon. Do we have enough food at home, or should I buy more? Li Chuang quickly asked, knowing he couldn't afford to be reckless now and scare Yuning away. No need, no need. I just went shopping, there's plenty. Wait in the main hall, UITLL, be ready soon. With that, Zhang Yuxiao left the hall and went to the kitchen. Fearing she might do something improper if she stayed alone with Li Chuang, Zhang Yuning called out, Sister Yuxiao, let me help you, and followed her out. No one knew what they discussed in the kitchen. One moment, there were exclamations of surprise, the next peals of laughter. At lunch, Zhang Yuning looked at Li Chuang with a rather peculiar expression. Who's talking behind my back, are you? They'll have to punish you properly later. Li Chuang shot Yuxiao a meaningful glance. She met his gaze without flinching, her eyes showing no retreat, only boundless fighting spirit. After seeing Zhang Yuning off and coaxing little Gord to sleep, the two entered the eastern room. Yuxiao was exceptionally. At 3 o'clock, Li Chuang quietly slipped out of Yuxia's home. He first took a casual stroll through the streets, finding nothing. Stopping by a general store, he bought some rope and rags, then headed straight for the village northwest of the Great Roundabout, where his unfinished business awaited. Following his memory, he soon found the gang leader's lair. The wooden door was bolted from the inside, confirming the man was home. Li Chuang took a square piece of blue cloth from his golden bell and covered half his face like an ancient masked warrior. He looked at the brick wall about 2 meters and 20 centimeters high. With a light touch and a slight boost, he vaulted over it. The courtyard was not large, and now it echoed with rhythmic snoring. Bold with his skills, Li Chuang crossed the yard and approached the main hall. The door was ajar. He pushed it open and saw 7 men sprawled inside, sleeping haphazardly. The very ones who had caused trouble at the market. A small square table was cluttered with dishes and scattered food. These men were clearly dead drunk. Li Chuang carefully identified them and soon located the gang leader. To put it plainly, Zhang Yuning's ordeal was all this leader's doing. The chief culprit must be eliminated. That was Li Chuang's creed. A silver needle floated silently in the air, darting toward the acupoints of their drowsiness, striking each one in turn as an added precaution. Then infusing the needle with true qi, Li Chuang drove it from the top of the head downward. With a soft swish, the gang leader winced in pain, trying to rise. Li Chuang moved swiftly, sealing his mute acupoint and numbing acupoint, rendering him speechless and his entire body limp and powerless. Then controlling the needle to weave through his brain, the gang leader's face contorted in agony. He didn't last more than a few seconds before his life force was completely extinguished. Li Chuang activated his quaching technique to confirm once more, then withdrew the silver needle and departed with effort. From the outside, the gang leader bore no visible wounds. Only a truly professional forensic examiner, one who would specifically dissect the head, might discover the true cause of death. But at this stage, few would waste time and effort on such a worthless task. A dead thug, and after drinking at that. There were so many possibilities to exploit. This tied up the loose ends from the morning's incident. Li Chuang was satisfied and decided to reward himself by heading east to Lulo village to pick up the Sun sisters. He had told them he'd come within a couple of days, and now that had moved to a new home, there was plenty of space to give them a better. As a loving patriarch, Li Chuang felt it was his duty to let them experience this profound love as early as possible. In the northeast of Zhaozhuang town, 200 meters from the junior high school, a farmyard in Zhejiaji that appeared reasonably well kept was now bustling with activity, a surging crowd, making it feel like a bustling market day. This was Zhao Xiao's home. The yard was packed with neighbors. Her elder brother Zhao Debao stood atop the family's only square table, shouting loudly at the crowd. Zhao Xiao stood to the side, shaking her head involuntarily, but then, as if struck by a thought, her face suddenly bloomed into a radiant flower. In the morning, she had prepared breakfast for the family with Zuilian, and after enjoying the meal, they cleared away the dishes. Xiao, Zuilian, and Li Qian had all changed into the new clothes Li Chuang had bought them from the county town. They instantly became as dazzling and glamorous as movie stars on the silver screen. Xiao wore a light green neck dress with a floral pattern. It was very form-fitting, cinched at the waist with a thin green belt. The long skirt completely covered her slender, shapely legs, yet occasionally revealed a glimpse of their beauty as she moved. Her delicate fair arms were completely bare. The neckline was not cut too deep, but it perfectly revealed the scenery above her bust. Pale and alluring with a soft, rounded curve, it elevated her entire aura to a new level. Zuilian also wore a long dress, but hers had a round neckline. When Li Chuang bought it, he had considered her generous assets. If she wore a neck, it would be like giving a grand gift to outsiders, an unacceptable notion. Qianqian's dress was light-colored with many floral patterns, accentuating her tall and slender figure. At 14, she was already 168 centimeters tall, though her chest was somewhat lacking. Perhaps all her energy had gone into growing taller. The three of them left together and parted ways at the large roundabout. The two headed south to the market for more shopping, while Xiao walked north along the street, back to Zhejiaji village. At this hour, the streets were crowded. As the three emerged from the alley onto the main road, they instantly became the center of attention for the small town's residents. When most people were wearing plain pine green or solid blue shirts, someone appeared in patterned, elegant clothing that exuded charm. The feeling was one of a crane standing among chickens, an ethereal being detached from the world. Passing men too shy to stare openly would steal glances from time to time. There were so many doing this that from a distance they looked like a crowd bowing their heads in apology. The three women, however, walked with their heads held high and chests out, thoroughly enjoying the sensation. The women who passed by felt mostly envy, unable to help wondering how wonderful it would be to wear such beautiful clothes themselves. Wouldn't they bewitch men into a daze? Of course, there were a few who muttered quietly, "How dare someone dress like this? Our town has plenty of thugs, especially that Zhang Dandan, who loves to bully women. If they see them, these young ladies will be in trouble. Yeah, these times are chaotic. But if they're not afraid and dare to flaunt themselves so boldly, maybe they have strong backing. Otherwise, they couldn't afford such clothes. That's right. Do you know how much this outfit costs? At least 10 yuan. I last saw one like it in the city, never in our 10 yuan. So expensive. That could buy 2 bags of flour. Hey, it's none of our business. They wear, we watch. It doesn't cost us a thing. What a deal, hee. Li Chuang knew well the caliber of the town's ruffians, having once been one of them. But he had already instructed his family if trouble arose they shouldn't be afraid. First invoke Brother Long's name, then say they were under Dr. Li's protection. If that didn't work, send someone to get help from the Zhao family restaurant, where people were stationed. A loud public reward of 5 yuan was offered to anyone who could summon help. In this small town, 5 yuan could make many risk their lives, especially for a simple run to a nearby place. Surely no one would be foolish enough to court trouble. If one dressed plainly but was beautiful, they were easy prey. Without money or power, a pretty face was a curse, a beauty that the heavens bestowed but one couldn't handle. But if one had power and wealth, beauty was only natural. Anyone would think twice before acting, considering the background behind them and whether they could handle the consequences. In summary, Li Chuang believed that in a small town, one should flaunt their status boldly. It also served as a living advertisement, a warm-up for his later beauty pageant plans. After all, which woman with capital wouldn't want to become more beautiful and live more comfortably? As it turned out, no one was foolish enough to cause trouble. Zuilian and Li Qian shopped all morning, bought a pile of things, and returned home satisfied. Of course, it was also possible that those who might have caused trouble had offended the god of misfortune that day, meeting their ruthless judge. Xiao, meanwhile, walked home gracefully, carrying a small flower basket containing a few pounds of pink cherries, a large bag of brown sugar, and a bag of salt. Items Li Chuang had specifically given her. Because Zhejiaji was close to the town, many enterprising folks ran small businesses in the city and lived decently. Others remained content, with farming relying solely on their harvests. These were the lifestyles each family chose, not something to criticize. Zhejiaji was large. In fact, beyond the junior high school's north playground, all the yards belonged to this village. A main road ran east-west here. Walking from the west, one could see many different styles of houses, some brick and tile, others mud huts scattered haphazardly. This revealed the vast economic disparities among the village families. Xiao's home was in the northeasternmost corner of Zhejiaji, near the farmland with crop fields directly to the north. So to get home from the village entrance, she had to pass many crossroads. One good thing about this village was that the roads were paved with sand, making them much better to walk on than pure dirt paths, even in the rain. Along the way, she saw many elderly men and women sitting in front of their gates, fanning themselves and chatting. She smiled and greeted those she knew, especially along the northern stretch, where there were more elders like 3rd uncle, 4th aunt, and 6th grandpa. Xiao smiled joyfully, her steps growing lighter and lighter. After she passed, the relatives began to murmur among them. Was that Xiao? I didn't dare recognize her when she greeted me. What kind of clothes is she wearing? They're surprisingly pretty, said a slightly plump woman to a girl beside her, who was still lost in thought. The girl was a childhood friend of Xiao's named Zhao Bijin. She was tall and attractive and had returned to her parents' home that day. The plump woman was her mother. Zhao Bijin, startled by a pat on the shoulder from her mother, looked at her blankly. What is it, Mom? Child, what are you thinking? You didn't hear me, her mother said, somewhat exasperated. I was wondering how Xiao has changed so much. When she came home last time, didn't you say she was crying? And then Debeo went with his sister to stand up for her. Yes, her husband was said to beat her often. Debeo was so angry, he went and fought him, the plump woman confirmed. Then how can she wear such beautiful clothes? And she doesn't look like she's been beaten at all. Her whole demeanor is different, Zhao Bijin. The plump woman thought for a moment, making a fist with her thumb and bent index finger pinching her chin. I don't know. Something's off. Let's go to her house and see. Similar scenes played out among those who had just seen Xiao, as well as those purely curious for gossip. The last time she returned, she had stirred up quite a commotion at Zhao Debeo's home. Country folk love excitement. In their mundane lives, such drama was a spice, especially when it involved another family. The more scandalous, the more appetizing, and the more beloved by the onlookers. Sometimes a good piece of gossip could fuel a family's conversations for over a month. Zhao Xiao had always been one of the most beautiful girls in the village. That she had married a no-good husband who, instead of cherishing her, was a brute. Doing what many wouldn't dare was a spectacle. Gawking was a must. As Zhao Xiao walked ahead, a crowd quickly formed behind her. Men, women, young and old. A bustling throng like a market day crowd. She arrived home, and right on her heels that group of people entered the house. Dad, Mom, brother, Xian want him back. Zhao Xiao exclaimed, her heart racing as she called out the moment she stepped through the door. The first to rush out upon hearing her voice was her elder brother Zhao Debeo. He had always been deeply devoted to his 2 younger sisters, cherishing them with utmost care since childhood. Now that his eldest sister had married and moved far away, he found himself unable to lend a hand, even if he wished. At that moment, they were discussing their future livelihood indoors when they seemed to catch the echo of her voice. As Debeo burst out of his room, he saw a slender, graceful young woman approaching the main entrance. Her delicate features were adorned with a radiant smile as she gazed at him. Her long dress brushed past her ankles, and with every movement, she swayed like a willow in the breeze, exuding an indescribable elegance and freshness. What's wrong, brother? Don't you recognize me? Xiao said cheerfully. Zhao Debeo swallowed hard before responding. Are you really Xiao? Where did you get these clothes? And has Li Chuang been treating you well lately? As he spoke, Debeo stepped forward, circling his elder sister. Seeing her standing tall and straight with no signs of discomfort, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Mom, Dad, come out quickly. Eldest sister is back. His voice was deep and resonant. Soon the three people inside who had been wondering why DeBeo had suddenly vanished mid-conversation hurried out of the house. The parents remained composed as their age dictated, but Xiaonan was different. She dashed over and immediately grabbed, "Sis, how did you get such a beautiful dress? Oh, and the fabric is amazing. Can I borrow it to wear?" As she spoke, she reached out and began touching it carelessly, prompting Xiao to gently tap her mischievous hand. "Of course you can. If you like, you could even have a dress of your own," Xiao replied with a smile, a hint of cunning glimmering in her. It was then that Zhao Xiao's family noticed the crowd of onlookers who had followed her. In small clusters of 3 or 5 they pointed and whispered about Xiao. "Everyone please come in. Make yourselves at home in the courtyard," said Zhao Xiao's father, old Zhao, as he invited the gathered neighbors. Whether Xiao's return was a good omen or a bad one, it was impossible to conceal. Better to graciously invite everyone in for a chat. "Haha, old friend Xiao has really made something of herself. You'll be enjoying the good life from now on," a friendly farmer congratulated with a laugh. "Oh, what good life? As long as our children can live well, we're content," old Zhao replied with an honest smile. As Zhao Xiao chatted with her sister and noticed the crowd in the courtyard quieting down slightly, she handed a basket to Xiaonan. "Your brother-in-law asked me to bring these some treats for the family. Take them inside," she said, accidentally knocking off the cloth covering the basket as she passed it over. Pink cherries, plump and juicy, looked so appetizing they made one's mouth water. There was also a bag of brown sugar wrapped in clear plastic, and another bag filled with small white granules which appeared to be refined salt. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The cherries were still manageable. One could buy a fair amount at the market for a few coins. But sugar was expensive, especially brown sugar, which was often out of stock in stores. Even with money, it wasn't always available. How much would such a large bag cost? What's gotten into Li Chuang? Last time he was hitting people, and now he's sending gifts. Is he trying to make amends? An elderly man in his 60s murmured to a few companions of similar age. Most likely he beat her so badly this time that she's got lasting injuries, so he's begging for forgiveness. They speculated, unwilling to believe that in these times a son-in-law would send such expensive gifts without reason. Xian Yuan's mouth watered at the sight of the cherries. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten fruit. It felt like she quickly covered the basket with the cloth, dashed into the main hall, and stored it in the innermost room before running back out. Xiao chuckled lightly, and then addressed the crowd. "Thank you all for your concern. My husband Li Chuang has changed. As some of you may know, there's a miracle doctor at the town hospital, Dr. Li, who is my husband. He treats me and the family very well now. We've also moved to town, living about 200 meters southeast of the roundabout. As for my clothes, my husband bought them for me in the county town." After speaking, Xiao told her parents she was going inside and headed into the house. Her words served to show that Li Chuang was not only a decent man, but also capable and above all kind to his family. Having laid this groundwork, it would be much easier for her brother to follow up. DeBeo and Xiaonan quickly followed her inside, leaving their parents to exchange pleasantries with the crowd before they too retreated to sit down. DeBeo, who hadn't had the chance to ask in detail earlier due to the crowd, now voiced the question weighing on his mind in the privacy of their family. "Xiao, you say Li Chuang has changed that much? I find it hard to believe. How could a person undergo such a complete transformation in such a short time? Could he be deceiving you on purpose?" DeBeo was still more concerned about his sister's well-being. He shot a meaningful glance. Xiaonan took her sister into the inner room. After a thorough check and some playful antics, the two emerged from the bedroom into the main hall 5 minutes later. "It's fine. Sister has no injuries at all. In fact, her skin is even better than before, and she's put on some weight," Xiaonan summarized. Their parents and DeBeo let out a long sigh of relief. "Then where did all these things come from? They must have cost a fortune, right?" their parents asked. "They certainly weren't cheap. The brown sugar alone must have cost over 20 yuan. Brother Chuang bought everything. You have no idea how skilled he is at medicine now. Remember my father-in-law? He was lame for years, but now he's completely healed and moves as swiftly as the wind. I remember that leg was in a terrible state. He couldn't even walk. Your mother-in-law handled everything back then at the wedding. If that can be cured, then he truly is remarkable," her mother exclaimed in admiration after hearing Xiao's words. "That's not all. Brother Chuang can handle all sorts of difficult and complicated cases, even those requiring surgery, and he does it quickly with no side effects. Just imagine it, with such skill, making money would be incredibly easy." Xiao didn't intend to reveal any other abilities, explaining his medical prowess was enough to be convincing. The medical and pharmaceutical industries have always been lucrative. If you possess true skill, fame and status will now. Her mother sighed, taking Xiao's hand and gently rubbing it. "Xiao, this is wonderful. Life now is hope, and we can..." As she spoke, she fell silent for a moment, glancing at her son. He was tall and handsome, a fine figure of a man by any standard, but he lacked the support of a well-off family. Now in his 20s, he still hadn't found a wife. Xiao observed her mother's expression and the mood of the others, understanding their concerns. She decided to gradually erode their worries with sweet temptations. "Mom, Xiaonan is getting older. Have you thought about finding her a good match?" At this, her mother perked up, immediately chattering. "Of course we've looked. There are 2 promising families that can offer 18 gene of millet. But like us, they're farmers, and life isn't that easy these days. We've met the young men from those families. They're not exceptionally tall, but both are over 170 centimeters, so we're still torn. By the way, Xiao, do you know any suitable young men in the Li family village?" Could you recommend someone for yourself? At this question, Xiao noticed her father-brother and Xiaowan all turned their gazes toward her, as if placing I came this time precisely about sister's matter, and also about brother's job, Xiao said, lifting her chin proudly. Tell us, her brother urged eagerly. Let's talk about our sister first. There's a man who's very wealthy and treats his wives exceptionally well. Each gets 5 yuan in pocket money every month along with fine clothes. Xiaowan, would you be willing to marry into such a family? Of course I would. But, Xiaowan hesitated before adding, he can't be too ugly, can he yet? Don't worry, he's very handsome and tall too. Dad, Mom, what do you think? That sounds wonderful. But would a family like that even consider our Xiaowan? And with such conditions, he probably wouldn't have just one wife, would he? Mother's questions were spot on, and Xiao felt gratified. Indeed, he wouldn't have just one wife. Maybe not just 2 or 3, but many. Xiao continued to lay the groundwork cautiously. Absolutely not. My sister can't be a concubine. No way. Debeo jumped up, expressing his firm opposition. Xiao chuckled, waiting for her brother to backtrack. You're so fierce now, but you'll have to eat your words later. Let's see how you— Yes, being a concubine means suffering indignities at home. How could she live like that? Xiao, this won't do. Mother couldn't help but advise. What if he treats all his wives equally and never lets Xiaowan suffer at home? Xiao coaxed gently. How could that be? No one can keep a perfectly balanced hand. Even the ancient emperor's harem had ranks of consorts and noble ladies. With such hierarchies, how could a lower-ranked wife not suffer? Oh, brother, you know so much about this. Looks like you've done your research. Xiao teased. If I think you're asking for a spanking, daring to mock your big brother. Xiao Debeo made a move to slap Xiao's hand, but she dodged it. Xiaowan, this is mostly up to you. What do you think? Xiao asked her sister. I think my sister's match can't be wrong. Look at her. Isn't she living better and better now? I trust my sister's judgment. Xiaowan believed her sister wouldn't harm her, and today's attire and demeanor spoke volumes. Their parents nodded silently, somewhat convinced, while Debeo muttered discontentedly on the side. Big brother, we were just talking about your job. This man can arrange that too. If you do well, you could earn the bride price for several wives in a single day. Want to consider it? Xiao sat calmly on the stool, watching her brother with a mischievous expression, as if to say, let's see how you choose. Unexpectedly, Xiao Debeo put on a righteous air. I think my sister's choice is right. Which powerful man doesn't have several wives? As long as he treats her well, it's fine. And him no pushover. If anyone dares bully my sister, he'll come knocking. Xiao, who had been about to tease her brother more, found her eyes reddening at his words. She remembered how he and Xiaowan had stormed into the Li family compound last time. She believed that no matter how far away, her brother would find a way to stand up for her. Brother, the man I want to match with our sister is actually Li Chuang. Xiao barely began before Debeo interrupted. No way. That scoundrel Li Chuang bullied you. How can we let Xiaowan? Debeo shouted his thoughts. Xiao raised her voice. Brother earning the bride price for several wives in one day, remember? And Li Chuang already has several wives now. We get along very well and harmoniously. I'm his legally wedded first wife. With me looking after our sister, no one can bully her. I think my sister is right. Xiaowan should marry him. Debeo nodded calmly, looking utterly sincere. He added, it's not about the job for me. It's just that the offer is too generous a him. I mean, it's good for Xiaowan. With you watching over her, we can rest easy. Xiaowan's mind was now blank. She wasn't thinking about the bride price or clothes anymore, but about sharing a husband with her sister. What would she call Li Chuang? Brother-in-law? Or husband? Oh heavens, it was too confusing. But my sister agrees and brought it up, which means he's interested too. Is he good looking? I saw him on the wedding day. He seemed quite handsome, tall too, almost as tall as our big brother. Then, Xiaowan's thoughts wandered off somewhere, her cheeks flushing. Where was the spirited girl who had stormed over to settle scores last time? Xiaowan, we're asking you. Are you willing? Mother patted her absent-minded daughter. Yes, whatever my parents decide. I'm fine with it. Xiaowan replied flusteredly. Xiao sealed the deal, then it's settled. Brother, now about your job. Since Brother Chuang specifically wants you for this task and trusts you deeply, let me explain clearly. Do you know what my current residence looks like? Xiao glanced around before speaking slowly. It's 5 times bigger than our yard, all brick and tile houses, 2-story building. Gasp, how many rooms must that be? Xiaowan listened with longing. Brother Chuang said first come first served for choosing rooms. You can buy whatever decorations you want from the market and help pay, Xiao said to her sister before returning to the main topic. The yard is big enough with plenty of rooms, and you know Brother Chuang is very capable. So he wants to find more wives, and he's entrusting this to me and my big brother. For every suitable woman brought in and settled, the reward is 2.5 yuan. This covers all the villages in the town, any unmarried girl of the right age and good looks. If the woman is decent, but Brother Chuang doesn't fancy her, she still gets 3 jin of millet. If he does, it's 10 jin. If he doesn't fancy her naturally, there's no reward for you, big brother. If he does, and is very pleased, there might be extra bonuses, but the baseline is 2.5 yuan per person. Everyone was stunned. 2.5 yuan could buy nearly 20 jin of millet, and that was just for one referral. If he worked efficiently visiting several villages a day, he might find 4 or 5 the income. This Li Chuang wasn't just a brother-in-law, he was a god of wealth. Xiao Debeo immediately declared loudly, I accept this mission. He'll go door to door and start talking to people right. Don't rush, big brother. Once we find the women, we'll set a fixed time. Next Thursday at 10 in the morning, for everyone to gather at our new home for selection. We need to go over what can and can't be said before you start working. Don't spill everything. Xiao patiently instructed her. You don't need to remind me. I know. Your big brother has seen the world. With that, Zhao Debao stepped aside to think carefully about which eligible families were in Zhao family village. Seeing that the discussion was winding down, Xiao Nuan pulled her sister into the inner room for some private talk. She was curious about how her sister's skin had become so radiant. At Zhao Bijin's home, however, the scene was entirely different. Little did she know the monumental changes Li Chuang was about to bring to her life. Zhao Bijin and Zhao Xiao lived close to each other and were the same age, so they often played together. Though they called each other good friends in secret, they were always in competition. For instance, if one could write beautifully, the other would practice until her handwriting was just as good. If one ate an egg for breakfast, the other would find a way to have an egg before bed. They grew up constantly comparing themselves to each other, and finally, in terms of physical development, Zhao Bijin gained a clear edge over Zhao Xiao, and it was a lead that left the other far behind. Zhao Bijin triumphed in two aspects. One, she had thick, abundant hair. Two, she possessed an A-cup figure. With such a physique, however, Zhao Xiao surpassed her in sports with a more athletic and toned body. Comparing the two, each had her own strengths. But after getting married, Zhao Bijin heard that Xiao's husband was handsome, which made her feel resentful. Her own husband, though towering at 190 centimeters, was plain-looking, and she discovered after the wedding that he was all bark and no bite. On their wedding night, it was over after half an hour of effort, and afterward it was never more than 5 minutes. That was why she often returned to her parents' home in frustration. Last time she heard that Zhao Xiao had come back crying because her husband had beaten her, and it happened often. Suddenly her heart felt lighter. Knowing someone else was worse off, especially a good friend she grew up with under similar conditions. What could be more uplifting? So afterward, every time she returned to her parents' home and heard similar gossip, her mood improved. But she never expected that just a few days of happiness would be disrupted by a sudden change. That morning, while chatting with her mother at the doorstep, she saw Zhao Xiao appearing before her, in elegant clothes, radiant and vibrant, carrying several expensive items in her hands. Her heart ached with envy. How could this be? With her poor taste, shouldn't she have married into a poor family and lived a hard life forever? How could it suddenly change so drastically? How did that wretched Li Chuang become good? If this comparison holds, wouldn't I be far worse off than her? This absolutely cannot stand. Right'll go find brother Zhao. He has many men under him. If Xiao is ruined, I doubt Li Chuang will still want her. Haha. Zhao Bijin left home and headed toward brother Zhao's place at the west end of the village. Li Chuang walked east along the main road for about 10 minutes, reached Lulo, and went straight to the Sun family home upon entering the village. The gate was open. Li Chuang strode into the yard and saw a sturdy, honest-looking man in his 20s chopping wood. Hello, I've come to pick up Xiao and the others. Are they home? Li Chuang didn't know who this man was, but seeing him busy, he assumed he had a close relationship with the household, so he asked politely. The man sized up Li Chuang, his expression turning excited. He wiped his hands on his clothes before reaching out to grasp Li Chuang. You must be Dr. Li. I'm Sun Ping, Xiang's brother. Thanks to you, last time our family would have been finished. Come in. Xiao, come see who's here. Brother, do you have to be so loud? Who is it? As she spoke, Sun Xiao stepped out of the main hall. Ah, brother Chuang, you're here. Please sit inside. She turned slightly facing west and bowed her head a little. Li Chuang thought she was quite loud. He noticed her cheeks flush and mischievously added a little extra. As he passed by Xiao, his hand reached behind her, grabbing 2 handfuls of her roundness and whispered, nice feel. Xiang's body trembled, and she shot Li Chuang a charmingly reproachful glare. It was utterly without force. In the main hall, old man Sun had just come out of the inner room. He stood with Sun Minxiang, who was already there, both looking toward the young man entering through the doorway. You're here, Xiao Chuang. Please take a seat. After everyone sat down, Li Chuang stated his purpose. Father-in-law, big brother, I've come today to take Xiao and Minxiang back. I've moved to a new home in town, so I'll be closer. They can come back anytime they want. That's wonderful. Xiao Chuang is truly capable, said the father-in-law sincerely. There's one more thing. I'd like to ask you, big brother, to help me. If you find a suitable person, there's a reward of 2 yuan and 50 cents. Are you interested? Sun Ping smiled honestly. Don't talk about money. Your matters are my matters. Just tell me what to do and what kind of person to find, and he'll do it without payment. Li Chuang chuckled. Big brother, that's not right. As the saying goes, even close brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you help, you should be paid. To be honest, I've asked several other brothers-in-law to do the same task, and am paying them all. It wouldn't be fair to skip you, would it? The father-in-law patted Sun Ping. Xiao Chuang says to take the money, so take it. Just do the job well. Only then do. Hey, race the plan. I'm going to select women from the entire town of Zhaozhuang soon. For each village, if there's a suitable young woman, they'll take her as a concubine. Each one gets 10 jin of millet. If she's accepted, she'll also get new clothes, at least a nice dress. Food and daily needs are all covered by me. You know my income as a doctor is substantial. Even if a woman isn't kept, she still gets 3 jin of millet. Of course, I trust my brother-in-law not to send just anyone to fill the numbers right. Li Chuang looked at Sun Ping, his eyes. The two sisters couldn't help but glance down from head to toe at Li Chuang, their gazes lingering on one particular spot for a while. Li Chuang smirked and gave them a look that said, you'll find out later. I think it's not hard. In the current situation, every village has unmarried women of age who are hungry and poorly dressed. Such a good opportunity. Even if it's just to be a concubine or even a maid. If it means getting food, people will be willing, said Sun Ping. Sun Ping understood the hardships of life all too well. Getting food was a huge struggle. The family had no money. This was the norm. Daughters were seen as a burden, a common mindset. All right, please take care of the search over the next few days. Have everyone come next Thursday at 10 in the morning to my new home for the selection. My new place is 200 meters southeast of the big roundabout at the old Zhou family estate. Just ask around for directions. They discussed more details, and Sun Ping was very pleased. Doing this job well would solve his family's livelihood problem, as the income was substantial. He thought he could earn 5 yuan just from his own village. He remembered his close friend Sun Zhiyuan, who had 2 unmarried sisters, both 20 years old and very attractive. With the 2 of them working together as brothers-in-law, it would be easier to recruit in other villages as well. Yes, that's the... After Li Chuang left with Qiu Xiang and Min Xiang, Sun Ping got busy. On the way back, Li Chuang walked slowly, strolling leisurely with a woman on each arm in no hurry at all. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What are your zodiac signs? They were almost at the alley leading to the big pit. Sun Qiuxiang replied, I'm a tiger. Sun Minxiang said, I'm a rabbit. Li Chuang laughed and said, no, you belong to me. Oh, you're so bad, Qiuxiang said, coquettishly pinching the flesh on Li Chuang's waist playfully. It was firm and smooth to the touch. That was Qixiang's first thought. Minxiang, having been teased all the way, grew familiar with Li Chuang. She asked a question that had been nagging her brother Chuang. If you have my brother and the others find you more concubines, it won't be just 1 or 2. There are plenty in the whole town. Can you handle it all? As she spoke, she seemed to glance downward inadvertently. I was planning to have you all witness it tonight before explaining, but it seems I'll have to do it early. You. Just as Li Chuang was about to make some small moves, a beautiful woman ran over, seemingly sobbing. Li Chuang felt she looked familiar. Taking a closer look, wasn't this his sister-in-law? Xiaonuan, what's wrong? Why are you... Where's your sister? Isn't she with you? Brother-in-law, my sister, she... Wu, she was taken away by someone, Xiaonuan said, panting through her tears. What? Taken by whom, and where? Li Chuang's heart sank. Who would be so bold as to lay hands on his people? The priority was to locate her. As long as Xiaoyi was safe, everything could be resolved. Otherwise, he would make those people pay a grievous price. Xiaonuan led the way with Li Chuang and the Sun sisters following closely behind. They soon arrived at the intersection where the incident had occurred. After my sister and I left home, we thought taking the alley would be faster, so we chose this eastern lane. We never expected to find 8 or 9 men waiting there, as if they were specifically lying in ambush for us. Luckily, I reacted quickly and knocked one man down, allowing me to break through and escape. But my sister, she was taken by them. After hearing this, Li Chuang understood it was a premeditated kidnapping, though the motive remained unclear. He went into the alley to inspect the traces. There were indeed signs of many people having been there, but besides that, he was at a... No, he had to ask Brother Long about the gangs in town and demand the release of his people from each one. He couldn't let Xiao Yi stay out there for long. With that decided, Li Chuang prepared to head toward East Street. But before he could turn the corner of the alley, he heard a commotion. Then an astonishing sight appeared at the entrance. Xiaonuan's mouth fell open wide enough to hold an egg. There sat Zhao Xiao on a spacious, ornate armchair which was covered with a thin blanket, no doubt soft and comfort. 4 men below carried the armchair at the front of the procession. Beside the chair, sweating profusely as he spoke to Xiao Yi, was Li Chuang's old acquaintance Zhao Guangtou. This old Zhao had been called in by Lu Damei to help resolve the school bullying incident before, only to be thoroughly beaten. Today, as luck would have it, the person Zhao Bijin had hired to do the dirty work was none other than this brother Zhao. Since they were from the same village, brother Zhao hadn't wanted to resort to violence. But Zhao Bijin had promised him a gift upon completion. The only gift bald Zhao could think of was her own person, enjoying a pretty young woman for free along with a stunningly attractive one. What a profitable deal. After accepting the commission, he sent his underlings to scout the area and set up an ambush in advance. He just hadn't expected Zhao Xiaonuan to break free. It didn't really matter though, even if she told others Zhao Debao couldn't do it. But after they had bound Zhao Xiao, the words she spoke made his heart race and nearly took his breath away. Damn it, how did we provoke that merciless killer? Bald Zhao couldn't help but slap his forehead in agony. He immediately ordered his men to untie her and prepare a special seat, ensuring the honored guest was comfortable. Then he hurriedly led his men back to the scene of the crime. If Li Chuang were to find him first, the situation would be impossible to resolve peacefully. So this was the bizarre scene Li Chuang and the others witnessed. Let me down. Chuang Guxiaonuan, you're here. I'm fine, I'm not hurt. Zhao Xiao called out from the armchair, gesturing to the 4 men carrying her below. Bald Zhao quickly stepped forward, stopping 3 meters in front of Li Chuang. Chuang Gu, it's all a misunderstanding. The sister-in-law had a scare, but we didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. He was truly terrified. Even provoking Brother Long wasn't as frightening as this. Spill it. What's this all about? Why did you kidnap Xiao Yi? What were you planning to do? Bald Zhao confessed everything in detail, cursing Zhao Bijin for her malicious intentions in provoking Chuang Gu. Upon hearing Bald Zhao's words, a cold glint flashed in Li Chuang's eyes, making Bald Zhao shiver uncontrollably. Li Chuang now exuded an even more formidable aura than before. You frightened Xiao Yi. How do you intend to make amends for this? Li Chuang suppressed his anger and asked in a detached, Chuang Gu, we haven't done any real harm to the sister-in-law, but we did scare her. How about this? We'll pay compensation for mental distress, and we'll bring Zhao Bijin to you for punishment. I guarantee no one will know she was taken by you. What do you say? Li Chuang nodded. He watched as Bald Zhao and his men quickly pooled all the money they had on them and personally handed it to Li Chuang with both hands. Then, Chuang Gu, please wait a moment. They'll go get her. After saying this, Bald Zhao clenched his teeth. That damn bitch set me up. Once Chuang Gu is done with her, I'll make sure you pay dearly. He silently vowed to make Zhao Bijin regret her actions. Li Chuang then calmed Xiao Yi's emotions and told her to take the 3 women back to their new home. In fact, from here to the alley where they had met Xiaonuan was only about 3 minutes away. Before they left, he instructed them not to wait for him for dinner, as he wasn't sure how long he would be. He stayed behind to deal with Zhao Bijin was surprised to see bald Zhao at her doorstep. Had the job been completed so quickly after the morning commission? How did it go, brother Zhao? Is everything taken care of? She asked, flattering him. It's done. How are you going to thank me? Bald Zhao asked, enunciating each word deliberately. Hearing that it was done, Zhao Bijin's face lit up with joy. Since it's taken care of, I'll give you 5 yuan. That's all I have. Please wait a moment. Bald Zhao laughed in exasperation. This is your so-called gift. You're mocking a beggar. Let's go. Men, take her away. With that, one underling covered her mouth, while another lifted her legs, and they headed straight for the scene of the earlier kidnapping. Damn it, I've taken a huge loss this time. Dozens of yuan gone in an instant, all for your measly 5 yuan. Zhao Bijin was panicking. She had no idea what was happening, but she felt she had made a terrible move. It wasn't until she saw Chuang that she realized her scheme had been exposed, and the real victim had come to settle the score. Find me an empty house, and then you can leave, Chuang ordered. Without a word, bald Zhao led the way. They soon arrived at an unoccupied courtyard. A subordinate quickly opened the door and then stepped aside. Chuang took the captive and closed the door behind him. Bald Zhao, wishing he could sprout wings, fled as fast as he could. Chuang brought the woman into the main hall and threw her onto the dirty bed. Don't scream, or I'll kill you immediately. The icy glint in his eyes made Zhao Bijin's body tremble. She felt that Chuang might very well kill her on the spot. She obeyed, keeping her mouth tightly shut as she lay askew on the bed. Chuang looked at her and had to admit she had an impressive figure, but her heart was truly black. Tell me, why did you want to harm Xiao Yi? I just thought she was too lucky. She found a capable husband who is both rich and kind to her. I was jealous. Zhao Bijin poured out her true feelings. Chuang's heart shuddered violently. Lucky, perhaps, but this luck was bought with years of suffering and torment. Without the pain he had caused her in his past life, without her unwavering loyalty through it all, how could there be this chance for a prodigal son to return and cherish her properly now? This woman said she was jealous. Yes, that was the truth. But Xiao Yi's ordeal made Chuang's heart ache. This life was meant for redemption. Forget it. She wouldn't understand, and there was no need to say more to her. Do you have anything else to say? If not, it's time to send me away. Oh no, I don't want to die. Please spare me this once. It'll never hurt Xiao Yi again. Zhao Bijin wailed heartbreakingly, truly terrified. Best friend, with behavior like yours. Chuang, don't kill me. He'll do anything you want, please don't kill me. Impure. No one but my husband has ever touched me. You can do whatever you want with me, I beg you. Hearing this, Chuang was momentarily stunned. He had initially assumed, based on what bald Zhao said, that this woman was also someone of loose morals, but to his surprise, she claimed to have only one man. Now as he looked at Zhao Bijin, she was actually quite attractive. Big eyes, a small face, a high nose bridge, pink thin lips, and a pair of long fair straight legs. Quite interesting indeed. Zhao Bijin caught the assessing look in Chuang's eyes and immediately understood there was a chance to survive. She struggled to climb down from the bed. Chuang quickly formed a plan. He pulled out a bucket of clean water and a towel from behind him and tossed them to Zhao Bijin. Here, quickly wash yourself clean. Look how dirty you are. Then he spread a large piece of cloth over the bed to cover the dust. 2 hours later, darkness had fallen. Remember, you are mine. No one is allowed to bully you, but you must come whenever I call. Don't contact me ordinarily. If I need you, I'll have someone inform you. Understand? Zhao Bijin nodded in response. Chuang turned and left silently, praising her compliance. It was nearly 8 o'clock when he arrived home. Xianwan chose the western building nearest to the main house. This building was much wider with 6 rooms on each floor. She took the northernmost room on the 2nd floor, while the Sun sisters also picked 2 adjacent rooms on the same floor. During dinner, Xiao was responsible for introducing the new members to the family. Xianwan, who had met them before, quickly became acquainted with everyone. The Sun sisters introduced themselves, and everyone got to know each other, but they stumbled over how to address Xiao. Theoretically, they should all call Xiao elder sister. However, in modern society, such rules were not so strict. Considering age, Xiao was also 19, the same age as Qiuxiang. Xiao saw their hesitation and laughed playfully. We're all family here, all following brother Chuang, so there's no need to fuss over such details. Like with sister Zuilian and me, we address each other by age. You can do the same. Call me Xiao or sister Xiao. Similarly, I'll just call you by your names. Qiuxiang, Minxiang, welcome. After hearing this introduction, the Sun sisters breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they had been somewhat anxious before arriving. Coming to a strange place, into a family with more women than men, they expected conflicts and jealousy would be inevitable. At least on this first formal meeting, the mistress of the house gave them a good impression. Very amiable. Lee's parents were also the kind of straightforward people who wouldn't deliberately make things difficult. As for whether there would be future competition for favor, they understood the rules. They wouldn't steal others' chances to shine. As long as they always remembered their place, there shouldn't be. Of course, having such thoughts was understandable in an ordinary family, even natural. But they couldn't have imagined that the Lee family was different from the outside world. When the time was right, their true strength would gradually emerge, then snatching opportunities to shine. Chuang would welcome it. With their worries eased, the Sun sisters helped clear the dishes after dinner and boiled a large pot. Though it was early summer and the temperature was high, bathing with warm water was still much more comfortable than using cold water direct. Each room had a large iron basin for bathing. Xiao and Zuilian helped carry hot water for Li's parents before attending to their own needs. Qiuxiang and Minxiang, as they did at home, shared a large iron basin filled with about 3/4 warm water, likely around 40 degrees Celsius. I really wonder if you can manage like this. Xiao said, her eyes full of concern. I'm a bit worried too, sister. Why don't I go ask Sister Xiao to find out more so we can be mentally prepared? What do you think? Xiang suggested. Xiang's face flushed red and her voice dropped. Can we really ask that? Xiang for a moment seemed like the decisive elder sister. What's there to be shy about? She was about to step out of the room when Xiang grabbed her arm. You're so grown up, why are you still so impulsive? Are you? Xiang scolded her sister irritably while pulling a clean set of clothes from their bundle. Here, put this on quickly. A few minutes later, a shocked Xiang returned to the room and reported her findings to her sister. Sister, things have gotten serious. We still don't fully understand Brother Chuang's strength. This is bad. Upon hearing the new information, Xiang was not as panicked as her sister. She looked into her sister's eyes utterly calm and spoke softly. Don't be afraid. There's no problem that can't be solved. We've faced all kinds of hardships since we were young, endured all sorts of suffering. This is just another small difficulty, a bit more wind and frost. We just need to persevere. It'll be fine. Her firm tone, as if she had made some kind of resolve, instantly made Xiang's spirits soar. Right, we're not afraid. Xiaowan arrived at her own private room, and upon entering she saw a spacious and clean wooden cabinet that could hold dozens of garments. The bed was large, made of solid wood with a mattress, a double bed measuring 180 by 200 centimeters. The sheets were already laid out, as she only needed to spread them to use it directly. When she was at home, before she had shared a room with her sister. It was only after her sister married that she got a room to herself, but that room had a broken bed covered with a straw mat incomparable to this double bed. There was no standing wardrobe either, only a large trunk holding all her belongings, clothes, books, quilts, all piled together. Unlike now, even the cabinet just for clothes filled her with delight. How is it, Xiaowan? Do you like it? Xiao walked in at that moment, looking at Xiaowan on the bed and asking. A radiant smile bloomed on Xiaowan's face. These living conditions are just too good. Brother Chuang is truly capable being able to buy a courtyard like this. Wrong title, isn't it? Xiao clicked her tongue, teasing with a laugh. I'll call him that if I want to. Xiaowan sprang up from the bed shouting at Xiao, and even stuck out her cute little tongue. After the two sisters fooled around for a while, Xiaowan whispered softly in her sister's ear then. Tonight, I feel like I'm not quite ready yet. Her voice grew quieter, nothing like her usual bold and carefree demeanor. Don't be afraid. Every woman has to go through this. Besides, Brother Chuang really knows how to take care of one's feelings. But I guess he won't come tonight. He just brought the Sun family over, so he'll be busy tonight, Xiao added. Indeed, although she had planned to bring her younger sister back, when she went home, she hadn't discussed it with Li Chuang beforehand, and today, she simply brought her over. All plans still depended on Li Chuang himself. At this moment, Xiaowan lowered her voice, glancing toward the next room. I've seen those two sisters. Sister Xiang has even more curves than you do. Brother Chuang must like that. I've already thought about it. Yours aren't any worse than your sister's, right? Oh sis, you're taking advantage of me again. No fair, I wanted to. What are you two up to? I'm back, Xiao, you all. After Li Chuang returned and heard they had all chosen the second floor, he came to check. Her skin was fair, hair cascading over her shoulders, but her head was slightly raised, looking toward the open door, and a startled cry rang out. Yeah. Brother Chuang, how did you get here? Xiaowan immediately became flustered, panicking, and whether by accident or on purpose, 2 buttons fell off. Li Chuang stared fixedly, not shifting his gaze at all. Xiao was much calmer as she straightened her clothes, turned around, and stepped closer. Brother Chuang, you're back. Is there anything here you need my help with? As she spoke, she kicked Li Chuang with her long, shapely leg. Li Chuang was thick-skinned. As long as you two have no problem, I'm naturally happy to oblige. Li Chuang understood that this outgoing girl Xiaowan was actually slower to warm up in some respects. So he went along with it, offered a few caring words, then left the room and closed the door behind him. At Xiang's room, there was a knock on the door. The two sisters were just whispering, dreaming of their wonderful life ahead. The elder sister reacted quickly. Who is it? She asked, then got out of bed in her light attire, ready to open the door. It's me, Li Chuang. A magnetic male voice sounded from outside the door. This was the very man they had been talking about for so long. Finally hearing his voice, they couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. When the door opened, Li Chuang first saw a pair of fair, slender legs. The rounded curves beneath a pink belly band were also quite evident. Then his gaze shifted to her delicate features, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with an indescribable emotion. Li Chuang felt as if his heart had been struck and his pulse quickened. Brother Chuang, did everything go smoothly? Are you tired? Come sit on the bed and let me give you a massage to relax. Xiang welcomed Li Chuang and locked the door, then took his left hand and led him to the bedside. At that moment, Li Chuang also saw Sun Xiang dressed lightly with her long, slender legs. At 11 o'clock, Li Chuang slowly drifted off to sleep. As dawn broke faintly, Li Chuang was the first to wake. He turned his head to look at the sleeping beauty and smiled knowingly. He carefully got out of bed, sat cross-legged on the floor, and focused on circulating his true qi. He sensed an impending breakthrough. Yesterday with Zhao Bijin, he had gained a considerable amount of true qi. Combined with the triple first-time reward from last night, his true qi reserve was abundant, and he had reached the peak of the 3rd layer of qi refining. Li Chuang felt that with one more burst, he should be able to ascend to the next level. When he reached the mid-stage of qi refining, it would bring him nearly inexhaustible true qi, a world of difference from his current state. Moreover, he could use a fireball technique, a means of mass destruction. After circulating his true qi for 2 full cycles, it was already broad daylight outside, and the sun had risen high. He planned to have breakfast, and then head to Jianghe to bring Jiang Yuning over. Li Chuang heard Xiao calling from downstairs, so he got up and walked toward the bed. Looking at the beauty on the bed, he sighed. Her fair, translucent skin bore witness to the reality of everything that had happened the night before. Li Chuang leaned down to her ear, gently patting her face with his hand. Honey, time to get up. Breakfast is ready. Qiu Xiang awoke still groggy, and upon seeing the handsome face before her, she couldn't help but let out a scream. Then she grabbed the sheet to cover herself. A flush of red quickly spread across her face. Qiu Xiang suddenly came to her senses. Having become a member of the Li family just yesterday, she knew she shouldn't be acting this way, but her inner shyness prevented her from letting go of the bedsheet she clutched. Good morning, Brother Chuang. Could you please step out first? I need to get dressed. Qiu Xiang looked at Li Chuang with embarrassment. Li Chuang understood that this young bride was feeling shy. He didn't say much, deciding to give her some time to adjust. All right, sure. Once you're both dressed, come to the main house for breakfast. Hurry up, and you'll need to wake Minxiang too. She really worked hard yesterday. After Li Chuang left, Qiu Xiang looked at her sister, sleeping soundly, and couldn't bear to wake her. She hadn't expected that her delicate and sensitive sister would have greater potential and ultimately come out ahead. But thinking that this was their first day at the Li family, and sleeping in would be inexcusable, she quickly woke Minxiang, and they went downstairs together for breakfast. Li Chuang watched his Li family grow. Originally only 5 members, the number had nearly doubled, and his heart was filled with joy. Mom, hey, race 100 yuan. Keep it. If you see anything you want to eat or buy at the market, just spend it. Xiao, this 100 yuan is for you. Your daily expenses. Use it up and let me know. You have full control over this money. From now on, each of your sisters will get 5 yuan in pocket money every month also from you. Just manage it well. As for new clothes, Xiaowan and the others haven't gotten any yet because I didn't know their sizes. Take their measurements later and tell me tonight. They'll go to the county tomorrow to buy them all at once. Li Chuang gave his instructions during the meal. His mother took the money and put it away while the beauties were thrilled. Although they knew they'd receive pocket money, seeing the 10 large bills in Xiao's hand still made them overjoyed. Part of it was theirs after all. Qiu Xiang and Minxiang were especially moved. The contrast between their former life and this one was stark, making the difference all the more profound. They glanced from the money to Li Chuang, their eyes filled with admiration, wishing they could drag him back to the room and assert their wifely authority. After leaving home, Li Chuang walked to Jianghe village located southwest of Li family stockade. The distance was considerable, and it took him nearly an hour and a half to arrive. Though his physique was excellent, and he felt no fatigue, the intense sun made him sweat profusely. By the time he reached the village, his clothes were sticky and uncomfortable. Jianghe village was unlike any had seen before. Before entering, he could see orchards dotted with pink cherries. This was the cherry-producing area of Zhaozhuang town. In early June, many cherries had ripened. The villagers were in harvest season, leaving their homes to work in their fields. However, business wasn't thriving. Many villagers set up stalls in town or built simple sheds at the village entrance to sell, but if the price was too high, no one would buy because people had little money. If the price was too low after covering costs, there was no profit. It was a worry. If logistics were as developed in this era as in later times, the problem of good produce not reaching those who needed it would be greatly reduced. The wealthy wanted to eat but couldn't access the natural fruit. The poor wanted to eat but couldn't afford it, and even if they had access, they wouldn't buy. Ultimately, the villagers who should have been prosperous were impoverished, barely scraping by. Growing cherries into large orchards, or even having the whole village grow them, was a major undertaking and not easy. Cherries are delicious, but the trees are hard to grow. Without effort, the blossoms won't show. Someone had already summarized it. Li Chuang walked along the main road through the orchard into the village. Along the way, he saw many villagers busy among the cherry trees, men, women, and children. The older ones, despite the decent harvest, wore worried expressions instead of joy. The children, however, were different. Happily picking the fruit they ate as they filled their baskets. This was a joy unique to Li Chuang. Approached a villager near the main road and asked, "Brother, is Jiang Sameo from this village? How do I get to it?" The man, about 27 or 28, had a simple, honest face. Beside him were his wife and daughter, a little girl of 5 or 6 helping pick cherries. Sameo, his house is easy to find. Follow this road straight, turn left at the end, and the first one-story brick house is his. Then, as if something occurred to him, he added, "What business do you have with him?" "Oh, don't misunderstand. Sameo has been leaving the village before dawn for days now. We're used to it. But strangely, yesterday, he didn't go out, and today, he still hasn't left. I wonder what's going on. And seeing someone of your stature come looking for him, I couldn't help but ask. Don't mind me. You don't have to say if you don't want to." The man scratched his head sheepishly while his slightly plump wife lowered her head, awkwardly pretending to chat with their daughter. Li Chuang shook his head and chuckled. "There's nothing secret about it. I actually know why Sameo leaves the village every day." The family of 3 turned to look at him in unison. "Oh, why?" Their eyes blazed with gossipy curiosity. "It was to find me. And today he's waiting for me, so he didn't go out. Also, something big might happen in your village today." Li Chuang mysteriously teased them. Naturally, he succeeded in piquing their curiosity. They said nothing, just stared at him, eagerly waiting for the reveal. Li Chuang found it amusing. Since Sameo would spread the word in the village later anyway, revealing it a bit early wouldn't hurt. Besides, this family seemed honest, and forming a good connection wouldn't be a bad thing. Instead of answering directly, he asked, "How much are you selling your cherries for?" "Huh. Oh, they're homegrown. Not expensive. Tell us the big news." The man's wife couldn't hold back any longer and asked urgently. Li Chuang continued, "Do you think I can afford your cherries?" The man finally caught on. "You mean, you want to buy all the cherries in the village?" Given your appearance, of course you can afford. No, Li Chuang shook his head and explained slowly. I want to buy yours. If the price is right, I'll take everything, as much as you have in the field. He had tasted the cherries Jiang Yuning sold yesterday. They were very sweet with a few slightly tart ones that had even more cherry flavor. Overall, the taste was excellent. Taking this batch of cherries to the county tomorrow would fetch a good price. Besides, with the golden bell on him, transport was easy. It was a way to earn some pocket money while helping these lovely villagers, a virtuous act. At the market, the price was about 1 yuan for 3 jin. Li Chuang roughly estimated the size of this family's orchard. Based on this year's yield, it should be around 500 jin. That was just over 100 yuan. But if he took them to the county, the price could multiply several times over. At that moment, the man ceased to dwell on any specific significant matter, for nothing was more important than his own livelihood. Seeing an unexpected major customer before him, he naturally hastened to seize the opportunity. Our cherries, when taken to the market, sell for 1 yuan for 3 jin. If you collect them here, I'll give them to you at 1 yuan for 5 jin. How about that? Li Chuan did a quick calculation. That came to about 20 cents per jin, only slightly more expensive than grain. He figured they probably didn't make much profit, but it was still better than letting the fruit rot unsold. Alright, agreed at your price. They'll give you a 20 yuan deposit first. After you've picked them, store them well, and deliver them by 4 in the afternoon to the East Road intersection leading to town. I noticed a small hill there when I came. I'll meet you at that spot. With that, he pulled out 2 10 yuan notes and handed them to the man. My name is Jiang Chao. What should I call you? The man finally thought to introduce himself. Oh, hello. I'm Li Chuan. Rest assured, I definitely want these cherries. I came today to pick up Jiang Yuning. From now on, Sameo and I are family, so you understand. I'm not going anywhere. No, you misunderstand. That's not what I meant, Jiang Chao said, flustered with a look of anxiety on his face. Don't worry, I guarantee the delivery by 4 o'clock. Alright, that's settled then. Now let's continue with the major event I mentioned. Li Chuan paused, and seeing that the three of them had turned their attention back to him, he continued. Picking up Jiang Yuning is just the first step. I've heard that our village has many beautiful women. Jiang he, birthplace of lovely lasses. I've long heard that saying. I plan to take them all back and give them a home where they can eat their fill and stay warm. Jiang Chao couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens, Yuning was one of the most beautiful women in the village, with a delicate and radiant look that any man would adore. But this newcomer was not only taking her away, but also aiming to sweep up all the pretty ones. It was truly infuriating. Yet considering this man's wealth, presence, and appearance, any girl who followed him would secretly be overjoyed. He then turned to look at his own 6-year-old daughter and shook his head. Alas, his daughter had missed this wave of fortune. Li Chuan, observing Jiang Chaos' strange behavior, was utterly baffled. A 6-year-old girl? Who would dare have designs on that? That would be too criminal. Just as Li Chuan was about to finish speaking and take his leave, he saw Jiang Chaos' expression suddenly turn excited. I wonder if someone a bit older would be acceptable. She's absolutely stunning, even more beautiful than Yuning. At least that. Li Chuan grew curious. Jiang Yuning's looks were outstanding anywhere, yet this man claimed there was someone even more beautiful in this village. He was eager to see what she looked like. Age isn't an issue. Even someone in their early 30s is fine. A woman in her 30s was in her prime, and it would also be more convenient for Li Chuan's cultivation. A mature, alluring beauty had qualities that these tender young things couldn't match in certain aspects. It's not that old. She's 27. My sister-in-law. I wonder if you'd mind. My brother passed away last year, leaving her alone. She has 2 acres of cherry orchard, but she can't manage them on her own, and we often have to help out. We've urged her to remarry. At first she refused, but later she realized the cherry trees were too much for her, and life was tough, so she agreed and asked us to help find someone. Don't worry, my sister-in-law is very virtuous. Definitely a good wife and mother, Jiang Chao assured, patting his. Li Chuan was intrigued by this. Alright, bring her along at 4 o'clock. We'll meet and talk, and then decide. Okay. Great. I'm sure you'll take a liking to my sister-in-law, Jiang Chao said with conviction. Then let's leave it at that. I'm off to find some ale. You carry on. After saying goodbye, Li Chuan returned to the main road and headed into the village. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao calculated that with so many fruits to pick, the couple alone couldn't manage. He decided to call his sister-in-law over to help and inform her about the matter. Yes, that was the plan. Shall go fetch your aunt. She should be in the fields too. Tell her mom and dad need to talk to her. Got it. Don't worry, dad. Mission accomplished. The little girl, Xiaolu, dashed off in a flash. The couple continued working, occasionally chatting about Li Chuan. As Li Chuan had just left Jiang Chaos' place, less than a minute later, he heard a plump, striking woman calling out to him in a low voice from a nearby orchard. Young man, come over here. I've got something good too. Li Chuan looked around in surprise, seeing no one else. Hesitant, he watched as the woman beckoned him again and stepped further in. It broad daylight, and I'm a grown man. What's there to worry about? Let's see what this woman is up to. Li Chuan stepped into. The fruits here were noticeably sparser than Jiang Chaos, and the cherries looked inferior in quality. As he approached, he noticed the woman was dressed in farm clothes, but her top revealed a generous amount of her impressive figure. An expanse of fair skin indeed, she had the assets. A sash was tied around her waist, surprisingly slender, a physique not typical of a farm laborer. What's the matter, big sister? Why did you call me over? Li Chuan asked. Young man, I just saw you bought cherries from Jiang Chaos family. I've got 2 acres here too. How about taking mine off my hands as well? And I can throw in a little extra benefit. As she spoke, the collar of her top suddenly split open, revealing a full view of her assets. Is that all? Li Chuan immediately regretted coming over. Though the woman had a good figure, her face was average. Having grown accustomed to finer fare, he had no interest in such coarse offerings. Of course not. If you help me out, and take all the cherries, you can do whatever you want. The woman smiled at Li Chuan. Li Chuan's heart stirred and he asked with slight disappointment, "You wouldn't happen to be Jiang Chaos' sister-in-law, would you?" Cough, how could that be? Her land is several orchards away from here. The woman replied, awkwardly, a hint of frustration on her face. I've offered you so many perks, why aren't you agreeing? Do I need to go further? She thought, nodding to herself. That must be it. Then her pants silently slid down, revealing her long, shapely legs fully to Li Chuan. Have fun on your own. I don't want the cherries. Goodbye. Knowing the woman's true nature, he lost all interest in conversing. At the same time, Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't Jiang Chaos' sister-in-law. That would have been too disappointing. Judging by her practiced moves and swift disrobing, she had done this often. Perhaps few in the village could resist such. It was likely that this cherry orchard had been maintained through such favors. There was a good chance the orchard was littered with battlefield, so even if she were far more beautiful, Li Chuan wouldn't touch her. Though he had a taste for widows and young married women, he didn't accept a public bus. He would never board it. That was his bottom line, his principle. For no other reason than to avoid feeling disgusted. Without further incident, he finally arrived at the first tiled house on the left. To his surprise, Sameo's house also had an iron gate. A knock echoed, and soon a sturdy man came running out. None other than Jiang Sameo. Dr. Li, you've finally come. I've been waiting so long. I went to the hospital 4 times this week and missed you each time. I was worried something had happened to you. Come in quick. Jiang Sameo warmly welcomed Li Chuan and led him into the living room. Li Chuan glanced around the room, which was simply furnished 2 wooden sofas against the wall, an old-fashioned square table, and a few small stools. That was all. Brother Chuan, you're here. Jiang Yuning followed in and sat on a stool not far from him. As a young unmarried woman, she still felt shy about sitting too close to another man in front of her brother. It truly seems fate brings us together. You saved my life before, cured my illness, and yesterday, at a critical moment, you rescued my younger sister, granting me the chance to see you again. This is truly extraordinary. Yuning, don't just sit there. Pour a glass of water. Sameo, noticing his sister's dazed expression, gave her head a gentle tap and instructed her to pour water. I apologize for troubling you. I hope I haven't disrupted your plans today. Li Chuang said, glancing at Yuning as she went to pour water, then turned back to speak with Sameo. Not at all. I was actually planning to visit you anyway to give you some cherries we grew ourselves as a token of gratitude. But here you are arriving on your own accord. This is a delightful surprise. I couldn't be happier. How could it be an interruption? Sameo maintained his warm demeanor as he conversed with Li Chuang. By the way, my little sister mentioned you wish to discuss something with me. Whatever it is, if it's within my power, I'll do my utmost. Not to boast, but here in Jianghe, when I Sameo speak, my word carries considerable weight. As Li Chuang arrived, he noticed that most homes in Jianghe village, like those in Lijiao Stockade, were mud houses. Only 2 houses along the way were built with brick and tile, one of which belonged to Sameo. A house reflects one's quality of life, indicating that Sameo's family was more prosperous than most. In other words, Jianghe village was far poorer than Li Chuang had imagined, which suggested that subsequent matters might proceed more smoothly. Brother Sameo, since you're older than me, I'll address you as such. Li Chuang raised a hand to stop Jiang Sameo from speaking and continued. I'd like to ask you to help me with something. In our village, are there any unmarried women of suitable age who are beautiful? Could you help me inquire if any of them would be willing to marry in a town? The bride price would be 10 jin of millet, and for someone truly exceptional, I could offer even more. Li Chuang spoke while observing Jiang Sameo's expression. Seeing no visible reaction, but not being interrupted, next Thursday there will be a village-wide beauty selection. The venue will be at my new home in town, about 200 meters southeast of the large roundabout. For every woman who is selected to stay, I'll give you, Brother Sameo, a reward of 2 yuan and 50 cents. What do you think? You saved my life. Mentioning money is unnecessary. This is simple. They'll go to the village head's office right away and have them announce it over the loudspeaker. And why wait until Thursday? We can hold the selection at my place today. How does that sound? Today? I have no problem with that, Brother Sameo. But are you sure this will work? Li Chuang hadn't expected Sameo to be. All right, then let's notify them. Tell anyone interested to gather here with the girls by 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's not even 10 o'clock now, so there's plenty of time. With that, Jiang Sameo hurried out of the house. Jiang Yuning, who had just finished pouring tea, was stunned. Her brother had vanished in an instant, and her parents were at the cherry orchard and wouldn't be back until after 12. Now with a man and a woman alone together in the house. Li Chuang, seeing Sameo's brusque manner, felt a mix of emotions. This man was far too straightforward. Then noticing Jiang Yuning sitting not far away, he felt a playful urge to tease her and break the ice. Yuning, have you thought of me since you got back? I've been thinking about you constantly. Yes, I've missed you so much, Brother Chuang. My parents won't be back for another 2 hours. Would you like to come see my room? Having never been invited into a young lattice private chamber, Li Chuang naturally couldn't refuse. Sure, but I'm drenched in sweat. Is there a place I can wash up? A faint blush colored Jiang Yuning's cheeks. Then follow me. There's a shower room over here. She led Li Chuang to a small room. Opening the door, Li Chuang saw a simple shower setup, a large water tank, filled to the brim, connected to a low-hanging plastic shower head by a hose with a large clip attached to the hose. Opening the clip released the water, simple yet practical. As Jiang Yuning turned to leave, Li Chuang spoke with a mischievous grin, "Want to join me?" No, I'll pass. I haven't exercised today. Clean enough. She stammered and fled the room. Just as Li Chuang started the shower, he heard Yuning's voice from outside the door. My room is the southernmost one in the west. Alright, got it. He'll be there soon. Li Chuang replied quickly. He had initially planned to enjoy this in the evening, but now that the beauty was inviting him, he couldn't possibly refuse her. He washed up quickly, changed into a fresh shirt and trousers, and headed to Jiang Yuning's room. As he opened the door, a faint, pleasant fragrance filled his nostrils. Facing the door was a single bed covered with a neatly spread woolen blanket. A beautiful woman with long flowing hair and eyes shimmering with spring water was reclining there, her clothes partially undone, her long fair and smooth legs slightly bent. She looked at Li Chuang with passion, her red lips parted slightly without a sound, but Li Chuang could read the silent invitation, "Come here." He closed the door and moved with practiced ease. "Dr. Li, everything is arranged. It starts at 1 o'clock this afternoon." Li Chuang heard Jiang Sameo's voice just as he was circulating his true qi in a grand cycle. He grabbed a bedsheet to cover Yuning, then retrieved his underwear from his belt pouch and put on the shirt and trousers he had carelessly. He walked out of the room and met Sameo's gaze with a calm, steady look. Should I stop calling you Dr. Li and change how I address you?" Sameo began. "Brother-in-law. Just call me Xiao Chuang. We're family now." "All right, Xiao Chuang. You know how many people came running to ask when I announced it at the village committee just now?" Li Chuang played along. "How many?" "A full half of the village." "Only half the village, huh?" Li Chuang thought that half a village was at most 30 or 40 people. Was that a lot? He compared it to the size of Lijia Stockade, which wasn't very large. Half the village, over 200 people, all gathered at the village committee office. It was a sea of people. Jiang Sameo continued, still excited. Li Chuang was also stunned. "I've heard there are many beauties in Jianghe, but that many?" "Of course not. They just heard about the Tianjin of millet and came to inquire. Some were suitable girls from the village, others were asking on behalf of relatives and friends. In any case, a lot of people showed up. So for 1 o'clock this afternoon, should we adjust the time?" Li Chuang thought it over. He needed to return to town tonight and had arranged to pick up the cherries at 4 o'clock. Starting at 1, he would review the candidates one by one. There likely wouldn't be too many suitable ones, so the process would be quick and he would have enough time. Any later, and things might become uncontrollable, and it wasn't necessary. If there were still suitable candidates who couldn't make it today, they could come to town next Thursday. It was a bit farther, but many would probably still be willing. In other words, this also served as a form of natural selection. If they weren't willing to walk an hour and a half, or nearly 4 hours round trip, then their desire for the bride price wasn't strong enough, and it was just as well they didn't come. No need to adjust. We'll stick with the original plan for 1 o'clock. Oh, and since so many people are coming, we'll need some help to maintain order. Do you have any friends who can lend a hand? 2 or 3 hours work, and I'll give them a gene of millet. Oh, no need. They're all my younger brothers. He'll just call them over. He'll go find them now. You make yourself at home." Jiang Sameo finished speaking and cast a subtle glance towards his sister's room. Li Chuang had given his word and would follow through, so he didn't argue the point. Seeing Sameo rush out again, he walked back into Yuning's room. Looking at the woman on the bed, her face filled with happiness, he felt a deep sense of peace. Although Yuning had experienced intimacy for the first time, Li Chuang was experienced. The woman might be a bit physically tired, but her body was certainly fine. In fact, even stronger than before, thanks to the beneficial effects of his true qi feedback. Thus, the art of union and joy was beneficial for both men and women, though Li Chuang, as the active party. During lunch, Li Chuang met the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Dong, the father of Jiang Sameo. In his early 40s, he was robust and strong, a testament to his martial arts lineage, having honed his physique since childhood. No wonder Jiang Sameo's health was far superior to most after his recovery. Jiang Yuning herself was quite skilled, otherwise she wouldn't have subdued a thug so effortlessly yesterday. After inquiring, Li Chuang learned that the Jiang family practiced traditional martial arts routines, which fell short of combat techniques and practical fighting ability. Nevertheless, Li Chuang was intrigued. He possessed brute strength and speed, but lacked finesse and striking techniques. He decided to learn from Yuning when the opportunity arose. Before 1 o'clock, a clamor of voices arose outside the door, as many people arrived to participate in the beauty selection. Jiang Sameo set up 2 long tables in the courtyard facing the gate. One for Li Chuang and the other for Jiang. Jiang Yuning had volunteered to help record the beauty's information. "All right, let's begin," Li Chuang said to Jiang Sameo at the gate. Sameo opened the courtyard gate. Though Li Chuang had anticipated a crowd, the reality stunned him. The queue stretched from the gate, filling the intersection, with 3 beauties standing side by side in each row. From the gate to the main village road, a distance of about 100 meters, people packed the area, and the line continued to extend. Sameo began calling them in. "First one, please enter." Li Chuang saw a young beauty step out from the crowd ahead. She seemed about the same age as Qian, but had developed earlier with a mature upper body and a face that still held a youthful innocence. Annoyance flickered in Li Chuang's mind. Hadn't Sameo made the conditions clear? After an initial screening, why were there still candidates who didn't meet the age requirement? Name, age, height, weight, and marital status. Please state them all. Li Chuang found her appearance acceptable and proceeded. Zhang Lin, 19 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 90 pounds, and single. Is that all? The young beauty asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Are you really 19? Li Chuang asked skeptically. Of course I am. Do you want me to go home and get my household registration to prove it? The young beauty relaxed upon realizing his doubt was about her age. Jiang Yuning interjected, I can vouch for her. She's indeed 19, even a few months older than me. Li Chuang looked at her again and found her increasingly appealing. A baby face, a unique trait. Acceptable. Record her information. Go find a seat by Yuning. You've passed, Li Chuang said, satisfied. He then called to Sameo. Sameo, continue. Next one. The previous Jiang Lin qualifies. The next entrant was a plump type with a pretty face but poor figure management, quite unusual in today's society. Tell me, why did you come to this beauty selection? Li Chuang asked purely out of curiosity, not because he harbored any My dad said that if I pass the selection I'll get free room and board and nice clothes. I am happy to join. So am I. Demei boasted proudly. Li Chuang was speechless. Given her size, her family must have been worried about feeding her. But he wasn't a recycling center. Though she could become stunning if she slimmed down, he didn't need to wait for that when there were already beautiful women available. Sorry miss, you're not suitable. Sameo lead her out. Next one. You're decent looking, but so short-sighted. You can't see my worth. Your loss. I'm leaving anyway. With that, Demei followed Sameo's direction out of the courtyard, bumping into him on the way, leaving him a bit overwhelmed. Thus the process was fraught with issues. Some were too skinny, others had lackluster complexions, though there were a few decent ones. One stood out, overall slender, but well-developed in the right places. With a bit of nourishment shed meet the standards, and Li Chuang wasn't about to let her slip away. Half an hour later, Li Chuang saw only 3 women standing by Jiang Yuning, with only about 20 having been reviewed. The pace was too slow. He called Jiang Sameo over and suggested, "This pace won't work. Call in more at once, 8 per group." As Sameo went to handle it, Li Chuang turned to Jiang Yuning. "You don't need to record everyone. Just note the information of those who stay, including measurements and home addresses." Jiang Yuning nodded in agreement. Li Chuang shifted his gaze and saw the beauties filing and forming a straight line in the courtyard, presenting themselves before him. Li Chuang sighed inwardly. This is how it should be. The contrast makes it all the more striking. The beauties were all above 163 centimeters tall, with the tallest reaching about 175. 2 stood out, both over 170, with fair skin, and though not particularly curvaceous, their long legs were enough to captivate for a year. "You and you go to the left to register. And you, what's your name?" Li Chuang addressed the 2, then turned to a petite girl. She appeared young and not very tall, but unlike the others, she didn't look around nervously upon entering. A sweet smile adorned her face, and her most striking feature was the 2 small dimples beside her pink lips, making her utterly adorable. As the saying goes, your dimples hold no wine, yet I'm drunk like a dog. It was a playful remark from netizens, smitten by a beauty with dimples. But for Li Chuang, such a beauty was within easy reach. Keep her. I must keep her, he told himself. He smiled gently at the petite beauty. You go over there too. All right, ladies, please exit through that way. Thank you for coming today. He gestured for the remaining 5 to follow Sameo. Though many were disappointed, these young rural women didn't cause a scene and quietly complied. With groups of 8, the process sped up significantly. Selection, registration, and departure. By 3:10 p.m. the queue outside was empty, leaving clusters of people chatting in small groups. Li Chuang surveyed the 21 women remaining in the courtyard. Each had her own charm, and their lively chatter filled the air. He felt a surge of accomplishment. The hours of work had been worth it. Everyone quiet down and listen. Li Chuang. By now Yuning must have told you during your chats. Those who stay today meet the criteria and will move to town with me next week. If anyone hasn't had their measurements recorded, see Yuning quickly. When I return from the county, each of you will get at least one beautiful. He paused to let the words sink in. With me, you'll have no worries about food or clothing. He'll ensure you are well fed, and of course, if you can't follow the rules or adapt to communal living, you can choose not to come. What I'm about to say is very important. Next Friday at 8 a.m., you'll be waiting at the town's central roundabout. Have your families escort you to ensure safe arrival. You'll prepare the bride price and hand it directly to them. If anyone regrets it now or doesn't want to go, that's fine. This is a mutual selection process. I've chosen you, but if you don't feel the same, simply don't come. Don't force yourselves. All right, I'm done. Do you have any questions? If so, speak up now. I need to head back to town soon, so time is tight. The women remained silent, but Li Chuang noticed one beauty. Over 170 centimeters tall, looked hesitant as if wanting to speak, but holding back. He didn't rush her. If she stayed silent for another minute, let it go. Those who couldn't seize the chance to speak would likely be quiet in the compound anyway. Still, even a quiet one could contribute value. Finally, the girl mustered her courage, stepped forward, and emerged from the crowd. I wanted to ask, can I walk with you today? As she finished speaking, Li Chuang noticed a shift in the atmosphere. Several beauties had already focused their gazes on him. I'm afraid not. We've only just met today, and you need time to think things through lest you regret it later. Besides, we have a 2-hour walk ahead. Can your body handle that? Li Chuang looked at the slender, long-legged beauty and asked directly. I can manage. I often help with farm work at home and stay active. Well, mainly because there's never enough to eat at home. I thought going to town earlier might lead to a better life. After explaining, the beauty also revealed the reason. Though they were soon to be his women and he could provide them with better food, he reconsidered. He couldn't open that door. Once he did, everyone would come to him for every little problem, and that would be a huge hassle. With 21 new families to manage, how could he possibly care for them all? It was better to stick to the original plan, take them as concubines, and for ordinary families, there would be minimal interaction. Exceptions like Sameo's family, son Xiang's family, and Zhao Xiao's family were a different matter. You had to prove your worth first before I could offer necessary help. Otherwise, it was safer to follow the basic policy. Not today. Everything will be arranged uniformly. Gather at the big roundabout next Friday. After all, with so many new people, the rooms weren't even ready, and he couldn't handle it all himself. There was no need to rush. Waiting a few days would suffice. By then, he could buy some bunk beds, arrange 6 to 8 people per room, and use his main room as a dedicated space for matters, making things more convenient. With more people in each room, the new courtyard could house at least 100. If there were even more, he could buy 2 more yards. The beauties had no further questions. They left with a mix of disappointment, excitement, and anticipation. Before they departed, Li Chuang gave each of them 1 yuan to buy some necessities or supplement their household expenses. This money was deducted from their future expenses as an advance. Thus, the lively beauty selection event came to an end. Li Chuang first paid Jiang Simeo 10 yuan and explained that all brothers-in-law would be treated equally. Simeo eventually accepted the money after some reluctance. Li Chuang also told him to bring his brothers next Thursday to help maintain order again. Each would be paid 3 yuan this time, including the current payment. Jiang Simeo didn't make a fuss and agreed. Li Chuang informed him that if the cherries at home were hard to sell, he had connections to handle them, buying at 1 yuan per 5 jin, as many as available. But it had to wait until next Wednesday evening after he returned from the county town. After bidding farewell to the Jiang family, Li Chuang took Jiang Yuning's hand and headed toward the town. In about 5 minutes they reached the appointed small hill. From afar he saw 4 people standing there: Jiang Chao and his family of 3, plus a long-legged beauty with her hair coiled up, an impressive figure, and large lively eyes. She was definitely not old. At 20, Li Chuang preferred mature, carrying older sisters around 27 or 28. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Chuang greeted them first. No, we just arrived. Let me introduce you. This is my sister-in-law Zhang Yingzi. Sister-in-law, this is Li Chuang, the one who bought our cherries. Hello Yingzi. This is Yuning. You probably know each other. She's coming to stay with me in town today. How about you join her as company? What do you think? In the adult world, if you fancied someone, you invited them directly. No need to hide. Li Chuang got straight to the point. Oh well, Xiao Chao didn't give me the details. Good. Oh Yingzi, let me tell you. Today in our village. Jiang Yuning stepped forward, linked arms with Zhang Yingzi, and chatted intimately, recounting the day's events, what Li Chuang planned for them, and the improved living conditions. After hearing this, Zhang Yingzi's face flushed, and she occasionally stole glances at Li Chuang, who had begun inspecting the cherries. These cherries are good. Unload them all, and let's weigh them together. Sure, just a moment. Jiang Chao happily wrapped the cherries in cloth bundles, tied them with rope, and weighed each bundle using an old-fashioned steelyard scale. Li Chuang watched and calculated. When the last bundle was weighed, the total came to 530 jin, worth 100. Yingzi was introduced by Yu Soxi's family. The bride price will go to you, converted to cash, 2 yuan for you. Plus the cherry money, that's 108 yuan total. Here, count it. Li Chuang handed the money to Jiang Chao. By the way, are there any procedures to handle? Take care of what you can, arrange the rest when I return next week. Yingzi has land too, right? From now on it's yours. Just take good care of it. He turned to Zhang Yingzi. So Yingzi, from now on I'll cover your food and lodging plus 5 yuan monthly for pocket money, along with clothing and daily necessities. For specifics, talk to Xiao at home. In short, you won't lack for anything, and your life will be better than now. Zhang Yingzi had been lonely in her empty house, and life seemed hopeless, devoid of meaning. Suddenly Li Chuang appeared in her life, handsome and wealthy. It would be dishonest to say she wasn't attracted. She shook her head and said to Jiang Chao, do as he says. The cherry orchard is yours. Jiang Chao and his wife were overjoyed. They had helped their sister-in-law resolve the worry and gained a source of income. Li Chuang told them to leave the cart, and he would handle the rest. He then had Jiang Yuning take Zhang Yingzi to the main road. When no one was around, he concentrated and stored all the cherries in the golden bell. He quickly caught up to the 2 women. Just like with Yuning, Yingzi's hand fell into his left hand. Soft and lovely. Savoring the faint fragrance in the air, Li Chuang narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Let's go onward to the town. Yingzi, what do you usually do at home? How about I come see you tonight? Along the way, Li Chuang's cheerful voice rang out incessantly. Zhang Yingzi, teased and flustered, would sometimes use her free hand to lightly tap him, but it was as gentle as a tickle. The 2-hour journey passed without notice. Their feelings continued to warm, and at least for tonight, Zhang Yingzi was filled with eager anticipation. Looking at Li Chuang's tall and robust frame compared to others, it was bound to be unforgettable. Returning to the courtyard, Li Chuang arranged accommodations for Zhang Yingzi and Jiang Yuning, settling them in the rooms next to the Sun sisters in order. Upon entering her new chamber, Jiang Yuning felt little sentiment. It was much like her own home, with brick and tile clean and tidy, the sole difference being the presence of Li Chuang. For Zhang Yingzi, however, it was a different story. Having lived in a mud hut for years, the sudden shift to a bright and spacious room left her somewhat disoriented. She tentatively sat on the mattress, finding it soft and springy, a world apart from the straw mat she was accustomed to. The room also boasted a large dressing mirror, remarkably clear, which delighted Zhang Yingzi so much that she spent a good while admiring her reflection. After a quick tidy-up, the 2 followed Li Chuang downstairs to meet the others. It was already dinner time, and with more hands now busy cooking, Xiao could afford to slack off, leaving the task to the other sisters. Knowing that new sisters were arriving today, they had prepared 2 extra dishes. Jiang Yuning and Zhang Yingzi stared wide-eyed at the lavish spread on the table, including a small basket of white flour steamed buns. They had assumed Li Chuang's promise of room and board meant merely enough to stave off hunger. Never did they expect a feast of meat and vegetable dishes: braised pork, minced pork with eggplant, stir-fried beef with celery, twice-cooked pork, and a chopped pepper fish head. Who in this day and age ate like this? It was simply absurd. Seeing their expressions, the Xiao sisters pressed their lips tightly together, afraid to burst out laughing. They had been just the same yesterday. Everything amazed them, and meeting so many new sisters filled them with joy. Li Chuang said to Jiang Yuning and Zhang Yingzi, "Make yourselves at home. This is your home now, so eat your fill. If you need anything, just tell Xiao. She's our logistics chief, handling all expenses. Having brought them home, he made sure everything was arranged so that even when he was away they would know whom to turn to. Xiao was the true mistress of this household's inner quarters. After dinner, Li Chuang followed Xiao to her room to discuss the plans ahead. He mentioned that from Monday to Wednesday, he would be in the county town, leaving household matters in her hands. For special situations, she could consult Yuning, whose nimble skills could handle minor troubles. Li Chuang had only told Xiao about Jiang Yuning's martial prowess, leaving it to her discretion whether to inform the others. If revealed, everyone would have some assurance less panicked in emergencies. If kept secret, it would serve as a hidden card for the Li family, a potential turning point in crises. Seizing the precious time, he stealthily slipped into Xian Yuan's room. Having just eaten, Xianwan was lounging comfortably on her bed when she suddenly sensed an extra presence in the room. Turning her head, she saw a handsome face, both familiar and strange, stifling the scream that rose in her throat as a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. She noticed the door was already shut and let out a relieved breath. An hour later, Xianwan fell into a deep slumber. Li Chuang's true qi received a triple critical boost, still teetering on the verge of breaking its shackles, yet he felt something was still lacking. He leaned down to kiss Xian Yuan's cheek, then got up for a quick wash, changed into clean clothes, and headed to Zhang Yingzi's room. Having promised to visit in the evening, he naturally wouldn't stand her up. Zhang Yingzi was already half reclining against the headboard, waiting, eagerly clad only in a belly band. Zhang Yingzi, 27, in the prime of her youth. As Li Chuang entered, he was greeted by exquisitely defined collarbones. Without a word, he closed the door. That night, the Sun sisters and Jiang Yuning on the second floor found sleep impossible, disturbed by the ceaseless. Li Chuang always tailored his approach, unlike his treatment of Zhao Bijin. After all, these were his own wives, meant to be cherished. By 3 in the morning, tranquility had finally returned to the Li residence. Zhang Yingzi fell into a deep sleep while Li Chuang sat cross-legged, channeling and consolidating the newly acquired true qi, letting it circulate through his meridians. He could sense the immense energy within his body, yet he still couldn't break through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Is it really that hard to go from the 3rd layer to the 4th? Why can't I break through? Li Chuang was puzzled. He had expected to succeed by day, but even with an extra person's experience, it hadn't worked. It seemed he would have to go to the county town to seek the right moment for a breakthrough. Thinking of the county brought to mind He Wonking's voluptuous figure, the allure of a mature woman unmatched by these young girls. A 20-year-old lad and a charming woman in her 30s. That was the most perfect combination. As the saying goes, before marriage men pursue women, but as time passes the dynamic gradually turns into a chore, with men finding all sorts of excuses to avoid the opportunity. A woman of 30 is as fierce as a wolf or tiger, while a man of 30 begins his decline. So it's understandable that many boys are fond of married women. After all, an understanding and considerate older sister is such a hassle-free companion for a man. Li Chuang no longer needed sleep, but habit kept him in the routine of resting. After cycling his qi through 2 full circuits today, his body felt revitalized with no trace of fatigue. As he stepped out of his room, he saw Jiang Yuning emerging from hers. Oddly, she was rubbing her eyes and yawning, and he noticed dark circles around them. Li Chuang immediately understood. He strode over quickly, his voice laced with deep concern. Yuning, you're awake. Didn't sleep well? Let me help remove those dark circles. Don't move. Saying this, he channeled true qi into his palm and gently placed it before her eyes, slowly working the healing. Jiang Yuning closed her eyes lightly, feeling a refreshing coolness where his hand passed, leaving a trail of soothing comfort. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan, exclaiming how wonderful it felt. Li Chuang's hands seemed to possess a magic that allowed her to sense the changes in her body. Even from a distance, they could soothe her spirit. Truly remarkable. How is it? Still uncomfortable? Li Chuang asked, leaning close to her ear, his voice brimming with amusement as he watched her blissful expression. Very comfortable. Thank you, Brother Chuang. Then, as if recalling something, she spoke. Brother Chuang, I remember you mentioned yesterday that you wanted to learn the power striking techniques. Since it's still early, and they haven't gotten up to cook yet, I have time to teach you now. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuning still remembered this matter. Li Chuang nodded, took her small hand, and led her downstairs. Arriving in the courtyard, the space was spacious. Jiang Yuning withdrew her hand, held her breath, and stood with her legs apart, as steady as a pine tree. Her entire demeanor instantly transformed. Watch closely, Brother Chuang. Our Jiang family has 2 methods for training power striking. One focuses on the wrist, and the other on the shoulder joint. Mastering these 2 can allow us to unleash at least 120 of our arm strength. Let's start with the wrist exercise. Stand firm like a pine, feet shoulder width apart. Raise both hands to chest level, slightly extended forward, and relax your entire body. Use the strength of your wrist to make your palms tremble side to side. Start slow, then gradually increase speed until you reach maximum velocity. Remember, this movement should only be driven by the wrist joint. The arm muscles must not participate. Experience the agility of your wrist joint on your own. Next, tremble up and down, then make circular motions. The key points are the same. Continue until your wrist feels sore and weak. Come on, Brother Chuang, give it a try. Follow the demonstration I just showed you and do it once. After breaking down the movements, Jiang Yuning instructed Li Chuang to perform them himself, as she had demonstrated. She was then astonished to see that Li Chuang could imitate the movements passably after just the first attempt. By the second attempt, he had already grasped the key wrist flicking motion and successfully used it to amplify his strength. Back then, it had taken her over a week just to memorize the movements and another half-month to find the power striking technique for the wrist flick, let alone master it. Who would have thought Li Chuang was so freakishly talented? In just 2 attempts he had accomplished what had taken her a month. Could Brother Chuang be a martial arts prodigy? She couldn't help but wonder. Jiang Yuning found herself thinking this involuntarily. After practicing twice, Li Chuang also found the method to generate power. His heart was filled with indescribable joy. Originally, he possessed the strength of 5 oxen, but lacking power-striking techniques, he could only rely on brute force. Now he had effectively reorganized his own strength, using his wrist to channel and release his power, giving it an outlet. Thus, after finishing the exercise, he felt both physically and mentally refreshed and couldn't help urging Yuning. How do you do the second one, the shoulder joint? Teach me that too. Your methods are incredibly useful. Seeing his high enthusiasm for learning, Jiang Yuning composed herself and began demonstrating the shoulder joint exercise. Stand with your feet apart, let your hands hang naturally, and relax your entire body. Raise your hands forward and upward while inhaling, keeping your shoulders and arms as relaxed as possible. When your lungs are full, exhale sharply while shouting ha, thrusting your hands forward rapidly. Let your shoulder joints relax and snap, experiencing the sensation of your shoulders seemingly detaching from your body. Next, she made no comparisons, simply appreciating Li Chuang's practice movements. After 2 attempts, he had once again quickly mastered the shoulder joint power striking technique. Li Chuang felt that coordinating the shoulder joint with the wrist joint could increase his output efficiency by at least 45. It was akin to suddenly having half an extra person to fight alongside him. A truly formidable boost. Li Chuang expressed great satisfaction. He believed that with further practice, once he became more proficient, the power could increase significantly, potentially doubling his combat strength. Xiao Xiang and Min Xiang had already arrived in the kitchen. Their main job was to assist Zuilian. Since Quillian's cooking was exceptionally delicious, she didn't shirk the responsibility. She always took the lead in buying ingredients and preparing food for the entire household. Li Qian also woke up quite early today. A new week had begun, and she had to go to school. Since the school was now close to home, a 10-minute walk away, she planned to start commuting from this week. Li Chuang naturally had no objections. It was just an extra pair of chopsticks. Living at home was certainly better than living in the dormitory in all aspects. The newly arrived beauties here didn't have much of a craving, as most of them had only recently become married women. Among the women from the town, Zhang Yingzi was the oldest at 27. Little Aunt Zhang Yuxiao was 25, followed by Yang Zuilian at 23. Xiaoa and the others were all under 20. The later batch of selected women should all be around 20 years old. In the countryside, women over 30 tended to look overly mature. Without proper skincare, their physical functions would inevitably decline. In the city, however, it was different. Many modern people remain unmarried, even past 30. On the contrary, without the burdens of family, their skin condition was often better than that of married individuals. So a woman over 30 who still retains a youthful appearance yet exudes mature sensuality. Tell me, if you had the means, wouldn't you want such an older sister? Li Chuang knew he definitely would. He Wuqing was already completely his, and there was also her sister, He Weining, the motorcycle beauty. He needed to seize this opportunity well. Wasn't she also said to have been single for a long time? With thoughts that almost brought tears to his eyes, Li Chuang embarked on his journey to the county town. He didn't stop to enjoy the scenery along the way, focusing solely on seeking the beauty he desired. Entering the county town, he went straight to the county first hospital to find Dean Wei and conduct business first. The timing was perfect, just around lunchtime. Entering the dean's office and seeing no one else, Li Chuang took out 20 bottles of pills and placed them on the dean's desk. Dean Wei quickly put away the diagnostic case he was writing and greeted Li Chuang cheerfully. Brother, today we must make sure you eat and drink well. As for these pills, well, you don't need them anymore. Li Chuang was somewhat surprised. Could there be another change in plans from our last discussion? Oh, what are you saying, brother? Of course not. I need them, and I need even more. Can you provide another 30 bottles? They'll take them all at once. You have no idea how popular this medicine is now. Even the relatives and friends I know in the county have become voluntary promoters, waiting eagerly at home. As he spoke, Dean Wei had already affectionately put his arm around Li Chuang's shoulder. Oh, is that so? Luckily I made some extra before coming, or it would have been troublesome. Here, take it. Li Chuang then took out another bag from behind him containing 50 bottles of the special medicine. He then reached to take back the bottles on the table to make the total match. Unexpectedly, Dean Wei cheerfully pressed Li Chuang's hand down. Brother, since you've already brought them out, just leave them all here. They'll pay you for everything together. Next time we can settle on 50 bottles per delivery. How could I let you take them back? With that, Dean Wei pulled open a drawer. Li Chuang glanced inside. Good heavens, he had been prepared for this with so much. Li Chuang paid no heed to such matters. As long as the transaction was completed with one hand exchanging money and the other goods, he felt no envy, even if others earned more. His own share was already immensely profitable, and he was content with that. The medicines he produced were sufficient to cover daily household expenses. In the future, the clothing store would generate far. Once this famine passed, the cost of finding a wife would inevitably rise. However, his personal wealth would grow at a rate far exceeding societal norms. Thus, through capital appreciation, he would achieve absolute financial freedom. Whenever he desired a wife, he could simply acquire one. It was merely a matter of spending more money. Li Chuang believed himself to be wealthy and willful. Of course, this was a matter for later, as the garment factory had yet to transition onto the right track, let alone sell products overseas. Dean Wei counted out 10500 yuan in front of Li Chuang, a thick stack of banknotes. After receiving the money, Li Chuang took his leave, stating he would first find a bank to deposit it before returning. That works. Head straight to the Statron restaurant later, the same private room on the second floor. He'll join you shortly. Order whatever you like. Dean Wei said to Li Chuang. Just you. Call the others from last time. We're all acquainted now. Dean Wei smiled knowingly. All right, I'll invite everyone. But director, he is out of the question, as she was only there by chance. The young ladies here are all unmarried. If you have the skill I want, stand in your way. Got it, old brother. You're busy, I'll head off now. Li Chuang quickened his pace, left the hospital, and soon found the nation's largest bank, Dragon Nation Bank, to apply for a card at the lobby. Given his previous income and family circumstances, he had never needed to deal with banks. Thus, despite being 20, he still lacked his own personal bank card. Li Chuang pulled out his ID card from his pocket, scanned the spacious lobby, and spotted a beautiful woman guiding customers through the process. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, dressed in a professional suit, white blouse and black trousers, with her hair secured by a butterfly clip. Her face was lovely, but her figure was stunning. Perhaps the uniform was a standard size, as the top was noticeably taut. Her blouse buttons, already undone one more than others, remained strained. As she bent down to guide a customer toward the camera, Li Chuang, standing nearby, caught a glimpse of her impressive cleavage, a clear sign of her professional expertise and the bank's thriving business. After a short wait, Li Chuang saw the beauty lead the customer to the counter, then gracefully approach him. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Her voice was melodious like a lark song. Oh, I'm here to open a card for deposits and withdrawals. Li Chuang quickly replied. Do you have your ID card? After the beauty asked, he handed it over. Following the procedure, the beauty tapped away at the self-service machine. During this time, Li Chuang noticed the nameplate on her chest, lobby manager Tang Xinxin. Indeed, she was beautiful with a sweet voice, and her name was equally charming. Once the card was issued, Li Chuang held it in his right hand and the bag of money in his left, turning to Tang Xinxin. Which counter handles deposits? Also, could you introduce any financial products? Tang Xinxin noticed Li Chuang lift the bag in his left hand. She had observed the opaque bag earlier, but couldn't see its. Now with that subtle motion, the neatly stacked banknotes inside became perceptible, especially to a bank employee intimately familiar with money. The bag clearly contained a substantial sum, its outline evident. Mr. Li, please follow me. This is our VIP service area. Xiaozheng handled the reception here. I'm assisting of. Tang Xinxin called out to the counter before leading Li Chuang to another part of the lobby, a sparsely populated area reserved for major clients. In that era, being a Tintasanduan household warranted VIP treatment. Based on that subtle motion, Tang Xinxin estimated the amount met that threshold. Moreover, even if it fell short, one never knew if the client had additional funds. Perhaps this was merely a fraction of his wealth. Securing him as a client was paramount. Thus, she decisively led Li Chuang to the VIP area. When the money was placed before her, she felt a surge of delight. Her gamble had paid off. Oh, leave 3 stacks untouched. Deposit the rest. Certainly, Mr. Li. I'll upgrade your card tier. Please wait a moment. In the future, for any transactions, simply present this card at the Dragon Bank VIP area, and a dedicated representative will assist you. Of course, if you're in the county, you can come directly to me. I'll handle everything. Securing a major client made deposit and investment targets far easier to meet. Tang Xinxin, gazing at Li Chuang's handsome features, found her thoughts wandering. I wonder if Mr. Li is married. If I could be with a man like him, I could retire early and enjoy life sooner. Despite her internal musings, her hands never faltered. She quickly completed the deposit and introduced a financial product with an annualized return of 4.5. Li Chuang didn't commit immediately. The sum wasn't substantial, and he might need it at any moment. Keeping it in a current account was more convenient. Next time, I'll need these funds for now. I'll purchase financial products from you later. Manager Tang, do you have time for lunch tomorrow? I'd like to ask more detailed questions about financial products. Li Chuang casually used lunch as an excuse. If she agreed, it indicated mutual interest. If not, there was no loss. Letting a beautiful woman pass without the courage to strike up a conversation would be a regret. Sure, tomorrow noon should be. Tang Xinxin readily agreed. She too sought opportunities for advancement, but feminine reserve held her back from initiating. Since Li Chuang had proposed, she was happy to accept. All right, let's meet at the Statron restaurant. There's a private room on the 2nd floor. Just tell the server you're looking for me. Seeing Tang Xinxin nod, Li Chuang rose, took his card, and extended his right hand to shake hers. Manager Tang, see you tomorrow. It was a pleasure meeting you. Arriving at the Statron restaurant, he entered the private room from last time to find everyone already seated. The sweet young nurse Wang Xiaowei, the aptly tall doctor in Yorong, and the aloof beauty Lu Shui were all in their usual seats. Director He's spot was now occupied by a woman in her 30s. Li Chuang was introduced and addressed her as sister-in-law. She was Dean Weiss' wife, here to thank Li Chuang for the medicine that had rejuvenated their marriage, rekindling the feeling of their early romance. But Li Chuang's thoughts had already drifted to Wang Xiaowei. He glanced at the owner of those delicate hands, the nurse who claimed mastery over all nursing tasks, now sitting primly, betraying no sign of anything unusual. The group cheerfully raised their glasses and feasted on the delicious dishes. Li Chuang already looked forward to the time after. Wang Xiaowei, an intern nurse at the county's first hospital, had been working there for half a year. With her sweet and charming appearance and gentle disposition, she was well liked by colleagues and patients' families alike. Judging by her looks alone, one would never imagine how wild she was during nursing school. Yet for some reason, she always felt an indescribable, inexplicable sensation. This situation remained unchanged even after she had switched 2 boyfriends. After 6 months at the hospital, having been abstinent for that long, she was asked by her superior last week to accompany an important guest for a meal. With just one glance, Wang Xiaowei felt she might never need to switch again. That night lying in bed, she imagined Li Chuang coming to her side. However, this only made her feel more restless. Finally, the new week arrived, and Li Chuang showed up as promised. Wang Xiaowei knew well that opportunities must be seized, so she acted decisively. Amidst the crowd, she gave Li Chuang a unique experience. He never expected this little sweetheart to be so bold. Of course, he savored the fruits of her labor while not wasting this gathering. During the meal, he arranged with the 2 other doctors to give them a consultation after work the next evening. He had noticed some peculiar symptoms in them, subtle but potentially damaging to their health over time. Whether they knew this was an excuse or the truth, under Dean Weiss's non-committal attitude leaving the decision entirely to them, they inexplicably agreed. Li Chuang had expected to put in more effort to achieve his goal, but things went far more smoothly than anticipated. Little did he know that doctors and nurses in hospitals endure immense stress. Those with families at least had someone to help relieve their tension. For female doctors who were intimately familiar with the human body and had seen it all, men rarely provoked any special reaction. Or rather, ordinary men. Suddenly, a handsome, wealthy, and talented man appeared before them. Instinct drove them to seek a connection with Li Chuang, as if to make this encounter meaningful. Dean Wei looked puzzled. Xiaowei is quite lovely too. Isn't she joining us for dinner tomorrow night? His wife seated beside him pinched his thigh, and his yelp was abruptly stifled. Li Chuang looked at Dean Wei with a knowing smile. So the dean was a henpecked husband, his family, standing not so high. Dean, I have some matters to attend to later. Could I take 2 hours off this afternoon and return to work afterward? Dean Wei gave an understanding look while Yorong and Lu Shui were taken aback. They hadn't expected this overlooked petite beauty to get a head start. Indeed, being close to the water, she had the advantage of the moon. Weight advantage. And Yorong leaned back her stool, shifting away from the table, and glimpsed something shocking from the corner of her eye. She understood. Tomorrow she too would seize the opportunity, making Li Chuang infatuated with her. Dean Wei and the others rose one by one, waving goodbye, but Li Chuang remained seated. As they walked out the door, Dean Wei thoughtfully closed it behind him. Indeed, with age came wisdom and discretion. Once everyone had left, Li Chuang could no longer contain himself. Even his own conjectures made him blush. No longer hiding the excitement in his eyes, he stood up, moved his stool aside, and scooped up the 1.6-meter-tall Wang Xiaowei in his arms. Xiaowei gazed at him with hazy eyes, murmuring in her heart, finally I found you. No matter how hard I won't stop. Her last thought before drifting off to sleep was, only when you find your true soulmate, do you realize how extraordinary you can. She had heard her girlfriends complain about their boyfriends, their lack of care, their failure to fulfill their duties. But she was different. Finding Li Chuang felt like opening a new world where everything seemed beautiful and true. This time, even with an extra 2 hours off plus the 2-hour lunch break, excluding the hour for eating, she still felt pressed. It was a sign of his devotion to her, so what more could she ask for? As for the future, who cared? If the present life wasn't fulfilling, what was the point of talking about tomorrow? Li Chuang took a small blanket from his gold bell and covered Wang Xiaowei's scantily clad form. He then reviewed his cultivation progress. Although there was no critical hit bonus, this round still yielded considerable gains. Li Chuang felt the signs of a breakthrough. He tidied up the private room, sat cross-legged on a clean sofa, and began to focus on circulating the Union Joy medical. Li Chuang could clearly feel the true qi surging violently, scouring his acupoints relentlessly. The meridians, long accustomed to the flow of true qi, now ached faintly as the overload stretched their boundaries. This was preparation for a breakthrough. Afterward, the true qi would at least double, and even distributed across the meridians, it would increase by at least 10%. Thus, the meridians either needed reinforcement or expansion. The Union Joy True Qi possessed healing properties, soothing the pain as the meridians expanded, then continuing the process until they adapted. Gradually improving his physique after the 8th cycle, Li Chuang suddenly felt all his pores open wide. Spiritual energy surged toward him as if it were free. His body absorbed it frantically, the true qi in his meridians, converting the incoming energy into usable forms, then transforming it into homogeneous true qi that circulated throughout his body, finally storing as ready reserves in his dantian. The true qi reserves in his dantian doubled instantly. Withdrawing his energy, Li Chuang smiled, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Now even 100 opponents wouldn't stand a chance against him. He could finally learn the fireball technique he had been longing for. Without fully immersing himself in the joy of his breakthrough, he continued diligently practicing his spells. The cultivation of the fireball technique, aided by prior experience, was not difficult, and he quickly grasped the basics. Li Chuang stood up, extending his right hand forward with his index finger pointing to the sky. With a mere thought, without even snapping his fingers, a flame burst forth with a soft pop. That flame was indeed just a flicker no larger than the combined blaze of 2 matchsticks. For now this was the extent of his power, and he was already satisfied, feeling no urgency. He knew well the terrifying magnitude this fireball technique could achieve with mastery. Glancing at the clock in the room, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and Wang Xiaowei was still sleeping soundly. Li Chuang looked at her delicate lips, realizing for the first time how such a small mouth could accomplish such a monumental task. No wonder his experience had been so exquisite. Silently, he added a few more points in her favor. He picked up a pen and paper, leaving a note beside her. I already asked for leave for you this afternoon. You can head home after you wake up. If you miss me, come find me at the Li Feng Hotel. They'll be there today and tomorrow. After leaving the restaurant, Li Chuang first went to the hospital to inform Dean Wei. Naturally, the latter had no objections. Having an employee maintain a good relationship with Li Chuang was certainly a positive thing. Li Chuang was not only his cash cow, but also his benefactor in restoring his vigor. He would never miss any opportunity to win Li Chuang over, especially when it was merely granting a half-day leave for work purposes. Of course he allowed it, and even strongly encouraged it. Yes, he would find an opportunity later to tell Lu Shui and in Yorong that whenever Li Chuang came they should accompany him without hesitation. Even 3 days off would be fine. The more Dean Wei thought about it, the more convinced he became. He immediately summoned the two women. You've probably noticed something between Dr. Li and Xiaowei, haven't you? Hearing this, their hearts sank. Could it be that they had no chance to advance further, that Wang Xiaowei had blocked their path? Yes, we've noticed, they replied one after another. Well, just now Dr. Li came by and said Xiaowei performed exceptionally well, that our hospital truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Now that the tiger has been revealed but the dragon remains unseen. Yorong, sometimes you have to take the shot at the crucial moment. If you never let anyone touch the ball, they'll never know its quality. Do you understand? A flicker of joy crossed in Yurong's face, but before she could answer, Dean Wei continued. Xiaoxua being aloof has its place. At work we need that cool composure, but in private you must learn to play the contrast. Only by establishing the right persona can the cool older sister archetype wield its lethal charm over young men. I've been through it all. I can read the way Dr. Li looks at you too. What about you? If you have any thoughts, seize the opportunity decisively. Erase the plan in giving you both the next 2 days off. I know Dr. Li stays at the Lifeng Hotel. If you want to discuss some medical conundrums, feel free to go there to learn and exchange ideas. Of course, if you'd rather work, you can say so now. What do you think? I think you're absolutely right, Dean. They'll take the leave. Me too, Lu Shui added, biting her lip. All right, go about your business. Remember, opportunities are always seized, not given. Dean Wei cast a meaningful glance at the two women before turning his attention back to the documents on his desk. Sigh, if only my health permitted, I'd have taken a bite of such beauties myself. Though my condition has been slowly improving lately, I feel like my wife is constantly testing my limits, as if she anticipated my every possible weakness. Sigh, women, truly terrifying. After they left, Dean Wei couldn't help but lament. Leaving the hospital, Li Chuang first went to the hotel and booked a room. Room 208 on the second floor. He instructed the front desk that if any women came looking for him, they should be allowed up. If men came, he was to be told he wasn't there. The professional receptionist smiled and nodded in agreement. After receiving his key card, Li Chuang went upstairs, took a shower, and emerged feeling refreshed. He then left the hotel and headed to a traditional Chinese medicine shop to purchase a large batch of herbs. Now that he had money, he bought everything at once to avoid having to make repeated trips. Next, he made his way to the county garment factory. Normally, the car should have been there by now, though he wasn't sure if Yuaniing was. The thought of the two women stirred a fire within him, quickening his pace. 10 minutes later, standing before the factory gates, his heart surged with emotion. This was the starting point of his career. He wondered how Yuaniing's transformation was progressing. The guard didn't stop him. He had been instructed by his superiors to let Li Chuang pass without hindrance. Without lingering, Li Chuang went straight to the meeting spot from last time, the first floor office. Opening the door, he found Yuaniing intently studying some paper reports at her desk. He approached without disturbing her, glancing at the reports and recognizing them as market research data. After Li Chuang had given his suggestions last time, Yuaniing had wasted no time. She had sent several friends to gather information from other regions, and this was the report they had sent back. It was clear that similar products were already emerging in the market, but they lacked refinement and the branding Li Chuang had described. Yuaniing hadn't confined herself to research alone, she had also taken concrete action by purchasing 2 new production lines. These would not only improve quality, but also significantly boost output. Yuaniing, how's it going? Any difficulties? Li Chuang's calm voice suddenly reached the busy Yuaniing's ears, making her startle and look up. Seeing the man who had suddenly appeared before her, an involuntary smile crept into her eyes. Xiao Chuang, you're here. I'm facing a problem I can't decide on. Look at these products. They're already on the market elsewhere, but the quality is uneven. Still, their prices aren't too high. Is it really okay to sell a bra for 30 yuan, as you suggested? Our cost is only 3 yuan. Of course, I know it's more profitable, but what if the high price scares off buyers? Then all these products will just pile up in our inventory, won't they? Li Chuang nodded gently after hearing her concerns. I understand your thinking. 30 yuan for an undergarment that no one sees does seem steep. But in reality, our target customers are the high-end market, not the general rural population. Moreover, what we call high-end is only relative for now. The prices for this batch will remain stable with no adjustments in the future. Seeing Yuaniing about to interject, Li Chuang raised a hand. Don't worry about lower profits down the line. We'll have better products and new brands to capture the market later. It's a step-by-step process. I have a plan, trust me. As for the current perception of high prices, it's because you're only seeing the product itself. Once it's displayed in a store with a 3-dimensional presentation and brand premium, you'll realize the price is anything but high. Li Chuang looked at Yuaniing with unwavering confidence. Yuaniing nodded emphatically. Though I don't fully understand, I trust you. Everything will be as you say. I'm not cut out for these big picture matters anyway. They'll just manage the staff and focus on production. As for the rest, how the stores should develop, what style of decoration to adopt, what kind of people to hire, he'll leave those to you. Li Chuang naturally did not decline. Any trivial experience in store decoration from his future life far surpassed that of other clothing shops, which didn't even have dedicated stores yet. Oh, by the way, my sister said she'd come by later. She still has some matters to attend to. We'll have dinner together. Shall bring your Li Chuang felt relieved upon hearing this. With a car things would be much easier, otherwise a round trip to the county seat would waste an entire day. You've been busy all day. Take a break and don't overwork yourself. Come here, let me give you a massage to help you relax. As he spoke, he pulled her over to the sofa and channeled his true chi to soothe the meridians throughout her body. He Wanqing indeed felt much lighter. She shot a glance at Li Chuang, whose face was full of mischief, and knew full well that he was behind this. Brother Chuang, wait for me. They'll be right back. With that, He Wanqing struggled up from the sofa, grabbed a pen and paper, and Li Chuang noticed her delicate handwriting. She wrote just 2 lines, "The factory director is busy. No knocking." Then she went outside, pasted the note on the door, locked it, and quickly returned. 2 hours later, He Wanqing was fast asleep on the sofa. Li Chuang knew she was merely tired, showing slight signs of drowsiness. She would recover after resting for half an hour. Unhurried, he sat beside her, ready to channel his true chi. Just then a knock came at the door. Li Chuang wondered who could be so lacking in manners as to ignore the large notice posted. He first put on a fresh set of clothes, tidied up the messy office, then took out a small blanket and covered He Wanqing before. What met his eyes was a face with a slightly flushed complexion, dignified in appearance. Her hair was pinned up at the back with a clip, though a few strands had come loose and hung down. As the wind blew, one strand drifted uncontrollably toward Li Chuang. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose. It was He Wanqing's sister, He Wanqing, who had arrived. A smile instantly spread across Li Chuang's face as he invited her in. He had sensed someone outside while he was busy earlier, but hadn't reacted, assuming it was just some employee with a penchant for eavesdropping. Now that he saw He Wanqing, he understood. From the time she had arrived outside until he finished tidying the office, at least 10, meaning this woman had been waiting outside all along. She surely knew what was happening inside, yet she hadn't disturbed them. It showed she understood her sister's situation and perhaps even approved. Li Chuang's mind raced. Since she approved, there was nothing to hide. He might as well let her in generously and see how she would react. Once inside, He Wanqing kept her gaze straight ahead, pretending to be serious as she started talking to Li Chuang about the motorcycle. "The motorcycle has arrived. I had a friend drive it over just now. Want to give it a try? If everything's fine, we can proceed." Her full chest rose and fell gently, her cleavage quite noticeable. The grandeur of her figure was already evident. "Sure, but I'm not very skilled at it. Could you give me some guidance?" Li Chuang seized the moment to make his suggestion. Could he ride? He was far too skilled. As a former rogue, riding a motorcycle to woo women was an essential skill. But wasn't this a perfect opportunity to get closer? To waste such a chance would be to act like a beast devoid of initiative, and Li Chuang had no intention of being someone worse than a beast. "All right, let's go. The bike is outside." He Wanqing walked out first, giving Li Chuang a splendid view from behind. Li Chuang noticed that He Wanqing's outfit was hardly suitable for riding a motorcycle. She wore a white blouse on top and a floral long skirt that reached past her ankles. Her movements as she walked were captivating, and Li Chuang found himself staring for several seconds. It was all too easy to get distracted. On her feet, she wore a pair of black boots. The entire ensemble was a mismatched mess. If she had swapped the long skirt for a pair of sweatpants, it would have been perfectly ordinary. The sudden appearance of the long skirt was utterly unexpected. Yet unbeknownst to him, even greater surprises lay ahead. It wasn't until evening, when he saw her true appearance, that he understood the reason. As she moved with graceful steps, they arrived before a sleek black motorcycle that looked incredibly stylish. With classic round headlight, dashboard, and rearview mirrors, smooth yet sturdy lines, a wide and muscular fuel tank, and a tail that rose upward, the overall impression was one of bold simplicity. Li Chuang fell in love with it at first sight. Caressing the tactile handlebars, a look of utter satisfaction spread across Li Chuang's face. He swung his leg over the bike, adjusted his position, and turned to He Wanqing beside him. "What do I do next? Why don't you come up and explain? Let's take it out for a spin." Li Chuang noticed her hesitate for a moment before she stepped onto the left foot peg with her boot, placed a hand on his shoulder, and swung onto the back seat. "First, turn the key to on, step on the kickstarter, twist the throttle gently, and shift gears as you pick up speed." Ah! Before she could finish, Li Chuang executed the sequence in one fluid motion, and the bike roared to life. He Wanqing let out a startled cry, her body lurching backward. She quickly grabbed hold of Li Chuang, but finding his shoulders awkward to grip, she wrapped her arms around his waist instead. At this point, he had only shifted gears once, and the bike was moving at a mere 20 miles per hour. Was He Wanqing's reaction a bit exaggerated? But Li Chuang paid no mind to such details. He was more than satisfied with the closer contact between them. There was no need for further instructions from He Wanqing. The motorcycle glided smoothly along the desolate country road. It was clear that Li Chuang's riding skills were excellent. Still, every now and then the bike hit a bump, causing her to instinctively hold on tighter and press her body closer to his. Certain actions were hardly objectionable, and Li Chuang was quite pleased. From time to time, he would deliberately brake. He Wanqing eventually cast aside all pretense. She rested her head against Li Chuang's back, her arms tightly encircling his waist, breathing in the strong scent of his masculinity, her mind drifting in a daze of intoxication. "Would you like to come to my place? I have a small villa nearby." Despite the wind whistling past his ears, Li Chuang caught her soft invitation. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the western sky in a blaze of sunset clouds. Li Chuang, feeling the tenderness in He Wanqing's words, could not resist the temptation. "Where?" "Lead the way. Keep going straight. About 5 more minutes. I bought it specifically to stay in on weekends. There's a lake and a park nearby. The environment is lovely." It didn't take long for Li Chuang to reach the place He Wanqing had described. He parked the bike quickly. She pulled out the house key. The ground floor had a living room with a long gray fabric sofa. Li Chuang paid little attention to the decor. He followed her inside and locked the door behind them. No wonder her outfit had seemed so mismatched. She had been prepared all along. He Weining had only felt a flicker of curiosity last week after hearing her sister's description. Curiosity about what kind of man could help someone with an aversion to physical contact rediscover herself and reclaim the impulse to be a woman. What extraordinary abilities must such a person possess? Today, however, she inadvertently stood outside her sister's office and overheard a series of peculiar sounds stirring emotions within her that she could scarcely contain. Thus, before knocking and entering, she first changed out of the sportswear pants she had been wearing, liberating her fair, slender legs, her pride and joy, without a trace of restraint. She donned a new floral print long dress, a prelude to the surprises she planned to unveil that evening. Naturally, Li Chuang sensed her sincerity and longing, and in He Weining's secret villa, they enacted a wild escapade unlike any other. According to He Weining, her sister had a child around 20 years old. Yet Li Chuang remained convinced that the wealthy certainly knew how to maintain their youth. The first kind of happiness is unspeakable. You must understand it yourselves, followed by the second, encountering a friend in a distant land the wedding night, and achieving success in imperial examinations. Of life's four great joys, Li Chuang experienced the third, while He Weining deeply felt the first. Li Chuang, pitying her difficult life, treated her with tenderness. An unprecedentedly lengthy conversation was etched into Li Chuang's memory. As the sun set, they began their endeavors, and when dawn broke, they rested. Gently patting He Weining's shoulder until she fell asleep, Li Chuang sat by the bedside, crossing his legs to cultivate. A faint light filtered in, casting a pale yellow glow over Li Chuang's face. Gradually, his complexion flushed, and cultivation caused specks of grime to naturally seep from his skin. Soon the ruddy hue gave way to a translucent pallor, while the filth fell onto the bed, solidifying into thread-like strands. This was the effect of rebirth and marrow cleansing. After another 10-odd minutes, Li Chuang's complexion returned to its normal yellow skin tone, but now his skin felt smoother and more supple, lending him a boyish charm. Li Chuang was confident that without any cosmetics, his handsome face alone could conquer the circle of wealthy women. The night had been bountiful. Having just stepped into the fourth layer of qi refinement at noon yesterday, he now stood at its peak. The art of qi observation could be wielded at will, allowing him to perceive others' conditions with just a glance without needing to focus. Moreover, Li Chuang tested it and found it consumed almost no true qi. Perhaps his true qi was so abundant that the art of qi observation required only a negligible fraction. He formed his right hand's index finger and thumb into a pistol shape pointing skyward. With a soft puff of flame 3 fingers wide materialized at his fingertip, its outer edge blue and core tinged with purple. The flame seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. He withdrew his true qi, dressed, and stepped out of bed. Surveying the dozen rooms of the villa, the second-floor living room and first-floor hall both bearing traces of the night's passion, Li Chuang felt only a profound sense of accomplishment. Opening the front door, his Thunderwood motorcycle sat parked on the concrete ground, and ahead a dirt path led to other parts of the. Not far ahead, a small pond came into view. In Li Chuang's memory, this area was destined to become Phylong Lake Park, but now due to severe drought the vast lake had shrunk to this mere puddle. A sudden inspiration struck Li Chuang. He gestured with his right hand, and a flame shot forth. Pointing his index finger at the pond over 10 meters away, the flame detached with a whoosh, speeding through the air without diminishing in intensity. It struck the water, creating a fist-sized crater before extinguishing. Hey, this fire is impressive. With this I can launch it from a distance without needing to run over and ignite things. Unless it encounters something that naturally counters it like water, it's hard to put out. Judging by the crater it made, the attack force is considerable. Unfortunately, while I can now use the fireball art, my true qi isn't enough to unleash its full power. If I could reach the peak of qi refinement, a single strike would create a bonfire the size of a person. If I hurled that directly at someone who could withstand it, that would truly be a devastating weapon. Li Chuang pondered silently, unable to suppress a sigh. But there was no rush. At the current pace of cultivation, it was almost terrifyingly fast. There was no help for it. The cultivation art was too powerful, and with so many women to aid him, once his current plans were in place, they would suffice to propel him all the way to the peak of foundation establishment. Especially in the later stages of foundation establishment, a single Huang Zhenjin could rapidly boost his strength. She was truly a treasure of a sacred constitution. By the way, when I return in a few days and bring her here to live with me, they'll have her study martial arts with Jiang Yuning to build. Having tested the power of the fireball art, it was time to try the gravity art. Previously, his technique for manipulating true qi was immature, rendering even silver needles ineffective. But now, with sufficient true qi and mastery of the method, there should be no problem attempting something more challenging, right? Li Chuang thought this as he faced the withered grass before him, extending his palm. With a slight circulation of true qi, a suction force arose, and a dry grass stalk flew directly toward him. Its momentum was no less formidable than a flying needle striking a person. Go! Li Chuang hurled the grass stalk toward the pond. The moment his voice faded, the stalk wrapped in true qi fell into the water without causing a single ripple. But 1 second later, boom! The water's surface exploded, sending droplets flying, and mist instantly shrouded the small pond. Under the sunlight, a rainbow bridge suddenly appeared. Li Chuang was startled as well. He had merely been testing the power of true qi combined with a thrown object, never expecting such a terrifying result. It was like a large torpedo sinking to the bottom and unleashing its force. If he used this technique to infuse true qi into a silver needle and strike an enemy's body, wouldn't it instantly shatter their internal organs and reduce them to nothing? That's too fierce. I won't resort to such lethal methods unless necessary. Li Chuang looked up at the rising sun, a day full of promise. Turning back into the house, he ascended to the second floor and entered the room where He Weining was sleeping. Gazing at her beautiful profile, he couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her. Wake up, Weining. Didn't you say you had things to do today? We should get going. During their post-passion conversation, He Weining had mentioned that her husband's family had important matters requiring her attention today, and she had asked Li Chuang to wake her in the morning. With drowsy eyes, He Weining sat up straight, and under Li Chuang's burning gaze put on her clothes one by one. Her sporty outfit was very form-fitting. She gradually regained her clarity. By the time she got out of bed and stood up, she already had a dashing, heroic air, the spitting image of a motorcycle beauty. Her sleek long hair flowed in the wind, and her thin, vibrant red lips were exceptionally alluring. 20 minutes later, a black motorcycle roared loudly as it sped southward. On it were a man and a woman, the man handsome and tall with an elegant bearing, the woman beautiful with a wasp waist and curvaceous figure. Their two pairs of long legs rested on the foot pegs, creating a pleasing sight. Just turn at the next corner ahead, and you can drop me off at the entrance, the beauty in the back said to the man in front. Naturally, these two were Li Chuang and He Weining. Upon hearing her words, Li Chuang nodded slightly and continued riding attentively. 5 minutes later, an expansive estate came into view, at least 5 times larger than Li Chuang's new home. It truly seemed to belong to a major family. Li Chuang halted before the crimson iron gate. He Weining alighted gracefully, leaning on his shoulder. Before they could bid farewell, a man dashed out of the gate, his face etched with anxiety, yet he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing He Weining. Mother, you finally arrived. Hurry, second uncle and his lot are causing a scene. They'll go in first then. Thank you. He Weining spoke to Li Chuang and was about to follow the man who had just appeared. It was then that the man noticed Li Chuang and his face instantly filled with shock. Why is it you? What are you doing here? Li Chuang, seeing this familiar face, let out a light chuckle, but said nothing. He Weining asked in confusion. This is my friend Li Chuang who gave me a ride. What's going on? Do you know each other? Mother, he's the one. That doctor who talked nonsense at the hotel last time, making it impossible for me to hold the second branch accountable. Clearly the man before them was Huang Jiahao, known as young Master Huang, who had suffered an epileptic seizure at the hotel last time. He had simply failed to explain the full story to his mother. He Weining looked at Li Chuang with some doubt. That can't be right. Li Chuang isn't that kind of person. Are you mistaken? She asked. Li Chuang found the situation rather amusing. He hadn't expected his words to come true so literally. He had truly betted young Master Huang's mother. Now, considering himself a generation above, he glossed over the matter with a few casual words to avoid leaving a bad impression on He Weining. I saved his life first, then objectively analyzed the cause of the epileptic seizure for the police without making any subjective judgments. So young Master Huang, your misunderstandings are completely unnecessary. Did you hear that, Hao? Hurry, apologize to your uncle. He is your lifesaver. Haven't I taught you before? One must remember a kindness and repay it like a spring torrent. Have you done right? He Weining, after hearing Li Chuang's explanation, naturally took over the conversation and lectured her son. Although Huang Jiahao was somewhat spoiled, he had always been obedient to his mother and held her in great awe. Somewhat aggrieved, he said to Li Chuang, I'm sorry I was wrong. Please forgive me. If you need any help in the county, just mention my name, young Master Huang, and he'll take care of it. As he spoke, his voice involuntarily rose. Li Chuang replied indifferently, Oh, no need. Your mother has already repaid me like a spring torrent. She and I are good friends now. It's only right, no thanks needed. All right, don't you have urgent matters to attend to? Go on, hurry. I also need to visit a nearby village. I'm off. With that, Li Chuang turned his motorcycle around and headed southwest from the Huang residence. Since he had never been here before, he inevitably struggled to find his way. After asking several people, he finally arrived at Sudiko village about 20 minutes later. In truth, walking from Sudiko village to the Huang residence would normally take only half an hour. Li Chuang had clearly taken a detour, not the shortest route, so it had taken him longer. At the village entrance, Li Chuang asked for directions to Su Yan's home and headed over. In front of a dilapidated courtyard, two girls stood at the gate, constantly gazing down the road. They only snapped back to reality when Li Chuang stopped his motorcycle in front of them. Brother Chuang, why are you here? Su Yan's voice trembled with panic and her eyes were full of anxiety. Brother Chuang, my parents went to repay the debt, but haven't come back yet. We don't know what to do, so we're just waiting here. Su Yi explained the situation, giving Li Chuang the full picture. When did they leave? What did they say before they went? Li Chuang asked calmly. The two young girls, inexperienced in the ways of the world, were naturally flustered when trouble struck. As the man of the hour, he had to steady their nerves. Of course, his own mental age was sufficiently mature, and his composure was rock solid. Dad said we still owed the Huang family 48 yuan. He took the 3 yuan we had at home, and the 50 yuan I brought, thinking that would be enough. He told us to wait at home peacefully. He didn't say anything else. Oh right, my parents left early this morning at 6 o'clock. But now it's already 10 o'clock. Usually going to repay the debt takes only an hour and a half round trip. It's never taken this long. Could they have gone to the county to buy something after repaying the debt? After all, there would be a few yuan left. Li Chuang raised. No, Su He replied with certainty. Our village is very close to the county. If my parents want to buy things, they always go on the weekend when villagers from the surrounding areas set up stalls in the county, more people and cheaper prices. They never go on weekdays. All right. Li Chuang thought it was still early and nothing serious was likely to have happened, but it was still best to go and check. How about this, one of you come with me to the Huang residence? I don't know your parents, so it won't be easy to find them there. Just as he finished speaking, two figures appeared on the dirt road in the village. Two thuggish-looking men, a little over 20 years old, one with a garish tattoo on his arm. They stopped near the trio and looked at Li Chuang with some surprise. He was tall and looked strong, but what really caught their eye was the imposing motorcycle parked beside him. They had only ever seen Madame Huang ride such a machine rumored to be worth a fortune. A single bike could cost them their lives several times over. But their attention soon shifted to the Su sisters, and their eyes lit up as they spoke. Su Yan and Su He, right? The two sisters nodded silently, a sense of dread welling up in their hearts. And sure enough, the men revealed their purpose in the next sentence. Your parents couldn't repay their debt, and even tried to harm the second young master. Luckily, we were quick enough to save him. The young master said that if you two obediently come with us, your debt will be forgiven and your parents can go home. Come with us now, eh? What do you mean couldn't repay the debt? They took enough money to repay it. You're just being bullies. Su Yan was so angry she started crying, wiping her tears with her small hands. We say they don't want to repay, so they're defaulting. The facts are clear. Today you have two choices: either come back with us and your parents return, or wait here forever and they never come back. The man with the tattooed arm growled menacingly. Su He stood frozen at a complete loss. Li Chuang, standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh in anger. Huh, not bad. A debt indeed needs repaying. They'll take them over. Where to? The Huang residence. When Li Chuang spoke, his presence was overwhelming. The two thugs heard that the girls would come, and that was all that mattered. As for the extra person, it didn't matter. They had plenty of brothers. Once on their turf, whether dragon or snake, everyone had to bow. The Yiping chess and card room on the first street to the right after entering the city. They'll take you there. No need. Li Chuang told the two girls to sit on the back seat. Surprisingly, the large motorcycle could easily accommodate 3 people. The two girls pressed close behind him, taking up little space. Li Chuang revved the throttle and sped off. Su Yan spoke to him from behind. Last time I was taken away by young Master Huang from the Yiping chess and card room. I can find my way there. Li Chuang understood. This was undoubtedly one of the Huang family's properties. Such places were convenient for loan sharking and similar activities. Guided by Su Yan, they entered the city in less than 10 minutes. Along the way, they drew many curious stares. A motorcycle was a rare sight in these times. The only two-wheeled vehicles people had seen were pedal bicycles used by a few officials or directors. The roaring machine that could cover 2 li in a single burst was a true novelty. Li Chuang ignored the onlookers and followed the directions to the chess and card room. It was a 2-story standalone building with a courtyard in the back. A large sign hung between the first and second floors, Yiping chess and card room. The entrance was modest, a wooden door. Li Chuang helped the two girls off the bike and led the way inside. The room was dimly lit by a few yellow lamps filled with people clutching cigarettes in one hand and shuffling mahjong tiles with the other, their faces etched with pleasure. In reality, the entire room was thick with smoke. Li Chuang entered and immediately spotted a few thuggish-looking men who seemed to be in charge. I'm here to see second young Master Huang. I've brought the people he requested. Li Chuang gestured to Su Yan and Su He, who were following behind him. The man glanced at the two women, then eyed Li Chuang suspiciously and asked, "Who are you? Where are Chengzi and the other guy who went to pick them up?" "Oh, they're still on their way. We heard the second young master was in a hurry, so we rushed over first." "All right then, follow me. You wait here, I'll take them inside." With that, the man gestured for a few nearby thugs to keep an eye on Li Chuang. Su Yan and Su He's hearts fluttered with unease, and they instinctively moved closer to Li Chuang. Li Chuang immediately raised his voice, "That won't do. I brought them, so I should be the one to present them to the second young master." The man's expression darkened, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Brothers, it's been a while since anyone dared to stir up trouble on Huang family turf. Today we get to stretch our limbs. Come on, grab your weapons." At his words, several thugs scattered in all directions, returning shortly to the hall, each wielding a heavy club, their faces twisted with malicious amusement. Taking advantage of their momentary absence, Li Chuang pulled the two women back against a wall, ensuring their safety, before preparing to have some fun. Some of the patrons in the game room had paused their games, watching the impending chaos with keen interest. Others continued shouting, "Pong, draw, mahjong." Li Chuang whispered to the sisters, "Don't be afraid. Stay right here, and don't move, understand? They'll take care of them." And the two women harbored an inexplicable trust in Li Chuang, nodding obediently before pressing themselves tightly again. Then came the moment of the hunt. Li Chuang, barehanded and utterly fearless, faced the 6 thugs, closing in, his eyes brimming with contempt. Feeling provoked, the man who had greeted them earlier pointed to the 2 thugs approaching from the west and jerked his head toward Li Chuang. With a loud yell, the two swung their iron clubs at Li Chuang's shoulders. One from the left, one from the right. If the blows landed, both arms would likely be shattered. Li Chuang sighed inwardly, then an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He moved with lightning speed, charging at the 2 men before their clubs could fall. He caught both their swinging arms with his hands. With a slight twist of his grip, a scream, more piercing than their battle cry, rang out, echoing through the hall. The two dropped their clubs, their free hands clutching the injured wrists. In that single motion, Li Chuang had crushed their wrists. He was certain the bones were shattered into fragments beyond the skill of any hospital to mend. Without pausing, Li Chuang targeted the remaining 4, including the instigator. A swift charge sent them sprawling. Since the other 4 were cut from the same cloth, Li Chuang disabled one wrist from each. Finally, he stood before the apparent leader, looking down at him. "Where is second young Master Huang?" Are you willing to talk now? Li Chuang raised his right hand slightly palm, facing the man. Don't hit me. They'll talk. The second young master is in the backyard courtyard, and so are their parents. The middle house in the courtyard is where he is. I've told you everything. Please don't hit me. Li Chuang snorted disdainfully and turned back to the sisters. Let's go. He's in the back. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, never expecting anyone to challenge the Huang family. It was a complete rout. Everyone remained frozen, watching the man who had just displayed such prowess lead the twin beauties through the hall and into the backyard. In the middle house, second young master Huang was occupied with his affairs, clearly in high spirits. Li Chuang strode forward and kicked the door open. The sudden intrusion froze the three people inside mid-action. "'Tis quite the playboy," Li Chuang mused to himself. The Su sisters immediately turned their faces away, refusing to look inside. "Who are you? Get out. Huang, and you useless fool. Where are you? Come here." After a minute, the second young master snapped out of his shock and began shouting. Li Chuang guessed Huang and was the earlier. Pushing the two women aside, he fumbled to pull on his clothes, trembling. It was uncertain if he would ever father children after today. In his startled jerk, he had heard a snapping sound, and the pain. Thus he raged and yelled, hoping to summon his underlings. "No need to call them. They're all down. As for you, quite the lucky man. Here, I've brought you two more. Interested?" Huang Jiasong's face turned pale. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he demanded, "Who are you? We don't know each other, do we?" Li Chuang glanced mockingly at his lower body. He had intended to deal with the man himself, but fate had already taken its toll, saving him the trouble. "Me? They'll tell you. I'm Li Chuang, husband of Su Yin and Su He. As for why I'm here, don't you already know?" Huang Jiasong didn't want to talk. He just wanted to leave and get to a hospital before things got worse. He cut to the chase. Their parents are in the eastern room. Take them and go. With that, he tried to sidestep Li Chuang and leave. "Hold on. I'll let you go after I've seen they're safe. Sui, go fetch your parents. The easternmost room." Li Chuang nodded toward the direction. Su Yin and Su He hurried off at his command. Li Chuang stood at the door, leisurely watching Huang Jiasong's expression. There was no better way to deal with scoundrels than this. Soon he heard the sisters crying. Alarmed, he called out, "What's wrong, Su He?" "My parents." Sob. Before long, two couples emerged from the eastern room, leaning on each other for support. The middle-aged man and woman, both around 40, had graying hair and visible bruises on their faces. Their legs had clearly been abused, requiring assistance to walk. Rage surged within Li Chuang. He glared at Huang Jiasong and delivered a resounding slap. The poor man didn't even see it coming. He flew through the air, landing face down, with two more agonized screams. He passed out instantly. Li Chuang knew the man was badly hurt, but not fatally, so he left him and walked toward the elder. Approaching them, Li Chuang stopped respectfully and greeted them. "Greetings, father-in-law and mother-in-law. I am Li Chuang, also a physician. Please sit on these benches so I can examine you." He guided the Su sisters to help their parents sit on two chairs in the courtyard. Noting the yellow discoloration on their thighs, pale on the face, he judged the injuries were superficial and not severe. Relieved, he proceeded. Using his true qi, he treated the darker areas, then gave each of them a universal pill. After taking the medicine, they felt their leg pain vanish. They tried standing and found they could do so easily. Their body. Now they truly believed Li Chuang was a skilled physician, and even more fortunate their son-in-law. "Dr. Li, we owe you everything. Without you, our family would have been ruined," Su's mother said, her voice choked with tears. "Brother Chuang, you've beaten the second young master of the Huang family. They won't let this slide. What do we do?" The Huang family is the most powerful in Lifeng County. They control loans, gambling dens, some municipal projects, and many ground-level works. Immense power. Li Chuang looked calmly at the family, for their eyes filled with genuine concern. He was grateful they weren't ungrateful wretches. "Don't worry. I had a plan before I acted. Rest assured, I'll resolve everything in the next couple of days." The second young master's rivalry with the eldest, even to the point of murder, indicated deep competition. Since the eldest was He Wanyi's son, Li Chuang felt compelled to help from every angle. If he could place power in the hands of the main branch or clarify matters before the Huang family elders, these minor conflicts would cease to be issues. "Brethren, what happened to you? Who did this? I'll avenge you." A furious shout came from outside. Li Chuang recognized the voice of the man who had earlier gone to the village to fetch the sisters. Da Chengzi hurried to the hospital and called for help. "Arrange several stretchers. We're all incapacitated here, and the second young master inside has likely been attacked too. I heard his screams. Go now." Huang and didn't even mention revenge. With the real threat still inside, Da Chengzi's feeble skills wouldn't stand a chance against. The second young master's life was paramount. If something happened to him, they would all be finished. Sensing Huang An's urgency, Da Chengzi asked a fellow to look after the injured in the hall while he sprinted to the hospital. These injuries required the best hospital in the county, known for their orthopedic expertise. Li Chuang didn't stop him. He didn't want to cause a death openly, which would complicate matters. "All right, since you can walk now, go home. They'll return to town tomorrow afternoon and pick you both up. Remember to pack your things. I'm heading to the Huang family estate now to settle this. Don't worry, everything is under control." After reassuring them, Li Chuang led the group out of the game room. As they passed through the hall, the crowd parted way. No one dared to provoke this madman. Watching them leave, Li Chuang mounted his motorcycle and sped off toward his destination. Arriving at the Red Iron Gate, Li Chuang announced, "Li Chuang seeks an audience with the Huang family patriarch. I request a meeting." The clamor inside the house instantly ceased. The Huang family elder shuddered, thinking such a resonant voice must come from profound internal cultivation. The only true master I've encountered was fourth brother from the capital who could match this. Fourth brother had studied martial arts since childhood, an ancient martial artist, and an elder of the Zihong sword sect. Why has this man come? What business does he have? Whether this brings fortune or disaster remains to be seen. Old Master Huang had practiced some martial arts to strengthen his body in his youth, so at the age of 73, he remained hale and hearty, managing the entire Huang family's livelihood and development in Lifeng County. Alright, set aside the matter of changing industries for now. Come with me to welcome the guests. With that, Old Master Huang took the lead and strode out. Before long, a formidable crowd appeared before Li Chuang. Li Chuang was taken aback by the spectacle. He had only come to resolve a grudge and pay a courtesy call. Was such a grand reception truly necessary? The leading old master's voice boomed like a bell as he addressed Li Chuang. May I ask, Mr. Li, what brings you here? Has our Huang family somehow offended you, esteemed guest? I am the head of the Huang family, known among the fraternity as Third Master Huang Pai. Seeing the other's politeness, Li Chuang stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. Third Master is too kind. Just now the second young master of the Huang family acted improperly, so I taught him a lesson. However, it was not without cause, so I have come to explain and settle the matter. What do you think? What have you done to my son? Where is Jiasong? At this point, a man of about 50 with a mustache rushed out from behind. He was dressed richly and spoke in a sharp. He fumed, bristling with anger, his fists clenched before his chest, as if ready to fight at any moment, his face a mask of anxiety. This was the head of the second branch of the Huang family, Huang Lang. He had 3 sons, but the other 2 were not yet 10 years old. Only Huang Jiasong had fully mastered his strategies, capable not only of standing on his own, but also of generating great wealth for the family. Thus Huang Jiasong was his most precious son. Hearing that his son was in trouble, how could he not be frantic? Old Master Huang roared in reprimand. How dare you be so rude? Second son, stand down. Father, he beat my son. Jiasong, we can't just let this go. Oh, no matter the reason, you want to deal with me. Li Chuang looked at Huang Lang with interest, a disdainful expression on his face. Old Master Huang turned and struck Huang Lang across the face with a resounding slap, sending him staggering 3 steps back before he fell to the ground. If you can't control your temper, then step down. Someone escort him back to his own courtyard. Old Master Huang was well aware that the man before him possessed the power to annihilate their entire family. For such a formidable figure, a grandmaster-level expert, his goal was to win him over and curry favor. Even in times of conflict, he had to compromise as much as possible. Even if they were humiliated in their own home, they must bow and submit for the moment, waiting for an opportunity to send word to the Huang family in the capital and seek their help to vent their anger. As the old saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Despite being 73, he was clear-headed. Mr. Li, please come inside. It's not appropriate to discuss matters at the doorstep. Neglecting an honored guest is our fault. Please, this way. With that, Old Master Huang led the way, guiding Li Chuang to the reception hall. This was a special room for receiving outside guests, a very spacious hall. Upon entering, one could see a grand armchair flanked by 2 rows of slightly smaller chairs, all exquisitely crafted. In front of the grand armchair stood a long vertically placed table stretching 4 meters from north to south. The grand armchair was naturally for the host, but Old Master Huang waited for Li Chuang to sit in the first chair on the right before taking his own seat. Soon 2 cups of tea were brought in. The others stood in the hall. He Wei, standing at the back, cautioned Huang Jiahao to keep silent. Her beautiful eyes wandered, and for some reason, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction seeing Li Chuang receive such respect in the Huang residence. In her more than 20 years with the Huang family, she had never seen the family head treat anyone with such humility. Li Chuang was truly extraordinary in every way. She tightly crossed her long, slender legs, her gaze fixated on him with infatuation. Mr. Li says our Jiasong made a mistake, so you taught him a lesson. I'm sure you're right. Jiasong must have been blind to offend you. Thank you for guiding our younger generation. Eldest daughter-in-law, go to my room and fetch 1,000 yuan from the cabinet as a token of gratitude for Mr. Li's instruction. Yes. He Wei quickly replied and left. Huh, that's not what I meant. Hey Race, what happened? Your second young master was usury and his charges were outrageously unreasonable. A principal of 15 yuan after just over a month had already been repaid with over 20 yuan, yet 48 yuan was still claimed. Later the debtor brought over 50 yuan to settle the debt. Not only was it not cleared, but he was also detained and beaten, and they demanded his daughters be sent to accompany clients as payment. If it were ordinary usury, it would just be high interest. The money could still be settled. But the second young master went further, extorting and coercing people. That was going too far, especially since those 2 daughters are now my wives. He beat my parents-in-law and tried to force my wives into prostitution. Tell me, is there any justice in this world? That's why I disciplined the second young master and his men. Perhaps I was a bit heavy-handed, but I came here to explain and seek forgiveness to resolve this grievance. So that's how it is. I was remiss in my oversight allowing such things to happen in the second branch. You were right to punish him. Such heinous acts deserve nothing less than a beating, crippling, or even death. Old Master Huang replied with righteous indignation. At the same time, hearing Li Chuang's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least from the content and logic of Li Chuang's speech, he was a reasonable man, not one of those sect members who treated lives like dirt. Thus the Huang family was not in any real danger. His mind began to stir. By disciplining a junior, he had instead made the acquaintance of a formidable figure. Quite a bargain. Lending is indeed a good source of income for our family, always managed by the second branch. But I never realized it had become so chaotic. Rest assured this is entirely our fault. We will make adjustments promptly and ensure our men follow the rules. Such incidents will never happen again. I give you my word. If not for you, Mr. Lee, we might never have discovered this problem. It could have led to a major disaster later. So please accept the money we will bring you shortly. Enough talk. Have some tea. Try it. It's the finest long jing from Westlake. Li Chuang said nothing, simply picked up the cup and took a few sips. To be honest, he wasn't much of a tea connoisseur, but the flavor was crisp and fragrant, pleasant enough. That was the best. Coming here to eliminate future troubles made the trip worthwhile. Soon He Weiniing returned, handing a stack of 10 yuan notes to the old master. She also cast a glance at Li Chuang before stepping back. Li Chuang, seeing that she showed no intention of acknowledging him, said nothing. When the old master handed him the money, he took it directly. This money was a sign of reconciliation. Accepting it would allow both sides to feel more at ease. Li Chuang pondered the old master's earlier moves, sensing something profound within them. Having intended to take his leave, he instead inquired, "I noticed your movements were exceptionally swift just now. May I ask what martial art you practice and what level you have attained?" Rarely encountering a true master, he naturally wished to glean more information. Whether the elder would answer truthfully or refuse altogether never crossed his mind. Either outcome was acceptable. Not asking would leave him with regret, but having asked he would have no remorse. Little did he know old Master Huang had been seeking an opportunity for deeper conversation. Li Chuang's question provided the perfect chance to probe the young man's background and set his own mind at ease. "I merely learned some martial arts in my youth, nothing extraordinary. I've only reached the 3rd level of the postnatal realm. Our school practices the fist of Huang passed down by the Huang family's ancestor." "What exactly is the 3rd level of the postnatal realm?" Li Chuang asked, unashamed to seek clarification on his Upon hearing this, old Master Huang sensed something amiss. If Li Chuang belonged to a sect, he would surely have a master and be familiar with such basic concepts. Yet if he had no sect, how had he attained his current level of skill? The contradiction was baffling. Nevertheless, having resolved to befriend Li Chuang, the old master patiently elaborated. The martial arts realm comprises 9 levels in total. The first 6 are the postnatal realm. At its peak, one becomes as impenetrable as iron and steel, possessing boundless strength, the ultimate state of external martial arts. Advancing further leads to the innate realm, which has 3 levels. At this stage, internal energy surges within the body, allowing one to shatter even the indestructible state with a single finger. Power concentrates at a point and radiates outward, unleashing devastating force. Yet most martial artists remain stuck in the postnatal realm. The threshold from postnatal to innate is too high. Without extraordinary insight and superior cultivation resources, breakthrough is nearly impossible. But once achieved, it brings earth-shattering transformations. First, one's lifespan extends by decades. Second, those who enter the innate realm are honored as grandmasters. A saying circulates among martial artists: a grandmaster must not be insulted, an insult invites death. This underscores the overwhelming might of the grandmaster level. The grandmaster level, you say? Do you know how many grandmasters there are in our county? Old Master Huang scoffed disdainfully. How could our county have a grandmaster? If there were one, they would have long established a family clan with their own legacy. But quickly recollecting himself and recalling his suspicions about the man before him, he hastily added, "Of course that excludes you. Before meeting you, there truly wasn't a single one." Li Chuang felt a slight awkwardness, never expecting such an answer. It seemed the grandmaster level was indeed not easy. From old Master Huang's implication, he believed Li Chuang to be a grandmaster, hence his courteous demeanor. Li Chuang now understood the reason behind this treatment. What distinctions exist within the grandmaster level? Li Chuang continued. Each level is a world apart. A novice grandmaster can effortlessly defeat postnatal realm martial artists. The second level, known as the Great Grandmaster, boasts such profound internal energy that they can split gold and jade barehanded and shatter mountains with a single palm strike. Its power is immense. At the 3rd level, one can channel internal energy into external objects, making even a plucked leaf or flower a lethal weapon. This is the true might of a martial arts titan. Beyond that exists only in legend. Crossing the innate threshold grants immortality, eternal youth, the ability to fly, and a 1,000-mile journey in a single day. According to the records of our Huang family in the capital, there are 68 registered grandmaster-level martial artists nationwide, 52 at the 1st level, 11 great grandmasters, and only 5 martial arts titans. That data is from 2 years ago when I visited the capital. Even if updated, the numbers shouldn't vary greatly. Li Chuang gained new insight into his own strength. At the 4th level of Qi refining, he already matched the martial arts titan level, effortlessly unleashing true energy to shatter metal and jade. Some train their entire lives without reaching the innate realm, yet Li Chuang, while enjoying a comfortable life, effortlessly transcended classes and achieved a reversal of fortune. Fate indeed follows its own course. One who once could stir no great waves now easily ascends to life's pinnacle. Perhaps beyond the great grandmaster level, the path turns toward cultivation, where internal energy transforms into true Qi, elevating one's power further. This was merely Li Chuang's speculation. The truth remained unknown. Do you know how many grandmasters there are in our Jiangdong district? Li Chuang asked politely. Our eastern coastal district boasts relatively more talents. One of the 5 martial arts titans is stationed in Ling City. Jiangdong district has 11 major cities, each with a grandmaster in residence. In Yun City, which governs Lifeng County, the station grandmaster is surnamed Jiang, a veteran 1st-level martial artist. The Jiang family has businesses in all counties under Yun City except Lifeng County. Because we are the poor, they look down on us. I see. Li Chuang was speechless. Among the nation's wealthiest districts, Jiangdong ranked high, yet in its northwestern corner, at the junction of 4 districts, lay a poor county, truly a disgrace. With 68 grandmasters nationwide, Jiangdong district alone accounted for 11, truly impressive. Considering the country had 34 districts, some might have only a single grandmaster. Jiangdong's strength was terrifying in comparison. Martial prowess to some extent reflected economic power. A struggling economy could hardly offer conditions to retain grandmaster-level figures. Li Chuang suddenly wondered if this world differed from his past, with the existence of martial artists being one such difference. A grandmaster must not be insulted, an insult invites death. This implied that disputes could be settled privately, governed by martial artists' own rules, operating independently of the police. Otherwise, killings would lead to arrest and execution by the police, throwing everything into chaos. Soon the martial artist community would cease to exist. By secular standards, those at the innate realm could hardly be harmed by ordinary people unless taken by surprise. With their speed, reflexes, and immense combat power, they could unleash devastating force in an instant. A single grandmaster could likely hold their own against a squad of soldiers. Of course, they couldn't face them heat-in, or bullets would fell even the oldest grandmaster. No matter how formidable, no one could survive a hail of gunfire. A word from you is worth more than many words. Li Chuang chuckled, teasing old Master Huang. Now that everything has been clarified, I shall take my leave. If the old master requires medical treatment or any other assistance, you may contact me. I am still a physician and my skills are passable. Dean Wei of the County First Hospital is a friend of mine. Leave a message for me there, and I will receive it. But let me be clear, I will not treat any of those who were beaten today. Old Master Huang, upon hearing these words, was already beaming with joy. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Mr. Li. I will surely trouble you again in the future. Allow me to see you out. With that, he made to rise from his seat, evidently a man of action. No need, I know the way well enough. Please stay. Li Chuang declined with a wave of his hand, then rose and left his seat. As he passed by, he whinnying, a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Leaving the Huang residence, Li Chuang mounted his motorcycle and headed straight for the state-run restaurant. He had an appointment for lunch with manager Tang from Longxing. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he inquired at the front desk, and learning that no one had come looking for him, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, inviting someone to a meal and then keeping them waiting was hardly a good habit. Though he was now wealthy and established, he still maintained this habit. The table next to the one where they had dined last time was in a room of considerable size, with the same interior decor, except that the 2 sofas had been replaced by a single larger and longer one placed against the west wall. Li Chuang first sat down on the sofa, awaiting Tang Xingxin's arrival. While waiting, he silently circulated his true qi through his meridians. Even a bit of extra cultivation was beneficial, as he was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Li Chuang looked up toward the door and saw a beautiful woman in a business suit enter gracefully. Her blouse was still taut, with the top 3 buttons undone, revealing a prominent cleavage that proclaimed its owner's bounty, the curves full and round. Beneath, she wore not black trousers, but a black skirt that just reached her knees. Below, her long legs were fair and smooth calves with elegant lines that were a delight to behold. On her feet were heels about 5 centimeters high, adding an enchanting sway to her walk. Mr. Li, have you been waiting? I apologize, there was an unexpected incident at the bank just now, so I am a bit late. I shall punish myself with a drink later. No matter, I just arrived myself. Li Chuang rose from the sofa, pulled out a chair for Tang Xingxin, and gestured for her to sit. What happened? Do you need my help? As she sat down, Li Chuang leaned slightly closer to her ear and asked. It was just a few elderly people making deposits. They were a bit difficult to communicate with, so it took some extra time. Everything is resolved now. Her pure, melodious voice sounded, and Li Chuang found it very pleasant. He moved to the seat on her left and looked at Tang Xingxin as he asked, Xingxin, what would you like to eat? Order whatever you want, the food here is quite good. Hey, race the menu. No need, Mr. Li. You can choose, Bill, eat anything. Tang Xingxin pushed the menu back to Li Chuang. All right then, we'll have the shredded pork and Beijing sauce. Most young ladies like that. We can also have a plate of clams, of fish, and a soup. That should be enough. Waiter, please take our order. Li Chuang arranged everything with practiced ease. Xingxin, is it all right if I call you that? Of course. Then I won't call you Mr. Li anymore, I'll call you Brother Li. Brother Li is fine, or Brother Chuang works too. That's what my wives call me. Tang Xingxin repeated uncertainly. Why? Yes, you wouldn't guess it, but I have several wives back in town. I came to the county this time to buy them dresses. Of course, I also did a bit of business. The money I deposited yesterday was part of that. Displaying his status and making clear up front that he had multiple wives indicated that Li Chuang was not content with just one wife and had further ambitions. Or rather, that he had intentions toward her. I really wouldn't have guessed. Brother Chuang, you're quite charming. By the way, what line of business are you in? Just out of curiosity, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. It's fine. Tang Xingxin casually probed into Li Chuang's circumstances. Oh, it's in medicinal herbs. I have an exclusive product with a specific remedy, and the sales channels are now open, so my income is quite decent. Li Chuang described it vaguely. You mentioned bank wealth management products last time. What kinds are there? Do you have any suitable for short-term investment that you... He steered the conversation toward what Tang Xingxin wanted. Short-term ones generally have lower interest rates. Long-term ones are more suitable. However, there are 2 I can introduce to you, Brother Chuang. One is... As they were speaking, the dishes began to arrive. Please bring us a bottle of vodka. Tang Xinxin said proactively. Then she turned to Li Chuang. Brother Chuang, I was late and haven't punished myself yet. He'll do it now. If you drink, can you still work this afternoon? Li Chuang asked, somewhat surprised, thinking she had been joking earlier. I've arranged for a colleague to cover my shift this afternoon, so it's fine. As she said this, a blush crept onto her face. But she continued, unabashed. Besides, I came out to have a meal with you, Brother Chuang. You're a VIP client, a stable one. Building rapport with clients is part of the job, isn't it? Li Chuang nodded with a knowing smile. While serving her food, he accidentally touched her soft, warm hand a few extra times. Tang Xinxin showed no resistance, but rather seemed to enjoy it. When they were about 70 to 80% full, the two had grown familiar. So shall we talk about the big project now? Li Chuang mischievously lifted the hem of her black skirt with his hand. Her fair thigh was lustrous, smooth, and supple. Li Chuang couldn't bear to let go. With a startled cry, Tang Xinxin was lifted by the waist and then flung toward the spacious sofa. Her trajectory was peculiar. She approached the sofa rapidly at first, but instead of the expected jarring impact upon landing, she settled down gently. This was naturally Li Chuang's doing. He had mastered the gravity art to perfection, able to control even living beings with ease. Did you change into this outfit just for me? Li Chuang asked as she grew flustered. Yes, I went home specially to change, and I just took a shower too. 2 hours later, Li Chuang went to cultivate. He had initially thought that the entire afternoon she had set aside was for him. But Tang Xinxin later explained that the time was meant for her to recover from the soreness. She was just a young girl and inexperienced. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. After eating and drinking her fill, she went to rest. Li Chuang meanwhile sat cross-legged to one side, focusing on breaking through to the next realm. After 2 cycles of qi circulation, Li Chuang slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing within them. Qi refining 5th layer, breakthrough successful. Li Chuang assessed his own strength, finding it had increased by about 20. True qi gathered in his dantian, growing ever more abundant. Apart from this, there was no other notable enhancement. This alone was enough to satisfy him. If he hadn't bought the motorcycle and was in a hurry, running from the county town back to the township would now require little effort, taking only about 40 to 50 minutes. Riding the motorcycle took roughly half an hour. Walking, however, would take nearly half a day. The differences between the modes of travel were stark. As Li Chuang pondered, he recalled the technique he had used to toss Tang Xinxin onto the sofa, employing true qi to lift a person and counteract gravity. Could he also apply the gravity manipulation to himself, lightening his body to achieve greater speed? This was likely similar to the principle of lightness skills in martial arts novels. Acting on the thought, he stood up, circulated true qi throughout his body, and then activated the gravity manipulation to lift himself upward. He leaped, and with a whoosh his head struck the ceiling of the room. A mistake. He had failed to control the force, and upon landing he fumbled and forgot the technique. Li Chuang crashed heavily to the floor. He quickly scrambled to his feet, his face showing not frustration but a hint of delight. It had indeed worked. He jumped much higher than usual. The fall caused no injury at all. His body, already strengthened countless times by true qi, had become terrifyingly robust. Even a direct blow would hardly harm him. A knock came at the door, followed by the waiter's anxious inquiry. Mr. Li, are you alright? What happened? Li Chuang appreciated the waiter's discretion. Despite the commotion, he hadn't barged in. Nothing serious. I accidentally knocked over some furniture, but it's all tidied up now. No need to come in. Very well, Mr. Li. If you need anything, just call for me. They'll be on standby here on the 2nd floor. Alright, you can go about your business, Li Chuang replied, dismissing the waiter. Taking off and landing again, he now had experience, and his hang time noticeably increased. If he were to play basketball, now he could take off from half court and perform a spectacular slam dunk. Li Chuang estimated that running in this manner would be faster than riding the motorcycle. This could serve as a life-saving escape method, but it was unnecessary for daily use. He then glanced at Tang Xinxin, still sleeping soundly on the sofa, and couldn't help but smile. The girl was truly exhausted. How illogical. He was the one who had worked hard, yet she slept so peacefully. Meanwhile, after seeing Li Chuang off, old Master Huang summoned his second son, Huang Lang, and earnestly advised him, this Mr. Li is not to be trifled with by our Huang family. Though I haven't seen him in action, I dare say his strength is no less than that of a grandmaster. Keep an eye on Jiasong. If he can be treated, treat him. If not, so be it. He's just one descendant. You're still young. If you want more, how many sons can you not have? Besides, you already have 2 younger ones. Don't get fixated. Huang Lang, who had been cursing earlier, gradually came to his senses. Upon hearing his father mention a grandmaster, he was instantly wide awake. Family honor came first. Huang Lang was an ambitious man who had long coveted control of the Huang family. Among the 3 brothers, the eldest had passed away last year, and the 3rd brother, unmarried and uninvolved in family affairs, had followed their 4th uncle to the Zihong sword sect, where he was now a formal outer disciple. His strength was roughly at the 3rd level of the Hotian realm, similar to that of their father. However, in terms of age, their father was 73, while the 3rd brother was only 42. It was clear his martial aptitude was superior. Huang Lang had also trained, but never found the knack, failing to reach even the 1st level of the Hotian realm. Truly, everyone has their own strengths. After completely giving up on martial arts, Huang Lang devoted himself entirely to business. Under his stewardship, the Huang family's income doubled, making them the undisputed foremost family in Lifeng County. Though he himself had no chance to become a martial artist, he thought ahead. He planned to have all the younger generation of the family begin martial training from childhood, so that by the age of 7 or 8 potential talents could be identified. If any were found, he would send them to the capital for advanced training, ensuring they would have a stronger voice upon their return. In any domain, without formidable martial power, it was difficult for a family head to maintain a foothold. For now their father was still alive and could hold things together, but once he was gone the Huang family's position in this region would. The third brother had left this place since childhood, harboring little attachment to the family and lacking deep fraternal bonds. Persuading him to return and develop the family would be challenging. Rumor had it that the third brother was a martial arts fanatic wholly focused on cultivation and indifferent to other matters. Thinking of this, Huang Lang couldn't help but complain about his eldest brother. His martial talent was no less than the third brother's, and he was well versed in worldly affairs. Huang Lang would have gladly accepted the eldest brother as the family heir, but unexpectedly the eldest brother had acted impulsively, taking on a calamity for someone else and losing his own life. This left the Huang family, which could have advanced further, in a state of discontinuity. Huang Lang himself wanted to seize power as soon as possible to implement a series of measures. The recent quarrel in the meeting hall was a direct result of this ambition. He wanted to reassign the projects under the two branches. The lending and mahjong parlor businesses had already generated extremely high profits under his management, while the eldest branch still held municipal engineering projects, several unprofitable land parcels, and most importantly, the catering business and grain and oil stores. These were the easiest sources of income now. Huang Lang also had some intention of bullying the widow and orphan. The eldest nephew was idle and worthless, and these industries were mostly managed by his sister-in-law, a woman alone. Though they made some profit, it was far inferior to his own achievements. In Huang Lang's view, this was like holding a silver mountain and failing to mine it. What a waste. So he wanted to take over the catering business and the grain and oil stores, gradually consolidating power in his own. He Weining naturally disagreed. She believed that grain and oil were essential goods for the people's livelihood. If considered purely from a profit-making perspective, the business could indeed make the Huang family wealthier, but it would also cut off many people's livelihoods. Thus, she was unwilling to let go of these industries and proposed a condition unless Huang Lang was willing to exchange them for the lending or mahjong parlor businesses. Huang Lang, of course, was unwilling to hand over the golden goose he had carefully built. Both sides held their ground, and old master Huang mediating could not reach a decision. In the end it came to nothing, and everything remained as before. Frustrated by the failure, Huang Lang decided to go to the hospital to check on his son's condition. Old master Huang documented the day's events and the appearance of a young grandmaster in Lifeng County in a letter which he arranged to be sent to his fourth brother in the capital. The fourth brother was now the Huang family's external representative, the only grandmaster in the family, and also an elder of the Zihong sword sect. This sudden emergence of a young grandmaster might very well alter the landscape of grandmasters in the capital or even the entire nation. After practicing for a while longer, Chuang woke Tang Xinxin, who had been sleeping on the sofa, and healed her for a time. She quickly recovered, exclaiming incessantly at the marvel of his methods. "Come on, it's still early. Come with me to buy some clothes. There are plenty of people waiting at home." Chuang helped her put on her clothes and beckoned her to follow him to the mall. Women always have a great interest in shopping. Tang Xinxin naturally hooked her arm through Chuang's, leaning her head. After paying the bill downstairs, Chuang decided it wasn't far to the mall, so they walked instead of taking the bike. At the mall, Chuang first followed Tang Xinxin around the jewelry section on the first floor, eventually buying a pair of jade earrings for 98 yuan. Tang Xinxin was overjoyed by the gift. She knew Chuang had money, but she hadn't expected him to be willing to spend it on her. After all, a man having money and a man being willing to spend it on a woman are two different things. As the saying goes, a man's money is for a woman to see, not for her to spend. Chuang showed it to her and let her spend it, proving he truly cared. Tang Xinxin's love surged, and her gaze at him became so tender it seemed to stretch like silk. She wished she could immediately embrace him in passion, melting him into her very being. Later she enthusiastically offered advice on what clothes to buy, and soon Chuang emerged from the mall laden with bags. After the battle at Jianghe village, more than 20 people needed new clothes. Additionally, Xiao Wan's son Qiuxiang's son, Minxiang Jiang Yuning, and Zhang Yingzi, who had just moved in, each received a dress. He also bought one for Huang Xinjin and Zhang Yuxiao, whom he was yet to pick up, and naturally one for Xiao Hulu. Each also got a pair of shoes, all leather flats, not heels. Chuang had noticed that high heels were poorly made and unstable. He made a mental note to tell Huanqing that they should produce their own high heels, which would pair perfectly with the clothes they planned to make, ensuring excellent sales. High heels with stockings and lingerie, an irresistible combination. After an hour of shopping, he had spent over. Only Chuang could afford such extravagance. Tang Xinxin, watching him carry the clothes, felt no jealousy. She was right. Chuang was a truly remarkable man who cherished his woman. "Where do you live? Let me take you home. You've been busy all day, you must be tired." "I'm not tired. I want to stay with you. How about we go to a hotel?" Tang Xinxin, having tasted pleasure, longed for. But Chuang didn't want to take her now, as he had an appointment with two doctors that evening. "Xinxin, be good. Listen to me." Chuang freed one hand to gently stroke Tang Xinxin's head, then bent to kiss her cheek. She didn't fuss and gave him her home address. After getting the directions, Chuang took Tang Xinxin back to the restaurant entrance, picked up his motorcycle, and drove her home. At the entrance of her neighborhood, she got off, gave him a big hug, and skipped away. Chuang smiled, restarted the motorcycle, and headed toward Lifeng Hotel. As he turned onto the main road, he saw two beauties approaching from the east, wearing clothes from the county garment factory. He recognized them, the mother-daughter pair he had helped at a street food stall last week. The daughter was named Xiaoyu. The troublemaker was called Brother Dayu. As it was almost time for his appointment, Li Chuang didn't stop knowing they worked at the garment factory made things easier. He regretted not caring for his subordinates during his previous visits, having focused only on business. He resolved to make up. At the hotel, Li Chuang parked, checked into a room, and learned from the front desk that no one had come looking for him yet. He carried his bags upstairs. In the room with a thought, he stored everything away. After showering and changing into clean clothes, he went downstairs, booked a private dining room, and sat quietly waiting for the two to arrive. At 6 o'clock sharp, Yurong and Lu Shui appeared at the entrance in white lab coats. Li Chuang welcomed them in noting their light makeup, which made them look even more beautiful than at dinner the day before. And Yurong deliberately emphasized her assets, leaving 2 buttons undone. The gaps between the buttons on the uniform were generous, and what those 2 buttons revealed was enough to overwhelm anyone. Lu Shui, on the other hand, had all her buttons fastened, her expression serious and proper. Her delicate oval face was framed by large black-rimmed glasses, giving her a look that was both commanding and cute. At 168 centimeters, she was naturally well-proportioned. As they passed, Li Chuang caught their different perfumes, one fresh and elegant, the other alluring. You must be hungry after a busy afternoon. Come sit. Li Chuang guided them to seats on either side of him, taking the opportunity to steal a touch from the bolder in Yurong. Whether her reaction was genuine or feigned, Li Chuang felt satisfied. Lu Shui caught the scene from the corner of her eye, but said nothing, though a blush crept across her face. Waiter, order please. A young male waiter quickly arrived and noted down the dishes Li Chuang ordered. Once the waiter left, Li Chuang picked up the excuse he had used the day before. Do you often feel exhausted at work, losing more and more energy? I told you it's a condition. If left untreated, it could cause even more harm to your body. Yes, that's right, Dr. Li. What condition do we have? What should we do? And Yurong leaned in as she spoke, nearly pressing herself into Li Chuang's arms. Her soft voice and upturned gaze were irresistible. Li Chuang subtly straightened, his voice dropping to a magnetic tone. What condition? It's hard to say, but I know how to. Would you like to hear? As he spoke, he noticed Lu Shui on his left quietly leaning in as well. Lu Shui had initially thought Li Chuang's words were just an excuse, but now she feared she might truly be ill. Hearing he had a solution, she couldn't help but draw closer. Little did she know Li Chuang would be so mischievous. I have a way to let you stay up late without harming your health, without fatigue, and even improve your constitution, reducing your chance of getting sick. You want to try? Seeing them nod, he said mysteriously, stay tonight, and he'll tell you. It's guaranteed to work. Oh, you're so bad. And Yurong playfully pushed his chest at his words. Her hand was soft and weak, not a real push. Lu Shui pretended to adjust her glasses and slowly leaned back. She understood the implication of staying. But did she want to? Only she knew the answer. From her actions, it seemed unlikely.